No, no, I really can't take this one. The others are enough, Aunt Tian said, hesitant to accept more. The meat-filled mooncake was too valuable. Even if the host sincerely wants to give, I can't be too greedy. Here, take it. Let the family all taste this different flavor. Joanna Joy hands the mooncake to Tian Xiaofang. There are quite a few mooncakes at home, not missing just one or two. Tian Xiaofang's family also often brings fish and seafood. I heard she wanted to eat fish, so she went out fishing at midnight. No need, no need. Tian Xiaofang shakes her head and refuses. Pei Jiancheng, who usually doesn't talk much, also says, Aunt Tian, just take it. Don't refuse. Seeing the couple insist on her taking it, Tian Xiaofang finally feels a bit embarrassed and accepts it. But she also has a new idea in her mind. Next time she goes home, she must make her husband and son go out to the sea, go farther, and find some good things for Anxi and the others to bring back. Meanwhile, in Beijing, the Pei family also receives a package sent from Langqing. Dad, Mom, this was all arranged by Jianqing's wife herself. I heard she and the family's aunt made everything mooncakes, snacks, and dried goods they dried themselves. Tao Huaru brings the package Joanna Joy sent to the old master and the others. She places it on the table and opens it for them to see. Old Master Pei and Grandma Pei sit on the sofa, looking at the big package of goods, smiling happily. Good. Tao Huaru takes out 3 mooncakes of different flavors and calls the staff, cut them into small pieces. Okay. The staff quickly takes the mooncakes to cut them. Tao Huaru also gives the old master and grandma some small crispy cakes, saying, These small crispy cakes have a strong milky aroma, melt in your mouth, and are suitable for you and Mom. Old Master Pei and Grandma each take a piece, saying they look good and the size is just right. After tasting, both nod in approval. Really delicious. The sweetness is just right, not greasy, and not the teeth. Try the mooncakes too. There are 5-nut, red bean, and sesame flavors. Tao Huaru takes the sliced mooncakes handed over by the staff and places them in front of the old master and grandma. They each try a piece and praise continuously. These mooncakes are as good as ours here. Everyone says they taste great. Tao Huaru also takes a piece and sits down, looking quite proud. The old master and grandma see this and breathe a sigh of relief. They clearly remember how much the daughter-in-law used to resist this daughter-in-law, so now seeing her with this attitude is truly very rare. Everyone keeps praising and eating the mooncakes happily. Mom and Dad, take a look at the dried goods that Jiancheng's wife and her family have shown. They are just as good as what you supply. Tao Huaru took out some dried seafood from her bag and showed it to old Master Pei and the old lady. See, there's even dried abalone. The child raised by the Chiao family really has good taste. Tao Huaru was a bit surprised when she saw the dried abalone. Not many people recognize it now, and even fewer eat it. She thought with the Chiao family being such an old, well-established family, they've seen and eaten almost everything. While talking, she carefully showed the dried seafood to the old master and the old lady. It looked like she was showing off. The old master and the old lady smiled kindly and didn't say anything. Anxi is really a good child, smart, sensible, and polite. The old master and the old lady nodded with smiles. Old Master Pei and Jiancheng had learned a lot about them through phone calls. They knew the two got along very well. While feeling relieved, he also felt very happy. He also knew about Anxi and her adoptive parents trying to help injured and retired soldiers, and he supported them in this effort. He liked his future granddaughter-in-law, even though he hadn't met her in person. She was thoughtful and had a sense of justice. Truly a rare good girl. Her manners are very good in all aspects, Tao Huaru said modestly, but her slightly raised lips betrayed her. She was becoming more and more satisfied with this daughter-in-law, even though she hadn't met her yet. From her son's several phone calls, she could tell how much her son cared about her. Does her son not know how much he cares? He seemed cold and indifferent about many things, but in reality, he had high standards. The girl who could make him so attentive couldn't be bad. She still trusted her son's judgment. Jiancheng's wife is pregnant now, so her nutrition must be good. Send more things over to them. I'll cover the costs and use my certificate to get some good items from the special supplies store, Old Master Pei advised Tao Huaru. I understand. You can rest assured, Tao Huaru quickly agreed. She didn't know that her cold son was now feeling even colder inside. Every night, he was caught in a whirl of emotions. Every night, his gentle, soft little wife was full of warmth and tenderness, and he couldn't touch her. Because she was pregnant, her skin was even more moist and soft. It drove him crazy. He used to endure before, but now that they had been intimate, it was much harder to wait. Maybe we should set up a camp bed in the room? Joanxi thought this wasn't a good idea. Maybe if the two of them separated for a while, it would be better. Feeling a bit sorry for her husband, since the guest room was always occupied, he had nowhere to go. She could feel his suffering every day. She couldn't help but feel a little pity for him. No, Pei Jianqing firmly refused. Splitting the bed? Don't even think about it. How about we sleep farther apart? The bed is so big. One on each side? Joanxi suggested again. No way. Don't think about anything like that. I won't go anywhere, Pei Jianqing said as he hugged his wife tightly. Even if he felt uncomfortable, he had to hold her. You're just asking for trouble, Joanxi muttered. I'm happy to do it, he said softly, lowering his head to cover her mouth so she couldn't continue. In the end, both of them were out of breath. Joanxi, angry, hit him again. Pei Jianqing chuckled softly, holding her hand and whispering in her ear, the doctor said we can try after 3 months. We're almost 4 months now. Is it okay? I don't know, she replied. These two little rookies listened carefully to their mother and the doctor, and they didn't dare move. Even after 3 months, Pei Jianqing still felt uneasy. He endured the discomfort, not daring to move randomly. He still thought it was better to wait a bit longer, to be safer. Maybe we should try? Joanxi, feeling her passion rising, couldn't hold back anymore. Pei Jianqing was torn between two thoughts. He almost exploded but also felt a bit worried. Joanxi thought that with her own space and water support, and considering the current safe moment, it should be okay. She tilted her head and pressed it against his, biting his ear softly and whispering, "It's okay." Suddenly, Pei Jianqing's reason flew out the window. He immediately leaned down, turning the passive into the active. Soon, the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. Since Tian Xiufeng came over, she hadn't rested. Joanxi decided to give her 2 days off so she could go home and enjoy the festival. Aunt Tian, you don't need to work so hard. Pack up and go home quickly, Joanxi said while having breakfast, stopping her as she was busy in the kitchen. No rush. I have time. I'll finish preparing everything, then come back and reheat it to eat, Tian Xiufeng replied. She got up very early that morning and started making soup, kneading dough, and frying pancakes and dumplings. She prepared everything she could in advance to prevent Joanxi and her family from having nothing to eat while she was away. It's okay, there's a cafeteria, Joanxi said with a smile. No, you need to eat better. The cafeteria's homemade soup is much better. Tian Xiufeng looked at the soup in the pot. It was ready, just simmering slowly. The dumplings she wrapped were also put in the freezer to freeze. The pancakes she cooked were placed on the stove. They can be eaten directly or fried again. The vegetables and meat that weren't cooked yet were washed, cut, and stored in the fridge. When ready to eat, they can be cooked directly. All done, Aunt Tian. It's enough for everyone. You should go home now. Xiao Anxi and Pei Jianqing finished their breakfast. Tian Xiufeng quickly cleaned up the dishes. Pei Jianqing didn't wait for her to start. He went to the cabinet to get milk powder and prepared some for Xiao Anxi. He also told Tian Xiufeng, Aunt Tian, you finish up and I'll take you to the bus station later. They both needed to go to work and didn't have time to take her home. No need, I don't have many things. It's not far to walk to the station, Tian Xiufeng quickly refused, busy finishing her tasks. In the past, she wouldn't mind taking the bus. She'd just walk over the mountain road back, which took a bit longer. Now, working for Xiao Anxi, she wanted to go home quickly and not waste too much time on the road, taking the bus is faster. After getting on the bus and traveling a short distance, then walking a bit more, she would reach Shuiying village. Tian Xiaofeng insisted on finishing her work before leaving. Then Aunt Tian, be careful on the way and stay safe. Pei Jiansheng and Xiao Anshi had to go to work too, so they didn't wait for her and left first. Xiao Anshi rode her bike slowly toward the school. During the break, Xia Yunshu quietly handed her a paper-wrapped package. Teacher Qiao, this is for you. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Xia Yunshu whispered. Is this for me? Xiao Anshi was a bit surprised. She took the paper package and smelled a faint, sweet fragrance. Thank you, she said. She opened the package and was hit by a strong, sweet osmanthus scent. Inside were a few pretty osmanthus cakes. The white cakes were sprinkled with a layer of golden osmanthus. Smells so good, Qiao Anshi happily sniffed and whispered to Xia Yunshu. I made it with Pingping. She said she wanted to give you a taste. Xia Yunshu smiled softly. Her daughter Pingping liked Qiao Anshi very much. Every time she saw Pingping, she would give her candies or some cookies. The little girl was very happy. Qiao Anshi smiled happily and said, Thanks, Pingping. They look so delicious. This osmanthus cake is not easy to make, as it uses fine grains and the osmanthus syrup is also hard to find. Why does it smell so good? The aroma fills the room, and many people wrinkle their noses, trying to find the source of the smell. It smells like osmanthus. Maybe someone brought osmanthus cake. Someone accurately detects the scent and realizes it's coming from Qiao Anshi. Everyone chuckles and comments with envy, but no one steps forward to ask for a piece. Food like this is precious. No family lacks it, and who would feel comfortable asking casually? Plus, no one would just give it away. These are teachers, after all, and they need to maintain their dignity, so they wouldn't do such things. Qiu Zimin has been secretly watching Xia Yunshu's movements and clearly sees that the osmanthus cake given to Qiao Anshi is from her. At noon, when Qiao Anshi is about to take her bike, she sees Qiu Zimin stopping Xia Yunshu and trying to force a package into her hand. It looks like a mooncake wrapped in oil paper. Xia Yunshu's face looks unhappy. She walks away impatiently, and Qiu Zimin follows her. Teacher Xia, you're here? I was just looking for you. Qiao Anshi calls out to stop her. Xia Yunshu immediately turns around and comes over to Qiao Anshi. Neither of them pays attention to Qiu Zimin anymore. Qiao Anshi bikes a short distance with Xia Yunshu. Because her husband has sacrificed himself, according to the rules, she can no longer live in the military district's family compound. Fortunately, her work at the school isn't affected. The school's work isn't only for military families. They prioritize military families with certain quotas. To take care of her, the school assigned Xia Yunshu a dormitory. She lives there with her daughter, which makes life more convenient and safer. Qiao Anshi bikes her to the dormitory. Thank you, Teacher Qiao. Would you like to come in for a bit? Xia Yunshu says gratefully. No, not now. Maybe next time. I have some things to do later. Qiao Anshi politely declines with a smile. She then takes out a paper-wrapped package from her bag. This is a mooncake. I made myself. I want you and Pingping to try it. Inside are 3 different flavors of mooncakes and some candies. She secretly prepared them in her space with her mental energy while in the office, waiting to give them to Xia Yunshu after work. Thanks, but the school also gave out mooncakes. Xia Yunshu pushes the package away. But the ones from the school aren't the same as mine. Look, I was so happy to receive your osmanthus cake, so you can't refuse mine. Joan smiled playfully and gently placed the paper package into Xia Yunshu's hand. Xia Yunshu hesitated, then shyly accepted the package. Thank you. The two didn't talk much more and quickly said goodbye. Joan left first. Both of them kept quiet about Qiu Zimin as if nothing had happened. It was just a little delay, and Joan usually rides her bike slowly anyway. When they reached downstairs, a few military wives stopped her to chat for a bit. When she locked her bike and went upstairs, Pei Jiansheng was busy in the kitchen. Sit at the dining table. Dinner is ready, he said when he saw Joan enter. He scooped the dumplings out of the pot and placed them on the table. Then he brought out a plate of stir-fried greens and a cold dish, and finally, he served Joan a bowl of bone broth from the pot. Joan took the bowl, sipped the soup, and then told Pei Jiancheng, "Later, after I finish eating, I'll go find Yuli." "I'll go with you," Pei Jiancheng said, giving Joan a few dumplings from a small bowl. "No need, I can go alone. I don't have any classes this afternoon, so we might stay a bit longer. You can rest at home and go to work later." Joan waved her hand, refusing his company. It wouldn't be convenient if he went with her. Hearing this, Pei Jiancheng didn't insist, knowing that women often like to chat for a long time. After finishing dinner, Pei Jiancheng continued tidying up. Joan slung her bag over her shoulder and went downstairs to ride her bike to Yuli's house. They had made plans early. Yuli was already waiting at home. "Anshi is here. You two chat, I'll go rest in my room," said Yang Hongming when he saw Joan arrive, automatically giving way to the living room and retreating to his room for a nap. Yuli pulled Joan onto the sofa and took out a bag, pouring out a bunch of items. "Here, look. These are the borrowed items. They should be enough for you both." Inside were bottles, boxes, pens, and some tube-shaped paints. These were all makeup products Joan asked Yuli to borrow from the arts troupe. Yuli, being part of the family, was happy to help. Moreover, the leaders had heard about the family members' enthusiasm for rehearsing the program. They had all said they supported the family members' work and encouraged them to ask for help if needed. So, Jo Engsi thought that first she needed to borrow some cosmetics. She was determined to give the military wives a beautiful makeup look tomorrow. She had many cosmetics in her space, but it wasn't easy to openly take them out and use them. She could only borrow some first and then plan accordingly. After all, her makeup skills were decent. At least she could do better than the current popular look with bright red cheeks, thick black eyebrows, and bright red lips. "Okay, I have everything I need," Jo Engsi said as she carefully examined the cosmetics. There was a tube of foundation that looked like paint, squeezed out like toothpaste. In a big box was loose powder, with a large puff on top. At first glance, it looked like children's talcum powder. Then there was a small flat box of red blush and lipstick, a black eyebrow powder, an eyebrow pencil, and 2 other pencils. There was also normal snow cream and a large bottle. It's a bottle, not small boxes. Snow cream in such a big bottle? Jo Engsi was a bit surprised. Sorry, she hadn't bought any since coming here. "Yes, it's sold by weight, and you can get as much as you want," Yuli said with a smile. Jo Engsi wasn't surprised. She guessed they probably used high-end products bought by the professor. Back in the countryside, she could only buy small boxes. The art troupe's supplies were actually quite complete. Jo Engsi sighed softly. Most of the essentials were there. But the tools really tested a makeup artist's skill. However, strong people never complain about their environment. She was determined to make the military wives look beautiful tomorrow, no matter what. Yuli hesitated a bit and said, "Anshi, I won't hide it from you. These are the most common cosmetics in our troupe. There are some good quality products, but they are rare and usually used only for important occasions. So the troupe can only lend you these." After all, it's a military art troupe, so they had some good stuff, but it was in high demand. They didn't even like to use their own, and there wasn't enough to lend out. What they had already lent out was quite good and hard to find outside. Jo Engsi understood perfectly. Just being able to borrow these was already not easy. She smiled and said, "No problem, I understand. These are enough. By the way, when will you start makeup tomorrow?" Yuli asked again. "Right after lunch," Jo Engsi replied as she packed the scattered cosmetics into her bag. Yuli reached out to help her tidy up. "Then I'll come over to help you tomorrow too." Joan was surprised and said, "Your band is also putting on makeup tomorrow? Do you have time to help us?" Yuli was indifferent. "Our band keeps it simple with just light makeup. It's not a big deal if we don't wear any, unless there's a solo performance. We're used to it. It's quick and easy, so it doesn't take long." "That's great. Thank you so much. Otherwise, we might have a lot of people tomorrow," Joan happily said, thinking that having more help would be better. Yuli, who comes from a performing arts troupe, is definitely better than those military wives who don't usually do this. "I'm also a military wife. Part of our family too," Yuli said playfully. Yes, our comrade Yu is very dedicated." Joan grinned and handed her a rainbow soap bubble. Yuli smiled happily, feeling proud. Watching Joan put everything away, Yuli said, "Today at noon, I saw Shan Shan come back too. Let's go find her and Hui Qing to chat. We haven't talked together in a long time. Will they be taking a nap during lunch break?" Joan hesitated a little, as it was lunchtime now. "I saw Shan Shan earlier and told her, come find me at noon, so maybe we can go see them and play for a bit. They probably aren't sleeping." Yuli chuckled at her own cleverness. Smart. "Okay, let's go." Joan checked her watch. It was still early. The two went downstairs, each riding a bicycle toward the Qian family's house. When they arrived, Andy came out to open the door. As soon as they entered the hall, Yuan Huiqing and Qian Shanshan were in the living room. The others were not around, probably all resting. The Qian family's small two-story house is spacious, so chatting in the living room wouldn't disturb much. "You really came." Yuan Huiqing and Qian Shanshan were very happy and quickly came over to invite them to sit down. "Anqi Jie, I haven't seen you in a long time. Your mooncakes are really delicious." Qian Shanshan was very happy to see Joan and sat next to her. Once seated, she mentioned the mooncakes Joan's family gave, which everyone agreed were very tasty. Yuan Huiqing and Yuli also joined in, and the three women chatted about food for a while. Then they talked about Joan teaching the military wives to dance for a performance. Qian Shanshan admired her and said, "Anqi Jie, you're so brave and amazing. I heard about it and it sounds pretty good." Yuli added, "It's so interesting. If I were performing, I'd want to join them and dance too." Yuan Huiqing felt regretful, saying, "I was too busy and didn't have time, plus our home is far away, so I never got to see her." Qian Shanshan, leaning on Xiao Anqi's arm, said, "I also think Sister Anqi's dance will definitely be good." Many people in the group are waiting to see the joke, especially their dance team, who all doubt it. They laugh and say that a group of rough women, whose arms can't even straighten, are trying to dance. What kind of dance can they possibly do? They also say that it won't look like a real dance performance, but more like a comedy show. It made her so angry, she almost rolled up her sleeves to fight with them. She knew they didn't really mean any harm. It was just a joke to laugh at. Qian Shanshan was also unhappy about this. Thinking of it, her face showed her displeasure. Xiao Anqi was very smart, and Qian Shanshan was a simple girl. She couldn't hide her feelings, and Xiao Anqi saw it immediately. She had already expected some doubts from the dance troupe, since they were professionals. But she didn't compare herself to professionals. She just wanted to have fun. Seeing Qian Shanshan looking so upset, Xiao Anqi playfully pinched her little face. "Don't be angry. Tomorrow, we'll blind them with our talent." Yuli, also a member of the dance troupe, quickly understood what was wrong when she saw Qian Shanshan's unhappy face. She knew those people in the troupe were very proud. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I think it's going to be great." Yuli often saw the dance routines, though she hadn't seen all of them. She only saw a few groups of military wives dancing. She felt very happy and energized. Yes, we must let our dance team show them what we've got." Qian Shanshan immediately became proud again. Even though she hadn't seen the military wives dance yet, she was blindly confident in Xiao Anqi. She believed she could easily win over Pei Jianqing's girl. Especially after seeing her drive so smoothly and confidently, she admired her even more. Even though Pei Jianqing was outstanding, her parents once liked him and had hopes for her to have such a great son-in-law. But after testing the waters and realizing Pei Jianqing wasn't interested, they gave up. Luckily, she didn't push it. She knew she couldn't handle such a man, and since she was her little brother's good friend, her brother was even afraid of him. She saw him just like an older brother. If she brought that up, it would be terribly awkward. Pei Jianqing was definitely not awkward. He probably didn't care at all. "Huiqing, are you working tomorrow afternoon?" Yuli asked Yuan Huiqing.
"No, I swapped shifts."
"You all have performances, so I have to go support you," Yuan Huiqing said with a smile. "Right. Tomorrow we also need to check on Shanshan first." Yuli chuckled, playfully nudging Qian Shanshan. "Hey, Shanshan, what's up with the person we're supposed to see tomorrow?" "Don't remind me." Hearing this, Qian Shanshan, who had been smiling just moments before, pouted. Yuan Huiqing also looked upset. What's wrong? Yuli and Xiao Anqi noticed the tense atmosphere and became curious. It's off now. That person isn't suitable for Shanshan, Yuan Huiqing said unhappily. That person went after someone higher up, Qian Shanshan shrugged. Higher up? Yuli and Xiao Anqi were surprised. Was there someone more influential than Qian Shanshan in the military district? They looked at the two women, eager to know more, eyes full of curiosity. Tell us. Tell us. Exactly. Going after someone higher up, Qian Shanshan snorted, not hiding her disdain. She then explained everything to them, with Yuan Huiqing occasionally adding details. It turned out that their team had a leader who recently wanted to introduce Qian Shanshan to someone. The guy was young and talented, only a few years older than Qian Shanshan, recently promoted to deputy battalion commander. He was also quite handsome. The leader praised him highly, saying he was outstanding in every way. Qian Shanshan wasn't very interested at first because she wasn't in a rush. She loved dancing and wanted to dance for a few more years. If she married early and had children, she might have to stop dancing sooner and move behind the scenes. Maybe you could meet him quietly first. If you think he's okay, then arrange a proper meeting. If not, forget it, the leader suggested. He also mentioned that the guy's family was open-minded and that dating without rushing into marriage was fine, even delaying having children if needed. Hearing this, Qian Shanshan was genuinely touched. She thought her family sometimes pressured her about marriage, so she decided to agree to meet him first. What if they really got along? She wasn't opposed to the idea, especially if it turned out to be a good match. Another reason was that no one in the dance team knew her true identity. No one knew she was the daughter of Commander Qian. She had discussed with her family to keep her identity private to avoid unnecessary trouble. Practicing dance is a very hard thing. She joined the dance team because she loved it. Like most girls from her family background, she would choose easier jobs. Most girls in the military district dance team come from slightly lower middle-class families. Many people see this as a stepping stone, hoping to find a good partner to marry. Qian Shanshan is usually very modest, looks gentle and refined, has a friendly personality, and trains hard. Everyone thinks she is an ordinary girl from a middle-class family in Langcheng. So she hopes the other person doesn't know her true identity. If they meet and get along well, that would be great. The team leader quickly arranged for a young man to come and deliver something, and Qian Shanshan quietly took a peek. He really is quite good-looking. No wonder the team leader was confident for her to take a quick look. He's handsome, tall, and looks very capable, truly a fine young man. He also has a confident, youthful spirit. Qian Shanshan definitely wouldn't be fooled by his appearance. He's far from Pei Jiancheng. Her brother and Yang Hongming are also quite good, but she often sees those three around, and others don't seem particularly impressive. Of course, she knows she can't compare with those three. They not only look outstanding but also have strong family backgrounds and personal abilities, giving them a different kind of confidence and uniqueness. But her first impression of this young man is okay. Good looks tend to make people feel favorable. Plus, he spoke to the team leader politely and humbly. How about it? After the young man left, the team leader eagerly asked Qian Shanshan. She was quite confident herself. The conditions were really good. There aren't many young deputy battalion commanders in the military district. And he looks very handsome. She agreed to meet him, but only after the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration. First, she needed to focus on her dance practice, and second, she wanted her sister-in-law and Xiao Anqi to help her observe. She secretly told Yuan Huiqing about this when she got home. They're very close, like sisters. But no one else in the family knows. They keep this secret among the women. There's still some time before the Mid-Autumn Festival, so Qian Shanshan is fully focused on training. Xiao Anqi and Yuli listened eagerly. And then, what happened next? Yuli couldn't wait to ask, knowing that things wouldn't go smoothly for long. Trouble was about to happen. The trouble is something I found out at the hospital, Yuan Huiqing said, taking over the conversation.
Huh?
How does that have anything to do with your hospital? Yuli asked, eyes wide. One day, Yuan Huiqing needed to go to the pharmacy during her shift. While waiting in the pharmacy, she overheard a few women chatting inside. Hey, Li Ling, you really have good luck. Your boyfriend is so handsome. Not only handsome, but he's also the youngest deputy battalion commander in our military district, besides Vice Commander Pei. You're amazing. Li Ling. Vice Commander Liu is so popular now, and he just got engaged to you. Yeah, he's very thoughtful. He often comes by after work to see you. Not really, just sometimes, she said with a smile she couldn't hide. Yuan Huiqing's brow furrowed. Why did she hear so many familiar names? She turned her head to look at the girls. They were chatting in a group, not noticing her. She recognized the girl called Li Ling. She lived in the same area as her family and was the daughter of Deputy Commander Li. But the person they said Li Ling's boyfriend was, besides Jian Qingpei, was the youngest deputy battalion commander with the surname Liu. What's going on? Yuan Huiqing remembered Shanshan telling her that her team leader was going to introduce her to someone, and that person was also the youngest deputy battalion commander, with the surname Liu. Could there be two young deputy battalion commanders with the same surname Liu? That seemed impossible, so Yuan Huiqing dismissed the idea. She frowned, feeling a bad premonition. She stayed calm and didn't go over to ask. But after work that evening, as soon as it was time, she rushed out of the office and deliberately took a detour to the pharmacy. She watched as Li Ling walked out the door, then slowly headed toward the entrance herself. Sure enough, she saw a young, handsome officer waiting at the hospital gate for Li Ling. As soon as Li Ling appeared, he greeted her with a smile. They talked and laughed, then left together affectionately. From his appearance, he seemed to match what Shanshan had described. A surge of anger rose in Yuan Huiqing's heart. What is going on? When she got home, she lingered at the door for a while. She knew Li Ling would definitely arrive home later than her. Although they left earlier, they probably took their time walking back. She rode her bike home very slowly. Soon, she saw Li Ling returning with a sweet smile on her face. She pretended to accidentally run into someone and approached to say, "Hello, Li Ling, you're back. I saw someone pick you up at the hospital entrance. Is that your partner?" Li Ling saw it was Yuan Huiqing and smiled happily. "Huiqing, you just saw me?" "Yes, he's my partner. Your partner looks nice. How did you meet? How long have you been together?" Yuan Huiqing casually asked, trying to gather information. Li Ling smiled. "Not long. We met by chance. He helped me out once."
Oh.
Yuan Huiqing chatted with her for a bit more before returning inside. She immediately called Qian Shanshan, telling her to come home soon because she needed to talk to her. The sooner, the better. When Qian Shanshan heard her sister-in-law's serious tone, she didn't know what happened. Since she had no plans that evening, she quickly tidied up and rushed home. "What's wrong, sister-in-law?" she asked as soon as she saw Yuan Huiqing. "Let's talk after dinner," Yuan Huiqing replied, not in a hurry to explain since she was already home. After dinner, she took Qian Shanshan to her room. The family knew the relationship between the sister-in-law and her and often saw them together, so no one paid much attention when they went back to her room to whisper. As soon as Yuan Huiqing entered Qian Shanshan's room, she recounted everything she saw earlier that day. Qian Shanshan's eyes widened in surprise. Wow. They had only been together for a short time, but whether before or after she told her, it was inappropriate and shouldn't have happened. Back at work, she immediately approached the team leader. "Leader, when did you say the date was?" The leader smiled and said, "It's almost Mid-Autumn Festival now. I'll check and confirm the date." "Does the other person know about this?" Qian Shanshan asked. "Yes, I told him as soon as you agreed to meet," the leader replied with a smile. However, the next day, after arriving at work, the leader started avoiding Qian Shanshan. She couldn't let her escape and pulled her aside. "So what date is it?" The leader was a bit annoyed by Qian Shanshan's impatience, thinking, why is this girl so eager? She hadn't even decided what to say yet. "I didn't find him yesterday, but I'll look again today and tell you if I do," she said evasively. Qian Shanshan looked at her with an unclear expression. Realizing she couldn't dodge any longer, the leader said, "Sorry, Shanshan. Deputy Captain Liu misunderstood me. Maybe I didn't explain well, and he thought you rejected him, so. So, you already have a partner?" Qian Shanshan sneered. It's not what you think, it really is me. The team leader still wanted to explain. Qian Shanshan gave a meaningful look at the team leader and then turned to leave. She could understand that, for a girl from an ordinary family, choosing between her and the daughter of a deputy military commander was obvious. But if you want to climb higher, no one will stop you. You either refuse from the start or find the right opportunity and speak up quickly. Since you haven't met yet, just clarify and cancel. Why keep things hanging in an unclear way? This really is reaching for a higher branch, Jia Anxi and Yuli said in unison. I just wonder how he would feel if he finds out he skipped the real high branch and fell onto a lower one. Yuli sighed. After their sigh, they quickly looked at Qian Shanshan. Are you okay? They asked. Qian Shanshan smiled indifferently. I'm fine, of course I am. We haven't even met yet. I was just feeling like I was played, a bit annoyed inside. Don't worry, he might be even more upset when he finds out the truth, Jia Anxi and Yuli said with a smile. They knew Qian Shanshan was fine. She was so beautiful and had such good conditions, she didn't need to worry. He might be even more upset when he sees Shanshan in person after knowing the truth, Yuan Huiqing sneered. At first, she wanted to join the dance troupe, claiming it wasn't about looks. No one would believe that. Jia Anxi and Yuli couldn't help but glance at Yuan Huiqing. Because Shanshan is pretty, Yuan Huiqing simply said. Yuli's father was just a regimental commander, and their family wasn't in the same small building area. The military district was so big that she wasn't familiar with Li Ling. But she did have some impression. She probably looked ordinary in her memory. Otherwise, why wouldn't her impression be deep? However, Qian Shanshan and Li Ling's families lived so close, both in the same villa community. If they really became friends, they would meet someday. That would be interesting. Wow, I'm really looking forward to that day, Jia Anxi and Yuli said with a mischievous smile. Qian Shanshan and Yuan Huiqing watched these two gossipers silently, and they couldn't help but laugh. Forget about them. We haven't even set a definite meeting time. They probably don't take it seriously at all. Since we haven't met, if they find someone suitable, they'll just go for it, Qian Shanshan said casually. That's probably because they think your family is ordinary and can't cause any trouble, so they don't even show basic respect, Yuli said with a shrug. They weren't that naive, thinking that Deputy Commander Lu was purely acting out of love. Actually, his choice wasn't really right or wrong. He just didn't explain things clearly to Qian Shanshan, which made them a bit annoyed. But they didn't dwell on this topic for long. Soon, they shifted the conversation elsewhere. Huiqing, you won't be working tomorrow afternoon either. Come help Anxi do makeup for the military wives, Yuli asked Yuan Huiqing. Makeup? I don't really know how to do it. I'm worried I won't do it well, Yuan Huiqing said with some worry. It's good to just lend a hand. There are so many people. Anxi can't handle everything alone, Yuli replied. All right, helping out is fine, Yuan Huiqing immediately agreed. Thanks so much, Qiao Anxi said casually. They were both military wives, and having their help would save a lot of trouble. I'll also go help for a while. We can do our makeup a bit later, Qian Shanshan decided to join in. Great. Thank you so much. Qiao Anxi smiled happily. Their strength was growing. Where are you doing the makeup? Yuan Huiqing asked. In a room borrowed from logistics. Just go there tomorrow, they replied. The next day after lunch, Qiao Anxi packed her makeup supplies and headed to the logistics department. The room borrowed from logistics was large, and several military wives were already waiting inside. While waiting, they practiced their moves together. Teacher Qiao, they greeted excitedly when they saw her arrive. You all came early. Let's start then, she said without delay. Qiao Anxi didn't waste time. She immediately began working. She opened her bag and took out all the makeup items.
Who's first? She asked. I'll go. He Chunlon volunteered.
Okay. Qiao Anxi looked at her eyebrows, which were a bit messy, and took out a small razor to tidy them up. He Chunlon looked at the razor in Qiao Anxi's hand, moved her lips as if to speak, but didn't say anything, staying quietly still. Qiao Anxi quickly fixed her messy eyebrows, then applied a layer of foundation on her face as a base. Next, She squeezed a small amount of foundation from the tube onto her hand, blended it lightly, and applied it to Hee Chunlan's face. She tried to make the foundation thin and even. She also did some touch-ups with loose powder. The powder she brought from Yu Li was too white, almost like talcum powder. She took a little of that powder, mixed it with her own, and made a new container. But visually, it didn't look much different. She applied a slightly oily foundation, and the effect was very good. On stage performances with strong lights, a thicker foundation is fine. Too thin doesn't work well. A good base is important, but the key points are eyebrows, blush, and lips. She used black eyebrow powder mixed with different amounts of loose powder to create various shades, using it as eyeshadow to add depth. She also added a little blush to add color, making the overall look more vibrant. Although the overall color was simple, it was still better than using a black eyeliner for big eyes. She carefully did the makeup for Hee Chunlan. A few military wives watching nearby stared with wide eyes, amazed. When she finished applying lipstick, Hee Chunlan's face looked bright and charming. Seeing the others staring at her, Hee Chunlan felt a bit nervous and asked, "What's wrong?" "Hello, Sister Hee, you look so beautiful." The wives kept staring at her without blinking. "Take a look yourself." She handed her a mirror. "Is this really me?" Hee Chunlan looked at herself in the mirror, unable to believe it, trembling with excitement as she held the mirror. Next, she smiled and called the other wives. The others were eager to try, and Hee Chunlan kept looking at herself in the mirror, reluctant to put it down. More and more people came in, and everyone was surprised when they saw Hee Chunlan. No one recognized her at first. They thought she looked very different from the women they knew before, but they couldn't quite say what was different. They just thought she looked especially beautiful. Once they realized it was Hee Chunlan, they all happily gathered around her. Then they watched she do makeup on others, and again, a beautiful face appeared from her hands. Hee Chunlan was still young and had some makeup skills. This time, she was transformed into a middle-aged woman with poor skin and deep wrinkles. But after she finished, the room was buzzing. It was like she had a completely new face, young and pretty. The woman was so excited she didn't know where to put her hands or feet, constantly asking in the mirror, "Is this really me?" "Wow, you look so good." Yuan Huiqing, Qian Shanshan, and Yuli also came over. Seeing the already made-up wives, they were also surprised. The makeup looked so natural and beautiful. "Anshi, your makeup is amazing. It's way better than several others in our group," they said. Qian Shanshan eagerly leaned in and kept watching closely. "Oh my, it's so beautiful. I can't go back to the group without makeup today." "Anshi, you do mine too," she said, eyes shining brightly. "Give me one too." "I won't go back to the group without makeup either," Yuli said excitedly. "Okay, you two go ahead and work. Help the sisters with applying moisturizer and foundation, alright?" Anshi smiled as she worked without stopping. "Watch how I apply the foundation first." Anshi demonstrated once, and the three of them watched carefully. Since they all had makeup experience, they could handle applying foundation and powder well. But the detailed eye makeup was something only Anshi could do. However, their help greatly eased her workload, and the process sped up. "Anshi, you're so creative. The way you put on eyeshadow looks really good," said Qian Shanshan, admiring the various shades of eyeshadow. They couldn't even create this effect with the colors they had. With their help, Anshi finished the makeup for the military wives. They all looked excited and happy, constantly checking themselves in the mirror. Anshi gave a few instructions to Hee Chunlan and then didn't interfere much anymore. She had already taught them everything important. The rest of the small tasks were organized by Hee Chunlan and the others. "Anshi, hurry up and do mine," Qian Shanshan said eagerly, already sitting in front of Anshi. "You're going to perform on stage later. Won't your makeup be uniform? Is it okay if you do your own?" Anshi asked with some concern. "It's fine. We often do our own makeup, each in our own style. Plus, I'm the lead dancer, so my makeup is a bit different." "No problem. Make me look pretty," Shanshan said, happily, lifting her chin. Anshi relaxed and carefully started on her makeup. Yuli giggled nearby. Luckily, our band doesn't need to look the same. I also want to do a beautiful makeup look. Then she turned to Yuan Huiqing and said, Hey, you should do yours too. Yuan Huiqing quickly shook her head. I'm not performing, so why bother? It looks so nice, Yuli said, a little disappointed. Joanxi smiled as she did Qian Shanshan's makeup. Huiqing, you can have your turn. I'll give you a light look, different from what they wear on stage.
It won't be so exaggerated. Really?
Yuan Huiqing couldn't help but feel a little excited. Of course, Joanxi said with a smile. As she finished Qian Shanshan's makeup, Yuli and Yuan Huiqing both excitedly exclaimed, Shanshan, you look so beautiful. Quick, give me the mirror, Qian Shanshan said eagerly. Yuli hurriedly handed her the mirror.
Wow.
I look so good, Qian Shanshan squealed happily. She was naturally pretty, with a good foundation, and after this makeup, she looked stunning. It's my turn now, Yuli said quickly, sitting down. Joanxi also did a beautiful makeup look for her. Afterward, she and Qian Shanshan both grabbed the mirror, looking at themselves. Huiqing, come quickly, Joanxi called Yuan Huiqing. Yuan Huiqing hesitated slightly. Sit down quickly, Joanxi urged, pulling her down. Don't worry, it will look very natural. She gave Yuan Huiqing a very light makeup look. Her eyebrows were lightly shaped, and her blush was faint, making her look healthy and energetic. She applied a thin layer of lipstick, then blotted most of the color with a tissue. It's amazing. You can't really tell she's wearing makeup, but she looks different. Her complexion looks great, Yuli and Qian Shanshan said as they circled around Yuan Huiqing. If they didn't have a performance to prepare for, they also wanted to try such a look. Yuan Huiqing works at the hospital and often has night shifts, so her skin isn't very good and looks a bit dull. Now, with this light makeup, she looks radiant. She looked at herself in the mirror, a little disbelief in her eyes, filled with happiness. Have you two learned how to do this? Joanxi asked with a smile, referring to Yuli and Qian Shanshan, who had been staring intently and eager to learn. We've learned a little, they nodded. Practice more, and you'll get better, Joanxi said as she packed everything away. Anshi, why don't you do your own makeup? Yuli asked. I won't, Joanxi shook her head. She was pregnant and didn't want to put anything on her face. She carefully touched the makeup tools, drinking plenty of space water to protect herself. When washing her hands later, she quietly used a lot of space water to wash them. The military wives, led by He Chunlan, had already gone to the large hall. After tidying up their things, they left the logistics office and headed toward the hall. When Westerners walk outside, they instantly attract many eyes. A group of beautiful Western women walking together makes a very stunning scene. Moreover, Qian Shanshan and Yuli are wearing delicate makeup, and everyone can't help but turn to look at them. These women are used to big crowds and walk confidently among the gazes. Qian Shanshan smiles and says, I think the ladies just now are probably even more stared at when they came out. Of course. Those ladies are all very beautiful. Yuli also laughs. A curious Jiao Anshi asks, aren't you two supposed to go back for the gathering? It's still early, and the gathering is just for makeup. We've finished ours, so there's no rush. We'll stay with you a little longer. Neither of them is in a hurry to leave, and they stay with Yuan Huiqing and Xiao Anshi. On the way to the main hall, many people come and go. Some soldiers are carrying things toward the main hall, and when they see the Western women, they can't help but sneak a few glances. Who are those people? Are they all from the cultural troupe? Someone quietly asks.
Not all of them.
I saw the wife of Deputy Leader Pei. Which one? The second from the left. And who are the others? The first from the left is the wife of Deputy Yang. The third is the wife of Deputy Qian. She's the daughter-in-law of the commander. Is there another one? That one is a star of the cultural troupe. Hey, how do you know so much? Did you forget I helped out in the publicity department for a while? That's where I get the latest news.
I've seen all of them.
Lu Huabin, walking ahead, overheard the word star of the cultural troupe and couldn't help but glance back. He saw Qian Shanshan smiling brightly, with delicate makeup, looking very radiant. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Although he had watched performances by the cultural troupe before, he had always kept his distance. The women on stage wore heavy makeup, and they all looked similar. He often couldn't tell who was who. He remembered his aunt had said she wanted to introduce him to a star of the cultural troupe. Could it be this girl? She was really quite beautiful. He looked at Qian Shanshan with some regret, then turned away, having already made his choice. He was dating Li Ling, and in his haste, he forgot to decline his aunt's arrangement, which made her quite upset. He also felt a little guilty toward the girl. At that time, he didn't think much and just felt that since they hadn't set a definite time to meet, he didn't pay much attention. He was a bit surprised to see how familiar the girl was with Vice Commander Pei's wife and the commander's daughter-in-law, and how close they seemed. He couldn't help but glance over there again. Qian Shanshan was smiling happily, holding Yuan Huiqing's hand, looking sweet and affectionate, like a family. Lu Huabin felt his heart flutter a little, but he quickly suppressed his strange feelings and stopped looking. However, the well-informed guy next to him said, "Look at that pillar, so close to the commander's daughter-in-law. Maybe she's related to the commander? She also has the surname Qian." Lu Huabin's heart skipped a beat, and his steps faltered slightly, but he kept his expression calm. Qian Shanshan, who was joking with Yuan Huiqing, felt a faint gaze watching them from the side. She narrowed her eyes slightly and saw Lu Huabin looking over. She coldly looked away, withdrawing her gaze. A few women nearby also noticed the gaze. Jiao Anxi and Yu Li initially paid no attention, but when they caught the quick flashes of displeasure on Qian Shanshan and Yuan Huiqing's faces, they immediately understood. "Is that person the one?" Yu Li asked Yuan Huiqing. "Yes," Yuan Huiqing nodded slightly. They all glanced at each other, but then ignored it. Outside the grand hall, it was lively, with many children running around in the courtyard. "Let's move aside a bit. Anxi is pregnant, so be careful not to let them bump into her." Yuan Huiqing gently pulled Jiao Anxi to the side. A few people along the roadside slowly moved toward the hall. Excuse me," a child's panicked voice and the sound of a bicycle wheel spinning rapidly came from behind. Jiao Anxi quickly pulled the people next to her to the side. Yuan Huiqing and Yu Li instinctively reacted first, shielding pregnant Jiao Anxi. Yuan Huiqing and Qian Shanshan hurriedly held onto Jiao Anxi. Yu Li, on the outer side, was bumped slightly by the child and bicycle rushing past her. She instinctively grabbed the handlebar of the bicycle, forcing it to stop, and steadied herself. The force of the bike made her wobble. She had a hold on. If she didn't, she might fall onto Jiao Anxi, who was pregnant. The child was frightened, and his friends kept their distance, afraid to come closer. "How do you ride a bike like that?" Yuan Huiqing and Qian Shanshan came over, grabbing the child and scolding him. Jiao Anxi was too worried about Yu Li. She quickly grabbed Yu Li's hand, pulling her away from the bicycle that had just sped past. The force was strong, and she was worried she might hurt her hand. Yu Li is usually quite gentle and fragile. She must have been hurt badly. "How does your hand feel? Does it hurt a lot?" she asked, taking a water bottle from her bag. "It's okay, ouch. It hurts a little." When Yu Li relaxed her grip, she realized her hand really did hurt. Her palm was red, burning, with deep marks from the grip. "Let's rinse it with water. It might feel better." Jiao Anxi didn't think much, and kept pouring water from the bottle onto Yu Li's hand. "Does rinsing help?" Yu Li was confused by Jiao Anxi's actions, but since her hand was dirty, she thought maybe she was just trying to wash her hand. The cool water felt somewhat soothing as it rinsed her hand. Wow, rinsing really helps. Yu Li noticed that the pain, which had been unbearable just now, was gradually easing. Jiao Anxi kept pouring water, knowing that water alone wouldn't heal the injury immediately, so she tried to pour as much as she could. "Are you thirsty?
Do you want a sip?"
"I've almost finished pouring," Jiao Anxi asked, trying to coax her into drinking some water to help her feel better. "I'm not thirsty." Yu Li shook her head. "Even if you're not thirsty, just take a sip to calm your nerves." Jiao Anxi offered the water bottle to Yu Li's mouth. "I'm not scared. Are you? Did I scare you?" Yu Li looked at Jiao Anxi with concern. "No, You have to drink, Xiao Anqi insisted, holding the bottle steady at Yuli's lips. They were used to teasing each other, so seeing her insist, Yuli smiled and took a sip of water. After scolding the child and turning back, Yuan Huiqing and Qian Shanshan hurried over to check Yuli's hand. How's your hand? Are you okay? Yuli moved her hand. Oh, it's much better now. It doesn't hurt as much as before, she said. Qian Shanshan suddenly frowned. Sister Yuli, you have a performance later. Your hand is injured. Will you still be able to play the violin?
Yuli froze in surprise.
She was worried earlier and hadn't thought much about it. She moved her hand. It didn't hurt as badly, but it seemed that the force had injured her hand, and she couldn't use it properly. Oh no, she looked very upset because she knew her wrist was injured, and she probably couldn't play the violin now. Forget it. I'll just get a warning this time, she said through clenched teeth. She didn't regret stepping in to help. If she had really hit Xiao Anqi, her pregnant body would have felt worse, and she would feel more guilty. This last-minute situation means the performance can't be completed. The worst that could happen is a warning or a salary deduction. No one is more important. Can't someone else fill in? Yuan Huiqing asked with concern. The orchestra has few violin players to begin with. One colleague took leave a few days ago due to family issues and isn't participating in this performance. Now I am the only violinist in the band. Yuli also looked worried. If it were other instruments, it might be easier since more people know how to play them. But Western instruments are rare in the group, and only a few of us play them. Especially violins. There are even fewer players. Do you really need someone from your group? Is there no one else who can fill in? Xiao Anqi asked Yuli. Others? Who else can? Yuli frowned and suddenly looked at Xiao Anqi in disbelief.
Could it be you?
Yes, I know a little. I learned secretly from a teacher when I was in school. Xiao Anqi replied with her usual excuse. She knew Yuli hurt her hand because of her, and if possible, she wanted to step in for her. Really? Yuli's eyes lit up. I'll ask the leaders. Qian Shanshan and Yuan Huiqing also looked happy. They didn't doubt Xiao Anqi's ability. She was always someone who kept her skills hidden. In these turbulent times, many teachers secretly hide their talents. They hurried to the backstage of the auditorium. It was crowded with performers waiting for their turn. Qian Shanshan and Yuli each went to their own teams. Xiao Anqi and Yuan Huiqing found the performance group of the military wives. They were surrounded by many people, mainly because their makeup was so beautiful, very different from the big red cheeks and thick eyebrows nearby. Anqi, your makeup looks so good. If I had known, I would have asked you to help with mine, Kindergarten Principal Zhang said sharply when she saw Xiao Anqi. She was there with a group of children getting their makeup done, most of which was already finished. Xiao Anqi smiled and approached. The children are so adorable. The big red makeup on their faces was a bit exaggerated, but they really looked cute. Their small faces, all looking almost the same, made her want to laugh. Yes, they're very cute. Principal Zhang looked at the blushing children and felt happy too. Just as Xiao Anqi was about to say something, Yuli hurried over to find her. Anqi, come with me. She spoke while pulling her toward the place where their band was gathering. The band leader was already waiting there, looking serious. Inside, he was feeling very anxious. Who would have thought there could be such an unexpected problem just before the performance? He had already scolded Yuli several times. The hands of a violinist are very important. How could she be so careless? Finding someone to replace her was not easy. The person who would step in was the wife of Pei Jianqing, so he was willing to let her try first. Otherwise, anyone could come and replace her, but no one dared to take her place. Right now, they couldn't worry about that. The main thing was to ensure the performance was successful. Yuli had already brought her small violin and the sheet music for the performance. Xiao Anqi quickly looked over a few pages of the sheet music. Luckily, it was a familiar piece. She picked up her violin with her left hand, gently placed it on her shoulder, and adjusted her posture. Then she took the bow in her right hand and started to play. The melody was beautiful and smooth. Yuli couldn't hide her smile. The tense expression on the band leader's face gradually relaxed once the music started, and he became more and more excited. When the piece finished, there was a burst of enthusiastic applause. Several members of the band gathered around her. "Great, it's you," the band leader said excitedly. Looking at the time, he said, "Get familiar with the sheet music first and practice quickly. There's less than an hour left." The others in the band also understood what had happened and knew it was an emergency. They came over and said to Xiao Anqi, "Get familiar with the sheet music. We'll work with you later." "Okay. Thank you." Xiao Anqi nodded with a smile. "You're amazing, Anqi. Now I probably won't get in trouble." Yuli happily organized the sheet music for her. "Anqi, you practice first. I'll go find you a new uniform," she said, then quickly ran off. Xiao Anqi focused on the sheet music and started practicing. At least she wanted to go through the entire piece once. Meanwhile, Qian Shanshan hurried back to the dance team. "Shanshan, why are you so late? Hurry up and do your makeup." Someone saw her and called out. "I've finished my makeup," Qian Shanshan said with a smile as she went to find her costume. The person looked up and only saw her running away. "Shanshan is here?" The team leader heard her voice and came over. All the dancers had arrived, and their makeup was almost done. No one saw Qian Shanshan arrive. She was the lead dancer, and everyone hoped nothing unexpected would happen again. Although there were substitute dancers, no one wanted any accidents just before going on stage. She went to find her clothes. The team leader heard this and quickly headed in that direction. Qian Shanshan also came out holding her performance costume, ready to change. "Shanshan?" Several people exclaimed, surprised to see she was already made up. "When did you do your makeup? It looks so pretty." Everyone couldn't help but gather around. Qian Shanshan's makeup was very different from her usual look. "Haha, do you like it? Did you see the makeup of those military wives? It's also very beautiful," she said proudly. Military wives? They hadn't noticed at first. After arriving, they went straight to this side to do their makeup and practice, paying no attention to the outside. "Did you do their makeup?" Someone asked curiously. "I'm not that good." The wife of deputy group leader Pei did it. "Mine is also hers," Qian Shanshan said confidently. "Really? She's so talented, and your makeup looks amazing." The girls in the dance team loved to look good, and all gathered around Qian Shanshan, feeling envious. The makeup artist from the troupe was nearby, doing makeup for the performers. Hearing the noise, she couldn't help but come over. She praised Qian Shanshan's makeup for a long time and carefully studied her face. When the team leader called her over, she finally left, pulling Qian Shanshan aside and saying, "Shanshan, don't rush to remove your makeup later. Let me see it again." When she went back to redo her makeup, she couldn't help but think about Qian Shanshan's makeup and secretly tried to imitate it. After changing out of her clothes, Qian Shanshan ran into team leader Lu. Lu looked at her delicately made-up face, dressed in her performance costume, looking dazzlingly beautiful. She momentarily blinked in surprise. Seeing her, Qian Shanshan politely greeted her. Then she went to organize her other performance costumes. Their show included more than one act. There were several performances starting with an opening dance, then every few acts it was their different dances, ending with the final one. Team leader Lu looked at the elegant and beautiful Qian Shanshan and sighed softly. She had only recently transferred to this cultural troupe. She really liked this girl. She was pretty, had a good personality, was talented, and worked hard. Her family was from Langcheng, and her background seemed decent. So she wanted to introduce her to her talented nephew. She thought this girl was quite good in every way, and initially her nephew was very interested. But then, he quickly started dating someone else. The young person is too carefree and not careful enough in handling matters, which caused her a big embarrassment. However, the other side has very good qualities. For the sake of her nephew's future, the whole family supports her. Even she was tempted, so she had to apologize to Qian Shanshan here and promise to introduce her to someone better later. She knows that most young girls in the dance team want to find a young, promising officer. She plans to find her a suitable, well-qualified person as a way to make up for her. But someone as outstanding as her nephew is really hard to find. Qian Shanshan doesn't realize how many thoughts leader Lu has. She would laugh if she knew. After tidying up her clothes, she hurriedly runs to the band area. The performance is about to start, and she needs to check on Yu Li and Xiao Anqi. Older sister Yu Li's sister-in-law, how are things? When she arrives, she sees Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing standing nearby, watching the band practice. Very good. Anqi is amazing, playing better than me, Yu Li says with admiration. Xiao Anqi has already changed into her military uniform and is sitting with everyone in the band, practicing together. Before long, she completely keeps up with everyone's rhythm. Anqi can do everything well, Qian Shanshan says proudly. But her attention shifts quickly. Anqi looks really good in her uniform. This is the first time she sees Xiao Anqi in her military uniform. Yes, she looks great. Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing nod in agreement. Yu Li smiles and says, our leader has already been asking me if he can persuade Anqi to transfer to our band. He's even planning to ask the team leader to apply for her. Qian Shanshan is so happy she almost jumps. Really? It would be great if Anqi joins the cultural troupe. The three of us could be together. Yu Li is also very excited. Yes, I want her to come too. Yuan Huiqing pours a little cold water on them. Anqi might not want to come. She likes her 2 holidays, and your cultural troupe is quite busy too. Oh, right. Yu Li and Qian Shanshan suddenly look disappointed. Soon, the official start of the gathering arrives. As the announcer's sweet voice rings out, the stage curtain slowly opens. Yang Hongming habitually looks toward the band on the side of the stage. The band is in a less noticeable corner, not affecting the other performances on stage. Their main role in this show is to provide music. Yang Hongming quickly finds his familiar spot, but doesn't see anyone he recognizes. He widened his eyes, staring at the person on stage playing the violin, and was stunned for a long time. He nervously reached out to rub his eyes, trying to clear his vision, but it was still the same. Were his eyes blurry? Why did the person on stage not look like his wife? Why did she look so much like Pei Jianqing's wife? He couldn't help but ask the person next to him, look over at the band. Do you see your sister-in-law? A few soldiers nearby quickly looked toward the band and carefully examined for a while. Report to Deputy Commander Yang. We don't see sister-in-law.
Yang Hongming felt really upset.
Yes, his eyes weren't blurry. But what about his wife? Can anyone tell him where his wife is? He looked at Pei Jianqing sitting in the front rows and couldn't help but walk over. Switch seats. He patted the soldier next to Pei Jianqing and pointed to the back.
Yes.
The soldier immediately stood up and moved to Yang Hongming's previous spot.
What?
Still need to sit with me? Pei Jianqing opened his half-closed eyes. His mind wasn't on the stage, but thinking about work. Jianqing, look over at the band, Yang whispered.
Why?
Pei Jianqing lazily looked toward the band. Suddenly, he sat upright. The person playing the violin was actually his wife. His wife was so beautiful, and her playing was so graceful. Her focused expression was truly charming. His wife was even wearing a military uniform. She looked so good in it. Pei Jianqing was mesmerized watching his wife on stage.
Hey.
Yang Hongming pushed him gently, noticing Pei Jianqing staring at the stage for a long time without reacting. Pei Jianqing remained still, eyes fixed on his wife, looking more and more handsome. Seek, Yang Hongming sighed silently, speak less. Can anyone tell him what's going on? Where is his wife? Wow. After the whole performance, Pei Jianqing didn't watch a single act, but kept looking at his wife the entire time. But today's performance by the military wives was a huge success. Just judging by the audience's reactions, it was clear. The military wives, with beautiful makeup and matching costumes, sang and danced on stage. They trained a lot and often practiced in front of crowds. So they were used to the public eye and didn't get nervous on stage. They all smiled happily, moving naturally and easily. The song is easy to sing along with, has a lively rhythm and simple, joyful dance moves. Everyone watching below is very engaged, feeling excited and happy. The audience is clapping and keeping rhythm. The performers from the cultural troupe look like the moon in the sky, distant and unreachable. On stage, The military wives are the wives of officers, very down-to-earth and close to everyone. Seeing their wives perform, the officers are so excited their faces turn red. They never thought their wives could perform on stage or shine so brightly. The soldiers are also excited because these are their own sisters. Everyone thinks their dancing is just as good as the troop girls. They don't focus on techniques. They just enjoy the lively, happy atmosphere. They all clap hard until their hands turn red. The auditorium is filled with loud applause. Good, good, very good. The spirit of the military wives is so positive and optimistic, says the senior leaders in the front, nodding and clapping, praising the performance. This performance is great. We should have more of these in the future, so families can join in too. After the show, the military wives backstage are so excited they almost cry. We did it, they say happily. They hear the thunderous applause and know their performance was a success. Wife, you danced so well. Someone nearby comes over to praise and congratulate them. Even the dance team girls come to sincerely compliment the wives. Thinking back, just a few days ago, they had teased the wives for dancing poorly. Now, their faces feel a little hot and shy. Everyone watched. Although the wives didn't have many skills and their moves were simple, they danced very earnestly. It truly brought joy, positivity, and health to everyone. They didn't expect the stage effect to be so good, just their performance received such warm applause. The wives created a lively atmosphere. Also, the makeup on the wives' faces made everyone envious. They heard it was all thanks to Vice Group Leader Pei's daughter-in-law. The dance team members eagerly want to see this legendary person again. Most of them haven't met Xiao Anqi in person. They've heard many stories, but since they train in the troupe every day, they rarely go out. Today, the wives' performance and makeup have raised Xiao Anqi's reputation among these girls. They are eager to meet her in person. Everyone's eyes start looking around. Who could it be? Everyone looked around, but no one saw her. Why isn't she backstage? Shouldn't she be waiting there? Look over at the band. Qian Shanshan kindly reminded everyone, feeling happy inside and smiling brightly. Just a few days ago, they had been teased and mocked by others. The band? Everyone moved a little closer, looking toward the band area with suspicion. Why isn't Sister Yu Li playing the violin today? They were surprised to see that the violinist had changed. Is this our new violinist in the group? She looks so beautiful. That's Vice Captain Pei's wife, Qian Shanshan said with a smile. Really? Everyone was stunned. She can play the violin too? And she can do everything, Qian Shanshan said proudly. Oh my goodness. The girls in the dance team looked excited. They thought Vice Captain Pei's wife was even more impressive than rumors said. Everyone watched Jinshi Qiao, who was focused on playing her instrument, and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Gather, gather. It's almost your turn to perform. The captain hurried over, clapping his hands to call the dance team members. Everyone quickly stopped talking and lined up. Those entering from the opposite side, go quickly. As soon as the captain finished speaking, half of the team hurried through the back passage and ran to the other side. LV Huabin watched the performance on stage. He immediately recognized the lead dancer as Qian Shanshan from the art troupe. She stood out among the crowd. At least, he couldn't tell the difference from the other girls beside her, who all looked alike. This girl looked quite different. Maybe because he had just seen her outside, leaving a strong impression, he thought. He remembered his aunt introducing her, and looking at her stunning face, he felt a slight sense of regret. But he was a person with clear goals and knew what choice was best. If a better opportunity was in front of him, he would definitely seize it. However, now he felt a faint unease, unlike his usual calm. He stared at Qian Shanshan dancing gracefully on stage, feeling a bit distracted. After the performance ended, he couldn't help but find LV team leader and share his worries.
Just a same surname.
I checked her information. She comes from an ordinary family in Langcheng. She's close to Yuli from the band, and Yuli's partner is good friends with Vice Captain Pei, so they know each other well. LV team leader smiled and dismissed his nephew's doubts. Qian Shanshan's background is something I specifically looked into. If she really is a relative of Commander Qian's family, she would have already reminded him of how important it is to pay attention. No matter what, she wouldn't dare let Lu Huabin quietly cause such a mess. Also, after this incident, she would have already gone to apologize. She wouldn't be as calm as she is now. All right, then, Lu Huabin's heart finally eased. Since things turned out like this, we do owe the girl an apology. If you have a good candidate, a suitable officer to help keep an eye on her, that would be good, Lu Lingdue reminded Lu Huabin again. Okay, Lu Huabin agreed. Did Li Ling come to watch the performance today? Lu Lingdue looked at Lu Huabin, who was alone. Yes, she came with her colleagues. I need to be at our camp. I'll go find her now, Lu Huabin said, and hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Qiao Anxi finished her performance and carried her violin backstage. Yu Li, who had been waiting there, happily rushed over. Anxi, you did a great job. We completed our task successfully. Is your hand still hurting? Qiao Anxi was more concerned about Yu Li's hand. It's much better. It should be fine after a few days of rest. Now that the gathering is over, there are no upcoming performances, so I can rest for a few days, Yu Li said, reaching out to take the violin case. I have some medicinal wine. I'll bring it to you when I go home later, Qiao Anxi offered, avoiding Yu Li's hand but still holding the case for her. Just give it to me. I'll return it later. Someone will collect it. No need for me to hold it, Yu Li smiled. Come, let me hold it for you. Yuan Huiqing stepped in and took the case. Comrade Qiao, consider joining our cultural troupe. I already asked the director, and she praised your performance very highly, the band leader happily approached. Thank you, but I haven't decided yet. I'm doing well at school. Qiao Anxi didn't expect the band leader to suggest she join the troupe. But she didn't want to go. It didn't fit her plans. She preferred staying at school. Our troupe is great. Your skills are excellent. With a special recruitment, you could join directly, the band leader said, surprised that Qiao Anxi refused. Many people would do anything to get into the troupe, and she was offered a direct spot without exams. Yet, she still didn't want to. But this is Pei Jianqing's wife. The band leader didn't dare push too hard. Instead, he kept persuading her, explaining the benefits of joining the troupe. Qiao Anxi politely declined, mentioning she was pregnant and didn't want to trouble herself. The band leader was surprised to learn she was pregnant, so it's understandable that she doesn't want any changes now. Being pregnant does affect their performances and rehearsals a little. The band leader felt sad but decided not to mention it for now. Still, she didn't want to give up and planned to talk with the team leader to see if there was another solution. Shall we go? Yu Li and Yuan Huiqing, who had just put away their violins, came back. Although Yu Li felt a bit disappointed, they all understood that Qiao Anxi really wouldn't come. I need to change my clothes first, Qiao Anxi said, still wearing the borrowed military uniform, which she needed to return to the art troupe. Wife, why didn't you go on stage today? Did something happen? Yang Hongming asked anxiously, rushing over with his hurried figure, followed by Pei Jianqing, who was walking calmly. Hongming, I hurt my hand before the performance and couldn't play the piano. Luckily, Anxi stepped in for me, Yu Li said happily when she saw Yang Hongming. Hurt? Is it serious? Yang Hongming asked nervously, grabbing Yu Li's hand to check. Pei Jianqing also approached Qiao Anxi, still in her military uniform. He looked at her with intense eyes. You look good in your uniform. Qiao Anxi smiled brightly at him. Yuan Huiqing felt frustrated. She wondered why she seemed so unnecessary standing to the side. These two couples seemed a bit oblivious to her presence. Her sister-in-law was also changing clothes but took a long time. And her brother, Qian Weigua, wasn't always glued to Pei Jianqing and Yang Hongming. Why did he suddenly slack off at a critical moment? Where did he go? She felt awkward standing alone. Sister-in-law, Yuan Huiqing heard a beautiful voice and saw Qian Shanshan come over after changing her clothes. Big brother Pei and big brother Yang are here. Why didn't I see my brother? Qian Shanshan asked excitedly, bouncing over. Seeing Qian Shanshan arrive, Qiao Anxi quickly said, I need to change my clothes first, and hurried inside. Yang Hongming still cared and asked Yuli how she hurt her hand. They all chattered about what had happened. Pei Jiancheng and Yang Hongming, upon hearing, broke out in cold sweat. Thank you all, Pei Jiancheng sincerely thanked them. When Xiao Anxi finished changing, Pei Jiancheng stayed close to her, not leaving her side. They all headed outside, ready to go home. Tonight was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and everyone would have a family reunion dinner. Yuli, you and your friends should come to my house first. I'll get you some medicinal wine. You should apply it tonight. It's very effective. Joan was still worried about this matter, and Yuli and the others would definitely go to her parents' house for dinner. It wasn't convenient for her to take the medicinal wine to her. Okay. Yuli and her husband readily agreed, and they went to Joan's house first. On the way home, Joan secretly transferred the medicinal wine into an empty bottle and added a little space water. When they arrived home, she entered her room, fumbled around for a while, then came out. Let me wipe you first, Joan offered to clean Yuli. Let me do it. Yang Hongming quickly stepped forward, eager to help his wife. Women shouldn't interfere too much. Joan giggled to stop him, then took the opportunity to help Yuli wash her hands with water from the space. She pressed her hand into a basin and soaked it for a while. Wash it thoroughly. It works better when you wipe it, Joan said calmly. Yuli chuckled, and Joan simply followed her instructions. But soaking in the cool water was quite comfortable. After applying the medicinal wine, the couple said goodbye and left quickly. They had to rush to Yuli's parents' place. Joan watched happily as Yang Hongming and his wife went downstairs. She turned back, reaching out to close the door, but another hand moved faster and shut it first. Before she could react, she fell into a warm, solid embrace. Pei Jiancheng held her tightly. She smiled softly, wrapping her arms around Pei Jiancheng and burying her face in his chest. What's wrong? She started to speak, but was swept away by a sudden storm of wind and rain. Pei Jiancheng pressed her against the door and leaned in to kiss her. His kiss was gentle, long, yet passionate and intense. Joan's mind went blank, lost in this dizzying storm. After a moment, she panted and collapsed into Pei Jiancheng's arms. He also panted heavily, holding her tightly. He had been holding back all along, and hearing her almost get hit made his heart skip a beat. Seeing his wife unsteady in his arms, he picked her up and carried her to a bench, setting her down carefully. He checked her thoroughly to make sure she was okay before stopping. Did you hit anything? Do you feel uncomfortable now? He asked again, still worried. Joan realized he had been worried about this all along. Snuggling into his embrace, she said, No, they surrounded me completely. I didn't get hit at all, but Yuli hurt her hand. We should thank them properly, Pei Jiancheng said, holding her and gently stroking her hair. Yes, we should, Joan nodded. Darling, you look so charming playing the violin in your military uniform, Pei Jiancheng whispered softly into her ear. Hee, Xiao Anxi replied with a gentle smile. They cuddled on the bench for a while, feeling cozy. Rest here, I'll go cook, Pei Jiancheng said reluctantly, standing up. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's cook together. Xiao Anxi also stood up happily. The fridge was filled with pre-washed and chopped vegetables prepared by Tian Xiufeng, making things easier for both of them. They worked in the kitchen for a while, and finally, dinner was ready. Outside the window, it was already dark. Later, let's go to the balcony to drink tea and enjoy the moon, Xiao Anxi said excitedly. Okay, but first, let's eat, Pei Jiancheng smiled as he served her some soup. After dinner, it was completely dark outside. When they opened the window and balcony door, they could hear the lively noise downstairs. Many people had gone downstairs to chat and admire the moon, and children were happily running around. Tonight, the neighborhood was more lively than usual, not only because it was mid-autumn, but also because the celebration's warm atmosphere was still lingering, and everyone was talking excitedly. Some had performed on stage, others hadn't, but everyone was quite excited. Pei Jiancheng was cleaning up the leftovers from dinner, while Xiao Anxi was busy cutting fruit and mooncakes. Once everything was tidied up, Pei Jiancheng followed Xiao Anxi's instructions and moved 2 chairs to the balcony. Xiao Anxi carried fruit and mooncakes outside and placed them on the railing of the balcony. Teacher Xiao, someone downstairs noticed them stepping outside and happily waved to greet them. Xiao Anxi also happily waved back. Pei Jiancheng brought out the brewed fruit tea, poured a cup for both of them, and they sat together, sipping tea, eating mooncakes, and admiring the moon. Tonight's weather was clear, and the bright, round moon hung in the sky, casting a gentle glow. The moonlight and the lights from the neighborhood reflected each other, making everything look bright and lively. Everyone was chatting and laughing happily, filled with a warm, lively atmosphere. In this somewhat chaotic world today, the army still provided a sense of stability. Xiao Anxi looked at the full moon and felt a bit nostalgic for her parents in Beijing, wondering if they were also enjoying tea and admiring the moon at this moment. Old Xiao, stop messing with those 2 old door panels and come drink tea, Lian Jingying said, sitting in the yard with a teacup, leisurely drinking her tea. Xiao Yinghuai was busy working in the yard, studying an old, broken door panel. Next to him on the wall was another old, broken door panel as well. I need to tidy them up. My daughter will be happy when she sees them. Xiao Yinghuai didn't lift his head. It's still early for your daughter to come. Why are you in such a hurry? Lian Jingying was speechless. Even if her daughter could come, it would still be more than a year away. Today was just a coincidence. When I saw it, I had to take it quickly. They passed by a school dormitory area today. Just then, a family was renovating their house. They didn't want the old wooden door panels anymore, so they left them aside. Xiao Yinghuai saw them by chance. Aren't these the old wooden door panels his daughter had been longing for? Do you still want these door panels? Xiao Yinghuai asked the homeowner. No, we don't want them, replied a middle-aged woman.
A vice-principal Qiao?
A middle-aged man came out from inside and recognized Xiao Yinghuai. Since they were all teachers from the school, it was easier to talk. When Xiao Yinghuai said he wanted the old door panels, they immediately agreed. Xiao Yinghuai wanted to pay some money. The teacher waved his hand. These are about to be thrown away at the recycling station. If you take them, it saves us the trouble. Still, Xiao Yinghuai gave the other 2 mooncakes and tied the 2 wooden panels onto his car roof, then drove home. After dinner, he started working on them. I'll cut one of the more damaged panels to make small items for my daughter, and I keep the less damaged one to make a tea table for her, Xiao Yinghuai said while wiping the door panels and making arrangements. Lian Jingying was drinking tea, smiling as he talked, looking at the moon in the sky, also thinking about his distant daughter. That child, her belly is starting to show a little, isn't it? He couldn't help but feel worried. The winter vacation would come soon. The moonlight was just right. After dinner, Li Ling naturally didn't want to stay at home. She had made plans with Lu Huabin to go for a walk. The residential area of single-family homes was quieter than usual, with hardly anyone on the road. A few people passed by sporadically. Lu Huabin arrived at the agreed place to wait for Li Ling. When she came out, they chatted and walked together. Passing by the Qian family, they saw Qian Shanshan, who had eaten a bit too much, strolling in the yard outside her door. She was worried about gaining weight, so she didn't dare sit at home after eating too much. She ran outside to walk and digest. Under the night sky, it was hard to see clearly. Lu Huabin had good eyesight. He thought the person looked a bit like Qian Shanshan, which made his heart skip a beat. Everyone living here was a high-ranking official from the military district. Qian Shanshan didn't face outward much. Lu Huabin wanted to confirm and couldn't help but look a few more times. Li Ling also noticed Lu Huabin's unusual behavior, seeing him often look toward the courtyard. She knew that the person there was Qian Shanshan, a famous beauty. She pursed her lips, quickened her pace, and headed outside. Lu Huabin didn't dare ask Li Ling who that was, so he hurried to catch up with her. Both of them left the neighborhood with their own thoughts. The day after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Xiao Anxi had no classes in the morning. She didn't rush to get up early. The sunlight poured into the room through the window. She lazily stayed in bed with her eyes closed. Pei Jiancheng also didn't wake her up early, He finished his morning exercises and had breakfast by himself. When he entered the room, he saw Xiao Anxi still lying in bed with a towel blanket, her long, slightly curly hair spread out. He sat down and couldn't help but lean down to kiss her beautiful lips. Half asleep and half awake, Xiao Anxi was suddenly awakened by the fuss. She looked confused and annoyed, kicking out her leg to push Pei Jianqing away. He was startled and quickly grabbed her foot, saying, "Don't move wildly." "You woke me up," she muttered with her eyes half open. "It's about time to get up. Not too late. You need to eat first, then go back to sleep." Pei Jianqing gently brushed her hair away from her face.
"Just a little more nap," she replied.
Although her reaction wasn't very strong, she was indeed more sleepy than before, often feeling drowsy and a bit lazy. "Okay, remember to get up and eat. I've prepared milk powder in the water bottle for you. Drink it later. It's at the right temperature," he said softly, touching her face and soothing her. He adjusted her position comfortably, covered her with a towel blanket, and finally kissed the corner of her mouth before leaving the room to go to work. As he opened the door and stepped out, he saw Tian Xiufeng coming up the stairs, looking exhausted, carrying a large basket on her back and holding a smaller basket in her hand. "Aunt Tian, why are you carrying so many things?" Pei Jianqing opened the door fully and walked over to take the baskets from her hands. He also helped her take down the large basket on her back. "Officer Pei, I can carry it myself." Tian Xiufeng happily greeted him and pulled the large basket on her back. "It's too heavy." Pei Jianqing insisted on taking the basket and carried it into the kitchen. He placed the basket on the ground, washed his hands, and then explained, "I'm going to work now. Anxi hasn't gotten up yet." After finishing, he left quietly and gently closed the door. Inside, Tian Xiufeng also moved carefully, making sure not to make any noise. However, Zhou Anxi had already heard the noise outside, and now her nose was a bit sensitive, so she quickly detected a strong fishy smell. She decided not to sleep anymore, sat up holding a towel blanket, and after her mind cleared, she got out of bed. "Miss Tian, it's so early. Anxi, why not sleep a little longer? Did I wake you up?" Tian Xiufeng looked at Zhou Anxi getting up and felt a bit guilty. "No, I need to get up. I'm hungry." Zhou Anxi smiled and went to the bathroom to wash up. After she finished, Tian Xiufeng had already heated up breakfast for her. "Miss Tian, it's so early, you probably haven't eaten yet. Hurry and have some." While eating, Zhou Anxi chatted with Tian Xiufeng. She must have left for the military area before dawn. "Yes, I ate," Tian Xiufeng replied while busy with her chores and eating a little herself. She tidied up the dishes and was about to take something out of the big basket when she suddenly hesitated because of the strong fishy smell. She was worried it might smell on the food Zhou Anxi was eating. So she stopped, went out of the kitchen to prepare milk for Zhou Anxi. "Miss Tian, there's no need. The water in the kettle has already been prepared." Zhou Anxi quickly stopped her. Just now, Pei Jianqing had said the milk powder was ready. Tian Xiufeng hurriedly poured the warm milk from the kettle into a cup, just right. After Zhou Anxi finished her breakfast, Tian Xiufeng asked, "Anxi, can I take the stuff out of the basket? It smells a bit fishy. Will it bother you?" "It's okay," Zhou Anxi replied while drinking her milk and shook her head. She also noticed the strong fishy smell. But now she was more stable, so the smell wouldn't bother her too much. After finishing her milk, she went into the kitchen. "Miss Tian, what are you taking so much for?" Dahai and his father and grandfather went out to see the night before last and brought back a net. Tian Xiufeng looked at Zhou Anxi, who said she was fine, and then lifted the cover of the large basket to reveal the lotus leaves inside. That day, when she returned home with so many mooncakes, her family was very surprised. Then her husband and grandfather went out to sea that very night. But this time, the trip was shorter, so they couldn't go too far. They planned to go a bit farther in a few days, and then they probably wouldn't be able to come back the same day. They would stay on the boat for several days. This trip was a little farther than usual, so the harvest was quite good. "Anxi, look, this time we were lucky. The place we went was a bit farther and we caught hairtail fish and even octopus." Tian Xiufeng happily took out the catch. There were many long hairtail fish, looking very fresh. Hairtail fish can't survive once they leave the sea surface, but they are still very fresh now. Tian Xiufeng explained to Qiao Anqi. Qiao Anqi looked at the fresh ribbon fish and nodded repeatedly. They look good. We just need to cut them into pieces and freeze them. There were also a few large cuttlefish. Compared to the fish they caught with nets before, these were much bigger, and some were still flapping. There were also some small miscellaneous fish, and plenty of shrimp. They filled 2 big baskets completely, and Xiao Anqi felt they might have caught more than one net. "Thank you, Aunt Tian," she said, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the amount. Tian Xiufeng smiled.
It's okay.
If the fridge can't hold everything, we can dry some of the fish. If she weren't so tired, she would have carried even more. They chose the best and biggest fish, all packed inside the baskets. "Thanks, Aunt Tian." Xiao Anqi hugged Tian Xiufeng's arm. She wasn't polite and had no reason to be, since Tian Xiufeng had worked hard to bring everything over. She also didn't want to argue about buying or paying, as Tian Xiufeng would be unhappy. She decided to happily accept and make up for it elsewhere. Seeing Xiao Anqi happily accept the gifts, Tian Xiufeng didn't say anything else. Her eyes squinted happily from her smile. She asked, "Which one do you want to eat later? We can cook it." Xiao Anqi looked at the beautiful large cuttlefish and remembered a pork rib and peanut cuttlefish soup she saw while learning to make soup. "Let's make a soup with the cuttlefish," she suggested. "Peanut and cuttlefish soup? I can make that," Tian Xiufeng replied immediately. She knew how to cook it because her mother had taught her. She quickly got up, took some peanuts to soak, and then opened the fridge to get a large pork bone to thaw. Then she returned to continue packing the baskets. There was really too much stuff. The small fridge didn't seem to hold much. "Should we give some to Comrade Yu and Comrade Yuan?" Tian Xiufeng asked. She had a good impression of those 2 women. "Good idea," Qiao Anqi agreed, already thinking about it. There was just too much, mainly because their own fridge was also quite full. It couldn't hold everything at once. Tian Xiufeng first tidied up the ribbon fish, cutting it into sections and temporarily freezing part of it. She then checked the large pork bone soaking in water, which had almost thawed completely. This large pork bone was taken from the space by Qiao Anqi. It wasn't just a bare bone. There was quite a bit of meat on it. Tian Xiufeng then began preparing a large cuttlefish for making soup. Xiao Anqi stroked her chin, looking at the 2 baskets of seafood. "Removing the and shrimps, this fish really is quite abundant. Are you drying the fish?" "I've already dried quite a bit of fish. Maybe we should process it?" "Process it? We could make fish." Joanxi suddenly had a bright idea. "Yes, eating fish every day can get boring. Making fish sounds great. Auntie Tian, I want to go back to my room and rest a little more." Joanxi acted quickly, needing to check the recipe for fish on her tablet. "Okay." Tian Xiufeng thought she was just feeling sleepy because she was pregnant. Joanxi returned to her room, locked the door, and took out her tablet to search for recipes. Ms. Zheng Ying is really careful when she does things. The cooking videos she downloaded are very complete, everything you could want. She watched a video on how to make fish. Then she specifically looked for a recipe for stuffed fish. She guessed Tian Xiufeng might make fish, but stuffed ones might not be her thing. Worried she might forget, she took out paper and pen and wrote down the steps from the video. She also looked at recipes for shrimp and squid. Then she watched a few more fish recipes. Oh, pickled fish, boiled fish, grilled fish. Wow, it's been a while since I had those. I'm really craving them. Now, every day it's either steamed fish, braised fish, or fried fish. It's getting a bit boring. Plus, these cooking methods use too much oil, which isn't very healthy. Maybe I should wait and eat with my parents later. Joanxi continued browsing recipes for the seafood she had at home, and she started to get a plan. Satisfied, she quietly closed her tablet and put it back in her space. As soon as she opened the door to her room, the smell from the kitchen drifted over. She slowly walked to the kitchen. It smells so good. Tian Xiufeng had already cooked peanut and squid soup, and a special aroma filled the kitchen. Should be ready for lunch. Tian Xiufeng was tidying up the fish in the basket. Annie Tian, we have so much fish. Let's make something fresh. Zhou Enxi sat down on a small stool in the kitchen. What should we make? Tian Xiufang was interested. She knew Zhou Enxi had many ideas. Let's make fish, Zhou Enxi said. Fish? I can do that, Tian Xiufang replied happily. She had made fish before. Do your fish have filling? Zhou Enxi asked. Filling? Tian Xiufang was surprised. She only knew how to make plain fish. She hadn't heard of filled ones. Seeing this, Zhou Enxi explained the stuffed fish ball recipe briefly to Tian Xiufang. Even for regular fish, she shared the method she saw. Tian Xiufang understood quickly and combined her own method with Qiao Anqi's advice. First, she took out a piece of meat with a good mix of fat and lean to thaw. Then she started cleaning fish, removing bones, and making fish paste. The fish varied in size and type, so Qiao Anqi didn't distinguish between them. She asked Tian Xiufang to mix all the fish meat together. Tian Xiufang skillfully sliced the fish meat, carefully removed bones, and handled the fish to reduce the smell. She used the back of a knife to crush the fish meat. Next, she scraped the fish meat with a knife, creating a large amount of fish paste. Worried that the fish paste might not be fine enough, she chopped it further with the knife for a while. Tian Xiufang worked very quickly and efficiently, soon producing a big bowl of fish paste. Then she cut the prepared pork into small pieces and minced it. Her mincing was very professional. She used both hands, holding a knife in one, chopping rapidly on the cutting board. Annie Tian, you're really amazing. Qiao Anqi always admired Tian Xiufang's skill when she saw her mincing meat. Her knife work was excellent. Since Tian Xiufang was an amateur and learned on the spot, she couldn't compare to professionals. While Tian Xiufang finished preparing the meat and fish paste, seasoning and removing the smell, Qiao Anqi wasn't idle either. She started boiling water in a large pot. There was a small water tank in the kitchen, and she kept adding water from the room into it. Today, she also took the opportunity to transfer a large basin of water into the pot. Tian Xiufang first wrapped the fish paste into fish with filling, then gently dropped them into the boiling water. After removing the filled fish, she used her hands to squeeze the remaining fish paste into the pot to make more fish. Qiao Anqi picked one up and tasted it. The fish was tender and fresh, with no fishy smell. When she bit into it, a burst of rich, flavorful juice came out, just as delicious as one she had eaten before. Delicious. Annie Tian, you should try it. Can it not be delicious? It's filled with meat. Tian Xiufang sighed in admiration. She didn't need to taste it to know it was good. Such a big fish ball, it must be incredibly fresh. This was not something an ordinary person could easily enjoy. Although Tian Xiufang was eager to taste the fish herself, she still had to finish making all of them first. All the fish were made, filling 2 large bowls. Tian Xiufang tasted one fish ball with filling and was truly amazed. The outside was rich with fish aroma, the inside tender and flavorful, and the juice bursting out made the texture even richer. There were many fish bones left. Tian Xiufang was thinking about what dish she could make with them. She also saw the fish bones and asked Annie Tian, how should I handle these fish bones? I'm thinking of making another dish with them, Tian Xiufang replied, placing all the fish bones into a large basin. Not cooking a dish, but making a snack, she suggested with a different idea. She remembered a small snack she had before, roasted fish bones. Although there is no oven here, she could use a pot and roast them slowly, over low heat. A snack? Tian Xiufang was surprised, unsure what could be made. Roasted fish bones, but first you need to marinate them to add flavor. She explained the general taste of roasted fish bones she had tried before to Tian Xiufang. Tian Xiufang thought for a moment and then started washing the fish bones to remove any fishy smell, seasoning them with various spices. Next, she heated the pot, removed the firewood, and kept the heat very low, placing a few fish bones inside to roast slowly. This roasting process takes quite a bit of time, and controlling the heat is tricky. Tian Xiufang was experimenting with this for the first time, learning as she went. The first piece she took out was a little overcooked, with a darker color. She broke off a small piece to taste. The fire was a bit strong, but the flavor is good, just right. Tian Xiufeng also tasted a small piece and gained a sense of how it should be. When the next few pieces came out, they looked quite different, golden and beautiful. The fish bones were roasted until very crispy, breaking easily when bitten. The fish meat attached to the bones was also very fragrant and toasted. It was indeed a tasty little snack. This level of heat is just right, she said happily, biting into a piece of fish bone. I know, I'll roast more in the afternoon. Now it's time to prepare lunch, Tian Xiufeng said, removing the roasted fish bones from the pot and not continuing further. Later this afternoon, you can steam the and also take out the crab meat, she added. Tian Xiufeng agreed and quickly took the dishes out of the fridge to start preparing lunch. When Pei Jianqing returned home from work, the meal was already ready. Both the peanut ink fish soup and the two kinds of fish impressed Pei Jianqing. Try this again, she offered the leftover roasted fish bones after the meal. Y'all spent quite a bit of time making delicious food this morning, Pei Jianqing nodded, saying it was very good after tasting. Yes, and I haven't made the shrimp yet. I might think of something else with it, she said. She decided not to make shrimp but to prepare some shrimp paste to freeze for hot pot when the weather gets colder. In the afternoon, Zhou Anxi went to work, while Tian Xiufeng slowly roasted a large bowl of fish bones at home. By evening, when she returned home from work, all the fish bones had been roasted, filling the house with a rich aroma. Zhou Anxi began sorting the items to give to Li and Yuan Huiqing's families. One portion of hairtail, one of cuttlefish, a little of two types of fish, and a large bag of roasted fish bones. After dinner, Pei Jianqing delivered these to the two families. Zhou Anxi and Tian Xiufeng continued tidying up and handling the remaining items. They steamed the and took out the meat, but there wasn't much left. Since Zhou Anxi was pregnant, Tian Xiufeng didn't dare take many, but they took more shrimp. After making fish, there weren't many left, especially since they sent out a lot of items. With that, the fridge was almost full after squeezing in the rest. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was already October, and the trade fair was coming soon. Since those two craftsmen came over, Zhou Anxi had also visited the logistics office several times to check on their progress in weaving baskets and the finished products. They were professionals, so their efficiency was high, and they made baskets quickly. Grandpa Tan's side also produced many finished baskets, which the logistics team picked up and paid for. All of this was handled by the logistics partners, so Zhou Anxi didn't have to worry about it. Now, her main focus was on preparing samples for the upcoming trade fair. As the date approached, Peng Daming called and told Zhou Anxi he would come over, arranging a time when she was free. Zhou Anxi went to the logistics office, pushed open the door, and saw the room filled with various finished baskets of different sizes and models. Comrade Zhou, two craftsmen, who were carefully weaving baskets, saw her and quickly greeted her. No need to bother with me. You guys keep working, Zhou Anxi waved her hand. She wandered around the room, roughly inspecting the finished baskets. Each sample had a thin cloth tied around it, with a number written on it. These cloth strips were made from leftover fabric from the military clothing factory. Before long, Peng Daming arrived. Wow, so many baskets are finished, he said as he saw the stacked baskets in the room. He had visited once before, when there were only a few baskets. Zhou Anxi smiled and went over to greet him. They sat on nearby chairs, and Peng Daming explained their plans for the trade fair to Zhou Anxi. Do you have any suggestions? Peng Daming asked. I don't know much about this area either. Since you have experience, just follow your plan. Zhou Anxi is not very familiar with the meeting procedures, so she doesn't interfere. She takes a set of bound drawings from her bag and hands them to Peng Daming. These are the plans and details. Peng Daming looks at the stack of papers, bound with a stapler. The cover says product description. Zhou Anxi has drawn all the product samples she provided. For each product, she wrote detailed explanations. She also assigned a number to each product and listed the sizes of the product she is bringing to the meeting. Different prices correspond to different size ranges. Since the order might have their own sizes, Zhou Anxi explained which price applies to which size range. The drawings are clear, and the text explanations are very detailed. Peng Daming looks at the instructions and says, Comrade Zhou, You've done this very thoroughly. She smiles and hands him a few rough sketches. If you need to print flyers, you can use these as a reference. Okay. They discuss some details further. She makes sure everything is clear. Alright, I'll send these samples out today, Daming says. Then I'll wait for good news from you. She smiles and stands up. She's finished explaining everything and doesn't plan to stay long. We will do our best, Daming responds, though he's not very confident about these items. But seeing Shi and others working so hard, he also wants to try his best to help them. Shi smiles and says, I believe you'll have some surprises. Seeing her so confident, Daming doesn't want to discourage her. She notices his hesitation. She smiles and doesn't say more. When the trade fair arrives, the orders will be the best proof. After finishing the trade fair preparations, Xiaoyu's audition for the cultural troupe is also coming up. She had told her to come to the military district the night before the exam and stay at her house to rest well for the next day. She even adjusted her work schedule, so her morning classes were moved to the afternoon, so she could go with Xiaoyu to the exam. The night before, Xiaoyu finished dinner and went to the military district on her own. As soon as she entered Shi's house, she was dazzled by the beautiful decorations. Sister-in-law, your home is so beautiful, she said, feeling a bit shy because everything was so neat and lovely. Joan happily pulled her to sit down. Tian Xiaofang prepared a cup of malted milk for Xiaoyu as Joan instructed. Xiaoyu, this is Aunt Tian. Tonight, you'll sleep in the same room with her. Later, Brother Pei will set up a camp bed for you. Joan introduced Tian Xiaofang to Xiaoyu. The guest room bed was not small, but Xiaoyu and Tian Xiaofang didn't know each other, so she didn't want them to sleep together. Fortunately, the room was big enough to add another camp bed. Tian Xiaofang didn't mind sharing the bed, but since she and Xiaoyu weren't close, she was worried the girl might mind, so she didn't say anything. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law, Xiaoyu nodded obediently. She was fine with anything, and would follow her sister-in-law's arrangements. Joan asked about her training and gave her instructions for tomorrow's exam. Pei Jianqing came into the room and set up the camp bed. Tian Xiaofang took out bedding from the wardrobe and made the bed. All done. Go wash up and rest early, so you'll be in good shape tomorrow. Having said everything, Joan told Xiaoyu to wash up and rest. Come with me, Tian Xiaofang said, leading Xiaoyu to wash up. The next morning, Tian Xiaofang woke early to prepare breakfast. Xiaoyu also got up and practiced leg stretches in the room. After Joan finished washing up, she called, Stop practicing, Xiaoyu. Come eat breakfast. Tian Xiaofang brought out a hearty breakfast, which amazed Xiaoyu. Hot steamed buns, tempting wontons, eggs, and milk. She had never seen such a rich meal before. Eat while it's hot. Aunt Tian's steamed buns and wontons are delicious, Joan said with a smile as she watched Xiaoyu daydream. Yes, okay. Xiaoyu finally snapped out of her daze and lowered her head to eat. Aunt Tian, this is really delicious, the girl said sweetly. Tian Xiaofang smiled happily. After breakfast, Joan helped Xiaoyu style her hair into a bun. When it was about time, she rode her bike with Xiaoyu to the art troupe. Many people had already gathered in the hall. Because the audition included more than just dance, there were a lot of people. The girls looked lively and youthful, some with light makeup, rosy cheeks, and red lipstick. Joan deliberately didn't put any makeup on Xiaoyu, wanting her to look clean and fresh. A girl in her teens, with full collagen on her face, just looking clean and neat was enough to be pretty. Anshu, you're here. Qian Shanshan knew they would come for an exam today, and arrived early to wait there. As soon as she saw them walk in, she quickly went out to greet them. Is this little Jade? I'm Qian Shanshan from the dance team. If you have any questions, just ask me. Qian Shanshan saw little Jade next to Qiao Anshi and warmly took her hand. Shanshan, big sister, little Jade quickly called out sweetly. Little Jade, go ahead and see which position you're in, Qian Shanshan reminded her. Hearing this, little Jade hurried to the crowded area, but after a short while, she came back and said, I'm 7th. It's not time yet. Let's go over there and wait for a while, Qian Shanshan said, pulling Qiao Anshi and little Jade toward a quieter corner of the hall. Anshi, wait for me. I'll get a stool for you, Qian Shanshan told her and then went inside. Xiao Anshi, who is pregnant, was worried about standing for too long and felt tired. Little Jade took out a pair of dance shoes and changed into them, then obediently sat down with her legs pressed. These shoes were specially bought for her by her grandpa and older brother. A few young girls in front had already been sitting with their legs pressed in the hall. Qian Shanshan ran back inside to find a stool and carried it outside. Shanshan just then Team Leader Lu came in and stopped her. Are you free tomorrow? There's a good opportunity with a company commander. No time. I'm not going before Team Leader Lu could finish. Qian Shanshan quickly carried the stool and ran outside. She knew Team Leader Lu was trying to set her up again. She had already gone through this once and wouldn't do it a second time. Team Leader Lu didn't expect Qian Shanshan to be so dismissive and looked a bit embarrassed, feeling a little upset. Qian Shanshan didn't care about that. She hurried over to Xiao Anshi with the stool. Anshi, sit quickly. Thank you. Xiao Anshi smiled and sat down, not being polite. This young girl is quite good. Her appearance and figure are fine, and I think her leg flexibility is also good, Qian Shanshan said, hugging Xiao Anshi's shoulder, watching little Jade stretch her legs nearby. Little Jade works hard, can endure hardship, and has good talent, Xiao Anshi nodded. You taught her, so it's definitely fine. Qian Shanshan was very surprised by little Jade's condition. She looked about the same as the other girls in their dance team. But she knew little Jade didn't know anything before and was taught entirely by Xiao Anshi. It had only been a short time, and little Jade was already older when she started training. Comrade Xiao over here, some band members passing by greeted her when they saw Xiao Anshi. Comrade Xiao, have you decided whether to transfer to our band? Just then, the band leader also came over and saw Xiao Anshi. He couldn't help but persuade her again. Xiao Anshi chuckled and politely declined. The band leader looked disappointed but was busy at the moment. An exam was about to start soon, so he didn't have time to say more. Think about it carefully again, he said quickly and hurried inside. You two stay here. Yuli also came over. Who was Xiao Yu? That one, practicing leg stretches, Qian Shanshan pointed. Yuli looked over. That girl looks nice, like someone from our arts troupe. She was surprised. This girl was much better than she expected. Her posture, confidence on her face. All of it didn't look like a rural girl who had never danced before. Anshi trained her, so she can't be bad, Qian Shanshan said. The girl is hardworking and naturally talented. Xiao Anshi looked at Xiao Yu and felt very pleased. Without her own persistent effort, no matter how many chances she was given, it wouldn't help. While they were talking, the call for the exam had already started. Let's go see, Xiao Yu. Xiao Anshi stood up, called Xiao Yu over, and picked up a stool. Xiao Yu ran over, and they headed toward the exam room. The entrance and windows there were crowded with people. Qian Shanshan gently pushed Xiao Yu inside, squeezing through the crowd. Xiao Anshi looked at so many people and decided to sit outside with her stool, letting Xiao Yu go in to watch. Don't you need to go to your band? Xiao Anshi saw Yuli hadn't left and felt a bit surprised. I don't need to. I didn't sign up to play the violin this year. Over the years, because of sports, many Western-related activities like this had become less popular. Most families tried to keep things simple and proper. Now you see why our leader really wants you to come over? He never gave up, Yuli said with a smile. But I can't go either. My belly is getting bigger and I'll be having a baby soon, so it's impossible, Xiao Anshi replied. I think our leader is probably waiting for you to have your baby, Yuli guessed their leader's plan. Then he'll be disappointed, Xiao Anshi smiled. Next year, after I've had the baby, I'll be back. In a few months, I'll be ready for the college entrance exam again. But she couldn't tell Yuli this now. You girls are doing so well at school. Hui Qing and I are so jealous during the holidays, Yuli said genuinely. You can also go to school, Xiao Anshi joked. There are no violin classes at school, Yuli replied. There might be more in the future. The two of them waited and chatted. Soon, they called in contestant number 6, and number 7 started preparing. Joanxi stood up and squeezed over with Yuli. Xiao Yu was taking an exam, so she had to watch outside. Knowing they were contestant number 7, the next person went on stage, and everyone made way. Don't be nervous. Just perform at your normal level, Joanxi comforted, her cheeks slightly red, looking at the nervous Xiaoyu. Okay, Xiaoyu nodded, took a deep breath to calm herself. Contestant number 7, come in. Number 8, get ready, a staff member called at the door, and then went inside. Joanxi patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder. She straightened her chest, held her head high, smiled, and confidently walked in, light and graceful. Inside, a row of teachers nodded slightly. Xiaoyu bowed to the teachers, then hummed a song and started her dance. At first, she was obviously a little nervous when she moved her hands and feet. But once she started dancing, she quickly got into the rhythm, moving naturally and smoothly, dancing gracefully, with just the right expression. Joanxi had carefully coached Xiaoyu on her expressions, from stiff and emotionless at the start to now smiling naturally. The teachers watching the dance had brighter eyes and a hint of a smile. They were completely captivated by her performance. When the dance ended, the applause in the room was very enthusiastic. That was really good, but the choreography was even better. Anqi, did you create this dance? Next to her, Qian Shanshan was so excited she couldn't contain herself. She hadn't dared to speak while Xiaoyu was dancing. Joanxi smiled and glanced at her, nodding slightly. Oh my god, Shanshan exclaimed, excitedly hugging Joanxi's arm. A well-mannered middle-aged woman in the room asked Xiaoyu, did you choreograph this dance yourself? No, my teacher did. Xiaoyu shook her head. Is she here? Yes. Xiaoyu looked toward Joanxi at the door. That's our Captain Feng, Shanshan whispered to Joanxi. Joanxi met Captain Feng's gaze with a smile and nodded slightly. Captain Feng recognized Joanxi immediately, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She remembered that day she had filled in for the violinist. And lately, the band had been insisting on transferring her over. Unexpectedly, she was truly talented, not just in playing instruments. The dance choreography was very professional and innovative. Knowing someone familiar made things easier. She calmed down a bit. She smiled at Joanxi. Xiaoyu came out, and a few people pushed through the crowd to leave. Xiaoyu, you dance so well. You will definitely advance to the next round, Qian Shanshan said happily. Really? Xiaoyu's face turned red with excitement. Very good, Yuli also praised nearby. It should be fine. Joanxi nodded with a smile. Xiaoyu performed very well, and her dance choreography also gave her a big advantage. When Joanxi said it would be fine, Xiaoyu was very excited. Yuli didn't forget to pull over a chair for Joanxi to sit on. They still had to wait for the others to finish their exams, and soon the list of those advancing would be announced. There were many people taking the test, but they had already been screened once. Every applicant needed a recommendation from someone in the industry. It was like an initial filter, so only those with some background would come to the exam. Joanxi had asked Yuli to be Xiaoyu's recommender because she was also a member of the arts troupe. Anqi, I didn't expect your choreography to be so good. It looks very professional. Qian Shanshan was still immersed in the dance they just saw. Shanshan, I'll teach you how to dance, Xiaoyu quickly said, noticing that Shanshan liked it.
Great, great.
Shanshan was very happy. Anqi, it really looks beautiful. Yuli, although from the band, also appreciated dance well. She saw the cleverness in the dance and noticed Xiaoyu's small flaws. Joanxi smiled and said it was choreographed specifically to suit Xiaoyu's strengths. They chatted happily and finally, the morning exams were over. The list was soon announced. Xiaoyu smoothly advanced to the next round. Her name was near the top, and she would come back for the next stage in a few days. Xiaoyu was so happy that tears streamed down her face. She laughed and jumped around. Everyone watched her happily, feeling glad for her. Judging by Xiaoyu's performance today, her chances in the next round seemed very solid. Comrade Zhou, the troop leader, approached gracefully. Leader, Qian Shanshan, and Yuli quickly stood at attention. Leader, Joanxi also stood up. Knowing that Joanxi was pregnant, Leader Feng quickly told her to sit down. Sit. Don't tire yourself out. She knew this was Pei Jianqing's precious treasure, so she wouldn't let her get tired. Leader Feng, also a dance performer herself, asked Joni Shi some questions about the dance Xiaoyu just performed. Joni Shi didn't hide anything and answered all questions openly. Leader Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. Comrade Xiao, come join our group. We really need someone like you. Don't worry about your pregnancy. Just come to the creative studio. No, I think staying at school is better for me. Qiao Anshi still politely declined with a smile. Do you have any concerns? Captain Feng didn't give up and kept persuading her. But Qiao Anshi was very firm and did not agree. In the end, Captain Feng felt a bit defeated. She couldn't understand why someone would refuse such a good job in the arts troupe. But she also knew everyone has their own wishes and couldn't force her. If it were someone else, she might have used her authority, but since she is Pei Jianqing's wife, she didn't dare. Finally, she took a few steps back and asked if we have a big cultural performance and need dance choreography. Could you come help? There will be a stipend. She had to clarify this. She wouldn't want people to work for free, and they had performance funds, so that wasn't a problem. That sounds good. Xiao Anshi agreed happily. She didn't want to come to work, but helping out for some extra money was fine. That's great. Captain Feng finally smiled. This outcome was better than her being completely unwilling. After discussing the main matter, Captain Feng felt a bit more relaxed. She turned to Qian Shanshan and asked, Shanshan, did you argue with Leader Lu today? Captain Feng was one of the few in the troupe who knew Qian Shanshan's true identity. Just now, everyone was comparing the newly recruited members, and Qian Shanshan, who was very capable, was used as a comparison. Leader Lu, whether intentionally or not, complained that Qian Shanshan was talented, but didn't respect her leaders enough. In this era, especially in the military, some ideas still held strong. Qian Shanshan snorted unhappily. She wanted to introduce me to someone, but I didn't want to go see him. Captain Feng was momentarily speechless. She didn't dare to introduce anyone to Qian Shanshan casually. Leader Lu was really something. Yuli was surprised. She still dares to introduce someone? Captain Feng, hearing this, wondered if there was more to the story. She looked suspiciously at Yuli and Qian Shanshan. Yuli glanced at Qian Shanshan, who said indifferently, Go ahead, I don't mind. Yuli quickly summarized what had happened. Captain Feng was speechless. She patted Qian Shanshan's shoulder and said, If you don't want to go, then don't. Then she greeted Xiao Anshi and left. Yuli was a bit dissatisfied and said, What does Leader Lu mean? Because you don't listen, I have to give you a hard time? Her family and Qian Weiguo's family are on good terms. She always treats Qian Shanshan like her own sister. Now, hearing this, she naturally feels very angry. I'm not afraid at all. I've always been serious and hardworking. She can't find any faults with me. Xiao Anshi said, I feel like your true identity might soon be exposed. Qian Shanshan doesn't mind. If I can't hide it, I won't. I've already worked hard enough to become the lead dancer. Nothing else really matters. Qian Shanshan grew up in a well-off family, the youngest child, spoiled by everyone, confident and strong. But her family also gave strict education. She is very talented and doesn't have an arrogant attitude. After chatting for a while, it was time to leave work. Xiao Anshi looked at her watch and said, We should go now. Qian Shanshan and Yuli wanted to stay a little longer, but knowing Xiao Anshi had to work in the afternoon, they decided not to stay. Why don't you two come to my house for lunch? Xiao Anshi smiled. No, thank you, they shook their heads. We'll come when your partner is out on a mission and not at home. Pei Jianqing was at home, so they felt awkward to visit unless Yang Hongming and Wei Guo were also there. Xiao Anshi didn't insist further, as it was inconvenient. Qian Shanshan and Yuli saw them to the door. Watching Xiao Anshi ride away on her bike, she was reminded, Be careful riding, take it slow. Don't worry, Xiao Anshi said, smoothly riding her bike, with little Yu riding steadily beside her. They watched her leave, then turned to walk back through the gate. Qian Shanshan asked, Are you going home for dinner? Yuli shook her head. No, I'm eating at the cafeteria today. She often felt lazy about cooking at noon, so she and Yang Hongming usually ate at the cafeteria before going home. Then let's go. Qian Shanshan quickly ran to get her lunchbox, and they headed to the cafeteria together. There's a small cafeteria in the art troupe because many of them sing and dance, so they need to watch their diet. It's more convenient, too, instead of going to the big outside cafeteria. Leader Liu, sitting by the window eating, watched Qian Shanshan walk in full of energy, feeling a bit annoyed. She kindly tried to introduce her to someone, but this girl didn't show her any respect. She just muttered a little, and then Director Feng came over to scold her, telling her not to keep introducing people to Qian Shanshan. Does Qian Shanshan really have some powerful background? She couldn't help but quietly ask her colleague beside her, who is also a mid-level leader in the art troupe. Qian Shanshan is quite proud. When I offered to introduce her to a company commander, she wasn't interested. A colleague looked at her in surprise. Don't just introduce anyone to her.
Why?
Lu team leader asked, surprised. Guess why? Even though she has good qualities, the leaders in the group don't introduce her to anyone?
Why?
Lu team leader really didn't know. She had only recently joined this cultural troupe.
I think her family background is ordinary, she said.
But do you know many people in our unit hide their true backgrounds? The colleague hinted. Lu team leader was a bit shocked. So, her family must be powerful? She herself came from a normal family and married well because of her work in the troupe. But she didn't really understand all the complicated details inside. I don't know the specifics, the colleague said. She truly didn't know, but she could tell. Several senior leaders in the troupe treated Qian Shanshan very well, showing they cared for her. However, they often avoided introducing her to the best matches. What does this mean? It can't be that they look down on her. It probably means they are afraid to introduce her to someone. She knew there were many hidden talents in the military, and she guessed Qian Shanshan was also hiding her true family background. Many top families like to keep things secret, and their children don't usually reveal the truth. Lu team leader felt uneasy. She didn't even know what she was eating. Xiao Anxi and Xiao Yu returned home. Tian Xiufang had already cooked most of the meal. When she saw them come back, she quickly finished the last dish she needed to stir-fry. At the same time, Pei Jianqing finished work and returned home. Xiao Yu passed the initial test. The second test is in 3 days, Xiao Anxi reported to Pei Jianqing. Good, he praised Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu smiled happily. Sister-in-law, I don't need you to come with me for the second test. I can go alone. Xiao Anxi nodded with a smile. Okay, Shanshan and Yuli will look after you. If anything happens, just find them. She still had classes on the day of the second test, so changing schedules often wasn't ideal. Today, Xiao Yu had already taken the test once, so she was familiar with it. Yuli and Qian Shanshan would also be there to help. After dinner, Qiao Anxi packed some fish and shrimp for Xiao Yu to take home. Then Pei Jianqing drove Xiao Yu to the station, while he took the bus home. But after a few days, she came back again. Joanxi arrived at her home on Friday evening. On Saturday morning, she went alone to the performing arts troupe for the re-examination. With her previous experience, she performed more confidently and well this time. This time, not only did she dance, but she also did some basic exercises to assess her physical fitness. They also evaluated her appearance details, such as skin, hair, and even her hands, feet, and nails. Although these factors are not the main scoring criteria, they are still important considerations. Xiao Yu was glad that Joanxi thought of these things and supervised her to pay attention. Now she understands why the people in the performing arts troupe didn't think highly of her when she first said she wanted to join. Without Joanxi, even if she signed up for the exam, she might have been eliminated because of these details. Unless her dance was extremely outstanding, but without Joanxi, she wouldn't be able to perform a very impressive dance. This time, the final results weren't announced immediately. Everyone will check the final admission list at the troupe next week. Joanxi returned home after work and asked Xiao Yu about her re-examination. After hearing her description, she knew Xiao Yu was basically safe. Did you tell Shanshan and the others to come over for dinner tonight? Since it was the weekend and she didn't have to work tomorrow, Joanxi asked Xiao Yu to invite Qian Shanshan and Yuli to come home for dinner. Pei Jiancheng went to inform Yang Hongming and Qian Weiguo. I told them, and they said okay. They'll come after work. Xiao Yu quickly nodded, not forgetting the task her sister-in-law asked her to do. Aunt Tian, we're having dumplings tonight. Can we make a few different fillings and also steam some crab meat soup dumplings? Joan Shi asked Tian Xiufang. Since there are many people, making dumplings is quick and easy. Plus, their family's dumpling fillings are rich, and Tian Xiufang's dumplings are especially tasty. Then she suggested steaming some crab meat soup dumplings for everyone to try. There isn't much crab meat, so they can't eat too many soup dumplings, but pairing them with dumplings is good. No problem. We'll start preparing after lunch, Tian Xiufang agreed, while bringing out the prepared dishes. After finishing the meal and cleaning up, she immediately started preparing for the evening. Obedient Xiao Yu quickly went to help. Joan Shi didn't join the fun. She took a short nap first. After waking up, she took out her drawing paper and her design sketches. By the time everyone arrived after work in the afternoon, Tian Xiufang and Xiao Yu had already finished making the dumplings. Tian Xiufang made all the soup dumplings herself and had already placed them in the steamer. She calculated the time and started steaming them just before the end of work. Pei Jiancheng and Yang Hongming were the first to arrive back. Pei Jiancheng drove a bit faster than the others. Then came Yu Li and Qian Shanshan. As soon as their shifts ended, they rushed over, with Yu Li riding a bike and bringing Qian Shanshan along. Smells so good, they said as soon as they entered the house, smelling the aroma of peanut and squid soup. Xiao Anxi specifically asked Tian Xiufang to cook squid soup today. Are the dumplings all wrapped? They asked, seeing the table filled with prepared dumplings. They thought they would help wrap them together, but Yuli was pedaling her bike desperately. All right, just wait to eat, Xiao Anxi said with a smile. Aunt Tian and Xiao Yu spent the whole afternoon wrapping dumplings. Thanks, Aunt Tian and Xiao Yu, they said happily as they ran into the kitchen to find Tian Xiufang and Xiao Yu. Finally, Qian Weiguo and Yuan Huiqing arrived. Qian Weiguo hurried to pick up his wife after work. Everyone was there, and the crab yellow soup dumplings just came out of the pot. Wow, soup dumplings? They were all stunned when the dumplings were served. It's not easy to find these nowadays. Yes, Aunt Tian makes them very delicious. You should try some, Xiao Anxi said with a smile. Xiao Yu looked at the thin, slightly collapsed buns and didn't know how to start eating. Xiao Anxi sat beside her and demonstrated how to eat them. Wow, it's crab yellow, so fresh, some of the others exclaimed while eating. They couldn't help but praise Tian Xiufang in the kitchen, saying, Aunt Tian, these soup dumplings are really delicious. Tian Xiufang was so happy to hear that. Before the dumplings arrived, there was a cold dish of fish skin mixed with peanuts, onions, and carrots. It was very crispy and flavorful, earning everyone's praise. Once the dumplings were served, the table was full of different kinds of dumplings, all very fragrant. The women kept drinking the peanut and squid soup, still amazed by its taste. At home, we never thought of making soup first. We usually stir-fry. But this soup is so good, Yuli said while drinking and sighing. Same here. We also stir-fried, Yuan Huiqing and Qian Shanshan agreed. They also talked about fish and roasted fish bones, praising them endlessly. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. After eating, everyone sat in the living room chatting. Xiao Anxi held Yuli's hand and asked how she was feeling. After so many days, she felt she had fully recovered. Yuli happily said, Anxi, your medicinal wine worked wonders. I apply it every day, and I heal so quickly. I even feel my hands are more flexible than before, and I can play the zither better. Do you think this is a blessing in disguise? Yuli found it hard to believe herself, but she clearly felt her hands becoming more flexible. She was worried there might be side effects, like weakness or difficulty using her hands, but surprisingly, there were none. In fact, they felt even better. After thinking about it, she believed it was due to the medicinal wine. That medicinal wine is good. My mom had a master craftsman specially prepare it, Xiao Anxi said honestly. Indeed, the medicinal wine was made by her mother's old friend, but not in this era. However, the main reason for the improvement was still the space water. She knew this well, so it was no surprise that Yuli's hands became more agile. Even Auntie found something good. No wonder, Yuli said with a look of understanding. Although it was the weekend, everyone didn't stay long. They drank some tea, chatted briefly, and then left. Shan, are you going back to your workplace or home? Xian Weigua asked his sister as they reached the car. He was going home to pick up his wife, and took the car out since his dad didn't need it that evening. You're already driving out, so of course I'll go home tonight, Shan replied. She had planned to go home this weekend. Xian Weigua drove back to their neighborhood, slowing down as he approached their house. After parking, he opened the door and got out. Brother Weigua. Coincidentally, Li Ling also came over, accompanied by Lu Huabin. Xian Weigua smiled and greeted her. Lingzi, is this your boyfriend? Yes, Li Ling said shyly with a smile. Lu Huabin naturally recognized Qian Weigua, the son of the commander's family. Qian Weigua had also seen Lu Huabin and knew he was doing quite well now. They exchanged greetings. Yuan Huiqing also opened her car door and got out. Big sister Huiqing, Li Ling quickly greeted her. Then Qian Shanshan also got out of the car. Li Ling was surprised. She didn't expect Qian Shanshan to be there. She knew Qian Shanshan rarely came home. She wasn't sure why, but she felt a bit uneasy about Lu Huabin seeing Qian Shanshan, perhaps because of his strange behavior that night, which made her uneasy. She regretted stopping to say hello. She initially wanted to help Lu Huabin get closer to Qian Weigua. Still, she nodded to Qian Shanshan. Shanshan is also coming home today? Just for the weekend, Qian Shanshan said with a smile, glancing at Lu Huabin. Your boyfriend, huh? Not bad. Li Ling felt a bit nervous and hurriedly left with the somewhat displeased Lu Huabin. Yuan Huiqing snorted coldly, and the three of them headed into the house. Qian Weigua had no idea what was happening and said, Li Ling's choice of partner isn't bad. I heard he's doing quite well now. Yuan Huiqing asked, is that good? Compared to others his age, he's okay, Qian Weigua honestly replied. But he's young, not very steady, a bit impatient, always trying to compare himself to Jiancheng, but he's far behind. Jiancheng, at his age, is much more mature and much better. Lu Huabin silently followed behind Li Ling, not saying a word. Li Ling sensed something was different about Lu Huabin. She was smart and chose not to speak, and they walked quietly together. She liked Lu Huabin at first sight. He looked good and was capable. She was determined to hold on tightly. Although Li Ling was a little nervous about the beautiful Qian Shanshan, she wasn't too worried. Lu Huabin had already met her parents at her house. She knew he was smart and wouldn't do anything to ruin his future. Lu Huabin definitely wouldn't and didn't dare to. But inside, he felt uncomfortable and frustrated. He never expected that Qian Shanshan was the daughter of the commander. He clearly knew what he had missed, and this painful feeling was eating at his heart. If he didn't know anything, he might think his choice was perfect. Now, it all seemed like a big joke. He also overlooked the fact that he was dismissive and careless at the time, only focused on his relationship, without thinking to inform the other side. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his back. Was it really so easy to offend the commander's daughter? But he was probably overthinking. Qian Shanshan didn't take it seriously and wouldn't make a fuss to make things difficult for him. However, after Lu Leader found out, he was shocked, angry, and regretful. How could such a good match be missed just because of his nephew? He was so regretful, he felt like his intestines were turning green. He should have been firm and made him meet Qian Shanshan first. Imagine how good it would have been if you had met her first. She couldn't help but complain to Lu Huabin. Lu Huabin couldn't say anything. His heart felt as bitter herbs. Lu Leader also didn't care about all that now. The most important thing was to apologize to Qian Shanshan and ask for forgiveness. After receiving this long overdue apology, Qian Shanshan didn't say much. Since they were colleagues and leaders, they often saw each other, and the matter was eventually put behind them. The list of those accepted into the art troupe was soon announced. Xiaoyu, whose full name was Tanyu, was expected to be on the list. Sister-in-law, Sister Shanshan, I got in, Xiaoyu said excitedly, jumping up and down. After jumping, she started crying softly. Xiaoyu, don't cry. Such happy news. Qian Shanshan gently pulled Xiaoyu. Sniff, I'm so happy. So very happy, Xiaoyu said through her tears, sniffling. Qian Shanshan smiled softly as she watched Xiaoyu. She understood Xiaoyu's feelings and knew she had endured a lot of hardship. But her life's path had already changed. As long as she worked hard and seized the chance, she would have a better future. Sister-in-law, I finally wear the same uniform as my brother. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement after crying. Yes, your brother must be very proud, and everyone is proud of you. Qian Shanshan gently patted Xiaoyu's head. Xiaoyu was eager to go home and share the news, but even though Qian Shanshan invited her to stay for dinner, she refused. Sister-in-law, I need to go home right away to tell my grandpa, grandma, and brother. They're all waiting, she said anxiously. She was also very anxious inside. Knowing her urgency, Qian Shanshan rode her bicycle to the station to see her off. Sister-in-law, you can go back first. I can wait for the bus alone, Xiaoyu said, knowing the bus came infrequently and didn't want Qian Shanshan to wait with her. No problem, I'll wait with you, Qian Shanshan said, sitting on the back of her stationary bicycle, feeling relaxed. Sister-in-law, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to pass. Xiaoyu couldn't help but thank Qian Shanshan again. When she took the exam, she realized she had started with just enthusiasm, but the reality was much harder than she thought. All the young girls taking the exam were very talented. If it weren't for Qian Shanshan's careful guidance, she wouldn't have had any chance at all. Even if she passed now, she wouldn't be the best. She still benefited a lot from her dance choreography skills. It's not necessary to thank me. It's because you worked hard, Qian Shanshan said, patting Xiaoyu's shoulder. Sister-in-law, I will work even harder, Xiaoyu said firmly. Good. We all believe you will do very well, Qian Shanshan smiled. Today, the timing was quite lucky. Before long, the bus arrived. Qian Shanshan watched Xiaoyu board the bus, then rode her bike slowly back home. As soon as she arrived, Tian Xiufang told her that someone from the logistics department had just come by. They said a person named Peng Daming will come to the logistics office tomorrow, asking if you're available in the morning or afternoon. Hearing this, Qian Shanshan remembered that Peng Daming had just returned from the trade fair. Tian Xiufang continued, I told the visitor that you work in the afternoon tomorrow and that you're free in the morning. He said if it's in the morning, just ask you to be there around 9 o'clock. Tian Xiufang is very careful. She remembers exactly which days and times Qiao Anxi has classes each week. See, at this crucial moment, Qiao Anxi doesn't need to make another trip to the logistics office. Thank you, Aunt Tian. Calculating the time, Peng Daming should have just returned. His eagerness to come over suggests he has gained a lot. Qiao Anxi still has confidence in this. The next day, after breakfast, Qiao Anxi checked the time and rode her bike to the logistics office. Peng Daming hadn't arrived yet, so she didn't go inside. Li Sufang saw her and, noticing her already showing pregnancy, hurriedly said, Anxi, come inside and sit for a while. Don't overexert yourself. Big sisterly, it's fine. A little walk is good, Qiao Anxi said with a smile. Li Sufang took her by the arm, caring and asking questions. They didn't talk for long before Peng Daming arrived. Seeing him with a bright face and walking briskly over, Qiao Anxi couldn't help but smile. Section Chief Peng, you seem in a very good mood today. Indeed, I am. Comrade Qiao, we really made a big gain this time, Peng Daming said, smiling so wide his mouth almost reached the back of his head. At this moment, Wang, the officer in charge of the military logistics point, also came over. The three of them went inside to listen to Peng Daming talk about the trade fair. He took out the signed orders to show Qiao Anxi and Wang, excitedly saying, You can't imagine how many orders we got. He himself couldn't believe it, like a dream. They didn't dare hope much, thinking maybe they'd just go through the motions. If they got a few hundred orders, that would be considered a success. Who would have thought that these baskets, which seemed a bit odd-looking and not very special, would be so popular with foreigners? The first order was for 3,000 sets, not 3,000 pieces, but 3,000 complete sets. Everyone was stunned. Each set included several different sized baskets, and the prices they set weren't cheap at all. Even the smallest, palm-sized basket cost over $1. They all found it unbelievable. Who would spend so much money to buy a woven basket? But it turned out someone did, and the foreigners looked very happy, as if they had found a bargain. They were happy too. With this one order, they had already exceeded their goal. Even if no more orders came, they wouldn't be worried. But who knew this was just the beginning? The trade fair lasted a few days, and their orders kept coming in steadily. It shows that foreigners really like these products. This time, they brought back orders for several tens of thousands of sets, surprising many manufacturers at the fair. It also shocked the city officials. The orders for storage baskets almost surpassed the total of other orders in the supermarket. She calmly watched the orders, as everything was expected. Officer Wang was also stunned at first glance. Peng Daming looked at Shi's calm demeanor and admired her. City leaders were a bit flustered when they saw the orders. This young girl was too composed. Peng Daming said, "The city plans to assign the craft weaving factory to your team. The order volume is too large, and they're worried you can't finish on time." Shi nodded without objection. She and Xiao Yinghuai had already considered this. They wanted to see the order volume first. With such a large volume, relying only on scattered efforts wouldn't work. The weaving factory is more professional, and having them together would not only ensure the work gets done but also guarantee quality and make training easier. Plus, the factory will be under their control, so future decisions will be made by them. Peng Daming asked, "Do you have time in the next couple of days? Let's visit the weaving factory." "Tomorrow afternoon then," Shi agreed. "The sooner the better. They also need to start work quickly." "How are things on your side?" Shi asked Officer Wang. "We've registered quite a few veterans and some military family members, just waiting for the order news." Officer Wang had also prepared a lot. Some veterans had already started practicing weaving on their own. Peng Daming, and they discussed some details further. Officer Wang also agreed to pick up Shi from the family building tomorrow afternoon, and logistics would send a vehicle to take them to Langcheng. Then, Shi borrowed the logistics phone to call Xiao Yinghuai and briefly explain the situation. Peng Daming also talked with Xiao Yinghuai on the phone for a while. Finally, Xiao Yinghuai gave Shi a few more instructions before hanging up. Before leaving, Shi went to greet Li Sufang. Li Sufang had already heard about the orders, and everyone in the logistics department was excited. She pulled Shi excitedly, saying, "Jiancheng really married a good wife. Thank you, you and your parents. It's the result of everyone's effort," Shi said with a smile. They had come up with ideas and done a lot, but others had also worked hard and contributed. Without everyone's joint effort, this matter wouldn't have been so easy to accomplish. Li Sufang looked at the modest Xiao Anqi and felt even more admiration. She pulled Xiao Anqi aside and talked about some pregnancy precautions before letting her go. At home, Xiao Anqi took out paper and wrote a letter to her parents. They had only discussed work on the phone earlier. She realized she hadn't written to them for a while and decided to update them on her recent situation. Suddenly, she remembered that their family of 3 had just celebrated 1 year here, which made her feel a bit emotional. Although life here is tough, being together as a family is the greatest happiness. They didn't have time to complain about the mistake made by the task force that brought them here. Instead, they spent the year working hard to adapt and live. Plus, she met Pei Jiancheng, and now she has a baby, which made her smile sweetly. Not long after finishing the letter, Pei Jiancheng came home from work. When Xiao Anqi heard the noise, she went to the door and pulled him in, saying, "Guess what good news I have for you." Pei Jiancheng smiled, hugged his wife, and sat her on a bench. "Tell me quickly." Peng Daming came back from the trade fair. "Guess how many orders he brought back?" Pei Jiancheng smiled and asked, "How many?" He already knew the news, but he didn't want to spoil his excited wife's happiness. "Over 30,000, nearly 50,000 sets." "We succeeded," Xiao Anqi said happily. Pei Jiancheng looked at his radiant wife and felt deeply touched. He looked at her, eyes shining with tiny sparks, and held her hand. "Thank you. Thank your parents." This means a lot to us, especially to those injured veterans. I understand, Xiao Anqi nodded. Because she understood, she was determined to make this happen. Pei Jianqing couldn't help but hold her tightly. He felt so lucky to have married her. Xiao Anqi quietly leaned into his embrace, a slight smile on her lips. Xiang Xiufang came out of the kitchen, about to speak, but saw this scene and blushed, quickly retreating back into the kitchen. She thought to herself, young people are really fortunate. The October-autumn wind made the wind chimes by the window produce clear, crisp sounds. The aroma from the kitchen filled the whole house. The two on the bench were still happily embracing. The next day, after lunch, Pei Jianqing started giving instructions to Xiao Anqi about what to watch out for when she went to Langcheng. Xiang Xiufang was busy preparing milk powder and snacks for the trip. Eat when you're hungry or thirsty, and always remember not to tire yourself out, Pei Jianqing gently reminded Xiao Anqi, smoothing her hair. If he didn't have to leave, he would have gone with her. Xiao Anqi listened obediently. Auntie Tian, pack more of those snacks and some dried fruits. Pei Jianqing glanced nervously at Tian Xiufang as she packed food. That's enough. No need too much. It's heavy to carry. Xiao Anqi pulled Pei Jianqing's arm. She had everything prepared in her own space. Just a little token would do. Hearing this, Pei Jianqing quickly checked the weight of his bag and carefully selected a few more items. Downstairs, the sound of a car reached his ears. Pei Jianqing stepped out onto the balcony, looked around, then returned to the living room. Our car is here. Let's go, he said, carrying Xiao Anqi's bag and helping her downstairs. Deputy Commander Pei, Wang, who was waiting by the car, quickly saluted when he saw Pei Jianqing. Pei Jianqing helped Xiao Anqi into the back seat of the car. There was also a driver, and Wang was sitting in the front passenger seat. Pei Jianqing instructed Wang to take extra care of Xiao Anqi. Wang understood his concern. She was pregnant, after all, and they were rushing around with her. Deputy Commander Pei, don't worry. I will take good care of Comrade Xiao, Wang assured sincerely. Thank you. Please take care of her, Pei Jianqing said earnestly. Wang felt a bit nervous and quickly responded, Of course. Then, he got back into the car. Xiao Anqi smiled and waved to the window as the car slowly drove away. Considering that Xiao Anqi was pregnant and following Pei Jianqing's instructions, the driver drove very smoothly. They arrived at the craft weaving factory. The security guard had already been notified. Seeing it was a military vehicle, he immediately let them through and pointed them in the right direction. The factory wasn't very large, but was quite simple, mostly old-looking single-story houses. The whole place felt a bit cold and deserted. They reached the designated spot, where Peng Daming had already arrived earlier. He and several factory leaders were waiting there with happy expressions. The weaving factory had struggled in recent years, and business was tough. Now, with such a large foreign trade order, they could help revive the factory. Peng Daming introduced the others. After exchanging greetings, everyone went inside. Administrative matters were handled by Peng Daming and Xiao Yinghuai. Xiao Anqi only needed to focus on the products. However, Xiao Anqi also represents Xiao Yinghuai. After the weaving factory moved in, everything in the factory remained the same, but all arrangements had to follow Xiao Yinghuai's plans. Peng Daming finished discussing the administrative matters with several leaders of the weaving factory and asked Xiao Anqi, Comrade Xiao, how will the production be arranged? Xiao Anqi replied, Right now, the most important thing is to quickly train the retired soldiers and their families. Our factory will send skilled workers to set up a training point at the logistics department of the military district and another at Pingshan village, where many disabled veterans live. At the same time, the factory workers need to start weaving work intensively. Director Yu and other leaders of the weaving factory nodded after hearing this. Xiao Anqi continued, This order is quite large, and many of the veterans are new to this work. We can distribute more jobs externally, but priority must go to military families. In the future, the factory will prioritize hiring disabled veterans and their families. This is the main reason they are doing this. The order volume this time is so big that relying only on the factory and the veterans won't be enough. Many military families in Pingshan village can also take on work, as well as military families from the military district. Even the villagers of Pingshan village, many of whom likely know how to weave, can also take on jobs. With such a large order, for the first cooperation, they must ensure timely delivery. Director Yu and the others listened carefully and took notes. They understood that the factory's role would no longer be the same as before, now closely linked with the military district, mainly serving the veterans and their families. But that's okay. Orders are the key. They admired young Xiao Anxi very much. It is said that all the samples for this trade fair were made by her. They had also heard from 2 master craftsmen in the factory about some strange baskets and containers, and they weren't very optimistic. Who would have thought that foreigners actually liked those? They had attended trade fairs before and weren't very interested in common baskets and tools used domestically. They were interested in handicrafts, but the orders were small. This time, such a large order surprised them all, something they never even dared to imagine. After the meeting, Xiao Anxi specifically went to visit the room where the exhibits were displayed. Most of the items inside were traditional handicrafts, very beautiful and delicate, but there wasn't much market for them domestically now. The rest were ordinary daily tools. She noticed that the weaving factory was truly professional, with many different weaving patterns. She could design different styles based on these patterns. Thinking of this, she took out her notebook and pen from her bag and drew the beautiful patterns she saw. After turning to the military area, Officer Wang began to organize various tasks. The family compound also became lively. They realized they could earn money without going to work outside, which was perfect for them. Some truly couldn't find jobs because there were too few positions available. Others, like military wives, couldn't go out to work because they couldn't leave their families. Now, this job was just right for them. There were people to teach those who didn't know how to weave baskets. Everyone gathered around the notice board in the logistics shop, asking questions excitedly. Are there any other jobs besides weaving baskets? Yes, there are many kinds of work. If you don't want to weave baskets, you can pick branches, clean and prepare usable branches, cut bamboo, or break bamboo fibers. Basically, if you want to work, there are ways to earn money, the staff patiently explained. That's great. These jobs are simpler and suitable for me. I can weave baskets, I want to weave baskets. If you don't know how, you can learn. Meanwhile, Pingshan village was buzzing with activity. Many villagers knew how to weave baskets and cutting branches or bamboo was easy for them. They also knew that this work was made possible thanks to the disabled veterans living there. So, the villagers treated these veterans, soldiers, and their families even better and took good care of them. The veterans had learned about this opportunity when they registered at the military area, and many had already started learning how to weave baskets. Family members also learned together. Now, Pingshan village was peaceful, lively, and full of joy. Even the usually serious veterans were quietly smiling. Tanwei was sitting on the bed, learning to weave baskets with Grandpa Tan. He had some experience from childhood, but it had been a long time. Over the past few months, his mindset kept improving, and his body was recovering quickly. Plus, Xiaoyu had been accepted into the military arts troupe, so he could also earn money weaving baskets in the future. He was feeling very good now. Big brother, I'll be reporting tomorrow. Once I rest, I'll go home. Xiaoyu packed her things and came into the room to see her brother. Tanwei smiled and said, "Don't worry about home. Focus on your work." Seeing Tanwei's increasingly happy face, Grandpa Tan, Grandma Tan, and Xiaoyu all felt very happy. Life was becoming more hopeful. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. Outside, Lu Dahua's voice was heard. What's wrong, Dahua? Xiaoyu ran outside. You're leaving tomorrow? Here, congratulations on getting into the art troupe. Lu Dahua handed Xiaoyu a folded handkerchief. You're giving me a gift? Thank you. Xiaoyu didn't expect Lu Dahua to give her a present. She often teased Lu Dahua. She took the handkerchief and opened it. It was a light green handkerchief embroidered with pretty little flowers. It was handmade embroidery. Xiaoyu happily said, "So beautiful. Did you embroider it?" "Yes," Lu Dahua nodded proudly. "You're so skillful with your hands," Xiaoyu sincerely praised. "Of course, Xiaoyu. If you see good young people in the military area, Don't forget about me, Lu Dahua said. You Lu Dahua, Xiao Yu was speechless. Lu Dahua was always thinking about this. Dahua, my sister-in-law said that we're still young and shouldn't rush to find a partner. We should focus on improving ourselves. How can I improve? I can't get into the art troupe like you, Lu Dahua pouted. This also puzzled Xiao Yu a bit. She was still a bit confused herself, but luckily her sister-in-law was guiding her. Anyway, don't just think about getting married. Now you can make baskets and earn money. Save some yourself. Lu Dahua was happy to hear this. Her father, the village chief, was so pleased he couldn't close his mouth these days. She nodded and said, That's right, I want to earn money too. Xiu couldn't help but feel proud and said, It's all thanks to my sister-in-law. She came up with the idea. She knew her sister-in-law originally brought the drawings for her grandfather to make baskets, which were eventually sold to foreigners, giving many people a chance to earn money. And mainly, it was to help veterans like her brother. You mean Officer Pei's wife? She's really amazing. I admit defeat to her, Xiu Yu said. You Lu Dahua, Xiao Yu was both annoyed and amused. Ha ha ha, Lu Dahua also laughed. The gentle autumn wind blew, and the two chatted and laughed in the yard, showing simple friendship. Everything was going smoothly. Autumn was fading, and the weather was gradually getting colder. Pei Jiancheng was worried about Qiao Anqi catching a cold, so the stove at home was lit early. Outside, the cold wind was howling, but inside, it was warm and cozy. Tian Xiufeng looked at the wind blowing outside and said, It's getting colder now, and the wind is so strong. Xiao Anqi curiously asked, Aunt Tian, do you still go to sea in winter even when it's cold? Too cold, I won't go. So, you all stay at home during winter? Tian Xiufeng smiled and said, Not exactly. I don't go outside much, but sometimes I go to the beach and shallow waters, unless it freezes. Knock, 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 the door rang. Tian Xiufeng hurried over to open it. A little soldier stood at the door. Is Deputy Commander Pei here? 2 kids at the gate say they are from your family. Got it, replied Pei Jiancheng inside, putting on his hat from the table. I'll go see, he said and stepped outside. 2 kids? Who are they? Xiao Anqi was a bit surprised, suddenly thinking of the little boy Hai and the girl Yu from last time. Could it be them? Hearing this, Tian Xiufeng said, maybe. She guessed they might have come back because the weather was cold, and they couldn't go out to sea, so they brought some things home. Today was Sunday, so no classes. Could they have walked here again in this cold? Probably not. They have a car. I told them that, Tian Xiufeng said, uncertain. Aunt Tian, you should make some and brown sugar tea to warm them up. Let them rest and avoid catching cold, Qiao Anqi suggested. Okay, Tian Xiufeng quickly went to the kitchen to cut slices. Not long after, Pei Jiancheng returned with Hai, Yu, and a big basket. Anqi's sister, Mom. The 2 kids cheered happily as they entered. Tian Xiufeng looked at her son and daughter, also happy, but she felt a little worried seeing their thin clothes. She quickly brought out the tea for them to drink. It's so warm here. You sat at the table, hugging the tea. Did you get cold on the way? Xiao Anqi looked at their thin clothes and was a bit worried. No, Hai quickly shook his head. We were sweating because we walked so fast, but we felt cold after getting in the car. No car? Tian Xiufeng asked her son. We took the car, Hai said, gulping down the tea in one go. Tian Xiufeng hurried to the kitchen to check the big basket they brought. Sure enough, there was a large mackerel about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms, several sizable yellow croaker, and some big shrimp underneath. There wasn't much, but the kids were small, and carrying this was already heavy for them. Grandpa said this is the last time they'll go out to sea this year, Hai told his mother. Qiao Anqi also came over to look, surprised. What kind of fish is this? That's a mackerel. Tian Xiufeng smiled and took out the big fish. It was very large. Today we will make fish dumplings. Aunt Tian, please take out a piece of pork to thaw. Joan happily said she had eaten fish dumplings before and remembered them as very tasty. She looked at the yellow croaker fish, which looked very special. This is pure wild yellow croaker, and nowadays, the sea area has little pollution. People in later generations really can't enjoy such good seafood. The shrimp brought this time are also very large, each longer than a palm. Tian Xiufang's family is very thoughtful. She said, Aunt Tian, such a big fish, let's make more dumplings. Xiaohai and Xiuyu, after eating, we will go home. Thanks, Sister Anqi, Xiaohai and Xiuyu quickly said. If we don't finish the fish, it's too much. Tian Xiufang first placed the big basket in the corner of the kitchen and started preparing the fish. Xiaohai and Xiaoyu were helping their mother in the kitchen. The children hadn't seen their mother for a while. They were still young and missed her very much. Joan didn't disturb their family moment. She was drawing her design sketches at the table, while Pei Jianqing sat opposite her, looking at reports. The room was warm, and faint laughter could be heard from the kitchen. Soon, the mother and children brought the food to the dining room and started making dumplings. They worked quickly. Joan was so focused on her drawing when Xiuyu ran over and said, Sister Anqi, Brother Pei, dumplings are ready. Okay. Joan put down her pen and stood up with a smile. The dumplings were already served. Joan took a bite of one. It was fresh, tender, juicy, and without any fishy smell. Delicious, she said. Pei Jianqing also nodded after eating. It was indeed fresh. Xiaohai and Xiaoyu also thought they were very tasty. They had eaten their mother's fish dumplings before, but only fish, no pork. This version with pork was even more fragrant and fresh, and it had chives, which added flavor. After eating, Tian Xiufang was worried it was too late and urged the children to go home. Joan packed a piece of cured meat and 2 handfuls of dried noodles into Xiaohai's big basket. You can't take that, Tian Xiufang quickly stopped her. Aunt Tian, please don't worry. It's so cold and Grandpa Xiuyu and the others are still going out to sea to fish for me. Xiaohai and Xiaoyu are carrying such heavy baskets from so far away. Joan gently took Tian Xiufang's hand and handed the basket to Pei Jianqing. Tian Xiufang quickly said, Officer Pei, you don't need to see them off. They can take the bus themselves. I'll take them to the station, Pei Jianqing said, carrying the big basket as he took the siblings downstairs. Joan asked Tian Xiufang, do you also wear such thin clothes in winter? It should be colder by the sea. Tian Xiufang sighed. It's hard to buy cotton. I can help you buy a little, no ticket needed, Zhao Anqi said. Really? Thank you so much, Anqi, Tian Xiufang said happily. The family really needed cotton. But cotton was hard to buy. First, they had few tickets, and even with tickets, supplies were often out of stock. So, Zhao Anqi saved up for a while and gathered a bundle of cotton for Tian Xiufang. She charged her the market price, but didn't take any tickets. Thank you, Tian Xiufang said, looking at the soft, white cotton very happy. Zhao Anqi watched Tian Xiufang happily and slightly smiled. She remembered the pure cotton fabric she had stored in her space, so she asked Tian Xiufang, Aunt Tian, you can make small clothes, right? Yes, I can, Tian Xiufang nodded. Can you help me make a few baby clothes? Of course, Tian Xiufang said happily. She didn't know how to thank Zhao Anqi enough. After saying this, Zhao Anqi turned and went into her room, took out a stack of fabric. Then she spread it out on the table. This fabric is really beautiful, Tian Xiufang admired, surprised. It was different from what they usually saw, colors and patterns were especially pretty. It's not a whole piece, just small pieces. Zhao Anqi smiled and opened the fabric. You just need to cut from one spot on each piece. These were leftover pure cotton fabrics she had taken apart with Lian Jingying, suitable for making small baby items. The fabric was good, just a bit frayed. Good, but cutting like that wastes some material, Tian Xiufang said, feeling a little distressed. After cutting a piece, the remaining fabric was just enough for one more piece, but not enough for another. It's okay, no waste. Keep the leftover fabric. You can use it to make clothes for Xiaoyu and the others, Zhao Anqi said with a smile. She had plenty of this fabric, just enough to cover the wages for Tian Xiufang's work. She hired someone to be a nanny, but that didn't include making clothes. But if she paid Tian Xiufang, she definitely wouldn't accept the money. No, I can't take that, Tian Xiufang shook her head repeatedly. This is like payment for making clothes. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do with the leftover fabric. You can also make small bibs or tiny socks, Tian Xiufeng suggested. Just focus on making baby clothes first. The others aren't urgent, Qiao Anshi said with a smile, handing the stack of fabric to Tian Xiufeng. She knew if she said she wanted small items, Tian Xiufeng would use all the scraps, leaving nothing behind. Qiao Anshi had no experience with this and didn't understand much about little babies. Lian Jingying said she would find someone to make a complete set of baby supplies and bring them over during the holiday. She didn't know what all was needed, so she asked Tian Xiufeng to make a few pieces of clothing first. Tian Xiufeng knew that Qiao Anshi was trying different ways to give her those scraps of fabric, and she felt very touched. She put a lot of care into making these small clothes. Even the loose threads and fabric edges were all wrapped with thin cloth strips. The stitches were very tight, carefully hidden inside, so they wouldn't hurt the baby. This took more effort and time than normal sewing. But Qiao Anshi was very happy with the clothes she made. The whole outfit felt soft to the touch, with no roughness at all. Aunt Tian, these little clothes are really nice. Please make a few more and bigger ones too, since the baby is growing fast. She had plenty of fabric to use. Tian Xiufeng looked at all the fabric and didn't think it was a problem. She knew that a lot of fabric had been sent from the capital. Plus, Qiao Anshi and her husband received quite a few bills every month. They were very capable and often got things that most people couldn't. For pieces of fabric that weren't whole rolls, they definitely had their own ways. She never said much or asked many questions, just did what she was told. They were generous and easy to get along with. She felt very lucky to work in such a good household, so she was extra careful. Qiao Anshi was also very pleased with Tian Xiufeng. She worked quickly, was honest, and knew her place. Finding a good and suitable housekeeper was not easy. Soon, it was almost the end of the year, and the weather was getting colder. Qiao Anshi's belly was also getting bigger. One morning, she woke up feeling a little different. She pulled back the curtains and looked outside. Everything was covered in white. Snow had fallen. When she stepped outside, she could hear the noisy sounds downstairs, the rhythmic scraping of shovels on the ground. It's snowing. They're shoveling the snow downstairs. Tian Xiufeng saw Qiao Anshi come out and quickly turned to the kitchen to pour her hot water. No wonder, Qiao Anshi said, glancing outside on the balcony. It was lively below, with people shoveling snow. After watching for a moment, she went to the bathroom. When she finished washing up and came out after morning exercises, Pei Jiancheng had also returned home. She immediately went to greet him. It's still snowing? Don't come too close, it's cold. Pei Jiancheng turned sideways to avoid her, his whole body cold, worried about making her cold. Qiao Anshi had to stop and then walk toward the dining table. Pei Jiancheng washed his hands thoroughly, then went to the stove to warm himself for a little while, shaking off the cold from his body before sitting down next to Qiao Anshi. There's snow outside. You must be careful riding your bike, Pei Jiancheng warned as soon as he sat down, and he peeled an egg for her. Is everything okay? The people downstairs are already shoveling the snow, Qiao Anshi said with a smile. Pei Jiancheng thought for a moment, but still felt uneasy. Qiao Anshi's belly was already quite big. Even if it didn't snow, he wouldn't feel comfortable letting her ride her bike. She had strongly requested to ride, and since he believed she was capable, he reluctantly agreed. But with the snow making the road slippery, riding was too dangerous now. He placed the peeled egg into her bowl and said, "No, it's better not to ride. I'll take you to work, and I'll pick you up after work." Qiao Anshi picked up the egg and took a bite. "No need. It's too much trouble. The snow on the ground looks very clean, so I think it's fine. Be obedient and don't make me worry." Pei Jiancheng gently patted her head. "Okay," she replied, not arguing further. It's better to be cautious, so he doesn't have to worry all the time. The winter break is coming soon, and he won't be able to stay for many days. After finishing their meal, they went downstairs together. The snow on the street was indeed cleaned up thoroughly, piled on both sides of the road, under tree roots and among flower bushes. It seemed the snow had fallen quite heavily overnight, and the snow was still quite thick. Now, snowflakes were still falling lightly from the sky. "Teacher Qiao, are you going to work?" "Don't worry. The snow has been cleared very well. The military wives greeted her warmly when they saw her coming down. They knew she was pregnant and had specially cleaned the snow early in the morning. Thank you all. I won't be riding today, Chao Anshi said with a smile. That's even better. Safety is the most important, the wives said with a smile. Since the road was now cleared but snow was still falling from the sky, the road would soon turn white again, and it wasn't possible to keep it perfectly clean all the time. Chao Anshi got on Pei Jianqing's bike. During the ride, she noticed that the military district had done a very good job. The areas where pedestrians walk had been shoveled very clean. But because snow was still falling, a thin layer of white covered the ground again. So, not riding was the right choice. After a while, the snow would make the road slippery again. Pei Jianqing drove the bike into the school and parked it in front of the office building. He got off the bike, helped Xiao Anshi down, and took her inside. After giving her a few caring words, he left in his car. A group of teachers passing by looked at her with envy. A female teacher smiled and said, "Teacher Qiao, your husband is really very thoughtful." Xiao Anshi chuckled softly. When she arrived at the office and walked to her desk, as expected, it was cleaned spotless again. She turned to Xia Yunshu and said, "Yunshu, thank you." Yunshu smiled slightly at her. During the semester, Xiao Anshi often interacted with Yunshu, and they grew closer. Since her belly started to grow, Yunshu would always clean her desk first if she arrived earlier. Unless it was her morning class and Yunshu's was in the afternoon. If she had an afternoon class and Yunshu had a morning class, Yunshu would still clean her desk for her. Sometimes, Xiao Anshi would bring small snacks for Pingping, and her bag was filled with food every day. When Xiao Anshi was busy and couldn't reschedule her classes, Yunshu would help substitute for her. After work, knowing that Xiao Anshi wouldn't ride her bike today and was waiting for Pei Jianqing to pick her up, Yunshu also stayed behind to wait with her. "Go ahead and head back. I can wait here myself." Xiao Anshi packed her bag and slung it on her shoulder. "No, it's not safe. Usually I wouldn't worry, but today it's snowing, the roads are slippery, and there are many people outside. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone downstairs." Yunshu shook her head, holding her bag, waiting to stay with Xiao Anshi. Their classes ended a bit earlier than Pei Jianqing's shift, so they waited for him to come from that side. They weren't in a rush to go downstairs. Most people in the office had already left, except for Qiu Zimin, who was still sitting at his desk, occasionally glancing back this way. As for Qiu Zimin, well, Yunshu had already clearly stated that she would live only with her daughter and wouldn't consider new relationships. The teasing in the office had lessened. But Qiu Zimin still looked like he was silently watching over her, determined to move her, which made Yunshu very uncomfortable. She advised him not to do that, but he didn't listen. Most people in the office still supported Qiu Zimin, thinking he was a good man, and since their conditions were compatible, forming a new family wouldn't be a bad idea. They told Yunshu, "It's not easy for a woman to raise a child alone. You should consider Teacher Qiu. He's such a good man." Yunshu immediately responded that she would never forget her husband and wouldn't consider anyone else. Who knew? Qiu Zimin said she was loyal and caring, and he was willing to wait for her. Yunshu was so angry she couldn't do anything about it, and now he just watched quietly from the side, having learned to keep his distance. Xia Yunshu could only ignore him, pretending he didn't exist. The more she responded, the easier it was to get caught up in the conversation. Nowadays, people get very excited about even small changes. Especially when it comes to matters between men and women, everyone's eyes are fixed on them. Qiu Zimin waited a little longer, and seeing that the two behind him showed no sign of leaving, he turned around and asked, "Aren't you two teachers leaving yet?" Xiao Anshi smiled and said, "My husband will come to pick me up later. It's snowing today, so I'm just giving Teacher Xia a ride home." Hearing this, Qiu Zimin stood up. "Then I'll go first." His attitude seemed to work against him. Everyone praised him. Xiao Anshi sighed. She could tell Qiu Zimin was trying to use public opinion to pressure Xia Yunshu. She snorted softly. Only after they got closer did they realize that Xia Yunshu wasn't as quiet and delicate as she seemed on the surface. She was just a woman taking care of a child, avoiding trouble, being cautious, and not socializing much. This was a tough time, and one wrong move could lead to disaster. But after becoming friends with Xiao Anxi and getting along well, she finally showed her true self in front of her. He's not only good, but also smart. He's very clear about everything, Xia Yunshu said with a cold laugh, dismissing the idea that Qiu Zimin liked her. Her conditions were quite good. She was young, not stunningly beautiful but pretty and gentle in appearance. She had a decent job, and although she had a child, her child's father left her a pension that would last until the child turned 18. Marrying her wouldn't be a burden, and it could even bring extra income to the family. Plus, she and her daughter were from a good family background. Men like Qiu Zimin, who was single and had a child, wouldn't easily find a young girl. Choosing a woman with a second marriage, whether she had a child or not, was not as good as Xia Yunshu. Anxi, maybe you think I'm too harsh and selfish, but I have to protect myself and my daughter first, Xia Yunshu said. No. Xiao Anxi held Xia Yunshu's hand and smiled. I think your idea is very right. Really? Xia Yunshu's eyes lit up. I have a job, my daughter has a pension, and we're both military veterans. We can live well. Why should I be so desperate to find another man to take care of me? This speech made Xiao Anxi see Xia Yunshu in a new light. She was very clear-headed. In this era and environment, being able to say such things was truly rare. Cloud Shu, you are too clear-headed. I support you.
Thank you, Anxi.
You're the only one supporting me. Everyone else advises me to consider Qiu Zimin. Even if he's sincere, I honestly don't like him. After I clearly refused, he still acted this way, not considering my feelings or situation. How much can his affection be real? She sighed softly. Sometimes I want to change jobs and environments. But now, changing jobs isn't so easy. The job I have now is only possible because of the support from the military district. Xiao Anxi's heart moved. If you have the chance, would you like to go to university? Of course I would. I used to do well in school, but I never had the chance to take the college entrance exam. I went straight to the countryside as a youth, met Pingping's father visiting home, and got married and had children. Summer Yunshu looked nostalgic. Maybe you can try to get a university spot. Or perhaps someday the college entrance exam will be restored? It probably won't be like this forever, Xiao Anxi subtly suggested. Summer Yunshu seriously thought about it. Do you think the college entrance exam will come back? I don't know, but I feel it won't stay like this forever, Xiao Anxi replied. Yes, Yunshu nodded. Xiao Anxi added, you should also review high school textbooks now and prepare yourself. Applying for a university isn't impossible. The best thing here is that everything is quite fair. Yes, I will prepare well. Summer Yunshu made up her mind. Since they were at school, reading and studying was the easiest. Why not do more preparation? She was also smart and felt there was some hint in Xiao Anxi's words. Thinking about her parents being professors at Beijing University, maybe they knew some news or trends. A wave of gratitude rose in her heart. She silently remembered this and reminded herself to keep her mouth shut. Xiao Anxi glanced at the time. It's time for us to go down. Summer Yunshu quickly helped Xiao Anxi downstairs. People on the first floor were coming and going. The ground was a bit wet and slippery from mud and snow brought in from outside. A thick curtain hung at the door. The two waited inside, not going out. Soon, the sound of a car outside was heard. It's here, Xiao Anxi said, and headed outside. Wait! Be careful. The road is slippery. Summer Yunshu quickly linked her arm around Xiao Anxi's and helped her walk out. Pei Jianqing got out of the car and came over to help Xiao Anxi. Thank you, he said to Summer Yunshu. She pulled Xia Yunshu into the car, making Pei Jianqing take a detour first to take her home. On the way home, snowflakes started falling again. Snowy days are perfect for hot pot. She said with a smile as she looked out the window at the snow. The first snow. It doesn't feel right not to have hot pot. Then let's eat it. We still have some lamb at home, Pei Jianqing replied, smiling. It seemed his wife was craving hot pot and was good at finding excuses. There's no time at noon, so we can have it tonight. Too bad my copper pot hasn't arrived yet. Earlier, Joan-shi had written a letter asking Zhou Yinghua and the others to bring a copper hot pot for hot pot meals. But they had to wait for the holidays to be together. Let's use a clay pot for now. Do we need to buy anything from the store?
Pei Jianqing asked.
No need. We have everything at home. Just bought a bunch of cabbage, radishes, and potatoes a few days ago. Joan-shi originally wanted to have fish hot pot, but the fish at home was frozen in the fridge. Frozen fish isn't as good for hot pot. The texture isn't quite right. Back home, after lunch, they took a nap. Pei Jiancheng went to work, and Joan-shi worked for a while before starting to prepare the hot pot ingredients with Tian Xiufeng. Tian Xiufeng had never made hot pot before and listened carefully to Joan-shi's instructions. Just as Joan-shi was about to take out the lamb to thaw and slice, she realized something important was missing. They didn't have sesame paste at home. Without sesame paste, the hot pot wouldn't have its soul. Joan-shi had to change her plan again. Aunt Tian, take out a cuttlefish to thaw and slice thinly. The other ingredients were easier, mainly washing some vegetables. They still had fish and shrimp paste, which Joan-shi had frozen in the fridge. The abalone was also frozen, so she took it out to thaw. The broth was still made from beef bones. When Pei Jiancheng came home from work, he saw they were having seafood hot pot instead of lamb. Why didn't we have lamb? He asked. Joan-shi pouted. I forgot we don't have sesame paste at home. Next time, then, Pei Jiancheng said with a smile, pinching his wife's cheek. Until Dad and Mom come over. Thinking about the time, Zhou Yinghua and Lian Jingying would soon be on holiday. At this point, everyone faced a problem. There was only one guest room at home. How would the Zhou family stay when they came? Tian Xiufeng had already thought about it. She said, just set up a folding bed in the dining room at night. It's only a few days before the New Year anyway. The dining room and living room were connected and spacious, so putting a folding bed nearby wouldn't be a problem. But Joan-shi still hesitated a bit. How about taking a day off, Aunt Tian? There are only a few days left before the New Year. Tian Xiangfang disagreed, saying, no need for a day off. Aunt-shi, I will sleep outside. There are many things to prepare for the New Year. Since you're pregnant, it's not convenient. I will finish my work first, and then go. Aunt-shi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. She had been thinking about this problem before. She even considered letting her father sleep outside and her mother and Aunt Tian share the room. But that didn't seem right either. She knew Aunt Tian wouldn't agree to take a day off. Then she came up with an idea. Tomorrow, she needed to go to the furniture factory to deliver some drawings. She would see if she could buy a suitable folding screen. She could place it in front of the military bed, giving a bit of privacy. If someone got up at night, it wouldn't cause much trouble. If there was no ready-made screen, she would draw a design and ask them to make it quickly. Her parents would arrive in a few days, so she needed to hurry. She turned to Pei Jiancheng and said, tomorrow, I want to use your car to go to the furniture factory and buy a screen to put in front of the military bed. It's slippery on snowy roads. I'll go with you tomorrow, Pei Jiancheng said, worried because the road was difficult and she was pregnant. That's good, Aunt-shi nodded. That night, she measured the dimensions, drew a design for the screen, and also sketched a small, simple bedside table. The next day, after work, Aunt-shi and Pei Jiancheng finished lunch and headed straight to the furniture factory. Aunt-shi first handed in her design drawings, then went to look at the showroom. She looked around but couldn't find what she wanted. So she took the design she drew last night and ordered it from the staff. Can you make it faster? The staff smiled, Comrade Joe. Since you're ordering a custom piece, we can prioritize it. The worker nearby also said, don't worry, Comrade Joe. It will be ready in a few days. You don't need to paint it. It will be done quickly. That's great. Thank you. Aunt-shi felt relieved and went back home. Sure enough, after a few days, the furniture factory delivered the screen and the small bedside table. They set up the military bed by the dining room window and placed the small bedside table beside it. Once the screen was put up, it looked like a small bedroom. During the day, they could fold the screen away, so there was no obstruction of light or sight. To make the screen lighter, Each side was made with a solid wood frame, filled with fiberboard, which was much lighter than pure wood. It was easy to move around. Tian Xiangfang liked this small space very much and quickly packed up the bedding. All the beds in the guest room were also replaced with clean sets. As the new year approaches, Qiao Anxi and her school have finally finished their final exams and are officially on winter holiday. Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying also didn't take too long this time. As soon as Qiao Anxi finished her holiday, they called to tell her the departure time. Please don't rush again this time. There is snow on the road, safety first. Qiao Anxi was still worried and kept reminding them over the phone. Definitely, they both promised, not wanting their pregnant daughter to worry. This time, Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying didn't get up before dawn like last time. They left at around 5 in the morning. They had a good sleep, refreshed, ate a proper breakfast, and then left calmly. The road was quite difficult, with some areas heavily covered in snow. They drove carefully and steadily. They went faster on easy roads and slower on difficult ones. By evening, they finally reached the military district. It gets dark early now, and by the time they arrived at the staff housing, it was completely dark. When they heard the car outside, Qiao Anxi finally relaxed. She opened the door and stood at the entrance, anxiously looking down the stairs. Lian Jingying was the first to come up. Mom. Qiao Anxi happily linked her arm. Sweetie, your face is round, and your belly isn't small anymore. Lian Jingying lovingly touched her daughter's chubby face. Professor Lian, Tian Xiaofang hurried out of the kitchen to greet them. Thank you, Aunt Tian. Lian Jingying smiled and walked inside with her daughter. Later, Pei Jiancheng and Qiao Yinghuai came upstairs carrying things. Dad, Qiao Anxi quickly called her dear father. Daughter, I brought you a copper pot. Qiao Yinghuai smiled and held up a box in his hand.
Great.
Now we can have hot pot with copper pots. Qiao Anxi happily went over to take the box from him. Stay there and don't move. Qiao Yinghuai avoided her and placed the box on the table. Lian Jingying stepped forward, opened the box, and took out the copper pot.
See?
Hee, Mom. You really know me. Qiao Anxi giggled, looking at the copper pot from all sides. I also brought a few bottles of sesame paste, Lian Jingying said. Mom, you're amazing. Qiao Anxi gave a thumbs up. Although they also had sesame paste, she felt that the taste from theirs was better. Pei Jiancheng and Qiao Yinghuai ran up and down a few times, finally bringing all the things upstairs. You brought quite a lot of things this time, didn't you? Joanna looked at the pile and was a bit surprised. It's almost New Year and the weather is cool, so things won't spoil easily, Lian Jingying said with a smile. They brought the New Year gifts given by the school, and the two of them also bought many other things. Forget about the stuff for now, Mom and Dad. Wash up first and let's eat. Joanna pulled Lian Jingying and Qiao Yinghuai toward the bathroom. Pei Jiancheng quickly went to the kitchen to bring hot water. Joanna prepared a big basin of warm water. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaofang had already started bringing dishes to the table. To welcome her parents, Joanna and Tian Xiaofang carefully planned the menu for tonight's dinner. They specially made a large bone and peanut inkfish soup for a fresh taste, so Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying could try it. There was braised fish, onion stir-fried beef, oil-braised prawns, steamed sausages, a cold salad, and stir-fried cabbage strips as a vegetable dish. Such a feast. Aunt Tian's cooking is still so delicious. Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying kept praising the food, especially the peanut inkfish soup, which they couldn't stop complimenting. After dinner, they prepared to unpack the things brought by the Qiao couple. Anxi, sit still and watch. Don't touch anything, Lian Jingying said, holding back her eager daughter. Joanna had to sit back on the bench, watching them organize the items with eager eyes. Tian Xiaofang had finished tidying the kitchen. She came over and helped Lian Jingying clean up the items on the ground. Oh, I almost forgot the most important thing, Lian Jingying said as she went into the room to take out her bag, then pulled out an object covered in a leather case and handed it to Joanna. Here, for you.
What is it?
Joanna took it and opened it. It was a camera of a well-known brand.
A camera?
Mom, you actually bought me this? Joanna was very surprised. Her mom knew she liked taking photos. It's a color camera, Lian Jingying said with a smile. But I didn't buy it myself. Jianqing bought it for you.
Huh?
Joanna was a bit confused.
Why?
How come you have it? Pei Jianqing said I asked someone to buy it for me, and they brought it here for Mom and Dad, and also brought one for you. Joanna suddenly remembered that she once said she was sad she couldn't take color photos. Pei Jianqing said he would get her a color camera.
She had forgotten about it.
She had her phone and tablet to take pictures, so she didn't think much about it. But Pei Jianqing remembered. Now, it's not easy to buy a color camera in the country. There are no domestic ones. This imported camera must have cost a lot of thought and effort. Thank you, she said gratefully to Pei Jianqing. Silly girl, Pei Jianqing ruffled her hair. Exactly, when the baby is born, we can take lots of photos of the little one. Qiao Anqi happily smiled. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, where can I develop the color photos? Pei Jianqing said, don't worry, I have a way. Qiao Yinghui also smiled and said, don't worry, daughter. Dad can handle it too.
Right.
I have a Waneng husband and dad. Haha. Qiao Anqi happily played with her camera. Tian Xiufang and Lian Jingying also finished tidying up the food. Since it's cold now, many things don't need to go in the fridge. They can be kept on the balcony. The school cafeteria slaughtered a pig for the new year and shared a lot of meat. The couple together had quite a bit, and they brought it all home. The fridge is small and can't hold too much. Tian Xiufang and Lian Jingying just organized everything, mostly placing it on the balcony. Anqi, don't look at the camera yet. Come see this, Lian Jingying said, carrying another bag. She opened it on the Kong table. First, she took out a package, which contained a full set of baby clothes, including a onesie and a two-piece outfit. Besides clothes, there was a swaddle, a blanket, small socks, a bib, a hat, a small square cloth, a tiny pillow, and other small items. They were very small and adorable. So pretty and cute. Qiao Anqi looked at them with stars in her eyes. Such a lot of stuff? Tian Xiufang also came over to look. She wanted to learn too. Seeing this set of things made her dizzy. She thought to herself, people in big cities are really different. There are 2 sets of pure cotton and 2 sets of silk. Lian Jingying took out another silk set, made from the fabric they had previously unpacked. She specially brought it back to Beijing to have someone make baby items. These sets are very finely made. Then she took out 2 baby bottles. These are from the Qiaohui store. Thanks, Mom. Everything is prepared for me. Qiao Anqi held Lian Jingying's hand and leaned her head on her shoulder. Joan was surprised and looked at him. Dad, I didn't know you were so good at woodworking. You can even make wooden basins now. Zhou Yihui proudly said, Hey, I've been practicing and studying for the past few months. Just buy one. Why go through all the trouble? No, I want to make one myself for my little grandson. Zhou Yihui had already made up his mind. Okay, I'm sure the baby will love it. Joan quickly comforted her dad. Zhou Yihui's face lit up with a big smile. All right, no more looking, no chatting now. You all need to rest early. We've been driving all day again. Joan checked the time and started urging Zhou Yihui and Lian Jingying to go back to their rooms to rest. Tian Xiufang had already boiled hot water in the kitchen. Knowing their daughter was worried, they didn't say much and quietly washed up before returning to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Zhou Yihui and Lian Jingying were amazed again by the hearty breakfast prepared by Tian Xiufang. Joan specially told them she made crab meat soup dumplings and fresh shrimp wontons. These crab meat soup dumplings are so authentic and delicious. They both gave a thumbs up. The couple is quite picky about food, but they thought these were really very good. With Aunt Tian here, my cooking keeps getting better, Joan said with a smile. Aunt Tian often sends fresh seafood to us. Aunt Tian, you work so hard and everyone in the family appreciates it. Lian Jingying thanked Tian Xiufang. Tian Xiufang quickly said, It's what I should do, and Joan has many good ideas. She taught me a lot. That's because your skills are excellent, and you learn quickly, Lian Jingying said. No wonder Joan's face has become rounder. The family's diet is really good, with plenty of fresh ingredients. And Tian Xiufang's cooking skills are definitely much better than theirs. It's very right for her to come home and help out. Not only does it make life easier, but the quality of life also improves. When they come over, with Aunt Tion here, everyone feels relaxed and doesn't have to do everything themselves. Tion Xiufeng enjoys working and earning money, and she does everything with care. Girl, shall we go to the furniture factory to find some wood later? Zhou Hui asked his daughter. Okay, Joan nodded happily, looking at her anxious dad. Jiancheng, remember to help me borrow some tools, Zhou Hui specifically asked Pei Jiancheng. Pei Jiancheng nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Pei Jiancheng went to work, and the family of 3 set off for the furniture factory. Joan brought along 2 copies of her new design sketches. She designed a baby crib that also functions as a cradle, which can be pushed to rock gently. She also designed a sofa bed. When folded up, it becomes a sofa. When the bottom slats are pulled out and the cushion is lowered, it becomes a comfortable large bed. Usually, it is kept folded and used as a sofa in the guest room. When guests arrive, it can be opened into a bed. At the furniture factory, she first went to give the drawings to the staff and ordered the baby crib and sofa bed. Factory director Wu saw her and called her over. Anshi, you came just in time. The factory is giving out New Year benefits. Please go to the office later to pick up your share. Okay. Thank you, Director Wu, Qiao Anshi replied with a smile. She took Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying to the factory area to find suitable scrap materials. Xiao Yinghuai searched for a long time and finally found some good pieces of material, along with some accessories. He first carried the items back to the car. Qiao Anshi and Lian Jingying went back to the office to collect their benefits. Comrade Qiao, come quickly. Everything is ready for you, the office director greeted warmly when he saw her. There was quite a lot, 10 jin of rice, 10 jin of flour, a small barrel of oil, and a small piece of meat. It shows that this year's factory had a good year. Thank you, Qiao Anshi said with a smile, and Lian Jingying came over to carry the heavier items. We all have to thank you. Thanks to you, we received a lot of things this year, the office director said with a big smile. Everyone works together, she replied happily, carrying the items out with Lian Jingying. There are quite a few things. After putting the items down, Qiao Yinghuai quickly stepped forward to take the things from his daughter and wife. Once everything was settled, the family of 3 headed home. On the way, Qiao Anshi took some more items out of her space and put them into the basket they brought in the morning. Can we take fewer pork and more of the things we don't have? Lian Jingying watched as Qiao Anshi took things out one by one. I know. I'll take 2 bags of dried goods like sea cucumbers and fish maw and pack them into the boxes you brought, as if they are from you. We'll also take some chicken, duck, cod, beef, and lamb. Soon, Qiao Anshi filled the big basket completely, also taking quite a few fruits. Finally, she covered the basket tightly with a piece of white cotton cloth. The family of 3 drove to the building's entrance and started moving the items upstairs. Since the weather is cold now, there are few people downstairs. Yesterday, Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying came over and kept moving things upstairs. Some people saw them, but couldn't see exactly what they were carrying. They could guess it was New Year's supplies. Everyone admired how much Qiao's family loved Qiao Anshi, always bringing her the best things. Today, they went out again and brought back a big pile of items. People felt jealous. They already had a feeling that the preparations for the new year had begun, and in the next few days, the smell from the kitchen would be overwhelming. Luckily, their own family had also started preparing food for the new year recently. Otherwise, just smelling what Vice Captain Pei's family was making would drive everyone crazy. The 3 of them carried the big pile of things home. Tion Xiufeng was surprised. They had brought so much yesterday, and now again today. She didn't say anything or ask questions. Xiao Anshi explained to Tion Xiufeng, some of these are New Year's benefits from the factory, rice, flour, and oil. Tion Xiufeng was very surprised and quickly helped tidy up. At noon, Pei Jiancheng returned home and indeed brought back all the tools for Qiao Yinghuai. After lunch, the whole family started working and Pei Jiancheng went to work. Old Qiao, hold your tools and go to the living room. These days, the dining room and kitchen are ours, Lian Jingying commanded confidently, pushing Xiao Yinghuai, who was holding some wood and already working, into the living room. Going now, Xiao Yinghuai dared not disobey his wife. He held his tools and moved to the living room. He couldn't take over the dining room anymore. The three women at home were starting their New Year preparations, and the dining room and kitchen would be their battleground.
Engxi, sit quietly.
You can only talk, not move your hands. Lian Jingying firmly sat Xiao Anxi in a chair, letting her direct things from there. In the kitchen, Tian Xiufang was the main cook, and Lian Jingying helped her. Their roles were very clear. Since there were many ingredients for the new year, Tian Xiufang could show off her cooking skills. First, they made some New Year's snacks and treats. The first was steamed rice cakes. Last year, they didn't have the skills to make these, but this year, with Tian Xiufang's cooking expertise, it was easier. Should we steam red sugar rice cakes or a layered one with glutinous rice and filling? Tian Xiufang asked Lian Jingying for his opinion. Steam both, and make several of each. We need to give some as gifts for the new year, Lian Jingying replied. They couldn't give too many now, but they would cut a piece for each family member. The Pei family in the capital also needs to send 2 packages. These cannot be cut into pieces. They must be sent whole. Since it's cold, the items won't spoil easily, and they are all made with space water, so they won't go bad during shipping to the capital. Xiao Anxi isn't sure what to send for the new year, so she decides to send some snacks. She also sends various dried seafood and dried shrimp she dried earlier, specifically for the new year. She also dried some abalone and oyster meat. She made fish, but they can't be shipped easily. She studied a few dessert recipes on her tablet and asked Tian Xiufang to make them. They steamed red bean cake and made small milk squares. Tian Xiufang also prepared some traditional New Year snacks she is good at, like fried sesame leaves and smiling pastries. After making the snacks, she started preparing marinated dishes, marinated pork, eggs, and various vegetarian dishes. Lian Jingying asked, Aunt Tian, can you make braised pork? Yes, I can. Then make a few bowls of braised pork. Lian Jingying brought over the pork belly from school. Tian Xiufang then began frying the braised pork. Over the next few days, the whole building was filled with the smell of fried foods. It didn't seem out of place here. She fried the braised pork, then ribs, then meatballs, both meat and vegetarian, and fish fillets. After that, she made stewed dishes. Tian Xiuying and Lian Jingying worked hard for several days and finally finished most of the preparations. Tian Xiufang started cleaning the entire house. She washed everything that needed cleaning, including curtains and bedding, which she took down and washed. Luckily, they had a washing machine, which greatly reduced the workload. Lian Jingying sighed, Aunt Tian is so capable and hardworking. She did almost everything herself for the New Year preparations, only getting some help here and there. The effort was mostly from Tian Xiufang. Anxi sat comfortably, not having to move at all. Xiao Anxi said yes. It's really lucky to find an aunt like Aunt Tian. Tian Xiufang felt a bit shy and said, It's nothing. Your family is so clean, there isn't much work, and with the washing machine I don't have to do much. Meanwhile, Pei Jiancheng brought back a big package from the capital. Naturally, it was full of New Year goods. Most of the meat was preserved, so they couldn't send fresh meat. There were cured meats, sausages, air-dried chicken and duck, and a cured pig leg. There were also many dried goods, mostly dried vegetables that had been dried in the sun. As usual, there are also milk powder, brown sugar, millet, and dried fruits to nourish Jiaoanxi. There are many high-end biscuits, candies, and chocolates as well. All of these are rare items on the market. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying can tell where they come from at a glance. Finally, on the 29th, most of the household chores were done, and everything was cleaned up. Xiao Anxi announced, Aunt Tian is taking a break and going home today. Let's have something different for lunch. Pork stomach chicken. Pork stomach is something Xiao Anxi knew was slaughtered at the end of the year in the army, so she asked Pei Jiancheng to order one for her. I don't know how to make this, Tian Xiufang said, never having heard of it. I'll teach you, Xiao Anxi said with a smile. She had watched videos and memorized the steps thoroughly. Even Lian Jingying had watched them enough times. They had also eaten it before, so they roughly knew how it should taste. After Tian Xiaofang cleaned the pork stomach as instructed, Xiao Anqi began teaching her how to stuff the chicken into the pork stomach to make pork stomach chicken. Once cooked, they took out the chicken and cut it into small pieces, and also cut the pork stomach into small pieces, then simmered everything together in a clay pot. Finally, they set up the stove, placed the clay pot on it, and started to cook the hot pot. On a very cold winter day, snow was still falling outside, but inside the house, everyone was drinking rich pepper-flavored pork stomach chicken soup, feeling warm all over. Tian Xiaofang was completely amazed by this flavor. She had never known that pig offal, which has a strong smell, could be cooked into such a delicious taste. Thinking about it, cooking it with chicken, how could it not taste good? After dinner, Tian Xiaofang started packing her things to go home. Lian Jingying was preparing items for her to take home for the new year. They packed some of the same sliced New Year cakes, fried sesame leaves, and some snacks. They also packed a bowl of braised pork and other various dishes. There's no need to bring so much. Just some New Year cakes and snacks will do, Tian Xiaofang said, anxiously pulling at her basket. You've been busy at our house all year and haven't had time to make things at your own. Take some ready-made ones back. Lian Jingying ignored her tugging and carefully packed everything for her. Tian Xiaofang hesitated, not knowing what to say, her eyes a bit moist. Over the years, her family had never had so many good things for the new year. In the end, she only managed to say 2 words. Thank you. Xiao Yinghuai picked up the car keys. I'll take you back. Pei Jianqing needed to go to work, so this task fell to him. No, I'll just take a taxi home. The new year is coming, and you all shouldn't go out. Tian Xiaofang desperately shook her head. The road isn't very close. It's a long drive each way. Let me take you to the station, Xiao Yinghuai said. Pei Jian, who was preparing to go to work, said, I'll take Aunt Tian to the station. She picked up Aunt Tian's big basket and left with her. Inside, only the family of 3 was left. These days, busy preparing for the new year, they hadn't sat down to enjoy tea and chat. Xiao Anqi and Lian Jingying lazily leaned on the bench. Xiao Yinghuai, perceptive, put down his work and went into the kitchen to boil water and prepare tea, taking care of his wife and daughter. Sweetheart, you don't want tea? Would you like some milk? Xiao Yinghuai came out holding the teapot. I'll have juice, Xiao Anqi said, taking already prepared juice from the cupboard. Xiao Yinghuai poured tea for his wife and brought snacks and dried fruits to his daughter. Dad, stop working and sit down to have some tea, Xiao Anqi said, watching her busy father, acting like a caring little daughter. Xiao Yinghuai checked the stove beside the tea table, then happily sat down. The family of 3 sat around the warm stove, talking about the past few months. Dad, you've already got the old door panels for me? Xiao Anqi was surprised to hear her father had exchanged 2 mooncakes for 2 old door panels. Her eyes widened. Yes, after cleaning the door panels, they look very special, Xiao Yinghuai said proudly. Just waiting for you to fix them after you get back. You're amazing, Dad. Xiao Anqi immediately praised him. Xiao Yinghuai smiled even more happily. Another year has passed. Lian Jingying looked at the happy father and daughter and sighed softly. Yes, indeed. Xiao Yinghuai and Xiao Anqi couldn't help but think of last year's spring festival. Time really flies. The 3 chatted about various things, mostly unrelated to work. Xiao Yinghuai said that during the holiday, they would talk about work after the new year. But making wooden basins couldn't be relaxed. While chatting, he couldn't help but pick up his woodworking tools again. Nothing was more important to him than his little grandson's bath basin. Lian Jingying and Xiao Anqi watched him happily. Xiao Anqi smiled and said, Dad, there's no need to rush. You can do it after the new year. That won't do. Anyway, it doesn't interfere with anything, Xiao Yinghuai said, focused on his wooden boards. Lian Jingying and Xiao Anqi ignored him, both laughing and still leaning back in their chairs, drinking tea and chatting. Is your foot swollen? Lian Jingying asked with concern. It's okay. There's enough water, don't worry, nothing serious. The due date is getting closer, so you shouldn't just sit around, take a walk. I'm walking around at home, no problem. When the weather clears up, I'll go downstairs with you for a walk. Sounds good. How are those nuts I sent you last time? They taste great. The mother and daughter chat back and forth, talking about various things. Now, everything is pretty relaxed. There's not much left to do. All the important tasks are almost finished, and all the gifts have been given out. The next day is New Year's Eve. Pei Jiancheng still has to go to work. He will be with the soldiers until the afternoon before coming back. Early in the morning, Lian Jingying got up and prepared breakfast. Qiao Anxi didn't stay in bed either. After Pei Jiancheng went for morning exercises, she slowly got up. Why not sleep a little longer? Lian Jingying asked her caringly as she came out of her room. I'm not sleeping anymore. Today is New Year's Eve, so I got up early. Qiao Anxi went to wash up. Xiao Yinghuai also got up early and helped his wife in the kitchen. When Pei Jiancheng finished his morning exercises and returned, the family had breakfast together. After breakfast, Lian Jingying told Pei Jiancheng, who was about to leave, "Go to work without worry. We're here, so you don't have to stress."
Okay, thanks, Mom.
Pei Jiancheng put on his hat, patted Qiao Anxi's little face, and said, "Be good at home." Then he left for work. Most of the dishes had already been prepared by Tian Xiufang, so there wasn't much to do at home today. Lian Jingying took out the vegetables to thaw and heat. Now, she just needs to make some soup and cook a couple of quick dishes before dinner. This year, Qiao Anxi was heavily pregnant, so she didn't help with anything. Lian Jingying and Qiao Yinghuai were busy in the kitchen while she wandered around the living room. She strolled from one side of the living room to the other, chatting with her parents in the kitchen. Downstairs, there were only children's voices. Most adults were busy in the kitchen at home. After wandering for a while, Qiao Anxi felt a bit bored. Watching her busy parents in the kitchen, she suddenly had an idea. She took out her phone, stood at the door of the kitchen, and filmed a video of her parents inside. "Come on, Dad and Mom, look at the camera. Oh, and see how harmonious and warm you two are." Her parents exchanged a knowing look. "Hey, don't roll your eyes. I'm recording this." "Wow, this angle is good." Joan happily played with her phone, taking many selfies of herself. After she finished, she put the phone away. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Pei Jiancheng returned home. When he pushed open the door, the family of 3 was happily chatting in the living room. "Jiancheng is back. Once we finish stir-frying the greens, we'll eat," Lian Jingying said with a smile as she stood up. Joan's husband also went over to join his wife. Seeing his parents together, Pei Jiancheng naturally didn't go over to help. He went to the bathroom to wash his face and hands, then changed into a loose, dark blue sweater. His shirt collar peeked out from under the sweater, looking fresh and handsome. Handsome. Joan's eyes sparkled with admiration. This sweater was the same as the one Joan was wearing now, clearly a couple style. Indeed, it was a couple sweater, specially knitted by Joan herself. Pei Jiancheng rarely wore sweaters, no matter how cold it was. He usually wore a shirt and military uniform, sometimes with an autumn shirt underneath or a military coat. Joan had deliberately knitted this loose sweater, identical to her own. Only then was Pei Jiancheng willing to wear it at home. Seeing the sparkle in his wife's eyes, he slightly smiled. He walked over, sat beside her, held her hand, and asked, "Are you hungry?" "No, I had soup at noon, ate a chicken wing and a chicken drumstick." Joan leaned into Pei Jiancheng's arms. "That's good." Pei Jiancheng reached out and gently stroked her hair. "Don't go hungry." "I won't. I kept eating nonstop," Joan replied. "Good. Did the baby kick you today?" "Yes, several times." They leaned close, whispering softly. Joan occasionally chuckled happily. Joan's son and her father-in-law watched them, sharing a smile. But now her father-in-law was playing the bad guy. He carried out the dishes, loudly announcing, "Dinner is ready." "Dad, you scared our dear little grandson," Joan said unhappily, peeking out from Pei Jiancheng's arms. Joan's father-in-law awkwardly chuckled and forgot about it. Pei Jiancheng gently ruffled his wife's hair, helped her sit properly, then got up to help serve the dishes in the kitchen. This year there were still 10 dishes and 1 soup with fish and meat, cold and hot dishes, but the presentation was less elaborate than last year. Joan's drink had changed from wine to milk. Laughter and festive cheer filled the dinner table. just like last year, bringing everyone's memories back. It's different now. Last year, we had 2 people. This year, there are 5. Joan, she gently touched her belly. Yes, everyone's smiles grew wider. It seemed the little baby knew she was talking about him, and he waved his tiny fist happily. The baby moved, Joan, she said with a smile. To welcome the new baby this year, everyone raised their cups and clinked them together. After finishing the New Year's dinner and tidying up, the family just sat together, drinking tea and chatting. Because Joan, she was about to give birth, this year was much quieter. Since they were in the military district, Pei Jianqing couldn't set off fireworks or firecrackers. After wrapping the dumplings, even Cunning told Joan she to go to her room and rest, not to stay up too late. On the first and second days of the new year, Pei Jianqing still went to work every day. Most soldiers celebrate the new year at the base, so everyone could enjoy the holiday together. On the morning of the first day, the military wives across the street brought their children over to visit. Lian Jingying cheerfully handed out lots of snacks to them. Soon, more and more military wives came to pay their New Year's greetings. Joan, she, with her big belly, wasn't very comfortable, so Lian Jingying mostly handled the greetings. Everyone understood, so they just stayed for a little while and didn't disturb too long. But still, people kept coming throughout the day. Pei Jianqing's home was a mysterious place for everyone in the building. Everyone knew they had good conditions: refrigerator, washing machine, definitely different. But during this visit, everyone was amazed again. Inside, it was beautifully decorated and very elegant, unlike anything they'd seen before. From the cabinets to the chairs and tables, everything was a matching set. Beautiful paintings hung on the walls, and delicate ornaments decorated the shelves. On the coffee table, there were various high-quality sweets and candies, things they rarely saw. The stove was burning brightly, making the room warm and cozy. Everyone sat inside, feeling a bit unsure how to sit properly. Joan Shi's family was warm and sincere, constantly offering tea and snacks. The lively day only quieted down at night. By the second day, no one came anymore. The family stayed home, closing the door, eating and drinking happily.
It was a very relaxing life.
When Pei Jianqing came home from work, everyone could play cards together again. Or Zhou Ninghuai might pull Pei Jianqing to play chess, while mother and daughter fussed over their little projects. They also had plenty of food at home, so they didn't need to cook much. Overall, this new year was free and comfortable. However, Lian Jingying still kept pulling Xiao Anqi to walk around the house. They moved from one room to another, slowly wandering around the entire house, not letting her sit all the time. You need to walk more. Your belly has been getting bigger these days, and the due date is less than a month away. Yes, I walk a lot. I often walk during work, and I don't sit much during class. It's been snowing outside these days, though not heavily. Let's not go downstairs. It's enough to walk inside the house. Lian Jingying watched the light snow outside, but still felt uneasy. Inside the house, she wandered around now and then, and her daily exercise was enough. Early on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Tian Xiaofang hurried back, carrying a large basket. This spring festival, Xiao Anqi only took 5 days off. That was quite a lot, as most workplaces only give a few days off around the New Year, usually until the 2nd or 3rd day, after which people have to go back to work. Some places even claimed that production couldn't be delayed, so there was basically no holiday at all. Tian Xiaofang also brought back quite a few small seafood from the beach. Now it's February, the time when these small seafood are especially plump and tasty. There are still quite a few fish. Lian Jingying looked surprised at the basket with several sizable fish. Isn't the sea closed today? The sea and her father fished in the shallow waters, Tian Xiaofang explained as she emptied the catch. Can they fish in such cold weather? Yes, even if it's frozen, they can ice fish, Tian Xiaofang said with a smile. Since Tian Xiaofang returned to work, she immediately started busying herself with cleaning and tidying up. Xiao Yinghuai began making a bath basin for his little grandson again. Meanwhile, Commander Qian and Major Lei arranged to have a drink with him, and Pei Jianqing still had to accompany them. The military district leaders were so excited when they saw him this time. They never expected that they would actually bring back so many foreign trade orders. Not only could this help retired and disabled soldiers, but now military families inside and outside the district also benefited. How could they not be happy and excited? Xiao Yinghuai also arranged another day to contact Peng Daming, and they went together to a craft weaving factory. They were supposed to go with Xiao Anxi, but since her due date was too close, Lian Jingying didn't want her to travel around. Xiao Yinghuai was also worried, so in the end, he just went alone with Peng Daming. After returning, he focused on making his small wooden basin. Finally, it was finished. He excitedly pulled Xiao Anxi and said, "Girl, the wooden basin is done. Let's test the water and see if it leaks." "Dad, don't say that. This wooden basin looks really beautiful, especially since it's oval-shaped, like a big goose egg." Joanxi admired the smooth, delicate finish of the wooden basin and said it looked very nice. "Yes, this kind of basin is called a goose egg basin. My little grandson will definitely like it." Zhou Yinghuai happily took the basin to the bathroom and filled it with water. "I think it won't leak. It looks very tight. Let's wait and see." Zhou Yinghuai watched the water in the basin carefully. It didn't go down at all, and no water spilled outside. It was definitely a success. Zhou Yinghuai spent several months researching and making this wooden basin for his beloved little grandson. He was very meticulous during the process, so it was bound to succeed. After finishing these tasks, time quickly passed to the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. Early in the morning, Tian Xiaofang started preparing to make rice dumplings. Joanxi had already listed everyone's favorite flavors the night before, choosing 3 types of fillings: sesame, red bean paste, and peanut. "Aunt Tian, just make these 3 kinds of fillings." "Okay." Last night, Tian Xiaofang soaked the peanuts, beans, and glutinous rice needed for the fillings. Even Cunning and Joanxi were busy packing luggage for Zhou Yinghuai. After the Lantern Festival, Zhou Yinghuai would return to Beijing. What about Cunning? She had already requested leave at the end of last semester to stay at the military district and accompany her daughter during childbirth. In times like these, she couldn't be at her daughter's side. She felt uneasy. Nothing was more important than her daughter. As for Zhou Yinghuai, he's a grown man and can't do much to help. The couple would stay here, but the principal would go crazy. Their workload this year is heavier, so even if they didn't want to, Zhou Yinghuai had to obediently go back.
"Dad, don't worry.
I'll take photos for you, so you won't miss the moment your baby is born. Sai, don't forget. I'll even take pictures of you bathing in the wooden basin. You can take pictures of the naughty boy, but you need to watch your privacy, girl."
"Got it."
Look at this old Joe. Now he's protecting his granddaughter. Joanxi packed a big basket of space water for Zhou Yinghuai. The bottles were brought back from Beijing by Zhou Yinghuai, along with the big basket. It's not that Joanxi didn't want to get new bottles, but Zhou Yinghuai thought keeping too many bottles in Beijing wasn't very good. It's better to bring it back and reuse it, which is safer. Basically, just toss it in the trunk and bring it over. It's not hard. Otherwise, they'd have to take a new batch of bottles up, which would be too many and harder to handle. Joanxi also packed a lot of other things for him. As for food, that's even more. Tian Xiaofang had already prepared quite a bit: pickled meat, braised meat, and plenty of vegetarian dishes. "Daughter, don't forget the stones I carved the seals from." Zhou Yinghuai was still thinking about his stones. When he met Commander Qian and the others this time, he gave each of them a seal he carved himself. The rough men were so happy they couldn't stop smiling. All these stones in the space are top-quality materials. The things Joan always played with before can't compare to these.
"Don't worry, Dad.
I've saved up a bunch for you. You'll have fun for a long time." Since Joan's parents arrived, she's been collecting things every day, knowing her dad would take another batch away. She also saved rice paper and brushes. These are consumables. "You're such a good daughter." Zhou Yinghuai happily patted her head. Even Zheng Ying finished packing Zhou Yinghuai's clothes before heading to the kitchen to guide Tian Xiaofang in slicing lamb. Today, they planned to have hot pot lamb for lunch. During the New Year, Pei Jianqing shared some lamb, and Commander Qian also had someone bring a piece over. The lamb had softened a bit, but wasn't mushy, nor was it still hard, making it easier to slice. Slice it as thin as possible. The thinner, the better. When you lay it down, it'll naturally roll up, Zheng Ying explained to Tian Xiufang, standing beside her. Tian Xiufang was good with the knife. After a few slices, she got the hang of it. The lamb slices were very thin and rolled up nicely. Just like that, perfect slicing. Zheng Ying kept praising her. She couldn't do such a good job herself. In a short while, Tian Xiufang sliced 2 large plates of lamb. Zheng Ying then taught her how to mix sesame paste. This was new and interesting for Tian Xiufang. They usually have hot pot, but not like this. In the pot, they put clear water, a few slices of some scallions, and a few dried shrimp. The flavor of the cooked meat was incredibly sweet and pure. Copper pot hot pot is the real deal. Joanxi ate happily, feeling relaxed because of the space water. She didn't have to worry about her diet or what she ate. She asked Pei Jianqing, who was busy cooking for her, "Haven't you had this taste from your hometown in a long time?" "Yeah," Pei Jianqing replied, scooping the cooked food into her bowl. "Axie, the fish you made are really good. Both types taste great." Lian Jingying couldn't help but praise again while eating the fish. She had loved them since the first time she tried them. Of course, they are handmade and additive-free. "I told my dad to take all the frozen fish from my fridge. When I get home, I will put them back in the fridge," Qiao Anqi said with a smile. "Yes, that's fine. Let's make some more." Lian Jingying nodded repeatedly because she couldn't resist how delicious they were. Tian Xiufang quickly said, "In a few days, before Anqi starts working, I will send some more fish over." Before returning to work, Tian Xiufang had told her family to catch more fish, knowing roughly when Qiao Anqi would give birth. At night, as darkness fell, Tian Xiufang served everyone cooked glutinous rice. Qiao Anqi asked for her favorite flavor. "I want sesame filling." Pei Jianqing followed his wife's taste. Lian Jingying wanted red bean paste, and Xiao Yinghuai wanted any filling, so Tian Xiufang tried all kinds. The rice had soft, sticky outer skin and sweet, fragrant fillings. Everyone finished a pot of rice. After eating, Tian Xiufang went to clean up. The family sat together at the west door chatting. Xiao Yinghuai looked at his wife and daughter, feeling a bit reluctant to leave. This time was different from last time. Last time, he went back with his wife. Now he was returning alone, feeling lonely. Since coming into this world, he hadn't been apart from his wife. Qiao Anqi looked at her somewhat downcast father and kindly left her husband to sit next to him, cuddling him. She said a lot of caring words. Old Qiao was clearly pleased, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Dad, you're leaving tomorrow. Come, give your little grandson a kiss and chat for a bit," Qiao Anqi said happily. "Baby," Qiao Yinghuai affectionately started talking with his little grandson. Qiao Anqi's belly was bulging at intervals. It seemed the grandfather and grandson were having a very happy chat. Lian Jingying watched happily from the side. Qiao Anqi also chuckled, and even Pei Jianqing couldn't help but smile. Before dawn the next day, Tian Xiufang got up to prepare breakfast and snacks for Qiao Yinghuai to take on the road. Most of the food was already cooked in the morning. She just reheated it. Then she made a few large pancakes and some pork and cabbage pies. By the time everyone else got up, she had packed everything into lunchboxes. After breakfast, Pei Jiancheng went downstairs to move things to the car. Reluctantly, Qiao Yinghuai was pushed down the stairs by his wife. He lingered at the car, dragging his wife and daughter, unwilling to let go. "Stop dawdling. Since the weather is clear, drive more slowly on the way." Lian Jingying pulled Qiao Yinghuai into the car. She was slow and hesitant, thinking it would be even later once they reached the capital. Qiao Yinghuai looked at his unfeeling wife with a bit of sadness. "It's only a few days. I'll be back soon," Lian Jingying quickly reassured him. Her daughter was also waving at him nearby. Sighing, despite feeling reluctant, he had to go. Qiao Yinghuai started the car and slowly drove away. Qiao Yinghuai returned to the capital, and everyone was too busy to feel sad. The whole family's focus was on Qiao Anqi, worried she might suddenly go into labor one day. At the end of last semester, Qiao Anqi had already taken maternity leave. After winter break, with her due date approaching, there was no need for her to go back to school. Xia Yunshu volunteered to substitute for her. For a few classes that conflicted with her schedule, the school arranged another teacher to help cover. Xiao Anxi could stay at home peacefully, waiting for her baby to arrive. The crib and sofa bed she ordered from the furniture factory had already been delivered. They were all placed in the guest room. Lian Jingying had already packed Xiao Anxi's hospital bag in advance. As soon as she showed signs of labor, she could grab the bag and head to the hospital. Pei Jianqing even stopped driving, leaving the car at home, worried that any little movement might cause delay. He was very grateful that his mother-in-law could drive. All the baby supplies, including the crib, had been disinfected with boiling water, prepared by Lian Jingying and Tian Xiufeng. The bedding for the crib was sewn by Tian Xiufeng. The whole family was on high alert. Xiao Anxi, however, felt quite relaxed, perhaps because of the confidence given by the space water. During her pregnancy, she hadn't suffered much. The support from the space water made her feel secure in every aspect. She believed her labor wouldn't be too difficult. After resting during lunch, Xiao Anxi watched Lian Jingying packing the hospital bag in the guest room. She couldn't help but walk in and pull her onto the sofa. "Mom, take a break. Everything is almost ready. Okay, sit with you for a while." Lian Jingying paused her work. It was indeed almost done, but she was a bit worried and kept checking again. "Has your body gotten heavier these days?" "Don't worry, it's fine," she said, gently touching her daughter's face to comfort her. Xiao Anxi smiled and leaned on Lian Jingying. "I'm not worried. We have a secret weapon, confidence." "That's good to hear." Lian Jingying also smiled, knowing that space water was supporting her, but her mother's heart still worried. "My little princess has become a mother now," Lian Jingying said, hugging her daughter with deep feelings. Her mind was filled with memories of her daughter's cute childhood, then her teenage years, and how she gradually grew up. Xiao Anxi suddenly looked up and seriously stared at Lian Jingying. "Mom, why don't you and Dad have another child? You're not too old now, and I can help you adjust your health," she suggested. She was worried her parents might feel lonely later. After all, she was married and had her own little family. Lian Jingying's face turned a little red when she heard this. "Nonsense, we're both quite old," she said. "Many people have children at your age. Besides, I have a secret weapon. Age isn't a problem, and my health can be improved," Xiao Anxi said confidently. She then whispered, "Did you and Dad never manage to have a baby?"
"No," Lian Zhenjin replied.
"Your dad said 20 years ago there was a pregnancy, but it was a stillbirth." Lian Jingying didn't remember this part of her past before. It was only when her husband and she talked that Xiao Yinghuai remembered to mention it. 20 years ago, her original self had a stillborn baby. She was devastated. She was already sensitive and emotionally fragile at that time. She might have strongly resisted this fact, closing off that memory, as if she had never been pregnant or had a child. Her emotional upheaval was so intense that her mental state nearly collapsed, which also damaged her body, making it impossible to conceive again. Xiao Yinghuai, her original self, was afraid to upset her further and dared not bring it up again. She deliberately avoided thinking about it. Later, many other troubles came, making life difficult, and she simply didn't want to think about it anymore. "Really?" Xiao Anxi was stunned, not expecting this part of her mother's past. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. "Mom, based on my experience reading many time travel novels, maybe I'm actually the stillborn baby you had?" "Nonsense." Lian Jingying tapped her daughter's forehead. "Your dad confirmed it was a stillbirth." Xiao Anxi rubbed her forehead and muttered, "That's not necessarily true." Hospitals in later years made mistakes, especially 20 years ago, when everything was chaotic. Anything is possible, but whether it's possible or not doesn't matter. No matter what, you're our daughter. The three of us being together now is enough. Xiao Anxi's brother and sister both didn't mind this. Anxi is their only child. Even if they knew that the water in the space could fix their bodies, they didn't plan to have another child. "Once a few years pass and domestic DNA testing becomes available, I definitely want to get tested," Qiao Anqi suddenly felt very strongly. 20 years ago, Qiao Wuming and Su Xiaolan had already passed away, and it was difficult to find records from the hospital. The simplest and most effective way was to do a DNA test. It would be quick and clear, saving a lot of guessing. If she shares the bloodline of her parents' bodies, their whole family could feel more complete here. Don't think about these things now. Focus on your pregnancy. We can talk about everything else later. Lian Jingying didn't want his daughter to waste energy thinking about these issues at this time. These questions can be explored slowly later. There's no need to rush. Even the small details can be remembered and investigated over time. Right now, having the baby is the most important thing. Everything else can wait. Yes, since we are together now, there's no rush. But, Mom, since things are like this, your body should be able to recover. Are you really not planning to have another one? Qiao Anqi understood that some things didn't need to be rushed. Whether or not to have another didn't really matter right now. We don't need another. Having you is enough, Lian Jingying said, touching his daughter's face. Then I'll have a second child, and when the time comes, she, will have the surname Qiao. Qiao Anqi leaned her head on Lian Jingying's shoulder. Lian Jingying chuckled. You haven't even had the first one yet, and you're already thinking about the second. Of course, because I'm an only child, Qiao Anqi said playfully. Lian Jingying smiled and hugged his daughter tightly. Mother and daughter snuggled warmly together. The next day was Sunday. Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu brought a big basket of fish again, just before Qiao Anqi's due date. We couldn't go far, so we just fished near the coast, Xiao Hai reported to Tian Xiufang. Good. Tian Xiufang patted her son's head and took the fish to clean. Lian Jingying made a cup of malted milk for each of the children. Thanks, Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu. When you go back, be sure to thank your grandpa, dad, and Hai. No need to thank us. Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu both smiled shyly. Qiao Anqi handed them snacks and fruit to eat. Anqi, are you about to give birth soon? The siblings looked at Qiao Anqi's big belly, remembering their mother's words. They didn't dare get too close, afraid of accidentally touching her. Yes, Qiao Anqi said with a smile. Is it a boy or a girl?
I don't know right now.
It must be as beautiful as Sister Anqi. Haha, thank you. The two sit nearby, curious and asking questions. Qiao Anqi smiles gently and answers them. After lunch, Lian Jingying packs some things into the children's basket. Pei Jiancheng takes the two kids back to Shuiying village. The temperature has warmed up a bit, and the snow on the ground is melting everywhere, making walking difficult. After getting off the bus, they still have to walk a good distance. Meanwhile, while the fish is still fresh and lively, Lian Jingying goes to the kitchen to help Tian Xiufang make fish. Tian Xiufang has now mastered 2 methods of making fish and no longer needs Qiao Anqi to guide her. But to feel involved, Qiao Anqi pulls up a chair and sits at the kitchen door watching them work. Anqi, don't just sit there all the time. Get up and walk around later. Lian Jingying, busy in the kitchen, reminds her daughter. She is just helping out in the kitchen. Tian Xiufang is now very skilled at making fish. Tian Auntie, your fish ball squeezing is amazing, fast and perfectly round. Qiao Anqi praises as she watches Tian Xiufang squeeze the fish quickly. Lian Jingying also looks on with admiration. But there's someone even faster, Pei Jiancheng, who has just finished sending Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu back. How come you're so quick? Qiao Anqi is surprised to see him push the door open, thinking it's a bit too fast. Got here a bit faster. Pei Jiancheng first washes his face. Qiao Anqi is amazed. This isn't just fast, it's like he's flying. Yes, he's flying. Pei Jiancheng is worried about leaving the car out for so long, thinking about his wife at home. He really drives at high speed. But his driving skills are top-notch. He's done even more daring things on missions. He rushes home, and finally, he's worried his wife might have started the car while he was gone. Qiao Anqi laughs happily. It's not that coincidental. Even if she did start it, she'd have enough time. Pei Jiancheng hugs his wife. Still, I feel better when I'm back with you, he says. Qiao Anqi snuggles in her husband's arms, feeling sweet as honey inside. That night, a young soldier from the guardroom comes to knock on the door. Deputy Commander Pei, you have a phone call.
Okay.
Pei Jiancheng follows the young soldier out. When he returns after taking the call, he announces a big news. His mother, Mrs. Tao Huaru, is coming to the military district soon. She's coming to see her daughter-in-law after the baby is born. I just finished coordinating my work schedule and took time off. I should leave the day after tomorrow, which is Tuesday. Really? This sudden news caught Zhou Anxi and Lian Jingying off guard. Is the mother-in-law coming over? Lian Jingying was the first to react. Then we need to get everything ready quickly. She immediately got up and said loudly, Aunt Tian, let's quickly tidy up the guest room. Okay. Tian Xiaofang hurriedly went to help. Zhou Anxi was still sitting on the bench, staring at Pei Jiancheng. Are you nervous? Pei Jiancheng smiled and patted her head. Oh my. The bride-to-be has to meet the parents-in-law.
Jag anxi blinker. Total unprepared.
Is the bride-to-be really that unattractive? Pei Jiancheng joked. Don't worry, I like you very much now. That's right. Every time she called, she only asked about her daughter-in-law. She didn't have time to pay much attention to her son. Zhou Anxi thought about it too. During her pregnancy, her in-laws' concern was genuine. They had exchanged letters, and their words were sincere. Since her mother-in-law was coming, she decided to happily welcome her. So she left her husband and joined her mother and Aunt Tian to prepare things. Just watch and leave it to me. Lian Jingying stopped her excited daughter at the door. Pei Jiancheng quickly went to help, listening to his mother-in-law's instructions, and moved the baby crib into their room. The sofa bed in the guest room had already been unfolded, with new sheets and blankets. The toiletries and essentials were all in place. Zhou Anxi looked at the sofa bed and couldn't help but say, I was so foresight. I just happened to order a sofa bed. Otherwise, when Tao Huaru arrived, she wouldn't know how to stay. It wouldn't be suitable to share a bed with Lian Jingying, and sleeping on a military cot wasn't ideal either. Staying at a guest house was not good either. Now, when the sofa was unfolded, it became a comfortable bed. The guest room wasn't small. Although adding an extra bed made it a bit tight, it wasn't a problem. They really didn't expect her mother-in-law to come over. They just thought the guest room was big enough, and adding a sofa bed was good. Having an extra bed would be even better. Anyway, now everything was just right. The house was ready, waiting for Tao Huaru to arrive. But who knew, before they could welcome her, the baby was a bit impatient. On Tuesday morning, after breakfast, Pei Jiancheng was about to leave for work. Zhou Anxi said she felt like her water had broken. The whole family suddenly sprang into action, chaos breaking out. A few days before the due date, labor was already starting early. Pei Jiancheng picked up Xiao Anxi and ran downstairs. Lian Jingying and Tian Xiaofang also grabbed their hospital bags and followed quickly. In these last few days, they were ready to leave at any moment. Pei Jiancheng had parked the car downstairs in the residential building, not in the parking lot. He sat Xiao Anxi in the back seat and saw Lian Jingying coming up, so he quickly said, Mom, you drive. At this moment, he didn't feel comfortable without holding his wife. His hands were trembling a little from nervousness, so he wasn't suitable to drive. Lian Jingying didn't say much, nodded, and sat in the driver's seat. She had driven this route several times before and was very familiar. She took a deep breath, calmed herself, and drove smoothly. It didn't take long to reach the hospital. Once there, chaos broke out again. After the doctor examined Xiao Anxi, she was quickly pushed into the delivery room. Lian Jingying and the others didn't have time to relax. Their hearts were tense again. Tianyi, you go back and prepare some food, Lian Jingying told Tian Xiaofang nearby. Okay. Tian Xiaofang looked at the closed door of the delivery room and hurried out. She needed to go back quickly and prepare the food. Pei Jiancheng stood nervously outside the delivery corridor, peeking inside through a small window. The rooms inside were also closed, and nothing could be seen. Lian Jingying went over and pulled him. Jiancheng, it's not that fast. Sit down and wait. Pei Jiancheng kept his eyes on the door, but obediently sat on a nearby chair with a tense face. Relax, everything will be fine. Lian Jingying comforted her son-in-law. She believed in her daughter and in the hospital. Pei Jianqing still stared at the door, his fists clenched and turning pale. Inside the delivery room, there was more than just Xiao Anqi. Even through several doors, loud cries could be heard, sharp and frightening, making everyone anxious. Pei Jianqing's face turned a little whiter. Time passed slowly, each second feeling unbearable. After an unknown amount of time, there was movement at the door of the corridor. Everyone waiting outside the delivery room moved anxiously. A nurse came out holding a small baby, and Lian Jingying immediately recognized her own bundle. She stood up excitedly. "Is the family of Xiao Anqi here? Come take a look." "It's a boy, weighing 6 pounds 9 ounces, the nurse announced loudly. Pei Jiancheng and Lian Jingying rushed over quickly, while the people nearby looked on with a mix of disappointment and envy. The nurse smiled and said, "This baby is wonderful. He can open his eyes already, and he's very handsome. Babies who can open their eyes shortly after birth are rare, and this baby is especially clean and beautiful." Everyone liked him very much. "How is my wife?" Pei Jiancheng asked nervously. The nurse was a little surprised. She didn't expect Pei Jiancheng to care about his wife first. She smiled and said, "Mother and child are safe." Pei Jiancheng's tense body relaxed, and he let out a small breath. Lian Jingying had already trained Pei Jiancheng on how to hold a baby. She helped him awkwardly hold the child. Then she quickly took out a camera she had prepared earlier and snapped a few photos of the baby, acting very fast. Taking these photos was something the family had planned early in the morning, not only to show Qiao Yinghuai the new grandson, but mainly for safety reasons. They wanted to prevent any mix-up of babies, as they had seen many such stories from the past. They had to take extra precautions. After taking the photos, Lian Jingying hurriedly took the baby back, still a bit worried about the inexperienced young father. The newborn was very delicate. Looking at the cute baby with bright eyes, Lian Jingying's heart almost melted. The baby, with the added care of space magic, looked very fair and smooth, not wrinkled, and his eyes sparkled brightly. The nurse watched Lian Jingying's series of actions and was a bit stunned. It was her first time seeing such a photo session for a newborn. Their family was very well off. She quickly took the baby back and prepared to leave. "When can I see my wife?" Pei Jiancheng called after the nurse. The nurse glanced at the anxious and eager Deputy Commander Pei, secretly smiling inside. "Wait a moment." She carried the baby and walked back, and the door to the corridor slammed shut again. "All right, you can relax now." Lian Jingying smiled at Pei Jiancheng, then looked at the time. It was quite fast, only about 2 hours since they went into the delivery room. Yes, Pei Jiancheng nodded, but since he hadn't seen his wife with his own eyes, he still couldn't fully relax. The two sat silently, waiting. Finally, Qiao Anqi was brought out. Pei Jiancheng stepped forward quickly, gently touching her face. "How are you?" Qiao Anqi smiled and said, "I'm fine." Pei Jiancheng held her hand and helped her back to the ward along with the bed. Lian Jingying looked at the obedient little baby lying beside his daughter and smiled. "The baby looks like the father." Qiao Anqi looked over. The baby was so small. How could she not see who he resembled? She reached out to poke the baby's little face, but Lian Jingying quickly opened her hand and said, "Be good, don't move around. Rest well, and regain your strength." Pei Jiancheng sat quietly by the bed, holding her hand and gently stroking her hair. "Sleep for a while. I'll stay with you." She nodded and said to Lian Jingying, "Mom, take a picture." Lian Jingying took out a camera from her bag and snapped a few photos of the family of 3. Everyone else in the ward looked on with envy. Nowadays, families who casually carry a camera to take pictures are usually quite special. Although this is a military hospital, it is also open to outsiders, so not everyone in the ward is a military family member. There are quite a few people in the room, some are about to give birth and others have just had their babies. After taking the photos, Lian Jingying said, "Jiancheng, you stay with Anqi. I'll go get some food." "Okay." Pei Jiancheng replied to his mother-in-law, then lowered his head to comfort his wife. "Close your eyes and sleep." Qiao Anqi was indeed a bit tired. Even with the space water, Giving birth was still exhausting. She obediently closed her eyes. Pei Jiancheng looked thoughtfully at the two sleeping peacefully on the bed, one big, one small, adorably quiet. A feeling of happiness filled his heart. But soon, another emotion surged inside him. He thought, now that there's a baby, she probably won't leave easily anymore. He had long sensed that the Qiao family of 3 was different. They seemed not to belong to this world, and for some unknown reason, they had come here. Pei Jiancheng was not a narrow-minded person. On the contrary, he was very open-minded. He understood that many things in this world could not be explained easily. He could tell that this family of 3 was truly close in their own world. Those natural gestures of affection and understanding couldn't be faked. They probably came from a very advanced world, and looking at things here was like observing ancient artifacts. Moreover, they knew a lot of new things that most people didn't even know about. Everything seemed simple and ordinary to them. He also noticed his wife's special constitution and the mysterious things appearing out of nowhere in their home. He was aware of all this. He understood that they weren't afraid of him noticing anything, nor did they try to hide it from him intentionally. He felt touched inside, which showed they had accepted him to some extent. They were also genuinely kind to him, kind-hearted, sincere, honest, capable, and righteous. He believed he was very lucky to have met their family. He could tell that the 3 of them had a high status in the past. The presence of his father-in-law and mother-in-law showed they were people of importance. His wife looked like she was spoiled and raised with love since childhood. He was certain that the person named Xiao Anqi he saw in the hospital was not the same as the one he later met. He guessed that when he first saw his wife in the village, she had only recently arrived in this world. If the situation back then had been normal, with the abilities of the Qiao family, they would have escaped quickly, and he might not have married his wife. Thinking about this made him sweat coldly again. He was actually very anxious inside. He was afraid that their family was just here for a visit, and one day they might leave suddenly. When he learned his wife was pregnant, he was very happy. He secretly hoped that with a child, they wouldn't leave easily. He didn't care where they came from or who they were. Now they were his loved ones and family. As long as they didn't leave, he was fine. He reached out to gently touch his wife's face, feeling a mix of warmth and ache inside. He watched quietly as the mother and son slept sweetly. After a while, a low voice came from behind. Lian Jingying asked softly, "Are they still sleeping?" Pei Jiancheng turned around and saw his mother-in-law, carrying a thermos and a lunchbox, returning. He quickly stood up and moved the chair aside for Lian Jingying to sit. "Let her sleep a little longer," Lian Jingying said gently, not rushing to wake her daughter. She picked up the lunchbox. "Jiancheng, you should eat something first." Pei Jiancheng looked at his watch. "It was almost 2 p.m., Mom. I'll go downstairs to call the office." He had been busy all morning and hadn't had a chance to call the office to say anything. He also hadn't informed his mother, who was leaving today and was probably arriving soon. Lian Jingying nodded, placing the lunchbox aside. Pei Jiancheng left the ward to make the call. Xiao Anqi slowly opened her eyes and woke up gently, seeing her mother sitting by the bed, watching her tenderly. Pei Jiancheng, who had just finished his call, hurried back to the ward. "Did you sleep enough?" Lian Jingying gently touched her daughter's face. Xiao Anqi nodded. Lian Jingying picked up the thermos and opened it, releasing a fragrant aroma. "Let's eat something first. Aunt Tian has cooked chicken and millet porridge." "Mom, I'll feed Anqi." Pei Jiancheng reached out to take the insulated container. Lian Jingying avoided his hand. "I'll do it. You should eat something too so it doesn't get cold." "I can eat by myself," thought Xiao Anqi. But seeing that neither of them seemed willing to let her feed herself, she kept her mouth shut. "I'm not in a hurry." Pei Jiancheng picked up his wife, adjusted her sitting position, and still took the container. Lian Jingying saw his firm attitude and let go, letting him do as he wished. Pei Jiancheng used a spoon, scooped some porridge, and checked the temperature, not hot anymore. Then carefully fed it into Xiao Anqi's mouth. Everyone in the ward was surprised, their eyes wide open. The women looked on with envy, their eyes shining. Someone was already glaring angrily at the man sitting cross-legged by her bed, doing nothing. The man was unhappy. He wanted to say that only a useless man would act like that. But when he looked at how young he was and saw him wearing a military uniform with pockets, his words caught in his throat and he couldn't say anything. He could only awkwardly tuck the blanket around his wife. This was the best case. Several people couldn't even see the man beside the bed. The commotion in the room didn't affect the sweet little couple at all. When Xiao Anxi finished the last sip of porridge, Lian Jingying quickly shoved the lunchbox into Pei Jianqing's hands. "Eat quickly, too." "Thanks, Mom." Pei Jianqing took the lunchbox and started eating. Xiao Anxi looked sideways at the small baby sleeping nearby, her heart softening like it would melt. "Mom, the baby's mouth is moving, and her eyelashes are moving too. Is she waking up?" Xiao Anxi asked Lian Jingying curiously. She might be hungry and ready to nurse. As soon as Lian Jingying finished speaking, the baby suddenly cried out loud. She quickly picked up the baby, comforted her, and then placed her in Xiao Anxi's arms. Pei Jianqing put down his lunchbox and came over. Lian Jingying took a piece of bedsheet from her bag and handed it to Pei Jianqing, asking him to open it to block Xiao Zhou's view of her. Then she helped the somewhat flustered Xiao Anxi feed the baby. Everyone else in the room found it interesting. They all just lifted their clothes and fed her directly, no fuss. But Xiao Anxi couldn't do that. No one from her side agreed to her lifting her clothes to feed. It was all women and there were some men in the room too.
"Hey, what are you doing?"
Laughter came from the room, and it was Tang Fengying's voice. Pei Jianqing, holding the bedsheet, turned around.
"On Tang."
Then her gaze fell on Tang Fengying beside her.
"Mom."
This one word made both people hidden under the bedsheet pause. Watching Xiao Anxi smoothly feed the baby by herself, Jingying straightened up. Tang Fengying had just led a group of people into the hospital room. She smiled and greeted Tang Fengying, then looked at a nearby middle-aged woman with a kind face, elegant demeanor, and appropriate attire. She knew this must be Tao Huaru. Tao Huaru also quietly observed Lian Jingying. She seemed busy and didn't dress up deliberately with casual clothes. But she had a striking appearance, an outstanding temperament, and was graceful and elegant. Their eyes briefly met in the air. Tao Huaru took the lead to step forward and extend her hand, smiling. "Is this the mother-in-law?" Lian Jingying also smiled and stepped forward, holding Tao Huaru's hand. "Yes, dear, you've worked the way." The two exchanged a few words. Tang Fengying joined the conversation. Everyone tacitly waited for Xiao Anxi to feed the baby slowly, without rushing her. It turned out that Tao Huaru came to the military district but couldn't find her son. When she heard from the office staff that his wife was giving birth at the hospital, she immediately asked Tang Fengying to bring her here. The wife of the commander came to the hospital, and the obstetrics director and head nurse quickly followed. Yuan Huiqing also rushed over after hearing the news, so a large crowd gathered at the door. The well-fed baby finally let go of his mother, opening his big eyes and cutely looking at her. Xiao Anxi's heart almost melted again. Pei Jianqing saw that she finished feeding the baby and tidied up the bedsheet. Holding the baby, Xiao Anxi appeared in front of everyone, warm and beautiful. Tao Huaru felt her eyes brighten. Xiao Anxi's features were bright and charming. She didn't look tired from just giving birth. Her complexion was rosy, her face like a peach blossom, and she looked radiant. Holding the baby with a gentle smile, she looked at everyone confidently, without any shyness or discomfort. Seeing her, Tao Huaru thought highly of her son's choice. She smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Anxi, you've worked hard." "Mom, it's not hard. Look at the baby," Xiao Anxi said, slightly leaning into Tao Huaru with the baby in her arms. Tao Huaru happily took out a thick red envelope from her bag and first handed it to Xiao Anxi. She reached out and held the baby, very happy. Wow, with those eyes, so lively. Tang Fengying and the others also came over to take a look. She didn't forget to say to Lian Jingying, "Don't worry. We disinfected before coming in. She looks just like Jiancheng. This child is very fair and bright, so smart, and she opened her eyes so quickly, Tang Fengying said with a smile. Yes, she's exactly like Jiancheng was when he was a child, Tao Huaru said happily, holding the baby. The little baby was very well behaved, neither crying nor fussing, staring with big curious eyes at everyone. It's hard to tell if he can see clearly, but he just kept staring with wide eyes. His little look was especially adorable and charming. Yuan Huiqing looked at the baby, then moved closer to Qiao Anqi, marveling, Anqi, you're in such great shape right after giving birth, unlike someone just out of the delivery room. I usually take good care of myself, Qiao Anqi chuckled. If it weren't for my mother-in-law and the others coming, I wouldn't have known you suddenly gave birth today. Yuan Huiqing was busy in the morning and hadn't seen them come to the hospital. The baby is a bit impatient, haha. Qiao Anqi giggled. Yes, in a couple of days after you go home, I'll go see you with Shan and Yuli. Okay. Qiao Anqi held a thick red envelope in her hand, feeling quite happy. While everyone's attention was on the baby, no one noticed her. She proudly gestured to Pei Jiancheng. Pei Jiancheng chuckled, ruffling her hair. Others didn't want to disturb Qiao Anqi's rest, so they left after a while. Lian Jingying wanted to take Tao Huaru home to rest for a while, but Tao Huaru refused, saying she wanted to stay and accompany Qiao Anqi. She also told her son, Jiancheng, you take Shaoli to rest first and unload everything from the car. Shaoli, the little soldier, was the driver who brought her from Beijing. Pei Jiancheng nodded. I'll bring Anqi's dinner later. He picked up the insulated container and lunchbox from the bedside table and left the ward with Shaoli. Tao Huaru and Lian Jingying sat by the bed, watching the baby with Qiao Anqi. The baby had been staring for a long time and was a bit tired, so he had already fallen asleep peacefully. Lian Jingying kept company with Tao Huaru, chatting comfortably, and the conversation was lively. Tao Huaru was quite proud and aloof, clearly from a good family background. But after meeting Qiao Anqi, her affection was overflowing. The more she looked, the more she liked her. She had originally wanted to act like a proud mother-in-law, but after this meeting, she didn't know where her pride went. He and Lian Jingying got along very well, talking happily, and even feeling like they had met too late. Lian Jingying did not have the stereotypical image of a highly educated intellectual. Their conversation was very pleasant and refreshing. Her speech, taste, and style were all excellent. Tao Huaru couldn't help but feel that this noble family, from a prestigious background, was truly extraordinary. Jingying, and Shijin isn't your real daughter, right? You both look and have the same aura. They had become so familiar that they called each other by their first names, no longer being polite relatives. Haha, we're closer than family. Lian Jingying laughed happily. Joa Anqi also smiled sweetly. After arranging for Shaoli's assistant, Pei Jiancheng, to return to the hospital room, she watched the three of them chatting happily and slightly curved her lips. He held a thermos and a lunchbox, saying, "Two moms, you should go home and eat and rest. No need to come tonight, I'll stay here."
All right.
Lian Jingying and Tao Huaru both kindly reminded Pei Jiancheng, showing they were concerned. Tao Huaru also comforted Joa Anqi a few words. Then they left together. Outside the hospital, Lian Jingying and Tao Huaru headed to the parking lot and quickly found Pei Jiancheng's car. Tao Huaru was a bit surprised. She recognized her son's car, but didn't understand why Lian Jingying brought her here. As she sat in the smoothly driving car heading back to the family residence, she looked at Lian Jingying with complicated eyes. She still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. "You've been sitting in the car all day. You must be tired." Lian Jingying glanced at Tao Huaru, who was staring at her. "I'm not tired, just surprised," Tao Huaru said softly. "Ha ha ha." Lian Jingying understood what she meant and laughed. Back home, Tao Huaru was naturally surprised again but felt very satisfied. Her son's quality of life was truly extraordinary. She felt very comforted and a bit ashamed of her initial anger and opposition. What more could she want? Nothing could be better than this. Tian Xiufang's cooking skills also amazed her. Knowing she would arrive today, Joa Anqi had already arranged the dinner menu yesterday. Since she came from Beijing, the The main focus was on seafood to give her a taste of fresh flavors. Although there was an unexpected situation today, everyone knew Tao Huaru's arrival was certain. So, Tian Xiufeng returned home, not only preparing a nutritious meal for Zhou Anqi, but also sticking to the original plan and getting all the ingredients ready for dinner. After a meal, Tao Huaru was even more amazed. The living standard at her son's home was so much better. Jian Shou said that their family's old master's side couldn't compare to their son's place. And it wasn't even about expensive meats. It was these ordinary seafood dishes that they managed to prepare in so many creative ways. Knowing that most of these ideas came from Qiao Anqi, she praised her daughter-in-law's talent and good character. She just loves to eat. Even Zheng Ying's smile never faded, and Tian Xiufeng looked proud as well. People who love to eat tend to eat a lot, Tao Huaru sincerely sighed. She knew that Qiao Anqi was probably influenced by her parents' teachings. This noble family truly understood how to enjoy good food, clothing, and life better than other wealthy families. Because Tao Huaru had been traveling all day, after dinner she rested for a while, and Zheng told her to wash up and relax. The next morning, they took breakfast and went to the hospital together. When they arrived, they saw Pei Jianqing packing his things, and Qiao Anqi also got out of bed. They hurriedly asked what was happening. "We plan to leave the hospital soon and go home," Qiao Anqi said. Tao Huaru was surprised. "Leaving today? Is that okay? Shouldn't you stay a couple more days?" "No, I'm fine." Qiao Anqi shook her head. "It's too noisy and chaotic here at night. I can't rest well, so it's better to go home." Staying in the hospital was really inconvenient. No bathroom inside, so she had to go outside. It was crowded and noisy, with many new mothers and family members of different genders. At night, there was snoring and loud voices, and sometimes children cried loudly in the middle of the night. Her baby was woken up several times last night. She had a natural birth and was recovering quickly thanks to good health, so there was no need to stay so long. After discussing with Pei Jianqing, he hesitated for a moment, but agreed. Zheng Ning was also aware of her daughter's condition, so he didn't say much and agreed as well. When Tao Huaru saw that her son agreed and her daughter's family also approved, she knew they were sensible people. Seeing her daughter-in-law's good condition, better than most, she didn't say anything further and left the decision to them. "Then let's eat breakfast first," Zheng Ning said as he set the table for his daughter and son-in-law. After finishing breakfast, Pei Jiancheng went to handle the discharge procedures. Everyone in the same room noticed that after giving birth yesterday, Qiao Anqi left the hospital today, looking very energetic. Unlike them, she was in great pain and very tired, and she couldn't recover for a long time. Everyone around her was envious. "I can only feel that people have different fates. Why are some people so lucky in this world? She is beautiful and healthy. The man is young, handsome, and an officer. He cares for her deeply and takes good care of her, which makes everyone in the room watch with admiration. Her whole family also spoils her very much. Their family background is obvious. Yesterday, even the department head and head nurse came to visit her with her. Her mother-in-law brought a young soldier in uniform along, and no one can imagine what kind of family they come from." She couldn't help but sigh again. Her fate is so different from others. This girl is very lucky, and she looks like she has good fortune. The lucky Qiao Anqi is now being wrapped up completely by her mother. It's March now, not very cold like winter, but not warm either. Early spring is the time when the weather changes quickly. You must wrap up tightly. Despite her daughter's protests, Zheng Ying put on her hat and scarf and wrapped her so that only her eyes showed. "Yes, wrap her up tightly and make sure she doesn't catch a cold," Tao Huaru helped. The baby was also wrapped up securely by them. Mother and child were both wrapped very tightly. Even Zheng Ying couldn't help but laugh when she saw her daughter, but her hand was firm and careful. After finishing the discharge procedures, Pei Jiancheng returned to the ward, and everyone had packed up. Tao Huaru held the baby tightly, and Zheng Ying hugged her daughter. They greeted everyone in the room and then left quickly. Outside the hospital, they didn't dare delay for a moment and got into the car quickly. Tao Huaru sat in the front passenger seat holding the baby, and Zheng Ying sat behind with Qiao Anqi, watching her carefully to prevent her from catching a cold. When they arrived at the family building, many military wives saw them and couldn't help but gather around. Teacher Chiao just had a baby? Boy or girl? Zheng Ying quickly carried her daughter and hurried up the stairs, smiling as she responded to the wives. Yes, a boy. Sorry, we need to get inside quickly to avoid the wind. Congratulations! Everyone cheered, making way for them. Tao Huaru held the baby tightly to prevent anyone from peeking, and they quickly went upstairs with her son. Hearing the noise, Tian Xiaofang had already opened the door and was waiting there. She didn't expect Xiao Anqi to be discharged so quickly. Given how nervous everyone was about her, she thought she would stay in the hospital for 2 or 3 days. However, coming back suddenly was fine. Everything at home was well organized. The stove was still burning, keeping the house warm and cozy. Home is still the most comfortable, Xiao Anqi said as soon as she entered, quickly adjusting her clothes and scarf. Change your clothes in the room, Lian Jingying said as she helped her into the bedroom. Her bed was already prepared for her. After changing into comfortable clothes and lying down in bed, the baby was gently placed beside her. The whole house suddenly became lively. Although Xiao Anqi could only stay quietly in the room with the baby, the house was full of life because of their return. Everywhere was filled with joy, happiness, and cheer. Tian Xiaofang was busy in the kitchen cooking a large pot of red eggs, which Xiao Anqi had prepared in advance. She also had her postpartum meal, a rough menu planned together with Lian Jingying, and handed it to Tian Xiaofang. Why are there chickens calling inside? Xiao Anqi thought she was imagining things, but her senses were sharp. She was sure she heard chickens. Lian Jingying chuckled and said, Your mother-in-law was worried you wouldn't eat well during your postpartum period, so she brought a few live chickens. They are temporarily kept in the bathroom. Now, they couldn't raise chickens or ducks openly, so they had to hide them in the bathroom instead of putting them on the balcony. They didn't have time yesterday, but they plan to take care of it in the next couple of days. Thank you, Mom. Xiao Anqi quickly thanked Tao Huaru. Tao Huaru smiled and said, This was arranged by the old master and the elders. They have the resources to get live chickens. Otherwise, even their family wouldn't be able to get so many easily. Thanks to Grandpa and Grandma, but it's also because of my mother's hard work, Xiao Anqi said sweetly, making Tao Huaru smile happily. She not only brought live chickens but also many other things. The trunk of the car was packed full. She brought several sets of baby clothes and all kinds of baby supplies available on the market. Lian Jingying also carefully counted everything for his daughter. The old master even gave the baby a beautiful jade pendant, and Tao Huaru and her husband bought a set of pure gold ankle bracelets for the baby. Other relatives and uncles also gave red envelopes. Seeing the large pile of red envelopes received by the baby, Xiao Anqi realized that her husband's family was quite big, with many relatives. Our baby is just a small child, and already so lucky at birth. The biological mother is truly envious. Tao Huaru naturally understood the jealous look from her daughter-in-law. She smiled and patted her daughter's shoulder, saying, Anqi, don't worry. When you all return to the capital, you'll receive so many red envelopes that you'll be overwhelmed. Hee. Xiao Anqi's eyes immediately sparkled. Oh, this daughter-in-law is so adorable. Tao Huaru hugged her and laughed happily. Pei Jiancheng was already in the kitchen, helping Tian Xiaofang prepare a live chicken to make chicken soup for Xiao Anqi. Sea cucumbers and fish maw were also prepared and ready. A big pot of boiled red eggs was already set aside. Sure enough, not long after, the neighbors who lived nearby arrived first. They brought a small bag of brown sugar to celebrate. Zheng Ying also gave her several red eggs. From the afternoon on, people kept coming to visit one after another. For several days, visitors came continuously. Xiao Anqi stayed in her room the whole time. The house was too busy with people coming and going, so she didn't often hold the baby outside. Everyone who came was received outside in the living room by Zheng Ying and others. Many red eggs were given out. Tian Xiaofang had to boil a pot of eggs every day. Yuan Huiqing and Yuli brought Qian Shanshan and Xiaoyu, and they came together. Qian Shanshan and Xiaoyu, both unmarried young girls, saw the baby and exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, so cute." Yuli was very surprised. This baby is so good-looking. He's only a few days old, but he already looks so developed. It seems Anshi's nutrition is really good. Yuan Huiqing smiled and said, "Oh, I saw him the day he was born. He was so fair and pretty, not wrinkled at all, and his eyes were wide and bright. So adorable."
Yuli nodded in amazement.
"When my son was born, he was so wrinkled, he looked like a monkey. It made Yang Hongming and me very worried. We thought he'd be very ugly when he grew up. Fortunately, after the month of confinement, he started to look a little better, and then he gradually grew more handsome. Your son is very good-looking now," Yuan Huiqing said with a big smile. The others also laughed happily after hearing this. Yuli looked at Qiao Anshi and sighed. "Anshi, you're amazing. When I had my baby, I was so exhausted I didn't recover for a long time." Everyone's physique is different. Qiao Anshi could only say this. Qian Shanshan and Xiaoyu lay on the bed, playing with the cute baby. "Look at his eyes, so bright. Like grapes. Do you think he can see us?" "Of course, look, his eyes are following my hand. That's so fun." The two were having a very happy time. Tang Fengying, Li Sufang, and the wives of several senior leaders all wanted to invite Tao Huaru to dinner, but she declined them all. This trip was short, and she couldn't stay for many days. She always wanted to be close to her daughter-in-law and grandson, and didn't want to leave even for a moment. Moreover, she loved the atmosphere in her son's home, comfortable, warm, and relaxed. Every day, there were all kinds of delicious foods with different styles. Women, no matter the era or age, care most about their appearance. Qiao Anshi, being young, naturally had good skin. Even Lian Jingying's skin was very good and looked very youthful. Tao Huaru couldn't help but ask if they had any secret. "Well, yes, we have a special water formula we use. We apply it to our faces morning and night, and it works well. We only use it ourselves, but I can give you a bottle to try." It was basically just regular serum with some special water. Hard to say exactly, just a family secret. Tao Huaru listened and didn't press further, knowing that this old family had some good things. It was a family secret, and no one would be shameless enough to ask what it was. If someone did ask, they wouldn't get a response. She happily said, "Really? You're going to give me a bottle? Thank you so much." Qiao Anshi quickly prepared a bottle in her space. "Use it first. If you like it, I'll prepare more for you." Tao Huaru happily accepted it and started applying it to her face that very night. After a few days, the results were truly impressive, making her very happy. "I don't even want to go back to Beijing," Tao Huaru said, hugging her baby, feeling reluctant to leave. "I don't want to go back either," Lian Jingying sighed. The adorable little baby changed a little each day, so cute, and she didn't want to leave either. Oh, yes, Tao Huaru suddenly remembered that Lian Jingying also had to return to Beijing. Her mood eased a bit. Haha, she almost forgot. She thought she was still at the military district. Now it was settled she had to leave too.
"Who is that?"
Lian Jingying saw through Tao Huaru's feelings instantly and scolded her. "Haha, don't be angry. You can come back with me." "Don't take the car alone," Tao Huaru said with a smile. "I need a few more days. You probably can't wait, right?" Lian Jingying had a longer leave from work, which was easier to get during school holidays. Tao Huaru's leave wasn't so easy to arrange. "No problem. I'll wait for you 2 days, but not too long." "Shaoli has to go back and report," she replied. Talhuadu herself is easy to talk to, but she can't delay Shaoli for too long. Qiao Anshi and Pei Jiancheng were very supportive when they heard that both mothers could return to Beijing together. Otherwise, Jingying would have to take the train back alone. Qiao Anshi no longer had much to do here, as Tian Xiufang was taking care of everything. There was no need for Jingying to stay here any longer. The two women encouraged them to go back together. So, Jingying and Tao Huaru coordinated their schedules. Tao Huaru is very energetic and proactive. She immediately called back to Beijing to delay her return by 2 days, waiting for Jingying to go back with her. Once they confirmed the return dates for both mothers, Xiao Anxi stopped staying in bed all day. She started to get out of bed, directing Tian Xiufeng to prepare things for the mothers to take back to Beijing. As long as Xiao Anxi stayed indoors, avoided cold water, and didn't get exposed to wind, Jingying didn't restrict her activities too much. Tao Huaru watched her daughter-in-law full of energy and didn't say anything to dampen her spirits. Both mothers, what would you like to bring back to Beijing? Xiao Anxi asked. Jingying and Tao Huaru exchanged a knowing look.
Fish.
Xiao Anxi clapped her hands.
Got it.
That's a good choice. Fish are easy to eat and suitable for the elderly. Pei Jiancheng, following his wife's instructions, specially went to Shuiying village to pick up some red eggs and meat, then brought back 2 large baskets of fresh seafood. Tian Xiufeng worked overnight to make several large bowls of fish. In the past few days, the family took many photos with the baby, but they haven't finished the entire roll yet, so they couldn't develop the photos for now. Jingying and Tao Huaru said they weren't in a hurry. They would send the photos to Beijing once they were developed. They weren't in a rush, but the people in Beijing were very anxious. Tao Huaru held the baby and asked the young couple, "Have you decided on a name for our baby?" The young couple was quite casual. They hadn't even given the baby a proper nickname, just calling him Baby. But that's okay. Baby is fine. As for the official name, both sets of grandparents were very open-minded and let the young parents choose the name themselves. Unfortunately, the young couple was terrible at choosing names. It had been a long time, but they still hadn't decided on a proper name for the baby. "We've decided. His name is Hao Xian, Pei Hao Xian," the couple said after a long time, flipping through dictionaries. They hoped the baby would be smart, wise, warm, and positive. Hao Xian? Okay, let's call him Xian Xian. The 2 mothers no longer argued about the name. It was quite good. If they chose again, they weren't sure when our baby would have a proper big name. After Tao Huaru and Lian Jingying learned the name, they happily hugged the baby and ignored the young couple. Xiao Anxi and Pei Jiancheng exchanged a glance. Sigh, these 2 mothers are becoming more and more in sync. The night before Tao Huaru and Lian Jingying left, Xiao Anxi brought Tian Xiufeng to pack many things for them. Not long after Xiao Anxi returned home, she started urging Tian Xiufeng to prepare food for them to take away. Since they were driving, they could bring many things, including plenty of pickled vegetables. Tao Huaru loved eating them. After tasting, she nodded repeatedly. "This is good. Your dad and grandpa will definitely love it." On the day they returned to Beijing, Xiao Anxi couldn't go downstairs and could only watch Pei Jiancheng carry things down. Lian Jingying and Tao Huaru held baby Xian Xian, reluctant to let go. It seemed the baby knew grandma and auntie were leaving. Usually sleeping all day, he suddenly didn't sleep and looked at them with big, cute eyes. "See, the baby knows we're leaving, so he's not sleeping anymore." Lian Jingying and Tao Huaru felt even more sad. Looking at the baby, their eyes turned red. Mom, don't cry. Summer vacation will be here soon." In the blink of an eye, Xiao Anxi quickly comforted them. Tao Huaru was upset because she didn't have summer vacation. Xiao Anxi realized she had spoken wrongly and hurried to fix it. "Don't worry, we'll come back to Beijing for the new year next year." "Really?" Tao Huaru was excited. "Really?" Xiao Anxi nodded, "as long as nothing unexpected happens." Tao Huaru was happy. Although the time was a bit long, the baby was too young for long trips. Coming back next New Year was good enough. Finally, the 2 couldn't bear to part with the baby and slowly left the house, glancing back repeatedly. The 2 mothers returned to Beijing, and Xiao Anxi stayed at home peacefully during her postpartum period. Tian Xiufeng took care of her very carefully. The baby slept with Xiao Anxi. At night, she didn't need to tend to the baby much. As long as Pei Jiancheng was home, whether day or night, he almost took over completely, so Xiao Anxi didn't have to worry. He quickly figured out the baby's nighttime feeding schedule. When the baby was hungry, he got up to feed him. Xiao Anxi just closed her eyes and supplied the milk, not needing to do anything else. She also used bottled water to prepare extra formula. Without bottled water, she wouldn't dare give the baby formula casually. But she knows the amazing benefits of bottled water, so she isn't worried about any problems. The baby really loves drinking it. The formula made with bottled water seems to suit his stomach very well. Joanxi feels confident letting him drink it. The formula prepared with bottled water is just as good as her milk, maybe even better. So, she often switches between the two types of formula for the baby. Soon she notices that this little baby is quite discerning. He clearly prefers the formula made with bottled water. It feels like drinking some milk is just to give her a bit of face. Such a clever little rascal. Joanxi can't help but smile as she pinches his tiny nose. Baby Xianxian just opens his innocent big eyes and looks at his mom. Pei Jiancheng also knows that the baby loves formula and his wife lets him drink it, so he often doesn't wake her at night. He quietly prepares the formula himself to feed his son. Sometimes he wakes up on time, and the baby hasn't even started crying. Other times, the baby just lets out a small cry, and he wakes immediately. He puts his index finger to his lips to shush, and the baby seems to understand. He quickly quiets down and patiently waits for his dad to feed him. Father and son share a very good understanding. As for changing diapers, Pei Jiancheng is also studying the baby's schedule and routines. Now, he can usually tell when to change the diaper just by the time, without waiting for the baby to cry. The little baby always stays fresh and clean. During her postpartum month, Joanxi feels very comfortable caring for the baby without any hardship. The baby eats well, sleeps well, and is in a good mood. She looks radiant, more beautiful than before giving birth. Although Pei Jiancheng wakes up in the middle of the night to feed the baby every day, he remains energetic. Joanxi keeps giving him pure bottled water. When she feels bored, she uses some of her previous knowledge to purify the bottled water, trying to make it more concentrated. After several attempts, she actually succeeds. Although the purity isn't extremely high, it's better than the unpurified water she used before. Pei Jiancheng naturally notices that the water his wife gives him is different. He also noticed that the water at home was a bit different before, and he could feel his physical condition improving. But recently, he feels the difference even more. During training, many extremely difficult moves are now easy for him to complete. Lately, whenever he goes to the training ground, he attracts admiring looks from everyone, all eyes fixed on him. Everyone agrees that Deputy Commander Pei has just become a father. When people are happy, they feel energized, and even their training skills improve rapidly. He was already unbeatable in the military district, and now he stepped up another level, making life even more challenging for others. All right, Deputy Commander Pei kept a serious face and said nothing, only showing his actions. Then he trained his soldiers one by one, until they were all shouting with effort. She was at home resting after giving birth, but was not idle. She was sketching design plans for the furniture factory whenever she had free time, although she wasn't submitting work as often as before. Once she finished a design, she handed it to Pei Jianqing to mail to the furniture factory. Every day, she also made time to exercise so she could quickly lose the extra weight around her belly. She wanted her body to recover to its best condition. Even with space water helping her, she knew it was only a supplement. Her own effort was essential for better results. She was also planning to have a second child. She was serious about this and intended to follow through. She didn't want the children to be born too far apart in age, so they could grow up together and share more happy childhood memories. She was also worried that in a few years it might be too late to have more children. Since Pei Jiancheng was in the military, she needed to act quickly. Of course, she would only consider having a second child once her body fully recovered and it was safe for her and the baby. She wanted to be responsible for both herself and her child. Having a second child so soon is too tiring for you. Pei Jiancheng was a little reluctant, worried that his wife might be overworking herself. He thought waiting a few more years was okay, or they could even just have one child. Yes, I can handle it. I know my limits, she reassured him. Pei Jiancheng knew that his wife had a special constitution and many mysterious qualities. After thinking about the water she drank, he believed there wouldn't be any serious problems. He relaxed and said, "Then it's up to you."
Well,
how about naming the second child Zhou as well? She looked up at Pei Jiancheng. Pei Jianqing smiled and hugged her tightly. No problem. Whether the child has your surname or mine, it's all the same. They're both ours. He immediately understood why his wife wanted to have a second child quickly. He supported her wholeheartedly and agreed. Joan Shi happily smiled, burying her face in Pei Jianqing's chest, feeling warm and sweet inside. Thanks to her daily efforts, her recovery was very encouraging. Her loose belly gradually became firm and tight again, and her body's functions improved day by day. A month passed quickly, and our little Xian Xian was already 1 month old. The full moon celebration and banquet are naturally not to be held, but it doesn't stop them from celebrating at home. Also, on this special day, they definitely want to take photos of the baby to keep as memories. Many people in the capital are eagerly waiting. Not to mention others, just grandpa and maternal grandpa, who keep describing everything to grandma and grandma from their home. Baby Xuanxuan's adorable image has captured everyone's heart. Grandpa and maternal grandpa are eager to rush over to Langqing Military District as soon as possible. They haven't received the photos yet, so they can only sigh and imagine. They've already called several times, and Pei Jianqing can only silently endure the anger of his father and father-in-law. His wife isn't worried. She says to wait until the baby is a bit bigger, take more photos at different stages, and then send them. It's not easy to develop color photos. Of course, Pei Jianqing listens to his wife. Although they didn't make a big fuss or hold a banquet for the baby's full moon, thoughtful people will still remember. Shortly after lunch, Yuan Huiqing and Yuli came over with gifts for the baby's full moon, along with money from Shan Shan and Xiaoyu. Tonight, after work, everyone come over for dinner. Invite Weiguo, Hongming, Shan Shan, and Xiaoyu. Xiao Anqi decided to have just the few of them eat together at home, like a casual gathering. They didn't plan anything special. This way, the baby's full moon celebration is more complete. After Yuan Huiqing and Yuli left, Xiao Anqi and Tian Xiufang started planning the dinner for the evening. The house still had plenty of ingredients, especially various small seafood. Are these dishes enough? Xiao Anqi asked Tian Xiufang. There's enough meat and hearty dishes, but we're a bit short on vegetables. Should I go to the logistics store? Tian Xiufang looked at the shelves where vegetables were stored. Xiao Anqi hadn't gone out in a month, so there weren't many vegetables at home. Okay, go buy some more vegetables. Ride your bicycle. To make it easier for Tian Xiufang to run errands or buy emergency supplies, Xiao Anqi had taught her to ride a bicycle. So Tian Xiufang took her basket and went to buy vegetables. In the evening, the guests arrived as planned. Tian Xiufang had prepared a large, delicious feast. Finally, we get to eat Aunt Tian's cooking again. It smells so good, said Qian Weiguo and others, looking at the food with excitement. They were so touched and eager to eat. Come on, everyone, eat quickly, Xiao Anqi smiled and called everyone to the table. Our main character, baby Xian Xian, was also brought out by her father, happily on her bottle and drinking milk. You all eat your food, I also have milk to drink. After finishing their meal, the women gathered around the baby again. Xian Xian is getting more and more beautiful. She changes so much each day. They all admired how good-looking the baby was, looking strong and energetic with bright, lively eyes. Baby looks just like Brother Pei, Xiu said, staring at the baby for a long time. Now, it was even more obvious than before. It seems like I have nothing to do with it. Xiao Anqi also noticed that the father and son looked more alike the more she looked. If they got along well, she was just a delivery person. Yuan Huiqing and the others covered their mouths to hide their laughter, not daring to say anything to avoid hurting Xiao Anqi. Anqi, your body recovered very quickly. Your belly is gone. Yu Liying, who had gone through this before, still had a loose waistline, so she paid attention to this. There's more. I haven't fully recovered, just a little smaller. Xiao Anqi smiled. That's good enough. It's not very noticeable, Yu Liying exclaimed, pulling Xiao Anqi aside to ask how she lost the weight. Everyone chatted and laughed, and they didn't stay out too late. After a while, they each went home. After her confinement period, Xiao Anqi stayed at home for a while before returning to work at school. Why are you in such a hurry to come back? I can cover your classes. You don't need to return so early. Xia Yinshu was a bit surprised to see Xiao Anqi back at work. When Xiao Anqi first had her baby, Xia Yinshu also visited her. She told her to stay at home longer and said it was no problem for her to cover her classes. She knew that returning to work every day to feed the baby would be very inconvenient. Xiao Anqi naturally knew that Xia Yinshu sincerely wanted to help her with the classes, but her own children were still young, so she couldn't take up too much of her time. Although there was a teaching fee for substituting classes, it wasn't much. For their school, which only has classes in the mornings, it's not very suitable, so most teachers are unwilling to substitute. Moreover, her return to work wouldn't affect anything. Her baby didn't need her to feed at specific times. Tian Xiaofang prepared the milk powder daily, and the baby drank happily. Whether or not the mother's milk is available doesn't greatly affect the baby. I'm fine. My baby loves drinking milk powder. Milk powder is even harder to buy, Xia Yinshu said. Now, milk powder is very hard to find. Even if Xiao Anqi's family is well off, the supply of milk powder for children is still in high demand. She thinks it's best to feed the baby herself if she can. Children this young always need their mothers and tend to look for them. Don't worry about me. I'm really fine, Zhou Anqi said with a smile. Seeing her say that, Xia Yinshu didn't say anything more. Anyway, if you need anything, I can still teach your classes. Okay, thank you. Now that Zhou Anqi has returned to work, she still only teaches half a day, which doesn't affect her much. She has plenty of time to spend with her baby. After giving birth, the weather has been getting warmer. Although she opens the windows at home every day to let the baby breathe fresh air, staying indoors all the time isn't good. Pei Jiancheng and Zhou Anqi finished dinner. Seeing the nice weather, they wrapped up the baby and decided to go for a walk downstairs. They went downstairs. Pei Jiancheng carried the baby, while Zhou Anqi walked beside him with her hands free, feeling relaxed. As soon as they reached the ground floor, the lively atmosphere from earlier had quieted down again. Zhou Anqi wanted to laugh. It's been a long time since she experienced this. Everyone was staring wide-eyed at Pei Jiancheng holding the baby, as if their jaws were about to drop. Few men around here are used to holding children. Not outside and not at home either, they rarely pick up the baby. But Pei Jiancheng looked so natural and skilled, clearly experienced. All the envy was directed at Zhou Anqi. Then some men downstairs also received their wives' sharp, disapproving looks. Suddenly, they felt a bit unsteady. If someone else was holding the baby, they might have dared to go over and ask what was going on, risking anger. But they wouldn't dare to do that with Pei Jiancheng holding the baby. They could only pretend to have something to do and quickly walk away under their wives' fierce gazes. But this couple didn't care. They strolled happily with the baby in their arms. Everyone recovered and started greeting them. They wanted to see the baby, but they didn't dare to approach when he was in Pei Jiancheng's arms. In the following days, the couple often took the baby out for walks. Of course, it was always Pei Jiancheng carrying the baby, with Zhou Anqi walking behind slowly, almost becoming a local sight. The men living in the family building all felt uncomfortable and somewhat resentful. They had no choice because their wives kept criticizing them every day. If they dared to argue back, they'd be mocked. What? Is Deputy Captain Pei better than you? How does he manage it? No one dared to say that Pei Jiancheng was not as good as them. They could only hang their heads and endure the scolding, so tough. Baby Xianxian is really growing quickly with each passing day. Pei Jiancheng and Xiao Anqi noticed that, despite how young he is, he understands a lot. They found out that he really enjoys being carried out for walks by his parents. Whenever they take him outside, he never sleeps. He keeps his eyes wide open, watching everything around him. You can't tell if he can see clearly, but he keeps his eyes open all the time. Xiao Anqi asked curiously, "Do you think the baby can see?" Pei Jiancheng looked at his son and confidently said, "Our baby can definitely see." Xiao Anqi thought that made sense. Since the baby is well-nourished, he must see differently now. He's a bit older, and his little feet are getting stronger. When he needs to, or he even stomps his feet on the bed. The stomping sounds loud, which initially scared Aunt Tian, who thought something was wrong. But then she realized he was just letting you know he needed to take care of himself. Tian Xiufeng couldn't help but praise, "This baby is so smart. He's only a little over a year old. The little baby changes a lot every day." Young parents keep taking pictures with their cameras to record his growth and changes. Many of his first moments are captured on camera. Xiao Anxi often secretly takes out her phone or tablet when no one is looking, taking photos and videos of her baby. She wants to record every little detail of his life. These are all meant for her dear dad to see. Her father, old Xiao, feels very regretful for not being able to wait outside the delivery room for his grandson to be born. After having the baby, time seems to fly by. Just a few days after returning to work, the semester is ending, and the final exams are over quickly. Despite that, her teaching skills are still excellent, and her class's exam results remain steady. Principal Zhong is very satisfied. Even with her pregnancy and having a baby, her work quality is unaffected. After finishing distributing all the students' grades, Xiao Anxi has nothing more to do. She quickly packs up her things, happily greets Xia Yunshu, and says Yunshu goodbye. "I'm leaving now." She carries her bag and happily goes home to enjoy her holiday with her baby. Meanwhile, in Beijing, Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying are hurriedly packing their luggage. "Wife, have you packed all the toys?" "Yes, I have." "And the little things I made for the baby?" "Yes, they are packed." "What about the little snack spot for the baby?" "They are packed, but he can't eat them yet." "What about the baby's small mosquito net?"
"It's packed." Then,
"Shut up, stay over there." While Zheng Ying was tidying up, he impatiently kicked the nagging Qiao Yinghuai aside. Qiao Yinghuai, disliked by his wife, touched his nose and quickly organized his things. Then he picked up a photo of the baby, looked at it happily. But after a while, he felt a bit annoyed. This is too much. The baby looks exactly like her dad. It has nothing to do with our daughter. Then he sighed. Isn't it said that sons look like their mothers? What's going on? Many sons look like their dads too. Maybe we should have another girl like Anxi. Yes, yes. Hearing this, Qiao Yinghuai immediately felt happy again. Thinking about a cute, soft little girl just like his daughter, his heart softened a lot. After packing everything, they didn't delay much and went back to their room early to rest, to be full of energy for the trip early tomorrow morning. Early in the morning, Qiao Anxi was still half asleep when she heard her son babbling beside her. She turned her head and saw the baby happily chewing on his own foot. "Where's your dad?" She poked the baby. The baby looked at her with a toothless smile. Qiao Anxi got playful, poked the baby's little foot, then grabbed it and pedaled it like a bicycle. "Baby, you must be very happy that Grandma and Grandpa are coming today, right?" He responded with babbling sounds and a string of saliva bubbles. Pei Jiancheng, carrying a bottle, returned to the room and saw the mother and son playing happily. He bent down, kissed his wife, and picked up Pei Haoshuan. "Son, time to eat. Little Xian has grown up now." When his dad feeds him milk, he no longer just obediently opens his mouth. Now he helps with his hands and feet, holding his own small bottle and drinking eagerly. After Xian finished eating and drinking, Pei Jiancheng carried him to the small bed in the living room, which had already been moved there. There was a springy little frame on the bed, with various cute fabric dolls hanging on it. The simpler ones were stars, flowers, and small hearts. The more complex ones were cartoon characters and small animals. They were bright and colorful, all designed by Qiao Anxi, who provided ideas and sketches, and sewn by Tian Xiufeng. There were also a few larger beds in the living room. Xian lay down on a small bed and immediately reached out to grab the small plush toy on his head. When he couldn't get it, his feet also joined in. He could play on the bed until he fell asleep. After Pei Jiancheng went to work, Qiao Anxi started cooking with Tian Xiufeng, waiting for the arrival of the Qiao couple. In the afternoon, after waking from her nap, Qiao Anxi leaned over her son's small bed, teasing the baby who had just woken up. Suddenly, there was a loud, urgent knocking at the door. Qiao Anxi looked at the time and smiled happily. She gently touched her baby's tiny foot and said, "Baby, listen to how hurriedly they're knocking. It must be Grandma and Grandpa." Tian Xiaofang quickly went to open the door. "Xian Xian, where is baby Xian Xian? Grandpa is here." As soon as the door opened, the voice of Jiao Yinghuai was heard. He strode in quickly. He dropped his belongings as soon as he entered, looked around, and immediately headed toward the small bed. Seeing Xian Xian holding his little foot on the bed, Jiao Yinghuai's eyes lit up. Even Zheng Ying followed closely behind. "Girl." The two of them casually greeted their daughter and then circled around the small bed to look at their grandson. "Baby, Grandpa is here. Do you see Grandpa?" Jiao Yinghuai said happily, bending down to look at the baby. Xiao Anxi wisely moved aside to give space. She looked toward the door and saw her husband carrying a lot of luggage walking into the room. Tian Xiaofang hurried over to help take the luggage. He put it down and turned to continue carrying more. This father didn't bother with the luggage this time, unlike before when he and Pei Jiancheng would carry everything together. This time, for his little grandson, he completely handed over the task. She smiled and turned back. Jiao Yinghuai was already reaching out to hold little Xian Xian. Fortunately, Zheng Ying still had some sense left. She patted Jiao Yinghuai and said, "First, wash up and change your clothes. You're so dirty after this trip. The baby is so small." Jiao Yinghuai suddenly withdrew his hand. Yes, I almost harmed my little grandson." He quickly rushed to the bathroom. Tian Xiaofang had already prepared hot water from the pot for them. Xiao Anxi happily followed and filled a large basin with water. Pei Jiancheng, after placing their luggage, went back to work. Jiao Yinghuai, after washing and changing clothes, returned to the small bed and picked up little Xian Xian. Xian Xian was not at all shy. He babbled happily as Jiao Yinghuai held him, pulling his grandpa's hair and spitting out a bubble of saliva. "Xian Xian is so good." Jiao Yinghuai was so happy he almost lost his bearings. He held the baby tightly, unwilling to let go. Lian Jingying looked at the baby who had already grown so much since last time she saw him sleeping peacefully. She reached out to hold him. Xiaoying hugged the baby and moved away. This made Lian Jingying laugh out of frustration. "Mom, look at what you brought for the baby." Xiao Anxi saw it was not good and quickly pulled her mother aside to let her unpack the luggage. Sure enough, when they opened the suitcase, most of the items were for the baby. "No, Dad, where can the baby play with all this stuff now?" Xiao Anxi looked at the pile of toys, including small metal cars, airplanes, and trains. There were also many picture books and comics, all things that a little baby couldn't play with yet. Once he's a bit older, he can play with them. Xiaoying teased Xian Xian and said casually. He went to the department store and wished he could buy every toy there. "This little mosquito net is good. Now that the weather is hot, there are mosquitoes." Xiao Anxi liked the small children's mosquito net very much. It fit well on the small bed. "Girl, open that small cloth bag and take a look." Xiao Ying pointed to a gray-blue cloth bag in the corner of the box. Xiao Anxi took it out and opened it. Inside was a carved small stamp, tied with a red string that could be hung on the chest. She turned the stamp over and saw that the bottom was engraved with the baby's name, and the top had the baby's zodiac sign. Very lifelike. The whole stamp was polished smooth, but now the baby was too small, and even if it was smooth, it couldn't be worn because it might hurt him.
"Dad, he can't wear it now."
"Wait until he can wear it, or just put it in a small bag." Xiao Ying also knew the baby couldn't wear it now. "That's fine." Xiao Anxi planned to make a small lucky bag, put the stamp inside, along with the jade pendant from great-grandpa. That way, whether he wears it or not, it won't hurt him. And things like the jade pendant are better kept hidden. Wearing them openly isn't good, and putting them in a bag makes it a secret. My baby may be small, but he's quite the treasure. Right now, he still wore gold bracelets given by his grandparents. Round and shiny, golden and beautiful. Wearing them at home, no outsiders could see. Anyway, he's still small, so when taken out, he's wrapped up tightly and no one can see. When he gets a little older, they'll take the bracelets off. Xiao Ying's arrival completely took over Pei Jianqing's chores. Feeding the baby, bathing him, changing diapers, all these were done by himself. "Dad, you're quite skilled at this, huh?" Joan smiled happily and looked at him. "Of course, I've done this many times when you were little," he replied, but he didn't really mind. His son-in-law understood everything clearly and didn't bother hiding it. Tian Xiufang was busy in the kitchen nearby. Since she was far away, she couldn't hear the noise from here and didn't notice what was happening. Pei Jianqing showed no special reaction, acting as if everything was normal. Now, he could only watch with his wife as his father-in-law was holding the baby, not letting them hold him. Even the mother-in-law was a bit overwhelmed by him. The two elders looked a little tense, so his wife and he had to stay quietly, not competing with them. No matter how they argued, by bedtime, the baby would definitely look for his parents. They calmly watched Joan and Lian Jingying compete for the baby. "Who do you think can win?" Joan asked mischievously, secretly teasing her husband. "Dad definitely can't beat Mom," Pei replied calmly. His father-in-law was just pretending to be tough. When his mother-in-law glared, he would give in. "Sweetheart, don't worry. I'll clean the baby up before you hold him and feed him so he won't cry at you." Joan's husband changed the diaper for Xian and gently placed the baby in her arms. He knew that if he kept holding him, his wife would really get upset. Lian Jingying looked at him proudly, then lovingly smiled and took Xian into her arms. Joan laughed and leaned into Pei Jianqing's embrace. At bedtime, Xian started looking for his mom, refusing to be held by anyone else. Joan tried to soothe him for a long time, but it didn't work. The well-behaved baby during the day was now a little spoiled. "All right, Dad, you've been traveling all day and played with the baby for a while. It's time to rest. We'll play again tomorrow." Joan didn't care how reluctant her husband was. She reached out to take the baby. As soon as he was back in his mom's arms, he quieted down and looked like an angel. The next day, he happily played with his grandfather again. After eating, he obediently went for a walk with his grandma and grandpa. Joan's husband carried his grandson on the street, smiling happily. This relaxed day of enjoying his grandson was only short-lived before being interrupted. "Dad, it's time to do some work," Joan said, bringing some work to report to him. She intentionally let him relax for a few days to play with the baby, not bothering him on his first day here. Joan's husband really didn't want to work. Nothing was more fun than playing with his grandson. He also knew the importance of balance and could only leave the baby to his wife, focusing on working diligently with his daughter. "Here are the accounts, work progress, and summaries. Take a look first," said Qiao Anxi, handing her some organized materials to Qiao Yinghuai. The first batch of foreign trade orders was brought back in October last year. Based on the order sequence and deadlines, some products have already been completed and shipped. They have also received most of the remaining payments. Since this was the first batch of orders, the process was not easy. There were some small setbacks, but overall, it went smoothly. All parties worked very well together. The response from disabled veterans and military families was especially positive. The veterans felt more motivated and encouraged. Most of them could now do manual work on their own, no longer feeling useless. They also earned quite a bit of money, honestly. The families benefited because they got jobs making baskets, which greatly improved their household finances. Family relationships became more harmonious and stable. At the spring trade fair in May, the craft weaving factory took samples to participate. Besides some popular products from last time, Qiao Anxi also designed several new items for the event. This year's results were even better, with orders increasing significantly. They had both new and old customers. The craft weaving factory has now revived. They expanded production and hired many new workers. They provided many jobs for the city and often received awards from the local government. Now, the factory leaders walk with confidence. Of course, Qiao Anxi also made a good profit. Because of the large number of orders, her design fees and product commissions added up to a substantial amount. "Not bad," said Xiao Yinghuai, nodding with satisfaction. At least, their initial goals had been achieved. Solving the key issues for disabled veterans was their original intention. The father and daughter chatted for a while longer and set a rough time to visit the craft weaving factory. Xiao Yinghuai needed to go there once to check on things, give some instructions, and meet with the factory leaders. He also needed to set aside time to make a work plan. For now, he couldn't just be a hands-off boss. After finishing work, Xiao Yinghuai hurried to visit his beloved little grandson. Within a few days, the senior leaders from the military districts, including Commander Qian, received news that Xiao Yinghuai had already arrived at the military district. They quickly sent invitations, asking him to come for drinks, chess, or fishing. This time, Xiao Yinghuai was not as eager to accept. "I haven't kissed my little grandson enough, so I won't go." Of course, he didn't tell Commander Qian and the others that he wouldn't go. He just said he would wait a little longer and decide later, since he still has plenty of time before returning to the capital. When Commander Qian and the others heard this, they agreed. Since he just arrived, they told Xiao Yinghuai to rest well first and not to worry, so they didn't push him. Xiao Yinghuai happily held his little grandson and enjoyed life. Pei Jianqing, on the other hand, got busy. Recently, there was a military event involving the whole army, held in their military district. He's been going out early and coming home late more than before. Sometimes, he doesn't even have time to eat lunch at home. "Jianqing, go ahead and focus on your work. The baby has us." Xiao Yinghuai waved to his son-in-law while holding Xian. Xian doesn't really chase after his dad, as if he knows he's busy. Because his dad already talked to him last night, telling him he's a bit busy lately and that he should behave well. Xian, with big eyes, raised his arms and legs happily, kicking and babbling in response to his dad. Can he understand? Xiao Anshi watched the interaction between father and son, smiling happily. "Our baby is smart. He can understand," Pei Jianqing said, gently moving the baby's limbs and giving him encouragement. Then he helped him practice sitting up. The baby, although small, was already quite strong physically. He could lift his head, turn over, and sit up early. Under Pei Jianqing's training, he could even crawl a few steps on his belly now. Xiao Anshi asked Tian Xiufang for advice and started making baby food, no longer letting him only drink milk. This little guy is sturdy. Now he feels that just drinking milk isn't enough for him. While Xiao Yinghuai played with the baby in the living room, Tian Xiufang was busy in the kitchen. Xiao Anshi pulled Lian Jingying back to the room, locked the door, and then entered the space. "Mom, I need to make some rice flour for baby food. We don't have a grinding machine now, but a blender will do." Lian Jingying took out the blender used for juicing from the RV. Xiao Anshi took out a large bag of dried rice flour, made from rinsed rice. Pre-made powder is more convenient. It's not good to make a bowl of rice porridge every day for Tian Xiufang. That would be too much. "Not bad, it's quite fine." Lian Jingying pinched a bit of the powder with his finger. It felt very smooth. After they left the space, Lian Jingying handed the rice flour to Tian Xiufang, who thought he brought it from the capital. They mixed water and rice flour evenly to make rice porridge, then put it in a small bowl and steamed it until soft, resulting in a sticky rice cake. Just feed the baby with a small spoon. You can also add some mashed pumpkin, carrot, or fruit and steam them together. Xian finally tasted something different for milk. He was quite interested in this new food and ate it all clean. Seeing him enjoy his meal without any bad reactions, the adults also started to gradually introduce more nutritious solid foods in different ways. After eating solids, Xian has become more energetic each day. Playing with his grandpa, he is getting more lively and noisy. Pei Jianqing's military activities are about to start soon, and he has been very busy these days, hardly showing up. That noon, he hurried back home in a rush. "Hey, aren't your activities starting soon? Why are you back today?" Xiao Anshi was a bit surprised to see Pei Jianqing rushing inside, as they were used to him not coming home at noon these days. Sometimes he even comes home very late at night, often when the whole family is already asleep. Sometimes he doesn't come back at night at all. Wow, Xian saw his dad and cheered happily. He hadn't seen his dad much these days. He kicked his little feet and reached out his hand towards Pei Jianqing. Pei Jianqing, who had been out and about, didn't dare to pick up his son but just held his little hand and played with him. "My dad is at the military district now. meeting with Commander Qian. He's coming to dinner tonight, so I just wanted to let you know. Pei Jiancheng didn't expect his dad to suddenly come to Langcheng Military District, claiming he was here for the military event. He found it hard to believe. Although the event wasn't small, it wasn't important enough for the commander of the Beijing Military District to come all the way here. When he saw the military vehicles from the Beijing district, he felt a little different. Soon, he recognized a familiar license plate among a few cars. He saw his father, Commander Pei, walk down the car with dignity and calmness. As he passed by, he lowered his voice and said, "Dinner at your house tonight." He suspected that Commander Pei was using the event as an excuse to visit his grandson in Langcheng. But he couldn't doubt his father, so he hurried to prepare everything at home. "Your father-in-law is here?" Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying were also a bit surprised. "He said he's here for the military event." Pei Jiancheng nodded, touched his wife's little face, and said, "Thanks for organizing everything.
I have to go back right now."
"All right, go ahead quickly. Say goodbye to the baby before you leave." Zhongxi took Xiaoshuan's small hand and waved to Pei Jiancheng. After Pei Jiancheng left, Zhongxi and Lian Jingying, along with Tian Xiufang, discussed the dinner menu. Zhou Yinghuai held Xiaoxian alone, smiling and saying, "Baby, your grandpa can't stay still either.
He's come over to see you."
It's just about attending activities or official business. Old Joe knows everything. He just found an excuse to come over. He doesn't believe that after his daughter's mother-in-law goes home and talks about her grandson, her father-in-law can handle it. Plus, there are a bunch of photos later. Zhou Yinghuai knows his daughter probably sent a copy to the Pei family too. He can't stay put for a moment and refused all summer plans, rushing over as soon as the holiday started. The three women discussed the dinner plans. "Should we have a seafood feast?" Zhongxi opened the fridge and looked inside. A few days ago, Tian Xiufang's family sent over 2 baskets of small seafood. It's better than eating other things. You can't find such fresh seafood in Beijing, Lian Jingying agreed. There was enough other food, including vegetables and vegetarian dishes. A couple of days ago, Zhongxi and Lian Jingying went out for a walk and brought back a big basket of vegetables. Tian Xiufang followed the instructions, quickly taking out ingredients and starting to prepare. As for where they lived, there's no need to worry about that. Since Pei Jiancheng said he was here on official business, the military district must have arrangements. In the evening, Pei's father canceled all social engagements, got into his son's car, and headed to see his little grandson. According to the rules, the security guard beside Pei's father couldn't leave the commander's side even for a moment. But because Pei Jiancheng was with him, and Jiancheng's skills far surpassed his, and he wasn't outside the military district, plus, Commander Pei didn't want him to follow, so he stayed at the guest house to rest. Pei Jiancheng drove his father home to the residential building. This way, everyone in the military district found out that Pei Jiancheng was actually the son of the commander of the Beijing military district. His background was incredibly impressive. Pei Jiancheng was always low-key in the military district. His excellence was obvious, and his achievements were real. Everyone knew about the missions he completed, the blood he shed, and the injuries he suffered. No one expected that someone so hardworking and determined would come from such a powerful family and still endure so much hardship. Everyone admired him even more. On the way, Pei Jiancheng couldn't help but tease his father, saying, "Dad, why is your grand entrance needed for this event?" "I came out to check on how the local military district is doing." Commander Pei glared at his son, knowing that the clever guy had probably figured out his little plan. "Fine, but your arrival scared everyone and even exposed my secrets," Pei Jiancheng said. "Are you blaming your father?" Father Pei glared at him again. "No, I won't dare." "As long as you're happy," Pei Jiancheng smiled. "Humph, I doubt you dare. Why are you driving so slowly?" Commander Pei started picking a fight with his son.
"Dad, stay calm.
I'm at the residential compound, so I can't go too fast." Pei Jiancheng felt helpless. Did his father not know he shouldn't drive fast? He was just looking for trouble. "Why shouldn't I stay calm? You little brat, daring to lecture your old man?" Commander Pei was about to his top. Okay, we're almost there." Your little grandson is waiting for you. Pei Jianqing quickly played along. Sure enough, as soon as Commander Pei heard little grandson, his face lit up with a smile, and he stopped scolding his son. The car quickly stopped downstairs at the residential building. As soon as it was parked, Commander Pei couldn't wait to get out of the car, reminding his son, "Take your things." He had brought plenty of gifts for little Xianxian. Pei Jianqing quickly grabbed a box from the trunk and went upstairs with his father. The people upstairs had already been watching the scene downstairs. When Pei Jianqing's car stopped, they had heard everything. As soon as they reached the upstairs, the door was already open. Xiao Anqi was waiting at the door, smiling as she greeted them. "Dad." "Anqi, good girl." Commander Pei first handed her a red envelope, then happily stepped inside. Xiao Anqi looked at the red envelope in her hand, puzzled. Just like her in-laws, they liked to give red envelopes as soon as they met. She didn't know that Tao Huaru remembered how her eyes sparkled when she saw the red envelope. She specifically told Commander Pei that as soon as he saw his daughter-in-law, he should give her a big red envelope first. Behind her, Pei Jianqing chuckled as he gently rubbed his wife's head. "Dear in-laws, you've arrived." Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying had already come over, holding little Xianxian. "Dear in-laws, mother-in-law, hello." Commander Pei suppressed his excitement, first greeting the Qiao family and exchanging a few words. But his eyes stayed fixed on Xianxian. The little grandson really looked just like his son. But his son wasn't exactly like him. Pei Jianqing was a blend of the best traits from Commander Pei and Tao Huaru. "Baby, Grandpa is here." Qiao Yinghuai smiled and held Xianxian up to Commander Pei. A little Xianxian babbled, drooling, moving his hands and feet, shouting excitedly at Commander Pei. "Baby Xianxian, Grandpa's good boy," Commander Pei said happily as he hugged Xianxian. Fortunately, he had the foresight to wash up thoroughly before coming out. His wife's instructions were clear in his mind. He must wash up first before holding the baby. When Commander Pei arrived, he temporarily took over Zhou Yinghuai's spot, holding Xianxian tightly. Zhou Yinghuai was generous and didn't argue, knowing the baby's grandfather wouldn't stay long. "Dad, put Xianxian down. Let's eat first." Xianxian should eat too. Seeing Commander Pei holding the baby without letting go, Pei Jianqing had to speak up. Commander Pei didn't want to let go, but since the in-laws were present and it was their first meeting, he couldn't be too rude. They needed to have a proper meal together. Reluctantly, he handed Xianxian over to Pei Jianqing. Tian Xiufan quickly stepped forward to take Xianxian, bringing him aside to feed him rice cake. Although it was their first meeting, since Jingying and Tao Huaru had interacted before, they got along well. Now, the three of them met and didn't feel unfamiliar. They quickly started chatting. Pei Jianqing poured wine for everyone. As they drank, the atmosphere became more lively. Zhou Yinghuai and Commander Pei talked enthusiastically. "Once Jianqing and Anqi take Xianxian back to Beijing, our two families must have a proper dinner together." Right now, they only met privately. Both said that once Pei Jianqing and Zhou Anqi returned to Beijing, they would have a formal dinner. There were so many people in both families. They didn't hold a wedding banquet when they got married, and everyone had moved on. But after returning, they would definitely have a family meal to properly introduce everyone to the relatives. After dinner, Zhou Yinghuai and Pei Yuanshan, both tipsy, were stopped from getting too close to the baby. "Grandpa and Grandpa are stinky, so our baby should stay away from them." Xianxian held on his grandma's lap, opened his little mouth and blew bubbles at Grandpa and Grandpa in the distance. He opened the box brought by Pei Yuanshan. Inside were toys for older children, comic books, and storybooks, just like what Zhou Yinghuai had prepared. It seemed the grandfathers had similar ideas. Other normal things were clearly prepared by the grandma. For several days, after finishing military district work, Pei Yuanshan hurried back to his son's house to play with his grandson. Commander Qian and several senior leaders in the military district couldn't catch him no matter how hard they tried. They hadn't seen each other in a long time and wanted to meet privately to enjoy drinks together. Every time they finished official business, he would slip away. Moreover, he no longer brought security guards. Instead, He temporarily had Pei Jianqing follow him closely, and they used tactical evasions, making it impossible for them to gather any intelligence or find him. With Pei Jianqing covering for him, no one could catch him. In the end, they also approached Xiao Yinghuai, persuading him repeatedly. Finally, the two of them decided to put aside their little grandson and went to meet with them. After drinking and fishing, they didn't really want to leave but stayed at home to keep company with their son. Just joking, neither of them could stay at home with the baby, especially Pei Jianqing. When Pei Yuanshan left, he discovered that each person in Commander Qian's group had a carved seal of Xiao Yinghuai. He was upset and wanted one too. He looked at his father-in-law with dissatisfaction. Old Xiao. Xiao Yinghuai chuckled and promised him, "Don't worry, I'll carve you the best one. Bigger than theirs. How about that?" All right, Commander Qian was satisfied. During the gathering, they naturally talked about foreign trade orders and wounded veterans. The impressive results made the senior officials in the military district very happy and highly praised Xiao Yinghuai and his daughter, Xiao Anqi. Pei Yuanshan also knew about this and felt a bit proud. But now, he was more envious and eager. He asked Xiao Yinghuai, "Can our military district in Beijing also promote this?" "Of course, it doesn't have to be a basket. There can be other ways." Xiao Yinghuai nodded. Pei Yuanshan was excited, but knew it wasn't the right time to discuss it now. They agreed to talk more about it when they returned to Beijing. After the military activities in the district ended, Pei Yuanshan and his group prepared to return to Beijing. Despite not wanting to leave his little grandson, Pei Yuanshan had no choice but to go. The night before returning to Beijing, Qiao Anqi and Lian Jingying packed a large amount of things for Pei Yuanshan to bring back. Most of it was food, with one set for them and one for the old man. Qiao Anqi also specially gave Tao Huaru a few bottles of essence water. Pei Yuanshan and Xiao Yinghuai bathed the baby together in the bathroom. "This bath basin is pretty good," Pei Yuanshan said, looking at the delicate, appropriately sized wooden basin. "Of course, I spent almost a month making it," Xiao Yinghuai said proudly. Then he quickly corrected Pei Yuanshan, saying, "You need to hold Xiaoshuan's head like this." Pei Yuanshan had never bathed a baby before. He was clumsy and awkward. Seeing Xiao Yinghuai giving the baby a bath, he insisted on coming over. Xiao Yinghuai was different from him. Although he was a bit inexperienced at first, after bathing Xiaoxian for a while, he became more skilled. He guided Pei Yuanshan, and together they managed to clean Xiaoxian thoroughly. Originally, Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying bathed Xiaoxian quickly, but with Pei Yuanshan there, it took longer. Fortunately, it was summer, so they weren't worried about the baby catching a cold. After washing, the clean, fragrant Xiaoxian was happily held by his grandpa, who wouldn't put him down. Little Xiaoxian didn't understand that Grandpa was about to leave. He grabbed Grandpa's face and hair with both hands, laughing and drooling happily. "Baby, eat well, grow tall and strong quickly, and when the new year comes, you'll visit Grandpa and Grandma in Beijing. Great-Grandpa and Great-Grandma are also waiting for you." Pei Yuanshan sat upright on his lap and spoke seriously to the baby. Xiaoxian excitedly ticked his grandpa's knee and drooled all over his face. Grandpa spoke earnestly, and the baby babbled happily, and they had a pleasant chat. "Dad, it's time for you to go back and rest." Pei Jianqing looked at the time and had to end their conversation, one old and one young. Commander Pei shot a displeased look at his son, such a killjoy. "Old Pei, no rush. The new year is coming in a few months," Xiao Yinghuai said cheerfully as he took the baby. Still over half a year, Commander Pei sighed, put on his hat, and stood up. He headed for the door, and Xiao Yinghuai followed with the baby in his arms. Pei Jianqing carried his suitcase, and everyone else followed. After Pei Yuanshan got into the car, Qiao Anqi took the baby's small hand and waved goodbye to Grandpa in the dim light. His adorable look made Grandpa feel even more reluctant to part. But no matter how much he didn't want to leave, Pei Jianqing pressed the accelerator and drove his father out of sight. Disappointed, Commander Pei could only vent his frustration on his son, saying, "You're the only one in a hurry." Deputy Commander Pei drove coolly, ignoring his unreasonable old father. "Old Pei really isn't easy. We just met a few days ago, and now he has to leave again. Xiao Yinghuai, holding the baby and going upstairs, sympathized with old Pei. He had been here for months, but they could only spend a few days together before he had to leave again. Plus, during the day, they were busy, so they only had a little time at night. They didn't play for long before the baby needed to sleep. Fortunately, he had 2 holidays. Just thinking about it made him happy. Lien Jingying smiled and gave him a sidelong look, noticing his smugness. Dad, the baby needs to sleep now. She reached out and took the baby from her father's arms. Xian quickly snuggled into his mother's embrace. This kid is really unkind at night, Joni sighed. She also wanted to hold the baby and sleep, tell him stories to soothe him, but unfortunately, the baby didn't want her at night. When it came to storytelling, both Lien Jingying and her husband often told stories to the baby during the day. The small picture books and comic books they bought came in handy. She wasn't sure if the little baby understood everything, but he looked very attentive, grinning, drooling, and staring at his grandparents as if he was really interested. Joni was very happy. She felt a great sense of achievement. Lien Jingying was even more impressive. Not only did he tell stories in English, but he also sang English nursery rhymes to the baby. She smiled and asked, Mom, Dad, are you doing bilingual teaching? Of course. Lien Jingying nodded naturally. Education should start from the little ones. He's still a bit small, she chuckled. She also planned to teach him, but she wasn't as quick as her parents. The key was, she usually couldn't find the baby during the day. I'm working on his language sense and training his ears. When you were little, wasn't it the same? Otherwise, how could you master so many languages so easily? Lien Jingying glanced at his daughter. Yes, Dad and Mom are the smartest, she quickly praised. Anyway, whether the baby understood or not, as long as it wasn't at night, Xian was very respectful to his grandparents. He could play with them however they wanted. No matter what language the stories were told in, the baby would listen with wide eyes, very focused. But as August arrived, the weather was still very hot. Tian Xiaofang worried that the baby might get heat rash, so she specially brought some herbs from her home and brewed water for Xian to bathe in. This is a local remedy from our place, best for bathing babies a few months old. After washing, they won't easily get heat rash. Tian Xiaofang poured out the herbal water, filling the room with a fragrant herbal scent. Thank you, Aunt Tian. Shi and Lien Jingying helped her carry the water to the bathroom. Actually, since the baby had a space water that he used both for bathing and drinking every day, it was unlikely he would get heat rash, even in hot weather. But Tian Xiaofang didn't know that. She only knew that in this hot weather, babies a few months old were most likely to get heat rash. And since the baby was small and could only scratch, it was very uncomfortable for him. Shi and Lien Jingying both understood Tian Xiaofang's good intentions for the baby, so they happily helped bathe him with the herbal water. Let him soak well in the herbal water. Now, Xian is no longer as obedient as before when you wash him. When his grandfather washes him, he splashes water and often gets his grandfather wet. Old Xiao is happily pleased, saying, Our Xuan's hands and feet are getting stronger. After soaking in the herbal water, baby Xian carries a faint herbal scent. Grandma dressed him in a silk little vest, making him look adorable, like a small doll from a New Year painting. He waves his little hands, kicks his tiny feet, and lies on a small bed babbling happily. Even Jingying gently fans him with a large fan. Outside the window, cicadas chirp loudly, and the wind chimes sway slightly. This summer afternoon is hot, but gentle. The sunlight outside is bright, the sky is blue, and clouds hang high. Tian Xiaofang looks out the window, with a worried expression on her face. I feel like a typhoon might come in the next few days. The others in the house are surprised when they hear this. Xiao Anxi and Lien Jingying walk to the window to look outside. The visibility is very high. The distant scenery looks very clear. Even the mountains and trees far away are visible. No way? The weather is so nice with such high visibility, and you can see the mountains and trees clearly. It doesn't look like rain is coming, they say, feeling puzzled. If we were at the seaside, we could tell more accurately. Let's wait and see the sunset tonight, Tian Xiaofang suggests, frowning as she looks outside.
She still has a bad feeling.
Lian Jingying and the others know that Tian Xiaofang is from the seaside, so she has a lot of experience with typhoons. She wouldn't speak without reason. Their expressions also become serious. But right now, it's impossible to tell outside. No signs of a typhoon or even rain. Tian Xiaofang then shares some of her own experience, explaining the usual signs before a typhoon arrives. Since they are from the seaside, they would notice more signs. Hearing this, Qiao Anxi and the others look at the high clouds and distant scenery again, feeling uncertain. They still trust Tian Xiaofang's experience. This folk wisdom is very powerful. In the evening, Tian Xiaofang carefully observes the sunset. She judges that a typhoon is very likely to come in the next few days. Qiao Anxi and the others know how strong and dangerous typhoons can be. When Pei Jiancheng gets home, they tell him about Tian Xiaofang's prediction. Pei Jiancheng looks serious and asks Tian Xiaofang many questions carefully. Then, looking at the sky outside, he decides to go to Shuaying village to find Xiaoyu and others to ask more. I will go out first. Please don't wait for me to eat. Let's eat first and then go. Joanne, she pulled him back. It's a bit late now, but since it gets dark late, I will be back soon. He touched his wife's face and took the car keys before leaving. Bring some biscuits with you. Lian Jingying chased after him to give him a biscuit. Pei Jiancheng took the biscuit and went downstairs. When he returned home, it was already completely dark. Tian Xiaofang quickly served him a warm meal from the pot. While eating, Pei Jiancheng told everyone, Papa Xiaoyu and Grandpa Xiaoyu both say that a typhoon might come in the next few days. I asked a few experienced elders in the village, and they said it's possible. Although everyone couldn't be 100% sure, the possibility means they have to prepare in advance. Everyone knows how powerful typhoons can be. Sometimes they come suddenly and catch them off guard. Pei Jiancheng has experienced several typhoons over the years at Langqing Military District. Now, they can monitor typhoons, but their equipment is still quite outdated. Communication is also poor. Even if they detect a typhoon approaching, alerts may not be timely. Remote fishing villages might not receive early warnings, so they rely more on the elders' experience. After dinner, he immediately returned to his office to report the situation to the military district. The next morning, Pei Jiancheng told his family to prepare some supplies. The military district also received notice that a typhoon might hit in the next few days. When the typhoon comes, there will be power and water outages. We need to fill up water containers and prepare candles and oil lamps, Pei Jiancheng instructed. I'll be busy these days and may not be able to take care of the house much. You must lock the doors and windows tightly and avoid going downstairs for now. He carefully explained some precautions before rushing out. Fortunately, I didn't throw away the oil lamps I had before. I brought them along. Joanne, she quickly found the oil lamps used in Shirko village. She wasn't worried about water outages because she had space water, but since Tian Xiaofang was here, she couldn't openly use it. She could only try to secretly use the water from her space, using less outside water. Tian Xiaofang had already filled most of the containers at home that could hold water. Even Xuanxuan's bathtub was filled with a large basin of water. Power and water outages didn't bother Tian Xiaofang much before because their home in Shuaying village had no electricity or running water. The military district also posted notices and issued announcements. The family members are all getting ready. Especially those living on the first floor are moving things to higher places. This is because when the heavy rain comes, floodwaters might enter their homes. The vegetables and candles at the supply store have also been quickly bought up. Xiao Yinghuai is using tools and wooden boards to reinforce the doors and windows, and he has moved everything from the balcony back inside. Since the typhoon hasn't arrived yet, let's go out for a bit, Qiao Anxi said to Lian Jingying. She needs to gather some more food supplies. Wife, you stay at home and watch Xian. My daughter and I will go out. Xiao Yinghuai doesn't feel safe letting his wife and daughter go out alone, so he decides to go himself. In the end, father and daughter drive out for a short trip, but they don't go far, not even to Langqing. They stop by the roadside after a while. Xiao Anxi takes out a big basket and a smaller basket from the back seat, then starts filling them from the storage space, packing them full. On the way back, she asks worriedly, "Dad, will your car be flooded if it's parked outside?" In the past, many cars were damaged after storms. Where should I park then? I should ask Jiancheng. The military district should have some plans. That evening, she asks Pei Jiancheng, who says, "Don't worry about it. Leave it to me." Everyone feels relieved. Today is another calm day, but the air pressure inside and outside the house is already noticeably dropping. Tian Xiufang starts preparing plenty of dry food in the kitchen, taking advantage of the current water and power supply. But because the weather is hot, storing food is tricky. Once the power goes out, the fridge can't be opened often. Pei Jianqing checks all the doors and windows inside and out again. Xiao Anxi asks Tian Xiufang, "And Tian, since the typhoon is coming, do you need to go home?" She doesn't know if Tian Xiufang wants to stay with her family during this time. Tian Xiufang shakes her head, "No need. There are many people at home, and this isn't the first typhoon. They can handle it. I won't go back. It's work hours now, so she can't just leave like that. Plus, the buses are probably all stopped outside." Given the Qiao family's nature, they would want to send her back later, which would be more trouble. With this weather, it's hard to tell when the typhoon might arrive, so it's better not to go out again. Moreover, it seems the Qiao family has never experienced a typhoon before, so she should stay and be with them. The next morning, the sky is cloudy, and it starts drizzling slowly. If it starts to rain heavily or a typhoon comes, please close the doors and windows and stay safe. I might have to go on a mission and may not return. Don't worry about us. Pei Jiancheng reminded the family again. When a typhoon hits, they all have to be on alert and work together, so they won't be able to take care of the house. He is very glad it's summer vacation now, and his parents-in-law are here. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel comfortable leaving his wife and children alone at home. Don't worry. With so many of us here, everything will be fine. Just be careful and bring some sugar and salt water. Xiao Anxi handed him a water bottle filled with her purified space water, mixed with a little sugar and salt, so he could take it in case of an emergency to help restore energy.
Okay.
Pei Jiancheng took the water bottle, put on his raincoat and rain boots, and went outside. Xian didn't seem to notice the weather much. He happily played with his grandma and grandpa, listening to their stories. Outside, the rain gradually started falling harder, pounding on the glass windows with a loud noise. Even though the doors and windows were tightly shut, the shell wind chime hanging by the window was swinging and making a clear ringing sound. Through the glass, you could see the trees outside swaying in the wind. The rain grew heavier, and the wind chimes rang louder and louder. Xuan's attention was fully caught by the sound of the wind chimes. "Dad, let's take down the wind chimes first. They're swinging too much now." Xiao Anxi looked at the wind chimes swinging wildly in the wind, worried they might break soon. Jiao Yinghua went to the window, took down the wind chimes, then went inside and removed the ones inside too. Now, the doors and windows weren't very tight, and as the wind grew stronger, they made sharp, whistling sounds at the gaps. The doors and windows also weren't soundproof, so the outside rain and wind sounds came into the house, mixing together and sounding a bit eerie. Xiao Anxi quickly went to check on Xian, worried he might be scared by these noises. But the baby showed no signs of fear. Instead, he was excited, stomping his feet and making happy noises. He even called out cheerfully, "Wow, this kid is really brave. He's definitely not afraid." Lian Jingying smiled and gently held the baby's small hand, which was swinging around. Xian showed no signs of being frightened at all. Jiao Yinghua chuckled and said, "Of course. Our Xian is definitely special." The adults all sighed in relief, feeling reassured. After all, he's a baby nourished by space water. Outside, the rain continued to fall harder, and the wind blew even stronger. Through the window, the view outside was now blurry. The trees looked tilted and shaky, almost about to fall. Loud noises occasionally came from outside. "What's that sound? Did someone's window break?" Lian Jingying frowned as she listened. Soon, there were more crashing sounds of things falling. It seems like all the windows have fallen out. Xiao Anshi listened closely. Our water and electricity are all out now, Tian Xiufeng said as she came out of the kitchen. Even with the doors and windows tightly shut, the typhoon's rage couldn't be fully blocked. Heavy rain poured onto the balcony and seeped inside through the door and window cracks. Tian Xiufeng kept sweeping the water that was flooding in. Xiao Anshi grabbed some old towels and threw them on the floor. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying also came over, and everyone hurriedly wiped the water from the floor. Tian Xiufeng took a bucket and wrung out the towels into it. Good, this water can be used to flush the toilet later, she said. The loud noises outside and the chaos inside didn't bother little Xian at all. He was lying calmly on his small bed, reaching out to grab his little cloth doll swinging above him. He was babbling softly. The baby was well behaved. There was no need for adults to worry at all. The rain kept pouring nonstop, and water kept flooding into the house. Luckily, there was a drain under the balcony railing that was draining the water away. They couldn't just stand there wiping forever, so they decided to throw the towels on the ground and wait until the water built up again before soaking it up. That way, they wouldn't waste time. Take a break, Aunt Tian, someone suggested. But Tian Xiufeng refused to stop, still busy cleaning up the water.
I'm fine. I can keep an eye on it, she said.
Seeing they couldn't persuade her, everyone just let her do her work. Xiao Anshi's small bicycle had already been carried upstairs and put inside the house. The howling wind outside lasted for a long time, with constant and clattering sounds. Sometimes, when the wind was very strong, the windows shook as if they might fall, making everyone nervous. After a while, the wind and rain gradually lessened. The rain no longer poured into the house so fiercely. The family finally relaxed a little. It's a good thing I didn't go ahead with making the carpet. Otherwise, today would have been a disaster, completely soaked, Xiao Anshi said. She had once planned to make a carpet but put it aside because of her pregnancy and having a baby. Now, it seemed unnecessary to do it now. They could wait until things settled down and make a better one later.
Stop it.
It's easy for bacteria to grow. The baby is still small, and you won't be staying here much longer, Lian Jingying advised. The sound of rain and wind was faint, and in the not-so-soundproof building, the faint cries of children could be heard. After tidying up the house, Tian Xiufeng no longer needed to constantly wipe the water on the floor. The family returned to their normal life, doing what they needed to do. In the afternoon, the rain had eased considerably. Xiao Yinghuai opened the balcony door and went outside to look. Wow, the scene below was like a vast ocean. The water was very high. It was clear that the first-floor houses were all flooded, and the water level was quite deep. The trees by the roadside were blown into disarray by the wind, and many branches floated on the water. At this time, almost no one was outside. The water was still rising and had not receded. There was nothing anyone could do if they came out. Most soldiers at the military district had already gone out on missions. Their main task was to ensure the safety of the city and surrounding areas. There were not many advanced water pumping devices available, so the water in the residential area would have to slowly go down on its own. Tian Xiufeng said, "Don't worry, after the storm stops, the water will gradually recede." After dinner, the rain was almost over, but the water on the ground still hadn't gone down. They could hear the anxious voices from downstairs. Tian Xiufeng found it strange. Why isn't the water going down at all? Is there a blockage somewhere? That's why the water can't flow out. In the past, as long as there was no blockage, the water would slowly go down after the storm passed. Xiao Yinghuai looked into the distance. Our area is a bit lower in elevation. Far away, a group of soldiers was wading through the water, seemingly inspecting the situation. As night fell, the water still hadn't receded. More voices came from downstairs, and the children's crying was especially loud. Xiao Anshi whispered to Xiao Yinghuai, "Dad, we'll go out and check later." Xiao Yinghuai looked at his daughter and understood immediately. He nodded slightly. When night fell and the power went out, everyone went back to their rooms early. Tian Xiufeng also set up a screen and lay down to rest. Xiao Anxi carried Xianxian into the room of Qiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying. Mom, Dad, we're going out for a bit. Xiao Anxi handed Xianxian to Lian Jingying and quietly explained why they were going out, then pulled Qiao Yinghuai into a safe space. Dad, do you remember which way that group of soldiers went just now? Remembered. There should be an outlet nearby, but the water is high now, so they can't go through easily. It's also dark. Qiao Yinghuai sat in the passenger seat. Zhongxi turned on the bright lights, and they saw outside was as bright as daytime. Following Qiao Yinghuai's instructions, they headed toward what might be the outlet. They reached a river near the mountain behind the military area. The soldiers had also arrived nearby, but the water was too high for them to cross. Under the car's lights, Zhongxi and others saw clearly that several large rocks, broken branches, and various trash were blocking the way. This caused the water to be blocked and flow very slowly. Zhongxi moved the vehicle closer to the rocks. They looked outside and saw it was bright, but in fact, it was completely dark. The soldiers in the distance couldn't see clearly here. They were separated by water and couldn't cross for now. The water was still and not moving, making it hard to find the outlet. Zhongxi and Qiao Yinghuai searched the car for tools. Inside the vehicle, they extended the tools and worked together to lift a large rock. Then they lifted another, and after removing several rocks, the water suddenly started flowing. Water is moving, someone shouted. It must be that the blockage was washed away, another said. The soldiers cheered as the water flow sped up and rushed forward. Zhongxi and Qiao Yinghuai watched as most of the outlet was cleared. Finally, they loosened the remaining branches and trash, then quietly packed up their tools. They waited inside the vehicle until the soldiers followed the water flow and found the outlet. They began clearing the branches and trash blocking the way. Zhongxi drove the vehicle back. When the father and daughter returned to the apartment building, the water level had visibly gone down. Excited cheers came from the first floor. The water has gone down. Now we can sleep peacefully tonight. Zhongxi and Qiao Yinghuai exchanged quick smiles and hurried back inside after leaving the vehicle. How is it? Lian Jingying, holding Xianxian, asked softly as she told a story. The water has gone down. That's great. Lian Jingying also relaxed. Zhongxi hugged Xianxian and went to her own room. That night, Pei Jianqing did not come back. Early the next morning, Zhongxi was awakened by the sound of shovels digging and cleaning downstairs. It had stopped raining outside, but the sky was still a bit cloudy. Zhongxi peeked out the window and saw some soldiers cleaning outside. There was a lot of trash on the ground, everything you could imagine. Several windows were shattered into pieces. The house still had no water or electricity. This situation lasted for several days, and during this time, Pei Jianqing had not returned. Not only him, but most of the soldiers and officers did not return. The military wife across the street also came to take a look and said that her husband's whereabouts had been unknown for several days. That's how it is when a typhoon hits, she said calmly, as she had experienced this before. Fortunately, now resources are scarce and people's desires are low, so they eat simple meals. Because they can't go out to buy vegetables these days, the impact on the family compound is not too serious. They have some homemade pickles, potatoes, and radishes at home, enough to get through these days. Knowing there are many children across the street, Qiao Anxi also gave her some homemade kimchi. During this time, the logistics team also came to check and repair each house, mainly to see if any windows were shattered or broken. Meanwhile, Qiao Anxi and Qiao Yinghuai secretly drove out in their space to look around. Lang City was in chaos too. Some buildings were better than others, but overall most were low, tiled houses, especially residential ones. Most couldn't withstand the fury of the typhoon. Everywhere in the city, soldiers were working, cleaning streets, repairing facilities, and helping residents rebuild their homes. But Lang City recovered fairly quickly, mainly because the more remote areas needed more rescue efforts. Most of the soldiers had gone to those places. Qiao Anxi and Qiao Yinghuai took a walk and found that the situation in the countryside and mountains was even worse, with many houses blown down. Most soldiers were now helping with post-disaster rebuilding. Compared to that, the military family compound was much better. Finally, water, and electricity had been restored there. Buses outside the military zone also resumed normal operation. Aunt Tian, you should go home and check on your family, Qiao Anshi told Tian Xiufang, giving her a day off. Okay, I'll just take a look and come back, she replied, worried about her home. At the military zone, she found that the typhoon didn't affect daily life too much. Just closing doors and windows and staying indoors seemed enough. Unlike in their village, where seawater flooded in, houses were blown off, and the ground was flooded with roof leaks. The strong wind made it impossible to stand inside, causing all kinds of problems. She quickly packed her things and hurried home. Qiao Anshi locked the doors and windows, then took her parents and baby into the space. The whole family relaxed and took a shower in the space. Although their house had a bathroom, the shower facilities were outdated, and it was not as comfortable as showering in the space. Recently, there have been power and water outages. During these times, a few of them secretly use the space to take showers at night. The outside water is mostly reserved for Tian Xiufang. Since little Xian is still young, his mother takes him wherever she goes, and with grandparents around, he naturally doesn't feel unfamiliar in the space. After showering, Zhou Anshi slowly dries her long hair. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying are sitting nearby, holding Xian and drinking tea. Xian looks at his mother with curiosity. Anshi, your hair is a bit too long. Do you want me to trim it? Lian Jingying says with a smile, looking at her daughter's waist-length hair. Just a little trim is fine. I don't want it too short, Zhou Anshi replies, turning off the hairdryer and stopping. She hasn't cut her long hair much, even after having a baby. She prefers to keep it long. If you stop braiding it in the future, it might be a bit too long. Lian Jingying turns to find her hair-cutting tools in the cabinet. Zhou Anshi smiles and stands in front of Lian Jingying, turning her back. Yes, when I go to school, I'll let my hair down and I can try different styles. Lian Jingying uses a comb and scissors to trim her daughter's hair slightly. Her hair, which used to reach her waist, is now a bit above her waist after trimming. Her long, slightly curly, shiny black hair is thick and very beautiful. Your natural, slightly curly hair is really pretty. It's a pity to braid it. Lian Jingying gently touches her daughter's smooth hair and sighs. Very soon, I'll be free to style it however I want. Zhou Anshi looks at her hair in a small mirror and nods with satisfaction. She then turns on the hairdryer to dry it a bit more. Anshi, if you go to Beijing for school next year and travel between Langqing Military District and Beijing, it would be a shame not to make good use of this moving space. Zhou Yinghuai, holding Xian with one arm and a teacup with the other, speaks. After going out with his daughter during the recent typhoon, he has realized the benefits of this moving space even more. Especially since they will be separated by a long distance later, not using it would be a real loss. Zhou Anshi drives the space at a normal speed without using any mental power, and it's much faster than driving normally. Lian Jingying nods in agreement. Yes, driving such a long distance back and forth is exhausting and a waste of time. Both she and Zhou Yinghuai have been considering this issue for a while. After spending so much time with Pei Jianqing, they fully trust him. It was clear that Pei Jianqing already knew about their family situation, but he hadn't spoken about it openly. Now, there was no need to go through the trouble of dealing with it unnecessarily. I've thought about this too. When the time comes, I will definitely bring the baby with me. The driving space should be comfortable enough for the baby, said Qiao Anshi as she turned off the hairdryer. Since having the baby, she had been thinking about this. With the understanding she shared with Pei Jianqing now, space was no longer a problem. It was better to use the space wisely, so the baby could comfortably go home with mom to see dad. It would save time and make things easier. She didn't want to tire herself or the baby too much. Yes, the baby is so small. It's not good to drive around with him all the time, especially with the roads being difficult now, nodded Lian Jingying. It's okay. Although Jiancheng might not have thought of this right away, he's had a suspicion for a while now. It won't scare him, said Xiao Yinghuai as he took a sip of tea. He trusted Pei Jianqing very much. Pei Jianqing rarely expressed loyalty with words, but his actions were always careful and thoughtful. All right, I understand, nodded Qiao Anshi.
No rush.
You still have some time before you need to go to Beijing. When the time is right, just communicate well with them. There's no need to force it, said Xiao Yinghuai with a smile. Okay, Dad. Since the announcement of the college entrance exam recovery was not far off, the family talked a bit more about the exams. Have you decided which major to choose when you go to college? Will you come here, or go to your mom's place? Xiao Yinghuai asked. Probably still choose my mom's side, said Xiao Anxi with a smile. Her mom's majors were a bit easier. Besides her studies, she had many other things to do. Including her plan for a second child, she wanted to pick a major that would be easier for her to handle during school. Her mind was a bit scattered, and she wasn't suited for her dad's side, which required quiet focus on research. Xiao Yinghuai had already guessed this outcome and wasn't disappointed. Lian Jingying smiled happily. Mom's waiting for you. I also have a lot to do. Later, the two of us will work together on translating books. Hee okay. Xiao Anxi happily took out her phone and tablet, showing them to Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying. Look at the baby I took pictures of, she said, then started taking more photos of herself with her phone, aiming at the three of them. The couple from the Qiao family watched the videos on the tablet and laughed happily. The baby was in Grandpa's arms, watching Grandma and Grandpa smile happily. He also giggled along. Drooling, he reached out to grab Grandpa's tablet. The family played together in the space for a while, then hugged Xianxian and left. In the evening, Pei Jiansheng hurried home. As soon as he entered, he went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. Luckily, Qiao Anxi guessed he would come back soon, and hot water was ready on the stove. After washing up, he looked refreshed and energetic. In the few days apart, Xianxian hadn't forgotten his dad at all. When he saw his dad with his little hands open, he ran to him. Pei Jianqing picked up his son and kissed him for a long time. Meanwhile, Zheng Ying had already served him a bowl of chicken soup. Jiancheng, drink the soup first to warm your stomach. Thanks, Mom. Pei Jianqing took the soup, looking at his family waiting for him at home. Seeing him return, they were busy, and a warm feeling filled his heart. All the tiredness from the past days disappeared. That night, Mom reported to Dad how brave and well-behaved Xianxian was during the typhoon. Our little one is simply the best. Dad praised the baby enthusiastically. Xianxian, feeling praised, happily waved his arms and legs, giggling with his toothless smile. Xiao Anxi leaned next to Xianxian, happily poking his little feet. Seeing his mom, the baby got even more excited and reached out to grab her. Xiao Anxi dodged and played with him, making him giggle happily. Pei Jianqing watched the mother and son playing together, feeling so soft-hearted he almost melted. He reached out and hugged both of them. Looking at his bright, smiling wife, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her rosy lips. The baby is watching, Qiao Anxi whispered, gently pushing him away. Pei Jianqing looked up and saw his son's clear, curious eyes staring at them.
What are Mom and Dad doing?
He wondered. He sighed regretfully. I still need to put this little guy to sleep first. He released his wife and quickly picked up his son to soothe him to sleep. Xiao Anxi giggled and leaned to the side, casually asking Yuan Huiqing to help prepare family planning supplies from the hospital. It's not time yet for the second baby. Tian Xiufang soon returned home. How's everything at home? Everyone asked, concerned. Everything's fine. Our house is made of stone, and we prepared in advance this time, so there wasn't much damage. Tian Xiufang was very happy. Her home was better than she expected. Since she started working at Joanne's house, her financial situation has improved a bit. This year, her family repaired and reinforced the roof. So when the typhoon came, their losses were minimal. That's good, everyone said, feeling happy for her. After the typhoon passed, the weather turned hot again. The military area wasn't heavily affected by the storm, and life gradually returned to normal. Xianxian grew stronger and more agile each day. But as time went on, Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying started feeling a bit sad. They would soon return to Beijing, and it all seemed to happen so quickly. They had only been here a few days, and now they had to leave again. They needed to leave early this year and couldn't wait until school started like last year. In August, Zhou Yinghuai had a meeting to attend, but he had already arranged for someone else to go in his place before the holiday. However, many important changes inside their family were already known to them, and he couldn't avoid some responsibilities. In a few days, the couple would pack their bags and head back to Beijing. Don't be upset, Dad. Like you said, time flies quickly, Zhou Anxi said with a smile to comfort Zhou Yinghuai. Yes, think positively. Baby, next year during the new year, you'll be in Beijing. Zhou Yinghuai played with Xian in his arms, thinking about the upcoming college entrance exam. His daughter could bring the baby to stay with them. He suddenly felt more energetic. This small separation didn't matter much. Maybe I can secretly take the baby to see you? Zhou Anxi whispered with a smile. No. Both Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying shook their heads. You should focus on reviewing for the exam first. Don't think about anything else. We'll talk after the test. Okay, Zhou Anxi nodded obediently, then took Lian Jingying's hand. Mom, bring back some things. Later, I'll go see what you're bringing. Lian Jingying nodded. Yes, I need to bring some things. This time, I'll tidy up your rooms when I go back. Should I draw some furniture plans first? Zhou Anxi asked. Just the crib for the baby needs to be made first. The rest can be done after you arrive. There are some old pieces of furniture in the house. All right, I'll draw a crib for the baby. It needs to be a bit bigger since he's growing fast. Hearing this, Zhou Anxi immediately took out paper and pen and drew a small bed for the baby on the Kong table. She also sketched a toy car. She had seen children sitting in old-fashioned wooden toy cars in the residential compound and was curious about them. Using her memory and ideas, she designed a comfortable little ride for little Xian. Wow, you even designed a car for our baby, Lian Jingying said with a smile as she looked at the drawing. Yes, when he grows up, big brother can sit in it or a little brother or sister. Zhou Anxi put away her paper and pen. Okay. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying were very happy. They thought about having more than one child in the future, with running and sitting kids, and they couldn't stop smiling. Zhou Yinghuai looked at his daughter with love. His wife had told him that their daughter wanted to have a second baby with the surname Qiao. Tears welled up in his eyes. He wasn't upset about the surname, but about his daughter's kind heart. They used to have a big family, and only one daughter. They didn't plan to have a son just for the sake of it. But their daughter's love for them made them feel very warm inside. A few days before they planned to leave, the weather cooled down a bit, less hot and stuffy. The sun didn't feel as fierce. The family decided to take a walk to the beach in the evening to see the sunset. Zhou Anxi took out a baby carrier she had asked Grandpa Tan to knit for her long ago, with a small sunshade on top. Whenever they went out with the baby, she always put him in this carrier. Once, she and Pei Jiancheng took the baby to the hospital for a checkup. When Pei Jiancheng carried Xian in the carrier into the hospital, it attracted a lot of attention. But honestly, he looked very handsome. It made many doctors and nurses whisper among themselves. Zhou Anxi took off the gold bracelet from Xian and put him into the carrier. Xian was excited as soon as he lay in the soft, comfortable basket, waving his arms and kicking his legs, as if he knew they were going out again. This little baby had a restless heart and always wanted to run outside. Are you happy, baby? We're going out to play. Zhou Anxi pinched his little nose. Aye, the baby replied happily. Zhou Anxi smiled as she put a small mosquito net over him, which could block mosquitoes and shade the sun, and keep the wind away. Zhou Yinghuai took the carrier and carried it, while Pei Jiancheng didn't argue with his father-in-law. The whole family, including Tian Xiufang, just fit in one car. Xian's carrier was placed on Zhou Yinghuai's lap. They set off as the sunset was beginning, and the temperature had already dropped. When they arrived at the beach, Tian Xiufang went home briefly, then came back with Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu, carrying baskets and tools to collect small seafood. Zhou Yinghuai was handed 2 fishing rods and asked if he wanted to go fishing. Dad, let's go have some fun. Zhou Anxi happily took the baby's small basket and asked Pei Jiancheng to stay with Zhou Yinghuai on the rocks to play and fish for a while. Just a little fun, catching a few fish to make fish soup for the baby. Unable to resist the temptation, Old Joe took the fishing rods and went with his son-in-law. Xiao Anxi and Lian Jingying strolled slowly along the beach with the basket. After the sun was no longer too hot, they brought out Xianxian. Mom, who loved taking photos of the baby, took out her camera and snapped many pictures of Xianxian. Xianxian, who was in the small world of the military district, was very excited to see the sea. He kicked his little feet in Grandma's arms and kept reaching out his hands, shouting wow, wow at the sea. The sunset on the horizon was as beautiful as a painting. A short distance away, two people were fishing on the rocks. Xiao Anxi's camera captured this beautiful scene. A few days after returning from the seaside, Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying began packing their luggage to go back to Beijing. Xiao Anxi, as usual, packed a big basket of water for them, along with some daily necessities. They also brought back plenty of delicious seafood from the beach to prepare tasty meals for both of them. This time, Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying were both reluctant to leave. Pei Jiancheng had already finished packing all the luggage, but the two of them were still upstairs holding Xianxian, hesitating and reluctant to go downstairs. How about staying a few more days? It's not even the start of school yet, Xiao Anxi couldn't help but say. She really couldn't bear to leave. No, we have to go. Both shook their heads. They had been delaying for a long time, and if they didn't leave today, it would be impossible. Work matters couldn't be postponed. They still had responsibilities. Both of them were very responsible people. Early in the morning, little Xianxian was still half asleep. But Grandma and Grandpa's emotions affected him. He waved his little fists and kicked his little feet, becoming lively. Watching Grandma and Grandpa babbling happily, he didn't understand that they were feeling reluctant to leave the house. Be good, baby. Grandma and Grandpa will wait for you in Beijing. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying gently touched the baby's face, finally making a firm decision to hand him over to their daughter's arms, then turned to leave. Xiao Anxi quickly picked up the baby and followed. Standing in front of the car, she didn't give them a chance to linger, otherwise, it would never end. Grandma, Grandpa, goodbye. Wait for us in Beijing. Zhou Yingxi gently took Xuanxuan's small hand and waved to the couple. The baby smiled happily and kicked his little feet excitedly. Even Jinying and Xiao Yinghuai hesitated to say goodbye, waving farewell to the baby as the car slowly drove away. Xianxian suddenly realized something was wrong. Grandma and Grandpa were leaving without him. He reached out toward the direction the car was going. Zhou Yingxi picked him up, turned around, went upstairs, and put him in his small bed smoothly. Xianxian looked at his mother with a puzzled expression and blew a spit bubble. Throughout the day, sometimes the baby's eyes would dart around as if searching for something, but the house became much quieter. However, since the baby was still young after a few tries, he seemed to forget about it gradually. Zhou Yingxi stayed at home, keeping company with the baby while also reading a book. This time, Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying brought her important review materials. Once the news about resuming the college entrance exams in October was announced, these materials would become very hard to find. Even now, they were difficult to buy in bookstores, at most a few copies, but not a complete set. She had many advantages now. She needed to study hard to pass the exam and get into Beijing University. Xianxian was very well behaved and didn't usually bother his mother. All the chores were done by Tian Xiufang, who also played with the baby. Zhou Yingxi truly kept the baby company while reading her book beside him. At night, when they returned to the room, Pei Jiancheng was again responsible for taking care of the baby. Zhou Yingxi found it quite easy to manage the child. A few days later, school reopened, and she started going back to work. That day, an unexpected visitor arrived, Director Feng from the art troupe. Anxi, our troupe is going to participate in a military-wide cultural performance. The dance team wants to create a new large dance.
Can you help? When?
Zhou Yingxi asked. Start creating and choreographing immediately. Finish it quickly, so the dance team can begin training. Okay. Zhou Yingxi agreed, without much hesitation. It was only early September and the announcement about resuming the college entrance exams was still a month away. Large dance choreographies involve teamwork, with each person responsible for a part, so it wouldn't take up too much of her time. Plus, she had already promised Director Feng to help. Her review was mostly based on daily accumulation, so a little extra time wouldn't matter. Director Foam was very happy and quickly discussed some details with her. She doesn't need to go to the arts troupe every day. She can just visit the creation room occasionally and complete her assigned tasks there.
Thank you, Anshi.
Tomorrow afternoon, we'll have a meeting at the arts troupe to discuss everything and make arrangements. After giving the instructions, Commander Feng hurriedly left. The next afternoon, Qiao Anshi rode her small bicycle to the arts troupe. After the meeting in the creation room and confirming her work tasks, she took a walk in the rehearsal hall to check on Xiao Yu and Qian Shanshan. The spacious rehearsal hall was filled with young girls in tight training suits, all focused on practicing their basic skills. Jumping, turning, flipping, controlling, light and graceful. Each girl had her hair high, with no makeup on their faces, but they all looked healthy and vibrant. The whole hall radiated youthful energy. The girls were full of vitality. Xiao Anshi saw Xiao Yu diligently stretching her legs, and Qian Shanshan was nearby. Xiao Yu had grown taller than before, exuding a strong sense of confidence. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden glow on Xiao Yu's face. Thin beads of sweat sparkled on her skin. Looking at her, she appeared youthful, beautiful, and healthy. A smile played on Qiao Anshi's lips. This young girl had changed her destiny through relentless effort. She leaned against the doorframe, smiling softly as she watched them practice.
Ania.
When Xiao Yu stopped to talk to Qian Shanshan, she accidentally saw Qiao Anshi leaning by the door. She called out happily. Qian Shanshan also turned around excitedly. Anshi? The two happily ran to the door, and Qian Shanshan cheerfully pulled Xiao Anshi along. Anshi, how did you come here? I just finished a meeting in the creation room. Xiao Anshi replied with a smile. Is it about the arts performance? Commander Feng asked you to help? I'm so excited, Qian Shanshan said happily, knowing Xiao Anshi's choreography skills. She was full of anticipation for the dance. Xiao Yu also got excited. That's great, Anshi Jia. We can see you more often. The two girls happily pulled Xiao Anshi aside, chatting excitedly. Xiao Anshi smiled as she watched these two enthusiastic girls. Anshi Jia, our instructor wants to ask if you can teach them the training methods you showed me, Xiao Yu asked nervously. The instructor said her methods are safe, effective, and produce excellent results, making them very suitable for new students. The more challenging parts later on are especially helpful for experienced team members. Without Zhou Engxi's permission, Xiao Yu didn't dare to act on her own. Okay, no problem, and I have a picture album for you. You can decide for yourself, Zhou Engxi said with a smile. There's nothing secret about these things. Anyone can practice them. Cultivation still depends on the individual. Anshi, I also tried practicing, and the results are really good, plus it's safe, Qian Shanshan said admiringly. Yes, Zhou Engxi was worried Xiao Yu might get hurt practicing alone, so she taught her the safest way. Advancement is also a step-by-step process. Thank you, Sister Anshi, Xiao Yu happily said. Zhou Engxi chatted with them for a while, and then went to see Li at the band. If Li found out she came, and she saw Qian Shanshan and Xiao Yu but didn't go to see her, she would have something to say. Comrade Xiao, come play with us? You've had your baby now, consider joining our band, the band leader said again, still trying to persuade Zhou Engxi to work with them. Thank you, but I'm not considering it for now, Zhou Engxi replied with a smile. The leader sighed in disappointment and left. Think about it, Yuli teased with a smile. Zhou Engxi gently nudged her. Yuli chuckled. How is your son Xianxian now? I haven't seen him in days. He's growing so fast. He's already quite mischievous now, Zhou Engxi said with a smile. A few days later, take my son to play with Xianxian. Yuli had been meaning to bring her son to play with Xianxian but hadn't found the right time.
Sure.
After chatting a bit about the children, Zhou Engxi left first. Back home, little Xianxian was lying on his small bed, sleeping soundly, a small towel Zhou Engxi took from her space covering his tummy. It's made of pure cotton. Very soft, perfect for covering the baby. After playing all afternoon and crawling for a while, he's tired, Tian Xiufeng whispered. Zhou Engxi smiled, nodded, kissed the baby, and then sat by the Kong table to work, organizing ideas for dance choreography. By the end of September, it was the annual Mid-Autumn Festival again. This year, because the cultural troupe was preparing for a performance early next year, they didn't hold a large celebration like last year. Last year, Joanxi had already made a batch of mooncakes with Tian Xiaofang. This year, she didn't bother much with it. She prepared all the ingredients, and Tian Xiaofang started busying herself. Joanxi prepared many ingredients. This year, she still paid attention to everything, making sure no family member was left out when it came to gift-giving. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, she was busy preparing and exchanging gifts constantly. Recently, Xiao Anxi has also been very busy. She had to go to work, finalize designs at the furniture factory, and soon the craft weaving factory will participate in the October-Autumn Trade Fair. At the same time, the dance choreography for the art troupe is also ongoing. But none of these tasks overwhelmed Xiao Anxi. She managed her time very well and efficiently. She handled each task smoothly, without any sign of panic. She also spent plenty of time playing with her son. Time flew by quickly, and the weather gradually cooled, entering the most comfortable season. Finally, after the Mid-Autumn Festival, on a clear autumn day, exciting news broke over the skies of Huaguo. All the radio stations across the country broadcasted the same message. The college entrance exam, which had been paused for 10 years, was finally being restored. This news was like a thunderclap, awakening the entire land of China. Countless people cheered and celebrated. Many suddenly saw great hope ahead. Anxi, the college entrance exam is really coming back. Xia Yunshu excitedly grabbed Xiao Anxi's hand, tears streaming down her face. She had been studying whenever she had free time, and now she finally understood what Xiao Anxi had said back then was actually a hint for her.
Thank you, Anxi. Thank you.
Luckily, I listened to you and kept reading. If I hadn't, how could I have prepared in just this month? Xia Yunshu looked at Xiao Anxi with deep gratitude. But you have to keep reading on your own, right? Persistence is key. Xiao Anxi smiled. Xia Yunshu nodded desperately, clutching her book. Anxi, I definitely want to take the exam. This was a great opportunity for her, especially since this year's application process had few restrictions, and most people could participate. She hesitated and asked Xiao Anxi, "Are you going to take it too?" She wasn't sure, because based on her current situation, it seemed Xiao Anxi didn't need the exam to change anything. Her current life was enviable to many. Of course, I will definitely participate. Xiao Anxi nodded confidently, as if it were obvious. Anxi, you're amazing. Xia Yunshu sincerely admired her. She knew that, even in her situation, Xiao Anxi still had the determination to take the exam, something not many could do. Everyone in the office was discussing this matter excitedly. Most people are talking about high school seniors preparing for the college entrance exam. As teachers, they don't seem to want to take the exam themselves. After all, working at a military school is quite good. Many believe that going to university is mainly for finding a stable job. Now, that job is very secure, and many people don't want to waste years studying again. Plus, due to family and financial reasons, most prefer to stay the same and not make big changes. In the office, only Xia Yunshu and Xiao Anxi react differently. Are Teacher Xia and Teacher Qiao planning to take the exam? A teacher asked curiously. Yes, they both openly admit. Since they're going to take the exam, everyone will know once they register, so there's no need to hide it. The other teachers are surprised. They didn't expect these two women to actually have this idea. Their current jobs and lives are stable, and they are both mothers. It's not like young rural students who need the exam to return to the city. Especially Xiao Anxi, whose husband holds a high position in the military, is talented and has a bright future. She just had a baby, and if she passes the exam, she might be separated from her husband for several years. No one really knows what Xiao is thinking. But seeing her calm and composed, no one dares to say much. Although Xiao Anxi is low-key, everyone knows her views are strong. Her husband is capable, so most people don't dare to question her. Xiao Zimin's gaze darkened as he looked at them, especially at Xia Yunshu, with an expression that seemed to say she had done something wrong. Soon he walked over. Yunshu, are you planning to take the exam? Xia Yunshu looked up and gave a faint glance, but before she could speak, Chiu Zimin looked distressed, as if scolding someone naive. How can you be so reckless? You shouldn't have this idea. Do you know how hard your current job is? He started criticizing Xia Yunshu passionately. Seeing this, the other office workers gathered around and started talking. Many still felt that Xia Yunshu and the others didn't need to take the exam. They didn't dare criticize Qiao Anshi, but they felt they could give advice to Xia Yunshu. Once Chiu Zimin started speaking, everyone seemed to agree that he was right and that he was only trying to do good for Xia Yunshu. They all talked lively and lively. Xia Yunshu's face turned red with anger. She didn't say anything to the other teachers in the office, just looked directly at Chiu Zimin. Teacher Chiu, I don't know you well. Please don't call me by my first name. Call me Teacher Xia. Also, I handle my own affairs. It's not up to outsiders to tell me what to do. Her words were quite rude. Chiu Zimin didn't expect the usually calm and gentle Xia Yunshu to speak so firmly. He was stunned. A teacher nearby was confused. Teacher Xia, how can you say that? Teacher Chiu is doing this for your good. Aren't you two dating? Why can't he say what he wants? Xia Yunshu chuckled coldly. When did I start dating him? I am a military family member. Don't spread rumors, or I will ask the school for an explanation. Xia Yunshu didn't want to hold back anymore. She didn't care. Soon, she would take the college entrance exam and leave this place. Hearing this, the other teachers immediately shut their mouths. They remembered Xia Yunshu's identity. The teacher who had spoken earlier looked at Chiu Zimin with displeasure. He was close to Chiu Zimin and had secretly hinted that he was dating Xia Yunshu, but hadn't dared to say it openly. Seeing Xia Yunshu so blunt, the other teachers felt a bit embarrassed. After all, her personal feelings were her own business. As teachers, they understood the importance and meaning of college entrance exams. They encouraged all students to participate, but they also looked at things realistically. They weren't young anymore, they had families. Was it easy to get into college? No. Their age and energy couldn't keep up. When they saw Chiu Zimin speak like that, they really thought these two were dating. Now, seeing Xia Yunshu's attitude, it was clear that was not the case. People might be interested in scandals, but involving military families, especially those with honorable service, made most people hesitant to say much. Everyone quietly returned to their seats. Qiao Anshi gave Xia Yunshu a thumbs up, and seeing this, the others looked even more embarrassed. Chiu Zimin frowned deeply, tightly pressing his lips, standing to the side. Xia Yunshu didn't even bother to look at him. She no longer paid attention to him. She quietly said to Xia Yunshu, "My parents brought me a set of review materials. I'll lend you a few to look at first. Follow them to review carefully." Xia Yunshu was very happy and immediately forgot about the earlier unpleasantness. Now, nothing was more important than preparing for the exam. Really, thank you so much. She took out a few books from her bag. Here, look at these carefully. After you finish, I'll give you more. Xia Yunshu happily took the materials. Thank you. I'll finish reading them as soon as possible and return them to you. Chiu Zimin looked at this scene with a not-so-good expression and turned away in frustration. The resumption of the college entrance exam caused a strong reaction locally. However, in the military district, the response was a bit calmer compared to the local area. This included the military district schools, which before the exam was cancelled, were not mainly focused on the college entrance exam. Most children, when they reached the right age, were sent by their families to join the military for training. Whether boys or girls, not many participated in the exam. But now that the college entrance exam has been restored, children of appropriate age and high school graduates still need to take it. Shi's family, Tian Xiufang, started to feel uneasy. Their eldest daughter, Xiaofan, is currently in high school but not in the final year. When Tian Xiufang heard the news about the exam's return, she was so excited, she almost cried. The teachers at school all said Xiaofan was a good student, and it's a pity she couldn't take the exam now. Otherwise, their family could definitely have a college student. Now, hope was suddenly in front of her. She didn't understand all the big principles, but she knew that studying could lead to a better future. She was willing to do everything she could to support her children's education. And the longer she stayed at Joneshi's house, the more she saw how extraordinary knowledgeable people could be. Aunt Tian, maybe you should go home and see what Xiaofan thinks. Joneshi looked at her somewhat distracted and kindly gave her a little break. Thank you, Anshi, Tian Xiaofang said shyly, but she was eager to go back and see. This is a major life event, more important than anything else. If possible, let Xiaofan take the exam this year. Joneshi strongly supported Xiaofan participating in the college entrance exam. In the first year of its restoration, the requirements were quite relaxed. She could give it a try. If she failed, it would just be experience for next year. And this opportunity was very precious. Of course, she wanted to do her best to seize it. She also took out a few review books. Previously, the Jia couple sent some materials, and with what she brought this time, she still has quite a lot of information and she has already mostly finished reading it. Aunt Tian, please give these materials to Xiaofan to study first. Let her use the remaining time to finish reading, then exchange them for a few more. Thank you, Anshi. Thank you so much, Tian Xiaofang said gratefully. She finished all her work first, tidied everything up, and on Sunday morning, she hurriedly went back home. When Pei Jianqing heard the news that the college entrance exam was restored, he understood that his wife and parents-in-law must have known about this day long ago. That's why his wife wasn't very interested in the recommended university spots. However, he was confident that his wife would do well in the exam. Focus on doing what you want to do. Study hard for the exam, and don't worry about anything else. Pei Jianqing gently touched his wife's face, giving her firm support. It's okay. I've been reading all the time. Now, it's normal, so there's no need to do anything special or cram. Xiao Anshi played with Xian, who was jumping around in her dad's arms, smiling happily. Her study plan was always well organized, so she didn't need to increase her study efforts this month. She just followed her own rhythm. She also continued her part-time jobs as usual, doing what she was supposed to do. Xian watched his parents playing with him happily, dancing with joy. He was so excited that he broke free from Dad's hand and climbed onto the bed by himself. Xiao Anshi took a small doll and teased him, crawling forward with him. The little guy was full of energy, rushing forward quickly. Xiao Anshi laughed happily, waiting for her baby to reach her handheld doll, then playfully raised the doll high. Xian stared at the doll angrily, supporting himself with his little hands and sitting firmly on his bottom. Haha, look how agile he is. He sits so steadily when he's angry, said the mischievous mom happily. Pei Jianqing looked at the two of them with affection. I will bring Xian with me when I go to school, Xiao Anshi said, handing the doll to her son, and looking up at Pei Jianqing. The baby is so small. Of course, he can't be away from Mom. No worries, I'll rest and then come see you guys. Pei Jianqing felt naturally reluctant, but he knew this was only temporary for a few years, and it was not impossible to overcome. He didn't even need to guess. His wife would definitely attend a school in Beijing. His family and his parents-in-law were all in Beijing, so he felt quite assured. He has already made up his mind. After finishing work on Saturday, he plans to drive quickly to the capital city. With his speed, he can arrive by midnight. Then, on Sunday night, he will drive back to the military district in Langcheng, aiming to arrive before morning exercises. This small trip is nothing to him. His years of special training make it easy. The effort required for a simple task like this is far less than what he usually endures. There's no need for you to be so tired, Xiao Anshi said with a mysterious smile. She planned to tell him after her exams. I definitely don't want you to be tired either. Don't worry, I'm fine, Pei Jianqing said affectionately, gently touching his wife's face. We don't need to be tired either. Trust me, I have a better plan. Xiao Anshi still smiled mysteriously. Pei Jianqing looked at his adorable wife, knowing she must have an idea, and he just smiled.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'll tell you after the exams, Xiao Anshi said with a smile.
All right.
Xian, who was playing with a doll, suddenly realized that his parents were ignoring him. He protested loudly. threw his doll aside, and crawled between them. This little guy is really energetic, Xiao Anqi said with a smile, patting his little bottom as she watched him squeeze in. Good to have energy. When he's a bit bigger, I'll train him, Pei Jianqing said, steadying his son. Poor little baby, Xiao Anqi felt sorry for her son. Unaware of what was happening, the cute baby spat a little bubble of saliva at his mother. When Yuan Huiqing and Yuli heard about the resumption of the college entrance exam, they discussed this hot topic together. For them, living comfortably in the military district with stable jobs, this news was just a report. It didn't affect them much. The only thing was that it signaled many positive changes ahead. But they soon learned that Xiao Anqi was going to take the college entrance exam, which surprised them greatly. Anqi, you're saying you're going to take the college entrance exam? Yuli asked in disbelief. Now, Xiao Anqi had a stable job, a happy family, and just had a baby. How could she think of taking the exam? Yes, I want to go to university. It's my dream. I missed the chance during the long interruption, and now that it's back, I don't want to miss it, Xiao Anqi explained. This was understandable, and Yuan Huiqing and Yuli nodded in agreement. Xiao Anqi added, plus, my parents are university professors, so I definitely want to go to college too. Yuan Huiqing and Yuli immediately remembered that she has a pair of parents who are university professors. They also thought it was not surprising that Xiao Anqi had this idea. When they first heard about it, they felt a bit shocked and didn't think of it right away. Yuan Huiqing asked, so, are you planning to apply to a university here in Langcheng? No. Xiao Anqi shook her head. I want to go to a university in Beijing. Really? Yuan Huiqing and Yuli were both surprised again. Xiao Anqi's in-laws and family are in Beijing, so choosing that city isn't strange. But the problem isn't that. The issue is that Pei Jianqing is in the Langcheng military district and Xian is still so young. She'll be in school for several years. How does she plan to do that? How can she bear to leave them behind? Can Pei Jianqing agree? Yuli couldn't help asking. Yes, he agrees. I will take Xian with me. On weekends and holidays, we can travel back and visit. It might seem long, but it will pass quickly, Xiao Anqi explained, sensing their doubts. Yuan Huiqing and Yuli didn't know what to say. They knew how much Pei Jianqing loved Xiao Anqi, so of course he wouldn't disagree. They were sensible and didn't dwell on the topic further. Instead, they shifted to talking about other topics related to the college entrance exam. But as they talked, they suddenly felt envious that Xiao Anqi could freely pursue her dreams. It made them want to take the exam too. Just go if you want, Xiao Anqi said with a smile. We're all so young. It's a great opportunity. I want to, but my practical work at the hospital is also very important, Yuan Huiqing hesitated. She graduated from university, but she was admitted through recommendation. She understood that her degree wasn't as valuable as one gained through the college entrance exam. But now, her practical work at the hospital taught her many things she couldn't learn in school. Yuli felt the same. She could also consider applying to a music college. But they both had many concerns, family and real-life responsibilities, that made it hard to decide to take that step. Xiao Anqi didn't say much more. She wouldn't interfere in others' lives. No matter how right someone thinks they are, they should respect others' plans and ideas for their own lives. After returning to the military district, Tian Xiaofang looked much more relaxed. She told Xiao Anqi, Xiao Fan has decided to take the college entrance exam this year.
Her teachers also said she can try.
Even if she doesn't get in, it will be a good experience. This settled, Tian Xiaofang's heart also calmed down. Xiao Fan was staying at school, so she couldn't help her daughter much. Everything was managed by the teachers at school. Tian Xiaofang focused on her own work, allowing Xiao Anqi to concentrate better on studying for exams. Xia Yinshu took the few study materials borrowed from Xiao Anqi, feeling very grateful. Every day, she either attended classes or studied hard. She often asked Xiao Anqi about exam questions and discussed them together. Xiao Anqi was generous and carefully helped Xia Yinshu understand her doubts. In the process, she also reinforced her own knowledge. Besides her and Xia Yinshu, several other teachers in the school also signed up for this year's college entrance exams. Sometimes, they gathered to talk about the exams, discuss questions, and share information. The teachers of the graduating class even worked together to create a few practice tests for students preparing for the exams. Everyone was working hard to learn more and review questions. In the same office, although they had previously advised her not to take the exam, once they saw her serious attitude, they still offered a lot of help within their abilities. After all, they are teachers constantly working with textbooks, so their knowledge is always fresh. This was also very helpful for the students preparing for the exams. Xiao Zimin kept giving them resentful, small-eyed looks. Xiao Anshi couldn't help but remind Xia Yunshu, you still need to be careful. Don't let anyone take advantage of you at a critical moment. At crucial times, one must be cautious of others. I know. I'm on high alert, Xia Yunshu replied smartly, understanding Xiao Anshi's meaning. She glanced in that direction and whispered, he wouldn't dare, and I won't let anyone take advantage of me. Her status as a military family still worked in the school. As long as she didn't swallow her anger silently or dare to cause trouble, no one could use her reputation against her. Xiao Anshi saw she was paying attention and relaxed a bit. Then she added, especially as the exam approaches, you need to carefully check your water, pen, and exam admission ticket to avoid any mistakes. I will. Xia Yunshu nodded. Xiao Zimin was indeed a bit cautious. He had some small schemes, but he wasn't a particularly shameless or disgusting person. He always thought Xia Yunshu was quiet and honest, someone easy to understand, but after several times of being ignored by her, he started to feel nervous. Moreover, Xia Yunshu's background made him afraid to act aggressively. He knew that if Xia Yunshu succeeded in this exam, he would have no chance at all. But now he was at a loss. Xia Yunshu was very cautious, so even if he had ideas, he wouldn't know how to start.
Besides, he really didn't dare now.
Under the lively studying atmosphere, time flew quickly, and soon it was exam time. Xiao Anshi drove Pei Jianqing's car, taking Xia Yunshu early to see the exam venue. Their exam locations were at different high schools in Langqing City. However, they weren't in the same exam hall. Xiao Anshi had an extra foreign language exam and was in a different hall from Xia Yunshu. The two schools were quite far apart, one in the south and the other in the north. Xia Yunshu looked at Xiao Anshi, who was focused on driving, feeling deeply surprised. Xiao Anshi was the most unique person she knew. She admired and envied Xiao Anshi's way of life very much. She didn't expect Xiao Anshi to be able to drive and so well, steady and confident, very skilled. In her heart, she marveled that Pei Jianqing truly spoiled her. Xiao Anshi was a very lucky and happy woman, but she also understood that her happiness came from her own excellence. Xiao Anshi only smiled slightly when she saw Xia Yunshu's surprised expression, without saying a word. Xia Yunshu couldn't help but sigh. Anshi, you drive so well. You could also learn. Having more skills never hurts. It can be really useful in key moments, Xiao Anshi said with a smile. Seeing you drive so freely makes me really want to learn too. Xia Yunshu also smiled. Don't just think about it. Take action and learn, Xiao Anshi chuckled. Looking at Xiao Anshi's bright smile, Xia Yunshu felt a warm feeling in her heart. Everyone more or less implied that as a widow, she should be quiet, dull, and keep a low profile. Or they wanted her to quickly find someone else to marry. But only Xiao Anshi told her that even if she raised her child alone, she could still live vibrantly and she should never give up on herself. She felt lucky to have met Xiao Anshi. Xiao Anshi quickly arrived at Langqing No. 3 High School, which was closer to her exam location. As she approached the school, many people turned their eyes toward her. Today, there were a lot of people coming to watch the exam. There aren't many people coming by car. Their car didn't drive into the school or stop at the main entrance. It was a bit off to the side. Still, this didn't stop the many people from looking over. When Xiao Anshi and Xia Yunshu got out of the car, many surprised and amazed sounds came from outside. No one expected two such young women to get out of the car. Especially the driver. Young, pretty, and looking like a recent high school graduate. Everyone thought the car belonged to a parent dropping off a child for an exam. Who would have guessed it was the child herself driving? Xiao Anxi had already expected that driving here would attract attention. But she couldn't just not drive because of the stairs. It would be too inconvenient. She had learned to drive on main roads, so she could come and go easily. Calmly, she walked through the gazes and entered the school to find her exam room, then quickly left. Xia Yunshu was very impressed by Xiao Anxi's calmness. She felt uncomfortable being watched so closely. Unexpectedly, outside the gate, even more people had gathered, as if they were all waiting to see her. Why are so many people crowding here? Please, disperse, someone with a somewhat familiar voice said. Looking over, she saw several people in police uniforms managing order. The speaker seemed to be Gongpeng. Since the college entrance exams were happening soon, they all had to come out to maintain order and ensure safety. Gongpeng cleared the crowd at the gate. It was strange. He hadn't seen such a crowd at the exam site before. They had just finished patrols on the other side. Why was there such a big crowd here? This was the first year the college entrance exams were back after a break, so everyone had to come out to keep things in order. His eyes fell on the car parked near the school entrance. When he saw the license plate, he paused. Wasn't that their leader's car? He wondered if he was here, nearby. Why was he at the exam site? Did they have a mission too? He hadn't heard about deploying troops, and he thought local authorities were handling things themselves. Gongpeng looked suspiciously at Pei Jianqing's car, then scanned the crowd to see if he recognized anyone. Yes, he saw someone familiar. Wasn't that the leader's wife? So he was bringing his wife out. Gongpeng quickly approached, calling out, "Sister-in-law." "Captain Gong, just on duty." Xiao Anxi smiled and looked at him. "Yes, but why are you both here?" Gongpeng asked. "I'm here to see the exam site," Xiao Anxi replied with a smile. "Seeing the exam site? Visiting a friend, right?" Gongpeng didn't expect Xiao Anxi to be the one taking the exam. Seeing Xia Yunshu beside her, he thought she was just accompanying someone. "Not entirely. I'm also taking it myself," Xiao Anxi said with a smile. "You're taking it too? You're also participating in the college entrance exam?" Gongpeng was surprised. "Yes," Xiao Anxi nodded. "Your younger sister is truly talented in both arts and sports." Gongpeng looked at Xiao Anxi in amazement. His boss's wife is really impressive. She can take the exam too. She's not an ordinary person. He looked over to Shizhou and asked curiously, "Where is our boss's wife?" "She didn't come," Xiao Anxi said with a light laugh. "She didn't come? Then why is the car here?" Gongpeng was even more confused. "Because I drove it," Xiao Anxi said with a smile as she opened the driver's door. Gongpeng stared in disbelief, eyes wide open. "Ah, Comrade Xiao, hello." Several of Gongpeng's colleagues approached, recognizing Xiao Anxi. "Hello, everyone." Xiao Anxi greeted them, then said to Gongpeng, "Captain Gong, I have to go now. If you have time, come visit us at home." She got into the car, and as she looked out the window at the surprised group, she said with a smile, "What's there to be surprised about? Surely the women police in your bureau can all drive, right?" She waved goodbye to them, started the car, and slowly drove away. "Oh, right, the women in our bureau can all drive," someone realized. "There's nothing strange about it." "But she's not a police officer," someone pointed out. "Don't forget, she's even more impressive than us police officers." That powerful kick, I still remember vividly. Thinking about it makes me feel sore. Everyone suddenly remembered her remarkable achievements. Our boss is really lucky to have such a good wife. She's beautiful, talented, both gentle and strong. She's got all the good qualities. Gongpeng stood to the side, watching the car disappear into the distance, feeling emotional. The next day was the first day of the official exam. Pei Jianqing had already arranged everything a few days earlier. During these days, his wife took time off to accompany him throughout the exam. If it weren't for the cold weather now and Xiaoshuan's young age, he almost wanted to bring his son along to support her. "Don't overexert the baby in this cold weather," Xiao Anxi naturally stopped him. "Mom's important day, and you're not with her?" Pei Jianqing playfully patted his son's bottom. Xiaoxian drooled and protested, wondering if it was because he wasn't with her. Actually, it was because Mom didn't let him. Indeed, Xiao Anxi didn't want Xuan to go, so Tian Xiufang had to go along. This made lunch difficult for them. Now that the weather is cooler, she plans to keep the food warm in the microwave. After a day of exams, she still wants to eat a hot meal at noon. In the evening, Pei Jianqing carefully checks the small, beautiful pencil case that Qiao Anxi asked Tian Xiufang to sew, making sure her daughter's exam supplies and ID are ready for tomorrow. He checks each item carefully, from pens to rulers and erasers, making sure everything is in place. The fountain pen is filled with ink, and the pencils are sharpened, several of them. The small pencil case is filled with various tools. This small pencil case is both practical and pretty. Xiao Anxi asked Tian Xiufang to sew it with different scraps of fabric, making it a sturdy double-layer design. She sewed 3, giving 1 each to Xia Yunshu and Xiao Fan. Tian Annie, this pencil case is for Xiao Fan. I hope she gets good grades, Qiao Anxi said happily as she handed the case to Tian Xiufang. Tian Xiufang was stunned. She never expected that one of the cases she made was for her own daughter. She was so grateful she couldn't speak. Xiao Fan loved her new pencil case even more when she received it. The next morning, before dawn, Tian Xiufang got up and started working. She didn't go with Xiao Fan to the exam. Honestly, they don't usually think of accompanying her. Besides, Xiao Fan is at school with organized activities and teachers supervising, so she feels at ease. Her main focus is to do her job well here. For breakfast, she made shrimp dumplings and shrimp wontons. The lunch menu was planned by Qiao Anxi in advance: stir-fried beef with green peppers and onions, braised dried abalone, shredded cabbage with meat, and vinegar-spicy shredded potatoes. There was also a pot of mushroom and bone marrow soup, which had been simmering since last night, kept just below boiling. The marrow from the bones had infused into the broth, filling the air with a rich aroma. While Qiao Anxi and Pei Jianqing finished breakfast, Tian Xiufang prepared all the dishes and packed them into lunchboxes. Tian Annie, just fill the soup and mushrooms in the thermos. No need to include the bones, Qiao Anxi reminded her as she saw Tian Xiufang filling the thermos with soup. The large bones take up space, and they mainly want the broth. Okay, the meat on the bones has fallen apart and cooked off, Tian Xiufang said, scooping out the meat and mushrooms and filling the thermos with the rich soup. Pei Jianqing carried the several lunchboxes and thermos in bags. Xiao Anxi had already packed her bag earlier. They kissed their sleeping and contented son goodbye, then went downstairs to leave. Walking to the back of the car, Pei Jianqing was about to put the lunchbox and thermos into the trunk when Xiao Anxi stopped him. Don't put them in the trunk, take them inside the car. Pei Jianqing followed her advice, carrying the items and getting into the car. Give them to me, Qiao Anxi said, taking the pile of things and casually placing them inside the car. Pei Jianqing looked at the large bundle in his wife's hands, which seemed to disappear out of nowhere, and was momentarily stunned. Although he had already guessed and imagined many scenarios, when the items suddenly vanished before his eyes, he was still deeply shocked. He couldn't describe the feeling of his mind being turned upside down. Xiao Anxi saw his dazed expression and playfully winked at him.
They're put away now.
Pei Jianqing chuckled softly, sighed, rubbed his wife's head, focused his mind, and started the car seriously. Today, Qiao Anxi didn't bring Xia Yunshu. She took the military district's car to the exam site. The military district had sent a car to take students taking the college entrance exam to Langcheng, which was very thoughtful and convenient. When they arrived at the entrance of number 3 middle school, it was crowded with people of all ages, from teenagers to middle-aged adults. Their car attracted many eyes. There were still a few small cars parked along the roadside. Someone who had come to observe the exam yesterday recognized the car. Wasn't it the same car driven by a pretty young girl? As soon as the car stopped, Gong Peng, on duty nearby, spotted that the person driving was Pei Jianqing. But since there were many people now, he couldn't go over. He saw Pei Jianqing glance in his direction and immediately stood straight and saluted. Pei Jianqing rolled down the window and returned the salute. People nearby were stunned. Today, the driver was no longer the pretty young girl but a handsome young officer, with the pretty girl sitting beside him. Even the police on duty saluted him. What kind of identity did this young officer have? Everyone was a bit suspicious. because the officer looked very young and was extremely good-looking. As time passed, the exam candidates gradually entered the exam hall. Pei Jiancheng accompanied Xiao Anxi to the entrance. He saw her walk inside and disappear from sight before turning to leave. Boss, Gong Peng hurried over. The crowd at the entrance had thinned out, and they relaxed a little. All the students had already entered the exam hall, and they only needed to stay outside to handle any emergencies. Yes, busy? Pei Jiancheng nodded at him. Boss, my sister-in-law is amazing. Gong Peng happily gave a thumbs up. Pei Jiancheng slightly smiled, feeling very happy. He didn't sit back in the car but stood outside talking to Gong Peng. The other police officers, Gong Peng's colleagues, kept looking over at them. Gong Peng smiled and waved at them, "Come over. This is our leader, the top warrior in the army." The police officers excitedly rushed over, having heard of his reputation for a long time, finally seeing him in person. They were surprised to find out he was related to Comrade Xiao. They thought they made a great couple, both outstanding and well-matched. Everyone was a little nervous, but excited as they approached to talk to Pei Jiancheng and ask for advice. Pei Jiancheng didn't get back into the car, but stayed outside talking to them. As the exam was about to end and some students started leaving the exam hall, the police officers began to patrol around. "Leader, wanna have lunch together?" Gong Peng asked before leaving. "No, we brought our own food," Pei Jiancheng politely declined. "All right, I'll go ahead and get busy." Gong Peng tactfully didn't insist and turned to continue his duties. Since the couple was eating together, he didn't want to disturb them. Pei Jiancheng saw Xiao Anxi carrying her pencil case and walking lightly outside. He went over to wait for her to come out. "Are you tired?" Pei Jiancheng asked with concern. "No, I'm not," Xiao Anxi replied with a smile, and they headed to the car together. She was wearing a thick, dark red cardigan with a dark blue scarf, which looked especially bright next to Pei Jiancheng's green military uniform. They walked together in perfect harmony, he handsome, she charming, making for a very pleasing sight. Pei Jiancheng showed even more care for Xiao Anxi openly. People nearby, regardless of gender, looked on with envy. Even the people inside other cars parked quietly on the roadside couldn't help but secretly watch them. At this moment, looking at the two of them, they felt a strange sense that their own small car's pride was nowhere near enough. They got back into the car, and Pei Jiancheng brushed her hair from her forehead. "Are you thirsty? Have some water first." The water wasn't in his hand because Xiao Anxi had put it down, or he might have fed it directly to her. "No, let's have some soup first, then lunch." Xiao Anxi smiled as she took out a thermos and 2 bowls from the space inside. Pei Jiancheng took the thermos and poured out the hot soup. He touched the bowl and was surprised. The soup was still boiling hot. This insulated container doesn't keep things warm as well as you'd think. Several hours have passed since I left home. Also, the weather is very cold now, so the soup shouldn't be as hot as when it was just cooked. Xiao Anxi took the hot soup, scooped a spoonful, gently blew on it, and then drank it. "It's so fresh and warm, it feels really nice." She held the bowl of soup in her hands, feeling the warmth, and after drinking a hot sip, she felt her whole body warm up. She turned to look at Pei Jiancheng, noticing the doubt in his eyes, and smiled. "It can keep warm." While blowing on her soup, she continued to drink from the bowl. After finishing the soup, she casually took out a lunchbox. Pei Jiancheng had already been surprised earlier by the missing lunchbox, so he didn't react much to the sudden appearance of this one. But when he reached out to take the lunchbox, he was still surprised and understood what Xiao Anxi meant about it being able to keep warm. This was different from a regular thermal container. It truly kept the food warm. The temperature was exactly the same as when he carried it away this morning. Opening the lunchbox, the dishes inside looked as if they had just been taken out of the pot. Not only was it still hot, but the food wasn't collapsed or dried out from being kept in a tightly sealed container for a long time. It looked very fresh and appetizing. "Smells so good." Xiao Anxi took the rice and chopsticks offered by Pei Jiancheng, picked up a piece of abalone coated in thick sauce, and enjoyed it happily. "This braised dried abalone is really delicious. I'll send some to both our families later. It's nutritious and the grandparents can eat more. As she ate, she commented on the food. This dried abalone was made from larger abalones. She and Tian Xiaofang, based on their experience drying small abalones, figured out how to dry the larger ones. Dried abalone is easy to store. When eating, you soak it in water and then cook it, which makes the flavor richer and more delicious, with different nutritional benefits. In her previous life, Qiao Anshi had eaten a lot of dried abalone, but now that she was eating her own dried version, she felt it was completely different. The taste was different too. Her previous self only ate but didn't cook, but now she had figured it out herself. She thought the flavor was excellent. Really tasty. Pei Jianqing nodded in agreement. His wife's creations were all good. They enjoyed their lunch comfortably. After eating, Qiao Anshi took out a plate of sliced fruit. They leaned back in their chairs, watching the scenery outside the window while leisurely eating the fruit. Not far nearby was a state-run restaurant filled with people. There were also many others on the roadside, just nibbling on some dry food. There is another exam in the afternoon, and many people are still rushing to read their books. Banners with encouraging slogans hang outside and inside the school. The cold wind blows strongly. Some people wear simple, thin clothes, holding books or a few pages of paper, muttering to themselves as they read, while jumping to keep warm. No matter how cold or difficult the weather, it cannot dampen the passion of the students. Because here, countless dreams and hopes are carried. The students have waited a long time for this day. After eating, Pei Jianqing tidied up the lunchbox and utensils. Xiao Anshi threw the bowls back into the storage space, and the other lunchboxes were placed on the back seat of the car, ready to be taken home later.
Take a rest.
Pei Jianqing gently touched his wife's face, then leaned back the seat to make her comfortable. He took a military coat from the back seat and covered her with it. Xiao Anshi closed her eyes, leaning against the reclined seat, taking a short nap. After the afternoon exam, the two of them greeted Gong Peng and others, then headed home. At home, their little one was very lively. As soon as they heard the door, they knew Mom and Dad were back, excitedly making happy sounds and stomping their little feet on the bed. "Baby, do you miss Mom?" Xiao Anshi approached Xuanchuan's crib and teased him. She was still carrying the cool air from outside, so she didn't dare hold him. Hold you Xian reached out for a long time, but his mom didn't pick him up. The baby was unhappy. Xian waved his hand in frustration and gently hit the small toy on his head. Such a bad temper. Pei Jianqing, who had been warming himself by the stove, came over and picked Xian out of the crib. He happily kicked his feet in his dad's arms. Xiao Anshi went to the bathroom to wash her face and warm herself by the stove before coming out to play with the baby. Xian giggled happily, bouncing around. Tian Xiaofang was busy cooking in the kitchen, filling the house with warm, lively smells. In the evening, Qiao Anshi didn't study or read anymore, staying relaxed. Pei Jianqing didn't ask about her studies. He wouldn't interfere with her choices or lecture her. He knew she had her own rhythm and was confident in her. He simply carefully checked her pencil case again, making sure the pens had enough ink and the pencils were sharpened. Xiao Anshi and Xian lay on the bed together. The baby tilted his little head, resting his chin on his hands, watching Pei Jianqing carefully sharpen the pencils. A serious man is very handsome. The mother and child happily leaned against each other, the only difference being that little Xian was drooling softly. Mom was swallowing her saliva. Pei Jianqing looked at the obedient mother and child with a smile, feeling warm inside. After 3 days, all the exams finally ended. Zhou last exam was a make-up foreign language test. By the 3rd day, not many students were still taking exams. Most had finished their exams in the previous days. Only some students in foreign languages, arts, and physical education had their final make-up exams. People leaving the exam room, regardless of how they performed, all felt relieved. They had finally finished. As for how they did, it was no use to think about it now. They would just wait for the results later. Many students, right after leaving, kept comparing answers with each other. Yesterday, students who finished their exams were frantically sharing answers. The school gate was lively, which kept Gong Peng and his friends busy. Today, there were fewer students taking the makeup foreign language exam, clearly showing that most families were well off. In this day and age, in such an environment, ordinary families wouldn't dare to let their children study foreign languages. Similarly, students taking arts exams mostly came from wealthy families. In a time when many people couldn't even afford enough food, few families could afford to send their children to learn these skills. Joanxi still walked out of the school with light steps, feeling relaxed and carefree. Pei Jiancheng was already waiting for her there. Gong Peng and his friends also felt much more relaxed today, as there were fewer students taking exams. Little sister-in-law, congratulations on finishing your exams, Gong Peng said with a smile as he approached. They had seen how hard these students had worked over the past few days. High-intensity exams were not easy. Haha. Thank you, Joanxi replied with a smile. Boss, little sister-in-law, do you want to come over to our place tonight? Let's have dinner together. Our brothers are all looking forward to seeing you too, Gong Peng said eagerly, as the people from their unit had sent him to invite them. Everyone wanted to learn from each other and exchange ideas. Tonight is not good. The kids are young, and Anshi needs to rest properly. Maybe another day, Pei Jianqing declined. His wife had just finished her exams, and he didn't want her to be too tired or exhausted. Although he was a little disappointed, Gong Peng knew well that their boss loved his wife very much. Let's wait a bit. When things are less busy, we'll come visit you at your place. Joanxi smiled and comforted Gong Peng. Today wasn't a good day to visit, as they still had to be on duty this afternoon. Not only are the candidates tired, but the surrounding support staff are also very exhausted. Everyone needs to rest properly first. All right then. Sure enough, Gong Peng became happy and quickly agreed. He knew that once his wife spoke, this matter was definitely settled. The boss would listen to his wife. Although their boss is very famous and commands respect outside, at home, he still listens to his wife in everything. Gong Peng truly admires Qiao Anshi very much. The two of them, along with Gong Peng and their colleagues from the bureau, greeted each other and then drove away. By the roadside, a few young men and women were watching them closely. Some of them had already finished their exams at another test site yesterday and came today to accompany others. The others had been taking exams at this site for several days. They had noticed Qiao Anshi from the first day of the exam. She and that young officer were very eye-catching. It was hard not to notice. These people dressed well and had a refined aura, clearly from wealthy backgrounds. Driving a small car to the exam, their families must also hold some power or status. Are these the two people you said are very special and different? They really are a bit unusual. That man has a strong presence, and the woman has a very elegant aura. A well-dressed, scholarly man said. Next to him, a girl stared at the distant car's tail and asked, "Do you think they are husband and wife or siblings?" Everyone's eyes turned sharply toward her. I think the girl looks too young. I can't tell if she's even 20. She looks like a recent graduate. They shouldn't be married so early, she explained somewhat awkwardly. Everyone else also looked at the distant car with different thoughts, lost in their own minds. Isn't that Gong team from the Public Security Bureau quite familiar with them? Maybe we should ask. The girl was eager to try, unable to contain her curiosity. Another girl, who seemed very artistic, also had her eyes flicker slightly. The boys also showed some interest. They naturally moved to approach, greeting Gong Peng, Team Gong, busy? Gong Peng, who had just finished talking with colleagues, turned around. Wow, several young masters and young ladies from prominent families in Langcheng were here. Hello, everyone. Have you finished your exams? Gong Peng smiled and stepped forward. Yes, we have, they replied with smiles. Then, pretending to casually chat, they brought up the topic of Pei Jiancheng and Qiao Anshi. Who are those two? They look quite unique. Oh, they are my former comrades and his partner, Gong Peng replied with a smile, speaking carefully and without revealing too much. Pei Jian's identity is special, so he naturally wouldn't talk openly about him outside. Couples? Several people showed surprised expressions, though it was somewhat expected. The children tried to subtly ask about their situation. Gong Peng's words in the army with his brothers were a bit rough and carefree, but He was very secretive with outsiders. He had also been trained strictly. They asked around for a long time, but gained no useful information. Since they couldn't find out anything, they stopped asking. They said goodbye to Gong Peng and left in a car. Gong Peng watched their car drive away and shook his head. These young masters and young ladies are really bored. He somewhat understood. In Langcheng, they always looked down on others, but seeing the elegant couple Pei Jian and his partner, they probably felt a little discouraged. He knew how charming their leader and his younger sibling were. They were truly dazzling wherever they went. But no matter who they were or how powerful their family was, Gong Peng wouldn't easily share much information about them. Gong Team is really clever. He asked for a long time but said nothing useful at all, said the round-faced girl, pouting as she sat in the car. No need to say, we already know. Someone so young driving out must have a strong family background, said the boy driving. Yeah, their family must be quite influential, agreed the others, all from well-off families who sometimes use their family cars. The college entrance exam was a big event, so some brought out their cars. Otherwise, at their age, without family support, they wouldn't have cars. Seeing how young those two were, they must also rely on their families, probably children of some military district leader. But their places and the military are separate with little interaction. Their parents might have some contact, but by their generation it's gone. Another reason is that the military district is in the suburbs of Langcheng, far away and hard to connect with. Still, they understood the importance of the military district. Did you notice? That girl's clothes are especially beautiful, not like what we buy here. I've never seen such in Longcheng's department stores. Girls often focus on their clothes and appearance. The girl with a round face started talking with the girl who has an artistic vibe. Probably from Jingcheng or Haicheng, the artistic girl nodded. Hey, exams are over. Let's go to the state-run restaurant on Central Street for a meal. I heard they have new dishes these days, someone suggested. Let's go. Everyone agreed immediately and happily headed that way. Xiao Anxi and Pei Jiancheng were walking home. Pei Jiancheng hadn't asked how Xiao Anxi did on her exams these days because he was very confident in her. Even if she didn't do well, he didn't want to pressure her. But he believed she did well, judging by her relaxed attitude. Xiao Anxi also knew she was confident. Don't worry, it's not a big problem, she reassured him. I'm very confident. No problem at all, Pei Jiancheng said with a smile. Of course. Xiao Anxi took a basket she brought with her in the morning from the back seat and pulled out a lot of vegetables from the space. Pei Jiancheng finally saw how his wife shops for groceries. She always brings back a big basket or a large basket of food. His wife really is a treasure chest. But he stayed silent. It was outside, and talking too much might cause trouble. A heavy feeling weighed on his heart. He knew how extraordinary this was. His wife wasn't just a treasure chest. She was a treasure basin. If others found out, disaster might follow. He would rather she not use it at all, to keep her safe. But he also understood that with the current poor conditions, she couldn't avoid using it. He could imagine how good their life used to be. His wife's family had gone through hardships to come here. He realized he needed to work harder to become stronger, to get promoted faster, and to gain more power to better protect his family. He set a goal and made a plan in his mind. Although his promotion path had been steady and quick, he hadn't rushed it. His family had held him back, slowing him down intentionally. Now he saw that wasn't enough. He had to speed up and become strong enough to control his own voice. After finishing the usual meal, Xiao Anxi asked Pei Jiancheng, "Do you want to eat anything else?" "Just follow your lead," he replied. Pei Jiancheng usually lets his wife make the decisions. Xiao Anxi had to handle things herself. She looked through a few more items and took out some more things. The basket was getting full, so she finally stopped and covered it with a cloth. Feeling a bit cold in the car, neither of them had eaten anything. Xiao Anxi used hot water from the space to make a cup of hot chocolate, adjusting it to the right temperature. She then inserted a straw, leaned over, and sat next to Pei Jiancheng. "The temperature is just right, have a sip." Pei Jiancheng obediently took a sip, keeping his eyes focused on the road ahead. He raised an eyebrow after tasting it and looked at his wife. Is it good? Hot chocolate. Xiao Anshi smiled happily and brought the cup to her mouth, taking a sip too. It was rich, smooth, and warm, very comfortable. She knew Pei Jiancheng didn't like things too sweet, so she didn't add milk or sugar to the dark chocolate powder. They took turns drinking as they headed home. When they arrived, Tian Xiufang was playing with Xian Xian on the big bed in the guest room. Xian Xian was climbing happily. When he heard his parents come back, he excitedly babbled a lot of baby talk that no one could understand. Xian Xian was no longer just making simple sounds. Now he spoke in clear baby language, gibberish that no one understood. Tian Xiufang had already prepared lunch by noon. Seeing them return, she quickly went to the kitchen to stir-fry the dishes. After lunch, they took Xian Xian back to their room to play for a while and then took a nap. Xian Xian could already stand unsteadily before, but now he stood very steadily. His little legs were very strong. This little guy's physical health was truly remarkable. Even with adult support, he could take a few steps. Tian Xiufang was amazed and praised Xuanxuan's good health. Pei Jianqing played with him on the bed for a while before helping him lie down to sleep. The baby didn't want to stop playing. Without help, he was so excited that he crawled vigorously, even crawling over to his mom, rolling into her arms, and giggling happily. His dad quickly pulled him out, and Xian Xian was unhappy, pushing away his dad's hand and babbling. Pei Jianqing sat him in front of himself and explained patiently, "Baby, Mom has been very tired from exams these days. Let's let her rest first. When she wakes up, you can play again, okay?" The baby looked at his dad with big eyes, then at his mom, and nodded obediently. Zhou Anxi lay on her side, watching the father and son interact, feeling happy. Baby understands now. That's great. Such a good baby. Xian Xian smiled happily. He rolled over and snuggled back into his mom's arms. Zhou Anxi held her baby. Pei Jiancheng held both mother and son, and they pulled the blanket over themselves. The family of three took a nap in the warm house. The first to wake up was Pei Jiancheng. Usually, he didn't sleep too long during his nap. He turned his head to look at his beautiful wife sleeping peacefully and his adorable son, feeling full of happiness inside. Pei Jiancheng quietly watched the sweet sleeping faces of his wife and son. He saw his wife's eyelashes flutter, as if she was about to wake up. He couldn't hold back anymore and leaned over to kiss her full lips. This kiss woke Zhou Anxi up completely. Xian Xian, caught between the two, was sleeping soundly, unaware of what his parents were doing. Today, Pei Jiancheng was still on vacation, and Zhou Anxi didn't need to go back to school. She would go tomorrow. They stayed in bed, not in a rush to get up. Suddenly, Zhou Anxi had an idea. She looked up at Pei Jiancheng and said, "Let me take you somewhere." He reached out to touch her face and smiled lazily.
Okay.
She mischievously said, "Don't be scared." He smiled affectionately. "I won't be scared. Are we leaving now?" She replied mysteriously, "No need to go. Don't move." Pei Jiancheng raised an eyebrow but stayed still. She told him, "Hold Xian Xian tight." Then she took his hand and, with their son in his arms, said, "Here we go, the moment of the miracle." They entered a special space together. Pei Jiancheng, who usually remained calm in front of big problems, suddenly looked stunned and shocked on his face.
This was beyond what he could understand.
He thought his wife might have a magic bag, like in fairy tales, full of everything, where she could take things out and put things in without taking up space. That idea was within his understanding. But now, where were they? This was truly beyond his knowledge. Zhou Anxi pulled him to sit on the sofa, placed Xian Xian there to lie down, and wrapped him in a towel blanket to prevent him from falling. She slowly explained everything carefully to him. She also told him a bit about their family story. Since they were already at this point, there was no need to hide anything. It was better to clarify everything clearly. Choosing a date is not as good as just doing it now. When she just lay on the bed, she felt this was a good time. It's better to say it early than late, so they can make good use of the space together. For example, before going to Beijing, they could stock up on fresh seafood. Maybe before the new year, they could even take the baby to visit the parents in Beijing. In short, things would become much more convenient. Pei Jianqing's face relaxed quickly and returned to normal. He has a very strong ability to accept new things, and he already knew that this family was extraordinary. He was prepared mentally, so his shock was only a moment. After hearing everything, he accepted it very well. But he was still a bit curious. You say this is a camper? It really looks like a house. Yes, my parents gave it to me as a graduation gift. Who would have thought that on the first day of our graduation trip, before we even left the city, we would end up here? Xiao Anxi took Pei Jianqing to see the inside of the camper. The modern high-tech equipment made Pei Jianqing's eyes widen in amazement, dazzling him. Xiao Anxi explained as she showed him around, and Pei Jianqing kept blinking, amazed. How do you like my car? Xiao Anxi asked proudly. It's amazing. Pei Jianqing looked at everything and thought about how quickly the country was developing in the future. He felt very excited. But Xiao Anxi told him that the two times and spaces are not exactly the same, only that many historical events and major trends are similar. Place names and people's names are quite different. That was enough for him. He didn't need to know too many details about the future. He preferred to work hard and control everything himself. He believed in his own ability. The biggest surprise about this camper is that it can move, and it moves quickly. It can go from one place to another very fast. So I can take the baby back home quickly to see you, and we won't have to travel by car for so long. Xiao Anxi happily leaned her head on Pei Jianqing's shoulder. In a few days, we can go out for a drive and test the speed. This was the biggest surprise for Pei Jianqing. He excitedly hugged Xiao Anxi. That's great. After the excitement, he calmed down. His expression on his face was serious and focused. Anxi, I believe you and your parents know the dangers of having all this, including your origins. You must promise me that your safety always comes first. That is the most important thing. Nothing should be exposed to others. Your safety is more important than anything else. Everything else is secondary. Joanxi nodded. We understand. Don't be afraid. I will protect you and your parents and take care of our whole family. With me here, no one can hurt you. Pei Jianqing gently stroked his wife's back and softly comforted her. He knew how much trust his wife and her family had in him to share everything openly. They fully accepted him and truly considered him part of their family. He knew that one careless mistake could lead to disaster. His heart trembled at the thought. I trust you, Joanxi said. She leaned into Pei Jianqing's arms, feeling safe and happy. Her family's trust in Pei Jianqing was never blind. Throughout the journey, he proved himself worthy. Come on, I'll show you something fun, Joanxi said, pulling him along. She showed him her phone and tablet, teaching him how to use them. He was very smart and quickly became skilled at operating them, playing very well. Looking at the photos on the devices, he confidently said, This is you. Do I look like her? Joanxi asked, smiling as she leaned closer. Yes, very much. The same aura. You can tell it's you. Your looks now are also very similar, Pei Jianqing nodded. What first attracted him to Joanxi was her unique charm. He smiled and said, Haven't you noticed? You're becoming more and more like the photos. When I first met you, you didn't look so much like them. Now you do. Looking at photos of Joanxi's parents, he also smiled. Mom and Dad are the same. Yeah, it seems so. Maybe it's related to the space water. Our appearances were already somewhat similar, and with our aura and mannerisms, we're just returning to how we used to be, Joanxi said, smiling at the photos. Pei Jianqing hugged her. Whether you look alike or not isn't important. It doesn't matter what body you have as long as your soul is you. Yes, Joanxi said, reaching out to hold him. They embraced tenderly, full of love. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a series of adorable, baby-like sounds in Martian language. Our son is awake, Joanxi said, lifting her head from Pei Jianqing's embrace. They hurried over, and little Xian opened his big eyes, babbling a string of playful sounds. His hands and feet were wrapped in a towel, only his head could turn around. That cute little face was utterly adorable. Joanxi happily smiled while touching her son's little face. Poor baby could only look at Dad, hoping he would rescue him quickly. Pei Jianqing took off the towel and blanket from Xian Xian and held him out. The baby had only come in once when he was very small, with Grandma and Grandpa, and it had been many months since then. Now that he was a bit older, his eyes darted around, taking in everything in the room, a little overwhelmed. Joanxi took down her small and large stuffed toys from the bed. Xian Xian looked at the big, cute stuffed toy with bright eyes. At this age, babies still love soft, adorable things. He hugged the big toy and sat happily on the sofa, giggling. Do you want something to drink? Joanxi opened the fridge and asked Pei Jianqing. Just plain water is fine. Pei Jianqing looked at the fridge full of drinks, picked one up, and examined it. He wasn't very interested in flavored water. Joanxi gave him a bottle of chilled pure space water. Honestly, he would drink that. It was better than any other drink. The baby couldn't be left out, so Joanxi took out some milk powder to prepare a bottle of milk. Pei Jianqing reached out and took it. Joanxi quickly taught him how to operate the kettle. As for herself, she took out a big box of ice cream and slowly started eating it. The family of three enjoyed their food and drinks happily. Pei Jianqing watched his contented wife and suddenly felt a bit sour inside. Anqi, you really went through a lot when you first arrived. Thinking back to that time, she was new here. Coming from a wealthy, prosperous place, from a loving family, to this backward era, to a poor mountain village. Entering a strange body, facing a family full of scheming relatives, broken engagement plans, and powerful people coveting her. Although she was a few years older now, she was still just a young girl who had recently graduated and was pampered. He could see she was trying to be strong but also cautious and careful in every way. He initially thought her confusion was just because of her family's upheaval. But anyone would find it hard to fully adapt to such sudden changes. Now, looking back, she had done very well. He had imagined her coming from a developed world, but no matter how much he thought about it, nothing was as shocking as what he saw when he entered the space. That world was beyond his imagination. I have endured many hardships. I couldn't do anything, couldn't light a fire, cook rice, or sew clothes without injuring my fingers. She was eating ice cream and remembered when she first arrived. She knew nothing about housework. At that time, the original owner was also in average health. Doing anything made her back ache. Luckily, she had space water. Unknowingly, her body improved and she became healthier. She always thought she was very smart and good at hands-on skills, but when she actually tried to do housework, she felt she was very clumsy. She happily told Pei Jianqing many funny stories from when she first arrived, laughing so hard she nearly fell over. Pei Jianqing also remembered the first time they met, when they spent a long time cooking noodles and a smile appeared on his face. But then he quickly suppressed it, his eyes full of concern. He grew up living in a large courtyard where many little girls were spoiled by their families and didn't do any chores. Now, under their poor conditions, these girls couldn't do much work. Some had to go to the countryside after family troubles, and they struggled to survive. And Shi, who was used to a luxurious life from childhood, was even more fragile. He gently moved closer and hugged his wife again. I learned quickly, didn't I? She giggled and pushed him away, almost squishing her ice cream. Also, luckily my parents came. When they arrived, I felt I could do anything. They had it much worse than me back then. They started reminiscing about those times, feeling a bit nostalgic and bittersweet. She remembered feeling quite emotional then and couldn't help but talk more. She even shared her thoughts about her marriage with Pei Jianqing. Pei Jianqing's forehead broke out in cold sweat listening. If he hadn't behaved well back then, would that little girl really have considered divorcing him right after they got married just to please her parents? No, absolutely not, she firmly denied. She couldn't have done that. She was just upset by her parents' difficult situation. She was used to a wealthy life, and her parents were too. They were pampered from a young age and held high positions as adults, never experiencing hardship. They gave up everything to come to this place and suffer for her. How could she bear that? When she first traveled through time alone, she thought she could be strong and brave and do well. When she saw her parents, she suddenly felt her emotional defenses break down. She realized that no matter where she was, having her parents made her life complete. Before seeing her parents, she was always cautious in this strange world, afraid of revealing her true feelings. With her parents, she felt more confident, able to let go of her worries, and happily be herself. Parents are truly great. Pei Jiancheng gently stroked Qiao Anqi's face. So, I want to spend a few more years studying to have more time to be with them. In her past life, Qiao Anqi didn't plan to marry early. But now, in this world, she had already settled down before turning 20 and had her own little family. Still, she wanted to stay with her parents a few more years. Okay, Pei Jiancheng replied softly with a gentle smile. Wow. While the baby, who had finished his milk bottle, fixed his eyes on the ice cream in his mom's hand. He threw away his bottle and reached out to grab her. Drooling, he leaned in closer. You can't eat that. Qiao Anqi raised the box to keep Xian away.
Xin Pao Tet, one thing to eat.
How about an apple? Qiao Anqi now held an apple and a small spoon. Let's just eat the apple. Pei Jiancheng took his son into his arms, took the apple and spoon from Qiao Anqi, and scooped out some apple puree for the baby. All right, the baby happily ate the apple puree his dad fed him. Xian was quite easy to take care of, not picky, and with a very good appetite. He ate whatever was given. The family of 3 played in the space all afternoon. Qiao Anqi taught Pei Jiancheng how to operate the things in the RV. He was smart and quick to learn, and soon he was fully proficient. Qiao Anqi also used her phone to record many videos of her husband and son. She kept chasing after them, taking lots of videos. Oh, how she wished she had done this earlier. Watching her husband and son on her phone, she thought they looked incredibly handsome. She still had a secret weapon. Qiao Anqi took out her selfie stick, and the family took many photos together. The baby cooperated very well, smiling brightly, drooling a little. Tian Xiufeng was very considerate. Seeing the family behind a closed door, she didn't go in to disturb them. She quietly did her chores outside. Qiao Anqi had studied for several days, and tonight, she wanted to cook a nice meal to make up for it. When the family opened the door and came out, the house was filled with the aroma of delicious food. Smells so good, Qiao Anqi said, smelling the rich chicken soup. The next day, both Qiao Anqi and Pei Jiancheng had to go to work as usual. Xia Yinshu was very excited when she saw Qiao Anqi.
How was it?
Do you feel you did well? Not bad, I think I did okay.
How about you?
Qiao Anqi smiled. I think I did okay too. Xia Yinshu felt a little excited, believing she performed well in the exam. She had answered most of the questions and checked her answers with others afterward. Many of her answers were correct. She thought getting into university shouldn't be a big problem, but she wasn't sure which school she could get into. She knew Qiao Anqi was determined to get into Beijing University. She also wanted to attend the same school as Qiao Anqi. Even if she couldn't get into Beijing University, she still wanted to apply there. Yes, going to university in Beijing would be great. Qiao Anqi strongly supported Xia Yinshu. She believed Xia Yinshu's chances of getting into Beijing University were quite good. Qiao Anqi was focused on teaching and hadn't left her books much. She had also been preparing for a long time before the exam, using the review materials she provided. Xia Yinshu was smart and hardworking. Considering everything, she performed normally in the exam, so her results shouldn't be too bad. Although Xia Yinshu was a bit nervous, she also felt a faint sense of hope and excitement. Principal Zhong was feeling a bit frustrated. He hadn't expected both Qiao Anqi and Xia Yinshu to sign up for the college entrance exam. Both of them were young, talented teachers who took their work seriously. He had a feeling they would both get into good schools. He would need to hire new teachers again, but he wasn't sure he could find such good ones. But deep down, he was happy for both of them. I will stick with it until the end of the semester. Qiao Anqi knew she should see things through to the end. She would stay until the semester finished and not leave early. But she also needed to tell Principal Zhong that she definitely wouldn't be coming back next semester. They should start recruiting new teachers early.
Sigh.
Principal Zhong waved her away, telling her to leave his office quickly because he was feeling annoyed. Soon it was the weekend again. Xiao Anxi planned to take Pei Jianqing out for a drive in her space on Saturday night, so he could experience her space's speed. After dinner, Pei Jianqing and Xiao Anxi went back to their room, holding Xianxian. Tian Xiufang watched the family rush back to their room and smiled kindly. This little couple's relationship was so good. It seemed they would have a second baby soon. But thinking about how Xiao Anxi would go to university next year and not knowing what would happen afterward, she wasn't sure if she could stay here to work and take care of Xianxian. She truly felt reluctant to leave. First, it's really rare to find such a good job with such a kind employer. Second, she truly developed deep feelings for their family. She sighed softly, feeling tired and no longer wanting to think about it. Having worked at their house for so long greatly eased the family's burden, and she managed to save some money. Now, she feels very content and grateful. After Zhou Anxi and Pei Jianqing took their son into the room, they quickly locked the door. "Let's go play," she said, pulling her husband and son quickly into the space. She sat down in the driver's seat. Pei Jianqing held Xianxian in the passenger seat. He looked at the advanced equipment in the car and compared it to their current car, which seemed very simple. "Where are we going?" "Maybe let's go to the beach first." Zhou Anxi typed Haibian Village into the GPS to confirm the route. Then she increased the speed 3 times. Within a few minutes, they saw the sea shining under the bright lights of the camper. Tonight, there was no moon, but the sea sparkled brightly under the camper's lights. They could also hear the deep, steady sound of the waves. Xianxian saw the ocean excitedly kicking his dad's leg and stood up, reaching out and babbling non-stop. "Does my baby remember coming here before?" Zhou Anxi smiled and gently pulled Xuanxuan's small hand. "Yeah," the baby responded with a string of playful sounds. "Oh, so you remember," Zhou Anxi thought she understood. The baby suddenly made a loud sound.
"Jag anser långhed happily."
Her current mental state was very good, with no problems at all, feeling relaxed. But she still drank some purified space water to recharge. The clever Pei Jianqing quickly sensed something was off. He keenly felt that the water his wife drank was not ordinary. He knew very well the magical effects of this water. "Does driving this car drain you a lot?" "Yeah, a little," Zhou Anxi nodded honestly. "But as my physical fitness improves, it's not a big problem now, and I recover quickly by drinking space water." "Can I drive this car?" Pei Jianqing's concern was not about the car's speed, but about his wife's health. If it took a lot of energy, he was willing to use his instead. "It probably won't work." Zhou Anxi shook her head regretfully. "Dad and Mom have tried, but it seems only I can drive this car." Pei Jianqing sighed softly. Zhou Anxi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine now. I haven't pushed the speed too high, and I drink space water regularly, so it's okay." Pei Jianqing carefully examined his wife and found that she was indeed fine, with no signs of fatigue on her face. Thinking about the magical space water, he finally felt at ease. Zhou Anxi noticed that when Xiao Yinghuai and she drove the space during the last typhoon, it was very easy now. So, they stayed by the sea for a while, looked at the fishing village lights, then used the space to change locations again. Zhou Anxi took the 2 men and drove the space around. Pei Jianqing knew many places. When he named a location, Zhou Anxi entered the navigation, and they quickly arrived. They traveled through city streets and rural paths, sometimes in the light, sometimes in the dark. Pei Jianqing held a cup, occasionally feeding his wife a sip of water. Xianxian was so happy. He was dancing and jumping around, clearly loving the outside world. "We should head back now and come out another day." Pei Jianqing was still worried about tiring Zhou Anxi, so he suggested they go home soon. Zhou Anxi understood his concern, but they had been out for a long time and visited many places tonight. So, she used the space to quickly return home. Back in their room, Zhou Anxi smiled happily and said, "How about it? Even if we're far apart, it doesn't affect our family reunion. I'll bring the baby back whenever I have time." "It's just too exhausting for you." Pei Jianqing still felt a bit worried. "It's not hard at all. I can go at a normal speed." using hardly any mental energy, and it's much faster than normal driving. I can even speed up just a little, and it's not tiring. The baby can be comfortable. Jo Anchi thought this was wonderful, perfectly solving the problem of living far apart for school. Then I'll keep it at a normal speed and only occasionally speed up a little to keep you safe. I'll be careful and pay attention, she replied.
Good.
Pei Jianqing also knew his wife wasn't reckless and would prioritize her health. Having solved this big problem, both of them felt very happy. Pei Jianqing looked at his wife's face, full of joy, and his eyes deepened. He leaned down and whispered softly in her ear. Jo Anchi's face turned even redder, and she playfully hit him. Xian, left alone on the bed by his parents, watched them happily laughing. He then crawled toward them with his hands and knees, squeezed between them, and looked up at his parents with a smile. It's time to sleep. Pei Jianqing finally remembered there was a little one blocking his way. He hugged his son and laid him down on the bed, gently patting his back to help him fall asleep. He doesn't want to sleep. The baby still wants to play. Little Xian was stubborn, twisting left and right, trying hard to crawl out. But he was too small to escape his dad's hand. Soon, he reluctantly fell asleep in his dad's arms. Haha, Jo Anchi watched happily from the side. It's time to put you to bed, Pei Jianqing said softly as he finished settling his son and gently reached out to hug his wife. Jo Anchi giggled and snuggled into Pei Jianqing's arms. Yes, the plan for the second baby can start soon. Since Xian was born, some time has passed, and with the space waters healing, her body has recovered very well. Now, having a second child feels just right. After the second baby is born, the country will fully open up, and she can focus on many things. The night was cool, with curtains and wind chimes gently swaying outside the window. In the warm room, spring was in the air. Tian Xiufang's son, Xiao Fan, had finished his exams. Although Tian Xiufang didn't understand much about scores and college choices, she was still worried. Jo Anchi gave her a day off and told her to go home and see her son. Anchi, I want to ask you for advice about my little Fan, Tian Xiufang said confidently. She thought asking Jo Anchi about college choices wouldn't be wrong. Tian Annie, you should first go home and see how Xiao Fan did on his exams and what he thinks. Then we can decide. Jo Anchi didn't know how well Xiao Fan did or what ideas he had, so she couldn't give advice. It all depended on his scores and his wishes. Or maybe when you come back, bring Xiao Fan with you so we can see what he thinks. Okay. Tian Xiufang packed up, planning to go home in a few days to see her daughter. But before she could leave, Xiao Fan had already come to find her himself. He brought little Hai and little Yu, and early on that Sunday morning, he carried a big basket and went to the military area. Pei Jianqing was called by the security guard to come and bring him back. Why are you here? Tian Xiufang was very happy. Just worried about your exam, so I came to see you. Xiao Fan knew his mom was worried about his exams and thought it wouldn't be good for her to keep taking leave. He also knew that Anchi's little baby was very young and couldn't be left alone, so he brought his brothers and sisters along. Before coming, the family had also caught some fish for ice fishing. Jo Anchi heard the noise and came out holding Xian. When Xian saw so many people in the house, he was not afraid at all and happily bounced around. Joanxi gently placed him on his small bed. Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu's eyes lit up as they eagerly moved closer. Come on. Wash your hands first. Tian Xiufang quickly pulled her son and daughter to wash their hands before letting them go to find Xian. Xian didn't lie down. He was full of energy, gripping the bed rail with both hands, giggling as he played with Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu. He generously handed them his small toy doll. This made Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu very happy, calling out baby, baby nonstop. Joanxi sat down with Xiao Fan and asked about her exam results. Xiao Fan said she performed well, and the review materials Joanxi gave her were very helpful. After the exam, she checked answers with classmates, estimated her score, and the teacher said she would definitely get into college. If she wanted to be cautious, she could apply to a local university in Langcheng, which has several good schools and key universities. But if she wanted to aim higher, applying to top universities outside the city was also an option. Tan Xiaofang listened to her daughter and couldn't hide her smile, her lips curling up happily.
How do you feel about it?
Zhou Yingxi asked Xiaofan. I want to apply to Huada's math department, Xiaofan replied. She was a girl with her own ideas and liked math very much, which was her strong point. Zhou Yingxi nodded in support after hearing Xiaofan's estimated score and her decision. She thought Xiaofan had a good chance of getting into Huada. Since there was an opportunity, she should aim for a better school. Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Most teachers at her school advised her to play it safe and apply to a local university in Langcheng, but her real dream was to study mathematics at Huada. She even thought that if she didn't get in this year, she would study hard for another year and try again next year. Zhou Yingxi and Xiaofan talked for a while, which strengthened Xiaofan's confidence. Mom, I want to apply to Huada's math department, she told Tan Xiaofang. Good. Tan Xiaofang smiled happily at her daughter, feeling more reassured with Zhou Yingxi's support. After having lunch with the 3 children at home, they quickly left. Since the kids had already visited, Tan Xiaofang saw no need to go back and stayed behind to do chores and tidy up the things the children brought. On Sunday afternoon, Zhou Yingxi and Pei Jianqing didn't have to go to work. They took the baby into the space to play again. The temperature in the space is still comfortable. Zhou Yingxi placed Xian on her bed. As soon as he got on, he flopped onto his doll and started playing. It is winter now, and the weather is very cold. The room has a stove burning, but the windows are not tightly closed. However, the stove always gives off a smell, and the room can get quite hot. The space is kept at a constant temperature and humidity, making it more comfortable to stay and better for the baby's health. She prefers to bring the baby into this space. Her camper bed is quite large, so Xian can play happily on it. There is also a second floor, with an even bigger bed. The bedding in the space is very soft and comfortable. The family of 3 often cuddles on the big bed on the second floor. She and Pei Jianqing like to watch shows together when they have free time. Her tablet has many series downloaded, especially Old Joe, who has downloaded many war movies, ancient, modern, and from various countries. Pei Jianqing enjoys watching them very much. The tablet also has many cartoons, which Xian loves too. But he is too young and she worries he might hurt his eyes, so she doesn't let him watch much. He can only hold his little bottle and play with his toys nearby. He wants to eat or grab things, and she always has what he needs within reach. The family lives a comfortable and happy life. But Shi and her family haven't forgotten Gong Peng's request. They promised to visit his workplace and have a friendly exchange. Pei Jianqing called Gong Peng in advance to set a time. They chose a sunny day without rain or snow, and the couple took the baby to go out. Xian was so excited to see his dad take out his small basket, and he chattered happily. Baby, be good. Mom will dress you up nicely. She carefully dressed the baby in warm clothes, wrapping him tightly, and put on a cute knitted hat she made. It even had 2 fluffy yarn on top, which looked adorable. Despite the cold winter, they weren't worried about taking the baby outside. Xian, who grew up drinking space water, has a very strong body, much better than most children. They often take him outside to get some fresh air. They can't let him become too delicate. The small baby basket is actually a safe seat for the baby. She sat with the baby in the basket in the back seat of the car. They quickly arrived at the police station's courtyard. There were some simple training equipment in the yard, and many police officers were practicing. Everyone knew Pei Jianqing was coming today, so they waited here specially. Seeing Pei Jianqing holding a small basket and locking the car, everyone first cheered enthusiastically, then became very curious, wondering what he was carrying. Boss, what are you holding? Gong Peng eagerly ran over. Looking down, he saw Xian lying inside the basket through the mosquito net, waving his little hands and babbling non-stop. Oh wow, Xian. Gong Peng happily reached out and picked Xian out. The cute little Xian revealed his small basket, and the police officers from Shizhou immediately gathered around, eager to hold him. Don't be fooled by how small Xian is. He's not shy at all, smiling at this group of strange uncles. He quickly won them over. Pei Jianqing and his wife, who had been waiting for a long time, forgot about everything and hurried to play with Xian. People inside the house heard the noise and came out, all loving the adorable Xian, especially the female police officers, who saw how cute Xian was and rushed to hold him. "It's so cold outside. Let's go inside," they said, carrying Xian into the house. Xian didn't cry or look for his parents. He seemed to know that his parents would definitely be nearby and wouldn't leave him behind. Seeing Xian taken away by the female officers, the male officers had no choice but to turn back and look for Pei Jiancheng. "Deputy Commander Pei, show us a bit." Everyone looked at him eagerly. "Boss, show us a few tricks and give us some guidance." Gongpeng also looked at him with anticipation. Sometimes, their military and police units work together on missions or activities, sharing skills and learning from each other. Pei Jiancheng didn't refuse. He demonstrated on the simple equipment available. Compared to their unit, especially his special operations team, the equipment here was very basic. But that didn't stop Pei Jiancheng from performing with incredible skill, astonishing the police officers beside him. "Truly a war god," everyone exclaimed, and more people gathered around to watch. Almost everyone in the office came out. Gongpeng was stunned. His boss's skills had improved so much. Those difficult moves he performed more easily and perfectly than before. It was like he had mastered some ultimate martial art. He looked at Pei Jiancheng with admiration. In the entire military district, he probably had no equal now. And judging by his stance, he could probably fight 10 people alone. Yes, the police officers watching were excited and eager to try themselves. But in just 1 or 2 moves, Pei Jiancheng knocked them all down. Still, he gave them guidance throughout. Since he drank the purified space water, his physical strength has improved in all aspects. He gained a deeper understanding of the key techniques of action. He applied these insights to guide the soldiers during work, and the results were very impressive. They all improved quickly. These police officers often face dangerous missions, and he is happy to give them advice to help them become more skilled. In future missions, they will be safer and have a better chance of success. Although their professions are different, their core purpose is the same: to serve the people and be willing to sacrifice. So, they invited him, and he was happy to spend his personal time to guide them. Who has such a big face to invite Vice Regiment Commander Pei from the military district? Gongpeng, right? He used to be in the Langqing military district, and he's probably under Vice Regiment Commander Pei. A few people stood at a window upstairs. Several senior leaders from the Public Security Bureau were there. They had just finished a meeting and heard the noise below. What they saw was very shocking. The director had met Pei Jiancheng before and recognized him immediately as a famous figure from the military district. Vice Regiment Commander Pei's skills are hard to match. Pei Jiancheng's display truly amazed them. They envied him. Why wasn't he part of their police team? No one expected him to retire. The army wouldn't let him go easily. But these senior leaders from the Public Security Bureau said they were very jealous. "Little sister-in-law, you should show us what you've got too." Gongpeng didn't forget about Xiao Anxi nearby. They also wanted to spar and learn from her. Xiao Anxi watched her husband's impressive display, feeling proud. Too bad she couldn't record a video. It was her first time seeing Pei Jiancheng's skills so close. She knew he was very powerful, but seeing it with her own eyes made her blood boil with excitement. His moves were incredibly handsome, each one containing deadly intent, practical, and without any show-off. She even felt a bit itchy to try herself. "Comrade Xiao, show us what you've got." The police officers nearby also cheered, still impressed by how badly Pei Jiancheng had beaten them earlier. No matter how capable Comrade Xiao was, she was still a woman. They wanted to spar and learn from each other, so she wouldn't be humiliated again.
"All right."
Xiao Anxi confidently stepped forward. A young police officer was the first to step up, wanting to challenge her. Xiao Anxi's physical condition was now enhanced by the space water, making her far beyond ordinary people. Although she is her physical skills are no worse than those of male colleagues. In fact, she probably surpasses them. Pei Jiancheng naturally knows this well. He calmly watches his wife take action to handle the group of people. Sure enough, After a few moves, Xiao Anshi's fists and feet are swift and precise, and the young police officer is quickly knocked down. He sits on the ground, grimacing in disbelief. The others nearby are also stunned. The group of men, fired up and eager, step forward one after another, but all of them are defeated and fall down. Gong Peng, not willing to accept defeat, rolls up his sleeves and steps in, saying, "Sister-in-law, I apologize in advance." But after just a few moves, he is also quickly knocked down. He is shocked. These two are really formidable. Although he is injured and not as strong as before, he hasn't regressed much. Their previous team was among the best. He thought he couldn't beat the leader, but compared to his wife, he knew he wouldn't lose. He is terrified to realize that if they team up, they might really have no rivals. Xiao Anshi's movements are smooth and elegant, very stylish and beautiful. Her actions are quick and decisive, without any hesitation, and combined with her dance skills, they are very graceful. Pei Jiancheng is seeing his wife's skills for the first time. He is also stunned, his eyes shining like stars with admiration. His wife is so charming. At this moment, he also wishes he had his phone in her space, so he could record this. The police officers present are all proud and admire strength. They are straightforward and accept defeat gracefully. Now, they all truly admire this couple. Thinking about how impressive Pei Jiancheng is, and how under his training, Xiao Anshi, a woman, can be so skilled, everyone becomes even more excited. They rush forward to ask Pei Jiancheng for guidance again. Many others humbly ask Xiao Anshi for advice. Since they are not as skilled, they don't feel ashamed. Xian, the little boy, was just brought out to watch his parents' demonstration. He is so excited he's shouting happily, waving his arms and legs as if he wants to join in. The female police officers nearby are amused and can't stop laughing. This morning, the police station yard is lively and bustling. Pei Jiancheng essentially gives these officers a public lesson, and everyone benefits greatly. The cafeteria chef should add 2 more dishes for lunch. "Let's invite Deputy Pei for a meal," the director says with a smile, looking out the window and instructing his assistant. At lunchtime, several senior leaders of the bureau come downstairs to the yard. The director held Pei Jiancheng's hand and said, "Deputy Pei, thank you very much for your guidance. Let's have lunch together at noon." "Hello, Director Liu," Pei Jiancheng greeted a few senior leaders. Xiao Anshi and several female police officers were eating in the cafeteria with Xian, but she didn't go to join Pei Jiancheng and the others. She refused their invitation, saying she needed to watch the child. Xian, with his adorable charm, had already captivated these ants. They didn't want to let go of him. "Baby, your lunch." Xiao Anshi took out his small milk bottle, filled with warm milk, perfect for him. "Comrade Xiao, you eat yours. We'll feed him," a few enthusiastic female officers said cheerfully. Faced with these warm-hearted ants, Xiao Anshi couldn't find her son easily, but she was happy and relaxed. After giving him a small milk bottle, she started eating her own meal. The cafeteria at the police station was quite good. The food was nice. The leaders here asked Pei Jiancheng if there was any way to help and guide their police officers more. They knew Pei Jiancheng was busy and couldn't come often, so this rare visit was very precious. Pei Jiancheng talked with them and promised to send people over now and then for exchanges and learning. Everyone was very happy with this arrangement. After lunch, the couple didn't stay long and left with their son. Xian had been a bit wild that morning. After getting into the car, he refused to lie quietly in his small seat and kept squirming. "Since we're out, maybe we can take the baby for a walk first?" Xiao Anshi looked at her son, realizing she couldn't stay still. Xian, now quite big, mostly stayed in the military district and hadn't been outside much. "Okay, let's go for a walk," Pei Jiancheng nodded. Xiao Anshi picked up her son from the seat, holding him and sitting in the front passenger seat. Xian was very excited, watching the busy street outside the window, stomping his feet and pushing against his mom's legs. "No, Anshi, you drive. I'll hold this naughty kid. He's too lively." Pei Jiancheng watched his son bouncing on his wife's lap, feeling a bit reluctant. Xiao Anshi chuckled, holding her son, then moved to open the driver's door and took the baby from her husband. She smiled and got into the driver's seat. They swapped places, and Pei Jiancheng gently patted his son's bottom. "You're hurting Mom." Excited little Xian didn't pay much attention. His eyes were all on the view outside the window, making him dizzy with amazement. The two of them, along with the baby, slowly drove around the city streets. They found a place to park, and then strolled through a department store with Xian. It was crowded inside, full of colorful goods that children love. As soon as Xian entered, his eyes couldn't stay still. He leaned on his dad's shoulder, watching everything intently. This good-looking family of three attracted a lot of attention when they entered the department store. Not only did they look nice, but their clothes were also stylish. The mother was especially beautifully dressed. The small baby wore clothes of excellent quality. The salespeople at the counter saw this family and looked much happier, even smiling. Xian stared at the colorful items at the counter, while his mom patiently explained things to him. She was teaching him to recognize objects at the same time. He might not understand everything, but his serious little face and big eyes were adorable. After walking around for a while, they realized that this family was just browsing and not buying anything. The salespeople's faces started to look unhappy. Suddenly, little Xian grinned widely and gave a big smile, waving his hand at the salesperson. The salesperson was so charmed by the smile that her mood improved immediately. "See, look at that adorable baby."
"Just look at him."
Joanxi couldn't help but giggle secretly. Little Xian was so clever. They didn't have much to buy anyway. Grandma and the other relatives kept sending things over, but they couldn't even use everything at home. After strolling around a bit more with the baby, they decided to leave. Xian was very satisfied after the walk. When they got into the car, he obediently lay down in his small basket. "Baby, are you tired from shopping?" Joanxi playfully pinched his little nose. He was such a clever little kid, just a little over a year old. Watching the giggling baby, she felt full of warmth and happiness. Pei Jiancheng drove the car straight to the furniture factory. Joanxi ordered several large wooden basins and glass tanks there, planning to put them in the space for storing things, mainly seafood. She also specially asked the factory to make glass tanks for her. A few portable inflatable basins in the space were already filled, but they weren't very big and couldn't hold much. She deliberately didn't have the furniture factory deliver the items. After Fang Xiufeng saw them at home, she felt it was hard to place more in the space. Director Wu looked at Xiao Anshi with a sad expression. He couldn't help but sigh as he looked at her again. He already knew that Xiao Anshi was taking the college entrance exam. She had informed him early on. At first, he didn't think much of it because Pei Jiancheng was in Langqing Military District, so he assumed Xiao Anshi would definitely attend a university in Langqing. Young people having ambition is good. But then Xiao Anshi told him she planned to apply to a university in Beijing. Director Wu felt like the sky was falling. He knew Xiao Anshi was very smart and would surely get in. Now he was about to lose one of his best designers. Seeing that Director Wu also wanted to leave, and now he was just sighing, Xiao Anshi comforted him with a smile. "I'm not leaving yet. There's still time. I'll draw a few more sketches." "All right, that's all we can do now," Director Wu said, feeling down. He needed to think of a good plan. Xiao Anshi chatted with him casually for a while before saying goodbye. She went to see Pei Jiancheng. The workers at the factory had already helped load the wooden basin and glass tank onto the car. The trunk and back seat were packed tightly, but everything just fit inside. After getting in the car and driving for a while, Xiao Anshi quietly placed all the items into the space. They still needed to go to the seaside later to pick up some seafood. Today, Pei Jiancheng was on leave, and Xiao Anshi had arranged her classes. Time was passing day by day, and all the necessary tasks and preparations needed to be done gradually. They shouldn't leave things until the last minute and rush. Back at the military district, Xiao Anshi got out of the car and went upstairs. She opened the door to find Tian Xiufeng already waiting there, having tidied up, with 2 large baskets beside her. "Tian auntie, let's go," Xiao Anshi said. She didn't go inside, just greeted her at the door. Going to the seaside, she definitely needed to bring Tian Xiufang along. When they arrived at Water Camp Village, it was almost evening. Perfect timing. Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu have finished school, Tian Xiufang said with a smile. The two children went to school nearby and had already returned home. She got out of the car, went home to get some tools, then brought Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu out. Baby, Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu were excited when they saw Xian Xian. After playing for a while, Tian Xiufang urged them to hurry and go seaweed gathering. Tian auntie, you watch Xian Xian and we'll go pick some seafood too, Qiao Anqi said, handing Xian Xian over to Tian Xiufang and pulling Pei Jianqing aside to gather seafood. Pei Jianqing is very familiar with finding seafood. Although the weather is cold today, there are still many things on the beach. The two of them pick up items and put them into large baskets, while Qiao Anqi quietly adds quite a few into the space. Now, there are more containers in the space, including wooden basins, glass tanks, and several large baskets. Qiao Anqi tries to put as many things as possible inside. Looking at all these fresh live seafood, she suddenly wants to send some to her parents. Since her exams are over and she hasn't received the admission notices yet, she's just waiting. She has some free time now. Shall we go to Beijing to visit Mom and Dad? I also want to see what it's like in the city. In the evening, while playing with Xian Xian, Qiao Anqi asks Pei Jianqing, when do you want to go? Anytime you are free. I can go at any time. Okay, I'll arrange the time. Although they have the space, traveling so far isn't something Pei Jianqing can do spontaneously. He needs to plan ahead so that if they leave first, no urgent tasks suddenly come up, which would be troublesome. Pei Jianqing quickly arranged the schedule, choosing a weekend. They called Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying in advance to give them a heads up. Dad, someone is coming to visit you this weekend. Be sure to treat them well. Weekend? Visiting us? Xiao Yinghuai was a bit surprised. Yes, Saturday night, 3 people, 2 adults and a child. Just wait for us. Xiao Anqi smiled.
Oh.
Xiao Yinghuai finally understood. His daughter was planning to bring the space to Beijing. Okay, we'll wait. We're looking forward to it, he said happily. Xiao Anqi also specially arranged for Tian Xiufang to have a day off, so she could go home on Saturday afternoon. Tian Xiufang didn't know why Xiao Anqi suddenly gave her a day off, but she was happy to go home if she could. She didn't ask too many questions. She just thought the family was going somewhere fun again. On Saturday, after Pei Jianqing finished work and returned home, they locked the door and went into the space with her husband and son. They ate dinner inside the space. After eating, they didn't rush to leave. They even gave Xian Xian a bath, making him smell nice and fresh. Later, you'll go see Grandma and Grandpa smelling so good. Then she sat in the driver's seat and started controlling the space. Don't accelerate too much at once. We have plenty of time, so let's go to Beijing in the most comfortable way with the least energy. Pei Jianqing sat in the front passenger seat, holding his son and constantly reminding his wife. The purified space water was also kept nearby. Now we're just driving at normal speed, no acceleration yet. Xiao Anqi entered their address into the navigation system. After that, she alternated between speeding up and driving at normal speed, changing the speed multiple times. This way, it didn't feel too exhausting. But it was definitely a bit slower than full acceleration. We're in Beijing now. Pei Jianqing looked at the familiar scenery outside the window. Not bad. Only 2 hours. That's pretty quick, Qiao Anqi said happily as she checked the time. If they had sped up the whole way, it would have been even faster. Yes, it's really good. Pei Jianqing also felt amazed. It's so fast, and they were still driving carefully. While talking, they arrived inside Beijing University, and following the navigation, they headed straight to Zhou Yinghuai's home. Although the car lights made the outside look as bright as daytime, Qiao Anqi and the others didn't pay much attention to the scenery. They saw that the navigation led them into a small building complex, and they stopped in front of a 2-story house with a yard. The yard gate was closed, with a small light shining on the wall outside. Faint light came from inside, behind thick curtains, blocking the view completely. Xiao Anqi checked the house number at the gate. Sure enough, this was her parents' address. Yes, this is it. She drove the space vehicle into the first floor of the house. Inside, she saw a large living room. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying were both there. Old Zhou looked very restless, neither reading nor playing with his treasured items. He was pacing back and forth in the living room. Lian Jingying was knitting, looked up at Zhou Yinghuai, and said, "Old Zhou, can you please sit still for a while? Your pacing is making me dizzy." "I can't sit still. Just thinking about our daughter and the others coming makes me so excited I can't focus on anything." Zhou Yinghuai rubbed his nose, unable to help himself. He was even more excited when he thought of Xian. His wife wasn't much better, holding a sweater but not knitting much. But he dared not expose her. Qiao Anqi chuckled inside the space. Xian had already seen his grandparents and was shouting loudly, reaching out to go over. He struggled to get there, getting more and more anxious, and finally tugged at his mother nearby. "Baby, don't worry. We'll be there very soon." Joan happily pulls her husband and son and quickly leaves the room. "Mom and Dad." Joan suddenly turns toward the sound and throws off her sweater. The two rush over and hug Xian, who is twisting in his dad's arms. "My little Xian, have you missed Grandma and Grandpa?" Xian giggles and jumps into Joan's arms. Sure enough, the baby is very popular. Joan wisely pulls her husband aside and finds a place to sit quietly, whispering, "With the baby here, neither of us will be the center of attention. With me, you're always number one." Pei Jianqing smiles, ruffling his wife's hair. "Yes." Joan happily smiles, still thinking her husband is the best. Joan and Lian Jingying hold Xian, their precious baby, for a while, finally seeing their daughter and son-in-law. They walk over holding the baby, and Joan keeps talking about Xian. Xian has grown a lot. "Our little one is so smart, he still remembers Grandma and Grandpa." Joan leans on Pei Jianqing and laughs. "I see your photos and videos every day. I can't forget." "That's because our baby is so clever," Joan's dad says proudly, holding Xian tightly. Joan doesn't argue with her dad about that. She asks, "Dad, is your house soundproof?" "Don't worry, it's very soundproof, and the view is completely blocked. There are only the few of us at home." Joan's dad proudly holds Xian's small hand. Since their daughter is coming, he has prepared everything carefully. They've even given the housekeeper and a day off. Lian Jingying goes to make tea for the daughter and son-in-law, and Pei Jianqing quickly helps out. "Dad, your house is really nice." Joan gets up and walks around the first floor hall, looking around. It's quite spacious, with furniture in a Western style, all dark and heavy. "Hey, is there actually a fireplace here?" Joan walks over in surprise, staring at the fireplace by the window. She hadn't noticed it earlier, when she first came in. The fireplace is burning wood, and the room feels warm and cozy. Joan's dad smiles and says, "This house used to belong to a foreign professor. The interior design was all their own." "No wonder. I thought the decor was very Western." Joan nods understandingly. "When we got the house, many of the furniture pieces were stored in the basement. Your mom and I looked at them and thought they were still good, so we took them out to use. The quality is really nice." Joan's dad sits down with Xian in his arms. Pei Jianqing and Lian Jingying brought out tea, snacks, and fruit. Xian was a bit restless, twisting and moving around. Qiao Yinghuai decided to place him on the floor near the fireplace, saying, "This floor is very clean." He was worried that Qiao Anqi might be concerned, so he explained it's okay. Kids shouldn't be too clean. Qiao Anqi smiled and didn't mind. The floor was wooden and close to the fireplace, so it wasn't cold. As soon as Xian was on the floor, he started crawling happily. He was excited. Crawling on the floor was much more fun than on the bed. There was plenty of space, and he didn't have to worry about falling, so he could really show off his crawling skills. Grandma and Grandpa watched happily. Xian is so energetic. "Mom, I brought you some good stuff. We also picked a lot of seafood the other day." Qiao Anqi remembered the things in her space and quickly pulled Lian Jingying over. Mother and daughter hurried to the kitchen. Pei Jianqing also went along to help. Hey, enough. That's too much." Lian Jingying watched as her daughter kept filling the basin with seafood. Several large basins were filled. It's okay. Just refill the space with water. These seafood can stay alive for a while, and the weather is cool now. Xiao Anshi used her space water to fill each basin. Lian Jingying smiled happily as she watched her daughter and son-in-law busy. They weren't worried about the housekeeper and questioning where the seafood came from, since they often managed to get rare items from the market. It was probably from the old house, so it wasn't surprising. Mom, does your housekeeper aunt know how to cook seafood? Seems not really. She can cook regular meals, but she hasn't seen much seafood. These are live, so just boil or steam them lightly. It's easier. Xiao Anshi finally stopped taking more. But when it came to the housekeeper aunt, Lian Jingying asked with concern about what to do after they moved to Beijing. They didn't need to bring the nanny aunt along, because they had their own housekeeper. But she probably wouldn't get along well with Aunt Tian, who had been with them for a long time. Speaking of that, I've been thinking. I really like Aunt Tian. She cooks well and has spoiled Xian. But her home is far away in Langcheng, and Xiaohai and Xiuyu are still young. I can't ask her to come to Beijing with me. She said with regret that she really didn't want to part with Aunt Tian. Finding a caring nanny is not an easy thing. Don't assume too much. You can ask Aunt Tian when you go back, see what she thinks. Maybe she's willing to come out, Lian Jingying said. She nodded, that's true. Xiao Fan has to take the university entrance exam. If Xiao Fan comes, Aunt Tian might be willing to come too. I'll ask her carefully when I go back. Pei Jianqing finished packing everything and put it away. The three of them left the kitchen again. Lian Jingying held Xi's hand and said, Are you staying here tonight? It's late now. You can leave tomorrow. I've already tidied up the room. Yes, we'll leave tomorrow. Xi and the others didn't plan to leave tonight. Since they had come, they wanted to stay a little longer. They would go back tomorrow morning. Zhou Yinghuai and Xian were happily playing in the hall. Old Zhou sat on the floor with the baby. The whole family was happily chatting and playing with the baby in the living room. Lian Jingying couldn't help but feel amazed. This mobile space is really great. It really was good. Everyone nodded in agreement. With the current distance and transportation, it's really hard to meet each other. Thinking about the next few years, even if they're apart, it won't stop the family from gathering. Xi and Pei Jiancheng exchanged a look and smiled as they held hands tightly. Xian, sitting in Grandpa's arms, yawned softly. It's time for the baby to sleep. Xi looked at the time and realized it was quite late. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying both tried to carry the baby back to their rooms. They remembered that the baby always looked for Mom when it was time to sleep. Surprisingly, they found that now they seemed able to coax the baby to sleep and get him to go to their room. The baby had grown a bit and was less clingy to Mom than when he was little. Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying used all their tricks and finally managed to coax the baby to agree to go to their room with them. They were so happy they hugged the baby and ran upstairs to the bedroom. Lian Jingying didn't forget to turn back and call to them, Hurry up and follow. You don't need to worry about anything else. When the baby falls asleep, Dad will come down to tidy up. Xi and Pei Jiancheng quickly followed. Your room. Lian Jingying pointed to a room, sounding a bit hurried and distracted, rushing after her little grandson. Really, their minds are all on their little grandson now, Xi muttered, pushing open the door. My place is with you, Pei Jiancheng said, hugging his wife as they entered the room. Hee, today you're especially sweet-talking. Xi immediately felt happy again. The room's lights are on, and everything inside is complete. There is a large wardrobe, a dressing table, and a desk, all fully equipped. The room is spacious, with wooden flooring. The bed is covered with brand-new bedding. Joanxi touched the feel of the blanket. It's the same as the one in the space, just covered with a different duvet cover here. Long ago, when Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying were still exiled in Shirko village, she didn't dare let them use the space's bedding because of special circumstances. If it was discovered back then, it would be hard to explain. Now, things are different. The house is more private, and most people wouldn't see what kind of bedding they use. Even if someone notices the duvet cover is different, they would just think it was bought through a special channel. There's always a way to explain it. Their social status and financial strength are very important. The bathroom is outside. Let's go into the space to wash up, Jo Engsi said. She pulled Pei Jiancheng into the space. After washing up and changing into comfortable pajamas, they came out. The space's wardrobe has new men's pajamas, and Xiao Yinghuai has many new clothes that he hasn't worn yet. Lian Jingying also deliberately didn't prepare anything for them to use in the bathroom, thinking it's more convenient for them to use the space and easier to clean up afterward. Today is good too. No need to coax the baby to sleep, Pei Jianqing said, hugging his wife and lying down. Jo Engsi chuckled softly. Don't laugh, it's late. Go to sleep quickly. The next morning, Pei Jianqing, who always exercises every morning without fail, wasn't feeling well enough to go for a run. Luckily, the lobby on the first floor is very large, so he did some simple exercises at home. When Jo Engsi came down, Xian was already awake, listening to his grandma read a small English story. Jo Engsi took a small milk bottle filled with milk from the space and handed it to him. Mom, before leaving, I filled the space water. No rush, eat breakfast first, Lian Jingying said, feeding Xian with the bottle. But now, Xian can hold the bottle and drink by himself. Pei Jiancheng quickly went to the kitchen to help Xiao Yinghuai bring out breakfast. After breakfast, Jo Engsi started busying herself. First, she poured a lot of purified space water. She also took out some clothes and daily necessities. Once everything was ready, the family of 3 was about to leave. They couldn't stay too long. This trip was mainly to see what the space's trip to Beijing was really like. And soon the admission notices should arrive. Almost there. The results are almost out, and the admission notices will be sent soon, Lian Jingying said. Mom, please let us know when the notice is sent out so we can prepare in advance and leave as soon as we get it. Otherwise, it will be too close to the new year. Looking at the time, Jo Engsi reached out to hug Xian. Jo Yinghuai was reluctant and held him tightly, refusing to let go. Dad, we should go now, Jo Engsi said helplessly. Xian was happily playing with his grandpa and holding his neck tightly. Baby, be good. Let's go home first. We'll come back to see Grandpa soon, his mom explained patiently. Jo Yinghuai sighed, placing the baby into Pei Jianqing's arms. But thinking that soon his daughter would be living in the capital with the baby, he felt happy again. He and Lian Jingying stayed a little longer playing with Xian, then Jo Engsi quickly pulled her husband and son. Goodbye, we'll be back very soon, she said before entering the space. I plan to try full speed mode on the way back. If I get too tired, I can rest once I get home, Jo Engsi told Pei Jianqing. She still wanted to see how much faster she could go and test her body's limits. Okay, Pei Jianqing nodded. He knew his wife wanted to try, and he couldn't stop her. Since he was with her, he wasn't too worried. Jo Engsi entered the military district address, confirmed the navigation, and increased the speed 3-fold. The space zoomed forward quickly. During the day, they had no time to enjoy the scenery outside. In the cold winter, everything was bare and dull, with nothing interesting to see. Jo Engsi focused on driving through the space. Meanwhile, Pei Jiancheng kept offering her space water and paid close attention to her mental state. Are you tired? Not really, it's okay. I recover quickly, she replied. Jo Engsi found that the journey wasn't too exhausting. When she felt a little tired, a sip of pure space water refreshed her energy. They sped along, and when they finally reached home, it was just over an hour. This is good, very fast. Jo Engsi looked at the time and was quite satisfied. She believed that with more practice, she could go even faster. After carefully checking Jo Engsi and confirming she was fine, Pei Jianqing relaxed. This speed was a pleasant surprise for him. As long as her body wasn't affected, the faster, the better. The shorter the travel time, the less tiring it was. However, Jo Engsi still had higher goals in her mind. She aimed to achieve teleportation, so she could instantly arrive wherever she wanted. That would be even better. But this can't be rushed. I still need to slowly train and improve my mental strength. From the moment I increased my speed, my face turned pale, and I felt weak and exhausted. It took a long time to recover, but now I feel much more relaxed and have made great progress. Additionally, I now have purified space water, so Joanxi believes that teleportation is just around the corner. At home, Joanxi and the others didn't immediately leave the space. They stayed inside with the baby, eating and playing. Pei Jiancheng, who has thoroughly explored the various appliances in the space, is busy in front of the stove. He is steaming rice cakes and a small piece of silver cod for the baby. The oven next to him is on, with the light shining inside. A delicious aroma is drifting out, and inside the two trays, one with oysters and the other with abalone. Joanxi is holding a tablet, playing English children's songs for Xian, as her mother advised her to keep exposing the baby to English. The baby's attention is clearly drawn by the tempting smell from the oven. He drools and keeps looking in that direction. Baby, it smells good, right? But you can't eat it. Joanxi laughs as she tidies up the baby's bib. The mother is playful, looking at the hungry baby and teasing him on purpose. The baby doesn't know. He's excited, babbling happily, thinking that the delicious smell is what his dad is making for him. Suddenly, the oven makes a ding sound. Pei Jiancheng opens the oven door, and a rich aroma quickly fills the space. The baby's eyes widen with excitement, babbling happily. Pei Jiancheng carries over 2 plates. It smells so good, I can't wait, he says. Joanxi happily takes the chopsticks handed to her by Pei Jiancheng and begins to enjoy the food. Seeing her happily eating, Xian gets anxious. Don't forget about your baby. He reaches out to grab his mom, standing up hurriedly, babbling and drooling as he looks at her. Son, your food is here. Pei Jiancheng brings over a bowl of rice cake with a small piece of silver cod on top, then picks up his son and holds him in his arms. Baby, your meal is even tastier, Joanxi says casually, trying to persuade her son. Really? Xian takes a bite of the rice cake fed by dad, but it doesn't seem very tasty either. Pei Jiancheng is busy feeding his son, while Joanxi picks up a piece of abalone, blows on it to cool it down a bit, and feeds it to her husband. Is it delicious? Delicious, her husband replies, of course, since his wife is feeding him. Joanxi happily picks up another oyster and feeds it to him. The baby, who isn't very interested in the tasteless rice cake, looks at his dad and then at his mom. Suddenly, as Zhou Anxi happily held a clam to feed her husband, Xian suddenly leaned forward and tried to grab it. Oops, Zhou Anxi exclaimed, quickly pulling her hand back, but the little boy still bit her. However, his tiny baby teeth weren't strong enough to bite through, so he only licked it instead. By then, his mom had already taken it away. Wow, this smells so good. Xian reached out, trying to grab it again. Baby, you're so quick, Zhou Anxi said in surprise. Seeing his eager face, she couldn't help but laugh. His little mouth was quickly fed a bite of rice cake and fish by his dad. The parents were having a good time eating tasty food, while the baby ate something plain. Xian didn't give up and kept trying to sneak snacks from his mom whenever he saw a chance. Zhou Anxi played with her son while eating, making him giggle and squeal happily. The family enjoyed a warm, joyful atmosphere. After eating and drinking, the family took a nap. When they woke up, they stayed on the big bed on the second floor to play. Thanks to the space water, the baby had grown a little more. Sometimes Zhou Anxi let him watch a minute or two of the tablet. She didn't let him watch for long, just a little to satisfy him. Time's up, Mom needs to take back the tablet, Zhou Anxi said, taking the tablet away from Xian. He reached out, trying to hold on to it. This little guy is so strong, I almost can't pull it away, Zhou Anxi said with a sigh. He was using all his strength after all. Baby, be good, Dad said firmly. Look at this. Zhou Anxi handed him an album filled with family photos she had put together. Xian was reluctant, but still let his mom gently distract him. Zhou Anxi took the tablet and went to watch a show with her husband. After a while, they heard some noise outside the space, first knocking on the door, then the door opening. Aunt Tian is back, Pei Jiancheng said, noticing immediately. Let's go out now. We've been here quite a while, Zhou Anxi said, tidying up her things and pulling her husband and son to leave the space. They carried Xian out of the room, only to see Aunt Tian Xiufang, returning with a basket of things. As soon as she arrived, she started busying herself in the kitchen. Aunt Tian, take a break first. No need to rush with everything, Joe, Anshi said kindly. It's okay, I can do it easily, Aunt Tian smiled and began tidying up. Once everything was settled, she sat down to rest. She took the opportunity to ask about her plans. Aunt Tian, I will take the baby to Beijing next semester for school. What are your plans? Whether you decide to stay home or go to Beijing with us, it's up to you. No matter what she decided, she needed some time to think. There is about a month before they leave. Even if Tian Xiaofang decided to go to Beijing, she wouldn't just take her along immediately. She planned for her to stay home for the new year, and after the holiday, she would go when school started. If Xiao Fan gets into Huada University, mother and daughter can go together. Tian Xiaofang was unsure. She didn't expect Shi to also want to take Xian to school. But thinking about how young Xian is and how much she needs her mother, plus her grandparents being at Beijing University, it didn't seem strange anymore. Thinking about going to Beijing is something I really need to consider. I haven't thought about it yet. It's okay, take your time. When you decide, just tell me. If you go, you can stay at my parent house with Xian. You don't have to leave right now. You can go after school starts.
All right.
Tian Xiaofang quickly nodded. She still needed to think carefully and discuss it with her family. No rush. You can give me an answer before school starts. If Xiao Fan gets into Huada, you and your daughter can go to Beijing together. Zhou Ninghui also has an aunt there, so she and the baby would need to find another caretaker in Beijing. But she was still used to Tian Xiaofang. Now, it all depended on Tian Xiaofang's own wishes, whether she still wanted this job. When Tian Xiaofang heard that Xiao Fan might go to university in Beijing, she felt a little moved. The next afternoon, she had no classes. She rode her bike back to the arts troupe. Today was the internal rehearsal day, and she needed to see how it looked. Since she had finished the choreography, she had been busy reviewing for exams and hadn't come to the troupe often. This was her first rehearsal day, so she had to come and see. She even arrived a bit early to check on Qian Shanshan.
Anshi.
In the training hall, Qian Shanshan saw Shi immediately and hurried to come out. She knew she would definitely come this afternoon, so she kept a close eye on the door.
How is your practice going?
She asked her with a smile. Not only had she helped choreograph the large group dance, but at Qian Shanshan's strong request, she also created a solo dance for her. At that time, the group felt that just participating in a large dance performance was not enough, so they decided to add a few more acts. They chose a solo dance by Qian Shanshan since she was the most skilled dancer in the team. Qian Shanshan had long wanted Xiao Anshi to choreograph a dance for her. Now was the chance. She went to persuade Leader Feng a few times. Leader Feng remembered the dance from Xiuyi's exam and was still very impressed. He agreed to let Xiao Anshi try. Since this was for the military arts performance, which was very important, and Xiao Anshi had no experience in this area, she was asked to create a dance first for comparison. They would select the best one. Xiao Anshi took on the task. She found a beautiful classic patriotic song and started choreographing for Qian Shanshan. Qian Shanshan was different from Xiuyu. She had been trained very seriously from a young age, with high professional skills. Her foundation, sense of rhythm, and musicality were all excellent. Xiao Anshi could fully unleash her creativity and make the choreography challenging and innovative for her. After all, she was the chief of the military district art troupe. If she couldn't do it, who could? Xiao Anshi based her choreography on current trends, combined some impressive techniques from later generations, and took advantage of Qian Shanshan's strengths. She created a very beautiful, challenging, and innovative dance. Once the choreography was finished, it immediately amazed everyone. The creative team quickly approved the dance with high praise. Qian Shanshan was overjoyed. She threw herself into rehearsals, practicing tirelessly.
I've got it down now.
I'll perform a quick run for you, she said excitedly, pulling Xiao Anshi to a corner of the rehearsal room. Xiaoyu also came over. The two watched as Qian Shanshan gracefully danced. Xiao Anshi nodded as she watched. Qian Shanshan's skills were indeed good, and her performance was very complete. But she still noticed a few small flaws, probably because they were from different times and she didn't fully understand some details. She carefully pointed out a few movements to Qian Shanshan. "Oh, so that's how it's supposed to be. I always felt something was missing," Qian Shanshan said, listening and nodding, suddenly understanding everything. Soon, it was time for the dress rehearsal, and Xiao Anxi moved to the stage. "Anxi, you're here." The leaders of the art troupe and the creative team had all arrived and greeted each other. In the band beside the stage, Yuli, who was preparing, saw Xiao Anxi and happily waved. "Anxi, come over and sit here," Leader Feng called her over. She walked over and sat beside her. This was just an internal rehearsal for the arts troupe, so the military district leaders did not come. The rehearsal started quickly. The first performance was a large dance with many performers, both men and women. The choreography for this program was very successful, and she was seeing the full performance for the first time. She hadn't watched the previous rehearsals because she only participated in part of it, so her absence didn't matter much. There were dedicated people organizing and coordinating the entire program. After the performance, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Everyone nodded in approval, and the expressions of several leaders looked quite satisfied. Next were a few other performances. The last was a solo dance by Qian Shanshan. A beautiful melody played, and Qian Shanshan danced gracefully under the spotlight. She was elegant, beautiful, confident, and composed. Her expression, emotions, and movements blended perfectly, and several difficult moves drew continuous applause from the audience. When her dance finished, the applause was thunderous. Director Feng looked very excited, and she said passionately, "Shanshan has improved again. This dance was performed very well. Anxi, your choreography is truly outstanding. We might have a chance to win an award this year." She watched the stage with a big smile. She was also confident because Qian Shanshan had excellent dance skills and performed perfectly. The choreography itself also contained the best of many years of experience, making it naturally competitive compared to current dances. "Anxi, during our cultural performance in the winter break, do you want to come with us to the capital?" Director Feng asked with a smile. She heard this and also smiled. "We're going back to the capital for the New Year this year." "That's great." Director Feng's eyes lit up. "Then you can come with us." "Okay." She happily agreed. She heard the performance would be at the large auditorium of the military district in the capital, possibly even at Pei Jianqing's courtyard. Sure enough, Director Feng told her the exact time and place, at Pei Jianqing's family estate. That was very convenient for her. After the performance, Qian Shanshan came over to Shi, looking a bit nervous, and asked, "Anxi, how is it?" "Very good. Keep it up and try to win an award," Shi encouraged her with a smile. "I will definitely work hard," Shanshan said excitedly, her face flushing. She loved this dance very much, and she was even more confident in Shi's choreography. She believed this was her closest chance to win an award, and she was determined to do her best to succeed. Yuli, who had finished packing up at the band, also came over. "Shanshan, you dance so well. You will definitely win an award this time." "Thanks, I'll do my best," Qian Shanshan said with a smile. Yuli turned to Jiao Anxi. She hadn't seen her for a while. Before, Anxi had exams, so they didn't bother her. "Anxi, when are you going to Beijing?" She knew Anxi was planning to go back to Beijing for the new year. Most likely, she would stay there after the holiday until school started again. Although she hadn't received her grades or admission notice yet, she thought Anxi would probably get in easily. "Let's wait for the results. Once I get the notice, I'll go. I told my family I'd go back for the new year. Are you guys coming?" Jiao Anxi thought last year, Yuli and the others' children were too young to go back to Beijing for the new year. This year, they should go, right? Probably yes. We can meet in Beijing during the new year.
Yugoslavia linudda.
This year, no matter what, they had to go back. Her grandparents miss their grandchildren. "We can get together after our performance," Qian Shanshan said happily. "Sounds good." Jiao Anxi and Yuli both nodded with smiles. We can gather in Beijing during the new year. Hui Qing can't come, though. She said before you leave, we should meet up. Otherwise, once the holiday starts, it's uncertain if you'll come back.
Yugoslavia Lismilat.
Jiao Anshi's in-laws and her family are all in Beijing. During the holiday, she might not come back. Maybe Pei Jianchen will take a break and come to see them. Jiao Anshi thought this was hard to say. Whether she'd return during the holiday to the military area was uncertain. She smiled and said, when our school finishes, we'll get together. The three of them chatted for a while longer before Jiao Anshi went home. School was nearing the end of the semester, and students were mostly in review. Jiao Anshi prepared a few sets of practice exams for her students. The rest of the time, she let them review freely. She also started to get busy at home. She needed to prepare some small gifts to take back to Beijing just in case. After all, when her baby was born, the baby received quite a few red envelopes from the Pei family. At the Jiao family's house, Zhao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying hadn't told her much about what was going on. She didn't ask much either. When she went to Beijing, she would gradually learn more. When necessary, her parents would explain everything clearly. After Zhao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying returned to Beijing, Zhao Yinghuai was living alone at school. He didn't seem to stay in close contact with the old Jiao family house. Anyway, she still prepared some small essentials just in case. Anyway, she has space, so she doesn't worry about not having a place to put things. Bringing them along won't delay her plans, which is better than having nothing to use. Now, she also has more free time. Qiao Anshi has saved quite a few shells and abalone shells. She has so many that she always asks Tian Xiufeng to keep them instead of throwing them away. There are also some colorful small stones she picked up from the beach. She made many shell wind chimes of different sizes. She also made many shell paintings. For the abalone shells, she asked Pei Jianqing to borrow some tools from the logistics department. The logistics team in the military district is very good. They have all the tools she needed. She cut the abalone shells into small, uneven pieces. For the tough ones, she used a hammer to break them into smaller fragments. Then she polished them into thin, shiny pieces that shimmer with rainbow colors. Very beautiful. She bought some colored card paper, but now there aren't many colors available, mostly black and white, with a few other colors occasionally. She drew simple, delicate pictures on the card paper, then glued small pieces of the abalone shells onto the drawings. Finally, she framed them in wooden frames, making them very delicate and beautiful. That butterfly is so beautiful. While Xian Xian was sleeping, Tian Xiufeng, who was helping Qiao Anshi with the work nearby, looked at the butterfly picture she just finished and marveled. Qiao Anshi picked up the butterfly on the black card paper and looked at it from a distance. She nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The colorful white was just right, this feeling. Against the black background, it looked even more delicate and beautiful. Then she took out a black card paper with a cute little rabbit drawn on it and started gluing abalone shell pieces onto it. We've been living by the sea for so long, but we never knew these things could be made so beautifully, and it's not even that hard to do. Tian Xiufeng sighed. The beach was full of trash, and no one expected such beautiful things could be made from it. It just shows that having culture and knowledge sparks ideas. They simply couldn't think of it. This is a local specialty of your seaside town, Aunt Tian. Look, now the management is loosening up more and more. If someday people come to visit your place, you could set up a small stall to sell shell wind chimes. Qiao Anshi remembered that when they went to the beach before, there were many small stalls selling these shell crafts, and the business was very good. Tian Xiufeng's eyes widened in surprise, and she shook her head. No way I'd sell things. Besides, who would come to visit us? Joan smiled happily and said, there weren't any before, but it's hard to say now. Look at how many things are changing. With the college entrance exam restored, many people who used to sell things secretly are no longer strict. Maybe in the future, buying and selling will be free. Joan knew that day would come soon. Actually, in some places now, they are already not paying much attention. Really? Can it really be like that? Tian Xiufeng asked, a little unsure. Yes, Aunt Tian.
You cook so well.
Maybe in the future, you could consider opening a small restaurant. A restaurant? Tian Xiufang was even more surprised, hardly daring to imagine it. But thinking about Joan, she believed she wouldn't say something without basis. Maybe it really was possible. Her heart couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. If that really happened, it would be wonderful to run her own small restaurant. Yes, in the future, with the market opening up, you can do anything. You should try, Joan said with a smile. Not only could they open a small restaurant, but if the beach area was developed later, they could set up a fishing-themed guest house or something similar. There would be plenty of visitors. But that wouldn't happen overnight. I hope that day really comes, Tian Xiufang said, feeling a bit excited. The two chatted while working. With Tian Xiufang's help, Joan worked faster. She could handle simple tasks like drilling holes in shells, threading strings, and polishing fragments. For more detailed drawing and shaping, Joan had to do it herself. Besides decorative items, Joan also prepared many other things, especially food, snacks, and dried goods. They had several jars of pickled vegetables made with space water for Xuanxuan's grandparents and the elderly. Joan wanted to make some drinks for them using space water to help improve their health, but she couldn't think of what to make at the moment. Don't worry if you can't think of anything now. When you get home, you can make something fresh for them, or just prepare some instant drinks, Pei Jiancheng reassured his wife. Okay, let's decide when we get to Beijing. Joan nodded. Soon after, the college entrance exam scores were released. Joan and Xia Yunshu both scored well above the admission line for Beijing University. Anshi, we're above the cutoff, Xia Yunshu cried happily. Yes, just wait patiently for the admission notice, Joan said with a smile, patting Xia Yunshu. Now, they just needed to wait calmly for the acceptance letter to arrive. Knowing she couldn't change the situation, Qiu Zimin had to stay quietly. Even though he was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. Xia Yunshu's strict guarding left him no chance, especially since there was also someone nearby who no one dared to offend, Qiao Anshi. The school's final exams were coming soon. After grading and distributing the papers, Qiao Anshi felt a great relief. She quickly found Principal Zhong to complete her resignation procedures. You're really in a hurry. You haven't even received your acceptance letter yet, and you're rushing to resign, Principal Zhong said, looking at Qiao Anshi with some annoyance. I need to go back to Beijing for the new year. I'm worried I won't make it in time. Qiao Anshi chuckled. All right, go ahead, Principal Zhong handed her the signed documents. Thank you, Principal. Qiao Anshi happily took the papers to the relevant department to handle her paperwork. Once everything was done, she was completely free. But she didn't really have time to relax. At the furniture factory, she took some time to design a few new, innovative furniture styles. Since she wasn't sure she could see factory director Wu on the weekend, she deliberately went to the factory on a non-weekend day in Pei Jianqing's car. This visit to deliver her designs was probably the last one. Factory director Wu looked at the design drafts Qiao Anshi handed in and sighed even more heavily. But in these days, he hadn't been wasting his efforts. He had come up with a plan. Anshi, how about this? Would it work if you continued with this work? I know your studies are busy, so you don't have to send drafts so often. Could you send them once a month? Even just 1 or 2 designs would be fine. Qiao Anshi hesitated for a moment. She still had many other things to do. Seeing her silent, factory director Wu pleaded and coaxed her a bit more. I'll increase your bonus by another point. He was willing to go all out. Without Qiao Anshi's designs, their sales would probably drop a lot. Qiao Anshi's ability to create new products quickly and effectively was unmatched. All right, that's okay, but it depends on the situation. Maybe not every month if you're busy. It might be more than a month or 2, she replied. Seeing how sincere factory director Wu was, she thought she could still find time, but she wanted to leave some room for herself. Okay, he said happily. As long as she agreed to continue providing designs, it was fine. After settling her bonuses and commissions, Qiao Anshi went back to the factory to pick some leftover materials. She had made a lot of items this time, and she was running out of picture frames. She took some fabric to the capital to ask old Qiao to help her make some more. She also planned to use leftover scraps to make small items. This was originally part of her benefits. She didn't use much of it before. This time, She brought some along to keep old Xiao busy. "Comrade Xiao, long time no see. Come pick some fabric." "I have a bunch of new ones," Master Yang said warmly when he saw her. "Thank you, Master Yang." Xiao Anshi looked at the large pile of fabric, lowered her head to choose some, and finally took some accessories. "Comrade Xiao, are you coming alone today?" Master Yang noticed that Xiao Anshi was carrying her things herself, so he quickly called a worker. "Xiao Zhang, help Comrade Xiao carry her things." Xiao Zhang put down his work and hurried over to help Xiao Anshi load her items onto the car. They had seen Xiao Anshi drive over many times before, so it was nothing new. The first time, everyone was amazed, and the factory buzzed with talk for days. It was quite rare for a woman to drive, and everyone thought Officer Pei was really spoiling Xiao Anshi. After thanking them, Xiao Anshi drove away from the furniture factory. Once outside, she found a quiet spot and put all the leftover scraps into the trunk. Then she started the car again and drove on. Xiao Anshi didn't go straight home. She made another trip to the weaving factory. The security guard recognized her license plate and quickly let her in. They all remembered that plate, either Officer Pei or Comrade Xiao was driving. Sure enough, Xiao Anshi rolled down her window and greeted the guard. The guard watched her confidently drive into the factory, full of admiration. Xiao Anshi was like a legend in their factory. They used to be a small, struggling factory, but now it had expanded and become a well-known business in the city. Many people were eager to work there. They handled so many foreign exchange orders each year. Few companies in the city could match that. Looking at the newly renovated weaving factory, Xiao Anshi felt a deep sense of pride. It used to be so run-down and bleak. Now, the factory had new buildings, and everywhere was full of life. The workers' faces were full of happiness, and everyone looked motivated. She went to the director's office. "Anshi, you're here." Director Yu greeted her warmly. "A few days, I'll be going to the capital. I wanted to come and see you before I leave," Xiao Anshi said with a smile as she sat down. "Anshi, you're really impressive," Director Yu said sincerely. He knew that Xiao Anshi's exam scores had already been released, far exceeding the admission cutoff for Jingqing University. Her college admission was certain. They, father and daughter, were truly impressive. Although he managed the factory, the overall direction was controlled by Qiao Yinghuai. Most importantly, she handled all the product designs herself. He never imagined that one day this factory would become a key enterprise in the city, attracting everyone's attention. Now, the factory pays high wages, offers big bonuses, and provides good benefits. It not only has backing from Jingqing, but also from the military district. Whenever they attend meetings now, everyone envies him and wishes him good luck. Seeing Xiao Anshi's expression, he felt even more loving. She smiled, chatted briefly with him, then started reviewing work reports and financial statements. Everything was very clear and well organized. After reading them, she nodded with satisfaction. She then discussed future work plans with Director Yu, gave clear instructions and said, "I'll be leaving now. I need to go to the design department." "All right, go ahead." Director Yu quickly stood up and saw her to the door. Xiao Anshi first went to the design department. She renovated the old, outdated design department and hired a few new staff members. She also took time to personally train the team there. For the factory to develop long-term, supporting retired soldiers must continue. Relying solely on her designing alone was unrealistic. The factory's designers needed to support themselves, learn her design skills, understand foreign aesthetics, and figure out how to win foreign trade orders. After some time, the results were quite good. Their designs had won many orders. "Minister Qiao, look at this, take a look at mine too." As soon as Xiao Anshi entered the design department, everyone happily showed her their work, eager to ask for advice. She smiled, looked at their work, and gave some guidance. Then she told everyone she wouldn't have much time to come here in the future. "Please gather your questions and send them to me in a letter." She arranged for a dedicated person in the design department to coordinate with her. Even if she went to Jingqing, she couldn't leave the work here unfinished. After giving instructions, she left the weaving craft factory. On the way back by car, the sky, which had been gloomy all morning, gradually began to sprinkle fine snow. Joan looked at the tiny snowflakes melting on the car window and smiled. On snowy days, hot pot is perfect. She found a place to park and took out a lot of food from her space. When she got home, Pei Jiancheng had just finished work. These days, the acceptance notices should be sent out soon. Let's invite Yu Li and their friends for a meal? Joan saw Pei Jiancheng playing with their son, holding him, and handed the vegetables from the basket to Tian Xiufeng. Sounds good. When? Joan went to the bathroom to wash her face. Tonight or tomorrow night works. I'll ask them this afternoon at work. Snowy days are perfect for hot pot. I brought a lot of ingredients back. We can prepare some now. It can be for tonight or tomorrow. Joan came out to play with her son. Su saw his mom and rushed over. In the afternoon, Pei Jiancheng went to work efficiently. Soon he returned home. Honey, they said they'll come tonight. Hearing about the snow and hot pot, they immediately decided on tonight. The snow outside is heavy, Joan said, brushing snow off Pei Jiancheng's coat. It's much heavier than this morning. I need to go back to work. He touched his wife and son's little faces and hurried back to his office. Miss Tian, we can start preparing. Joan held Su and, with Tian Xiufeng, prepared the ingredients for the hot pot. The sliced lamb was ready from her space. The beef needed to be sliced. They also took a chicken, removing the bones and cutting the meat. They sliced 2 fish and had fish already in the fridge. Some shrimp and shrimp paste were prepared, along with various small seafood. They soaked dried shiitake mushrooms and black fungus. There were some bean products. For vegetables, they had cabbage, potatoes, and radishes for winter. The main noodles were made by Tian Xiufeng. With these ingredients, the meal was quite rich. The broth wasn't plain water. It was made from chicken carcasses she boiled earlier. When work ended, friends started arriving one after another. Yuli brought her son Dongdong along. Dongdong usually stays at his grandparents' house, and Yuli rarely takes him out. He was just over 2 years old, chubby, and adorable. Dongdong, this is your little brother. His name is Didi, Yuli said, holding Dongdong near Su. Su opened his eyes curiously, looking at the little boy in front of him.
Didi.
Dongdong called out unclearly, reaching out to touch Xian. The two looked at each other, and then at me. The adults put them together to play. The children reached out their hands. You touch me, I touch you. And soon they were hugging and playing happily. Tian Xiufeng saw there was another little friend and quickly prepared more snacks for the children. Aunt Tian, make pumpkin mash steamed rice cakes, steam some cod, and prepare shrimp and vegetables for Dongdong. For the others, you can see what else to make. Xiao Anshi also hurriedly told Tian Xiufeng.
Okay.
Tian Xiufeng opened the fridge to get ingredients.
Soon, everyone arrived.
Yang Hongming and his wife, Qian Weigua and his wife, Qian Shanshan and Little Yu, all were there. This bronze pot is really nice, Yang Hongming said, looking at the bronze pot on the table. He hadn't seen one in a long time. My parents brought it from Beijing, Xiao Anshi smiled. Yang Hongming gave a thumbs up silently. This family really pays attention to good food. Everything was ready, and they prepared to eat. Pei Jiancheng slightly opened the windows and balcony door, leaving a small gap to ensure ventilation since they were burning a stove inside. But now they were eating hot pot with charcoal, and with so many people, they needed to be extra careful. Safety was the top priority. Keeping the air flowing in the house was very important. Opening the doors and windows wider was no problem. They were sitting around the hot pot, so it wouldn't get too cold. Everyone was used to the rich meals at Xiao Anshi's house, but they were still amazed by the colorful dishes on the table. The table was too small to hold everything. So many dishes were placed on a side cabinet nearby. Come on, stop looking and eat quickly, Xiao Anshi said with a smile. Tian Xiufeng was in the living room feeding the two children. Pei Jiancheng also took out a bottle of wine, and a few men started drinking. Anshi, since you're going to school now, you probably won't come back often in the next few years, right? Yuan Huiqing looked a bit sad. She felt that since Xiao Anshi took the baby to Beijing for school, she might only come back during winter and summer breaks, if at all. Maybe Pei Jiancheng would go to Beijing to visit them instead. Traveling far now was really difficult. With how much Pei Jianqing spoiled Xiao Anqi, there was no way she'd be running back and forth so hard. Not necessarily. Maybe one day when she has a break, she'll come back to visit you. Xiao Anqi smiled.
Really?
That would be great. Yuan Huiqing also smiled. However, no matter how delicious and plentiful the food was, there was always a faint feeling of sadness in the air. She was new to the military area, but she and the other women had already formed a close bond. Thinking back to the days they went to the beach together, ate, drank, and chatted, it felt like it was just yesterday. Xiaoyu listened with envy. She arrived late and missed out. Qian Shanshan patted her comfortingly. I didn't make it either. We always have performances, so I couldn't come out much. Even worse than me. Xiaoyu remembered that before she joined the arts troupe, Sister Anqi often visited her home to teach her. They also went mushroom picking and caught wild chickens on the mountain, having a lot of fun. Your outings sound so interesting. Now it was Qian Shanshan's turn to feel down. The other women also looked a bit jealous. Why don't we go wild chicken hunting and mushroom picking in the next few days? Qian Shanshan suggested excitedly. Xiaoyu shook her head. It's so cold now, there are no mushrooms to pick, and we probably can't hunt much in winter. Qian Shanshan was disappointed instantly. When the weather gets warmer, I'll take you. Xiaoyu quickly comforted her. Anqi, can you come back during summer vacation to visit? Yuan Huiqing asked. Yes, depends on the situation then, Zhongxi nodded. After dinner, Qian Shanshan and Xiaoyu immediately ran over to tease Dongdong and Xianxian. Xianxian is growing so fast, he's already so big. They hadn't seen Xianxian for a while, and this time, they noticed he had grown a lot. Dongdong looks more like Sister Yuli, look at them, they play so well together, not at all unfamiliar. They surrounded the two kids, chatting happily. Pei Jiancheng, Yang Hongming, and Qian Weiguo were still sitting at the table, drinking small wine. Hongming, are you guys coming back to Beijing for the new year? Qian Weiguo asked. Yes, we haven't been back in 2 years. If I don't go now, the old man will be mad. Jiancheng is also coming back. This year, I'll be the only one left. Qian Weiguo felt a bit down. Hey, when we go back, there will be a big reunion with many friends. Jealous?
Yang Hongming sinceramente asked Qian Weiguo.
Humph. Sure enough, Qian Weiguo was annoyed, knowing that their return would mean many performances and exciting events. It couldn't be helped, those were their roots. In the living room, Yuan Huiqing and Yuli were chatting with Zhongxi. The more they talked, the more reluctant they felt. Yuli, you guys are so lucky to be able to gather in Beijing for the new year, Yuan Huiqing said with some envy. Why don't you go too, with Shanshan?
Yugoslavia smilat.
Yuan Huiqing sighed. I can't really leave. We can write letters and make phone calls. It's very convenient. Xiao Anqi comforted Yuan Huiqing. But she also knew that now, unlike in later times, once separated, staying in touch was really difficult. Sometimes she really missed the easy life of the past. Their visit was about to end, and everyone started to say goodbye. Before leaving, they all wished Xiao Anqi a bright future. Dongdong and Xianxian had already become good friends. When it was time to leave, they didn't want to part, holding hands together. Dongdong, we're going home now. We'll come back to play with your brother another day. Yuli tried to take her son away. No, I won't go. Dongdong refused, hugging Xianxian tightly. Xianxian also reached out to hug his brother. The adults couldn't help but smile at this. We have to go home, Yuli said helplessly, kneeling down to comfort Dongdong for a while. Xiao Anqi also smiled and gently pulled Xianxian away. After they left, Xiao Anqi opened the gifts they had sent her. Yuan Huiqing gave her a beautiful small floral cloth. Yuli gave her a lipstick, which was quite rare, showing she probably bought it through some special channel. Shan gave her a pretty hair clip, looking quite good quality for this time. Xiaoyu gave her a small silk scarf. All of these were very delicate and thoughtful gifts from this era. A few days later, she received a call from Qiao Yinghuai, informing her that the first batch of admission notices from Beijing University had been sent out. Girl, yours is here. Expect to receive the mail soon. Lian Jingying, as the head of the Spanish department, naturally knew the list of admitted students. So, her admission letter had already been sent, and in a few days, it would arrive in her hands. But now, mailing takes time, at least several days. Okay, we should leave as soon as we get the mail, but we might need to first go to Grandpa and Grandma's house, then come to you. Their first trip back would definitely start at Pei Jianqing's home, not at Xiao Yinghuai's place. Understood, no problem. You go ahead and do your thing. Come over after you're done. Xiao Yinghuai and Lian Jingying both understood very well. When the news came, Qiao Anshi gave Tian Xiufang a day off to go home. This year's college entrance exam scores weren't announced, only the list of those who passed. Xiao Anshi and Xia Yunshu found out their scores through channels from Qiao Yinghuai. Xiao Fan was also on the passing list and received a notice for a physical examination. Now, Tian Xiufang has been thinking about it for a while. She decided to go home and discuss with her family before making a decision. Tian Xiufang quickly packed her things and hurried back home. Pei Jiancheng also started arranging his work immediately, preparing for a long vacation. He hasn't taken a break for the new year for several years, and this time, no one can stop him. Soon, Tian Xiufang also returned from home. Anshi, I've decided to go to the capital with you all. When she returned home, the family discussed it and agreed that Tian Xiufang should go to the capital. Xiao Anshi also said that she could take time off during winter and summer breaks to return to Langcheng. Moreover, Xiao Hai and Xiao Yu have grown up. They are not little children who need their mother constantly by their side. If Xiao Fan can go to school in the capital, and she is there too, she can help take care of Xiao Fan a little. Also, her job income is very important to their family. Many people want such a chance but can't get it. Xiao Anshi's family are all very good people. She has worked at their home for a long time and feels her horizons have broadened a lot. She has learned and experienced many things she never knew before. Even her cooking skills have improved much more than before. All right, once I receive my admission notice, you can go home first. When school starts, you and Xiao Fan can go to the capital together. I will leave you the address and phone number. Xiao Anshi was very happy. Of course, she hoped Tian Xiufang would go with her, because she was planning to have a second child soon. Whether taking care of the older child or the younger one, she trusted Tian Xiufang more than anyone else. Strangers would need time to get used to each other again. A few days later, the admission notice arrived as expected. As soon as she received it, Qiao Anshi told Tian Xiufang to pack her things and go home first. She also took some food from the fridge for Tian Xiufang to take with her. Aunt Tian, take some of this. We can't finish so much food, and it's not good to keep it in the fridge for too long. Tian Xiufang was very grateful and a little embarrassed to take the food, which was all very good. She packed her things, hugged Xian, and then left for home. Xiao Anshi and Pei Jiancheng were about to leave. Since they had space available, they didn't need to prepare many things. Shall we leave tomorrow? Have you arranged everything on your side? Xiao Anshi opened the fridge and put all the food into the space. Yes, I will officially start my vacation tomorrow. I'll call my family in a little while to let them know. The Pei family was already prepared. They had mentioned that they would return in the next few days. Pei Jiancheng went out to make a phone call, check the car, and fill up the gas tank. Jiaoshi was at home, mostly tidying up the fridge. Since she wasn't there, Pei Jiancheng found it more convenient to eat at the cafeteria. She mainly left a lot of bottled water in the fridge for him. The small bottles made it easy for him to drink. When Pei Jiancheng returned, he turned off all the stoves in the house. The couple quickly finished what they needed to do. After everything was settled, the three of them went into the space. What do you want to eat tonight? Pei Jiancheng asked Jiaoshi as he opened the fridge. I'll eat whatever, just prepare some food for the baby first, Jiaoshi said, holding a colorful small toy to amuse Xian. Pei Jiancheng started preparing the baby's meal. That night, the family of three slept inside the space. All the stoves were turned off, and since it was cold at night, sleeping in the room would have been too chilly. The space was very comfortable with everything they needed. After waking up tomorrow and finishing breakfast inside the space, they could set out on their trip. After feeding Xian, Pei Jiancheng prepared breakfast for the next day and packed some food for the journey. He put everything into lunchboxes and placed them on the table. The couple ate their own meals, then took Xian to the bathroom for a bath. They sat him in a small basin and gently rinsed him with a shower head. Xian loved the shower, giggling happily. Pei Jiancheng wrapped the clean Xian in a large towel and carried him to bed. The baby, with only his little head showing, stared with big, round eyes, turning his head and smiling happily. "Baby, you're so cute and fragrant." Jiaoxi couldn't help but lean down and kiss him a few times. Xian giggled happily. Pei Jiancheng finished applying baby powder and dressed him. Then he sat up to play. "Baby, when we visit Grandpa and Grandma, we'll smell nice too. Do you remember them?"
"Who's Grandpa?"
Jiaoxi opened the photo album and flipped to pictures taken when Pei Yuanshan and Tao Huaru visited. Xian pointed at Pei Yuanshan's photo, blinking at his mom.
"Ah, yes.
You're so smart, baby. Where's Grandma?" Jiaoxi happily touched the baby's little face. Xian looked at the album and accurately found Tao Huaru, pointing to her for his mom to see. "Great job, baby." Jiaoxi consciously trained Xian, often showing him pictures. The little guy's memory was truly impressive. The baby was happy to be praised, smiling with his eyes closed and showing a few small teeth. The family of 3 played for a while and then went to bed early because they had to leave early the next day. Early the next morning before dawn, the family was already up. After breakfast and packing, they left the house. Pei Jiancheng carried a large, well-packed suitcase downstairs to put in the car trunk. Qiao Anxi carefully placed Xian into a safety seat. Luckily, she had asked Grandpa Tan to make the seat bigger, or Xian wouldn't have fit. Pei Jiancheng went upstairs, picked up Xuan's small basket, and the family of 3 went downstairs together. It was still dark outside, and there weren't many people downstairs. They quietly set off on their journey. The news about the acceptance letters spread quickly. Several teachers who took part in the college entrance exams did well. However, only Qiao Anxi and Xia Yunshu got into Jingqing University. The others attended schools in Langcheng or nearby cities. The students' exam results were average. Only a few got accepted, mostly into ordinary schools. This year's acceptance rate was very low, after all. But it couldn't hide the joy in the school. 2 students had been accepted to Jingqing University. The military district was also buzzing, especially the family compound. Military wives rushed to congratulate Qiao Anxi. But they found the house was already empty and no one answered after knocking for a while. "I think I heard a car outside this morning. Maybe they left," one military wife said. "Probably. We'll come back another day," another replied. At this point, they didn't know that even if they came back another day, no one would be there. Although not many children in the military district went to college, it was because they weren't the right fit. Of course, if their children could get in, they would hope so too. Everyone knew how important college was, especially Jingqing University. Their feelings were complicated. They admired Qiao Anxi's courage to apply to such a faraway school, and it showed how much she meant to Pei Jiancheng. Who would want their new wife, just after giving birth, to go so far away for school? This trip was to the West Year. But now it seemed that Pei Jiancheng fully supported her. Honestly, if it were them, no one would have that courage and their families definitely wouldn't agree. This made them especially envious of Qiao Anxi. When Director Feng from the art troupe and the band leader heard the news, they suddenly understood why Qiao Anxi refused to join the art troupe no matter what. She has no real interest in this. She has higher ideals and expectations. Joan Shi, who holds higher ideals and expectations, is now on her way to the capital with her husband and son. In the middle of winter, there isn't much scenery along the way. The roadside is lined with bare branches. The farther they go toward the capital, the worse the road becomes, with lots of snow on the ground. At this time, no one is clearing or cleaning the roads. There are very few cars on the road. After traveling for a long time, not a single vehicle passes by. The journey is quite dull and boring, and the road is very difficult to drive on. However, Pei Jiancheng's driving skills are excellent, and he drives smoothly and steadily. Xian, the little boy, soon got restless lying in his small basket. He kicked at the basket with his little feet and grabbed at it, signaling to his mom that he wanted to go out and get some fresh air. Mom, Mom, the baby kept saying, repeatedly making sounds. Earlier, they had tried to teach him, but he wouldn't speak at all, which made Joan-shi a little worried. But suddenly one day, he clearly started to say words out loud. It seems he's a bit lazy and only talks when he feels like it. Haha, Joan-shi was very happy. She pinched Xuanxuan's little nose and said, "You just can't sit still anymore, baby." Then she reached out and picked him up, helping him stand in the back seat. Xianxian excitedly turned his little head to look out the window. He was very excited to see the barren landscape, staring intently. Because of the road conditions, they didn't go very fast. With plenty of space and comfortable food and drinks, there was no need to rush. After having lunch and traveling for over an hour, they finally arrived in the capital. But the weather wasn't very good now. Snow was falling from the sky. Once they reached the city, the scenery outside the window changed suddenly, gradually becoming more bustling. But everywhere was covered with a white layer of snow. Xuanxuan's eyes couldn't take it anymore. He stood in the back seat, leaning against the window, carefully watching outside, with his mother gently holding him. Joan-shi smiled and said to Pei Jiancheng, "Look at your son. His eyes are tired from watching so carefully." Pei Jiancheng smiled slightly. "We'll take him out to see more another day." "Look." Xianxian pointed at the window and made another sound. Joan-shi laughed happily. The road outside the window was getting wider, and there were more cars. But from what she could see, most people were dressed in dull green and gray tones. Occasionally, a few bright colors would pass by. Whether it's bicycles, small cars, or large buses, there are many more than in Langcheng. The car moved along, occasionally passing by simple red walls and green tiles, with snow piled on the rooftops, making the scene look beautiful and full of meaning. The car did not head toward the city center, but turned to the other side of the city. It looked like they were almost in the suburbs. In this era, the suburbs are still part of the bustling city center. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the military district compound. Pei Jiancheng got out of the car, registered at the guard post, then returned to the vehicle. A young soldier at the gate saluted and allowed them to pass. The compound was large. The car drove around for a while before stopping in front of a courtyard. It was working hours, the weather was cold and snowy, and there were no pedestrians around. Pei Jiancheng parked the car. Instead of rushing to open the trunk, he opened the back door and picked up Xianxian. Qiao Anxi also got out of the car. They walked together, shoulder to shoulder, holding Xianxian, and approached the courtyard gate. Pei Jiancheng pushed open the gate, and they entered. Inside was a 3-story red brick small building. Pei Jiancheng rang the doorbell. The door opened quickly, revealing a simple-looking auntie. Behind her, Tao Huaru hurried over. "Hello, Auntie He," Pei Jiancheng politely greeted.
"Xianxian."
Tao Huaru's eyes lit up as she rushed forward and took Xianxian from Pei Jiancheng's arms. Then she smiled at Qiao Anxi and said, "Anxi, you must be tired.
"Come in quickly."
She completely ignored her tall, handsome son. Qiao Anxi chuckled and called out Mom. Pei Jiancheng didn't mind either. No need to hold the child. He took the opportunity to hug his wife and go inside. Xianxian, who had seen photos of his grandmother, recognized her and didn't cry when she was held. Tao Huaru was overjoyed. Qiao Anxi sat on the sofa and said to Xianxian, "Baby, call Grandma."
"Nah."
Xianxian clearly shouted the word. "Oh, our Xianxian can call now." Tao Huaru was so excited she hugged Xianxian tightly, loving him dearly. "Auntie, he brought tea for Pei Jiancheng and Qiao Anxi." Seeing how beautiful and graceful Qiao Anxi was, she looked very happy. She had worked in this family for over 20 years. Pei Jiancheng was also someone she watched grow up, so her feelings for him were special. Seeing his wife's beauty and the child's cuteness made her very happy. She smiled as she handed the tea to Qiao Anxi, saying, "Drink tea." "Thank you, Auntie He." Qiao Anxi accepted the tea and expressed her thanks. "Oh, no need to thank me," Auntie He said happily, liking Qiao Anxi more and more. She put down her tea and remembered the times she watched adorable Xian with Tao Huaru. Pei Jianqing watched Tao Huaru hold Xian and kiss him happily, so he had no time to pay attention to them. Instead, he turned to his wife and said, "I'm going out to get the luggage and take you to see my old room." Xiao Anqi smiled and nodded. Soon, he came in carrying the suitcase. "Mom, I'll take Anqi back to her room first." Go ahead, go ahead." Tao Huaru waved her hand, her heart all on Xian. Pei Jianqing carried the luggage and took his wife upstairs. His room was at the end of the 3rd floor. He opened the door. The room was very big, about 20 or 30 square meters. "Your room is really spacious," Xiao Anqi said as she entered. The decor was simple. The furniture was dark-colored but felt very good quality. There was wooden flooring on the ground. "There's even a dressing table?" Xiao Anqi looked at the elegant dressing table by the bed and couldn't help but smile. "We didn't have one before. It must have been bought especially for you," Pei Jianqing said, rubbing his wife's head. The room had a large wardrobe, a desk, a bookshelf, and a small sofa. Everything was very clean, and the furniture was polished bright, spotless. Fresh bedding was laid out on the bed. "This room is nice. You've had a much better life since you were young," Xiao Anqi said with a smile, which explained his noble and distant aura. In this era, such a standard of living was rare in most families. "Yes," Pei Jianqing admitted. He really had better conditions since childhood, thanks to his ancestors' efforts. "I haven't stayed at home much either," he said with a smile. When he was very young, around 13 or 14, he was specially recruited into military school, the youngest in the school's history. After graduation, he went straight to the army, often unable to return home for years, so he spent even less time at home. Xiao Anqi knew he had gone to school at a young age, even in Beijing, but strict rules kept him from going out. After graduation, he was assigned to a distant military unit. She looked at the bookshelf, which was full of military books. There were also many model cars and airplanes. Some models made from bullet casings were also on display. "Xian will definitely want to see this later," Xiao Anqi said with a smile. "All for him," Pei Jianqing said, hugging his wife. They stayed for a while, even sharing a secret kiss, then hurried downstairs to find their son. They guessed Tao Huaru had had enough of admiring everything. But no, after they went downstairs, Tao Huaru was still holding Xian, loving him dearly. They at least paid some attention to their son and daughter-in-law. She heard they were returning to Beijing today and specially took the afternoon off, not going to work, just waiting at home for them. Pei Yuanshan also wanted to see them, but unfortunately, he couldn't leave because he had an important meeting this afternoon. He could only envy his wife. Tomorrow, take Xian to visit the old master and the old lady. They keep talking about it every day and miss him so much, Tao Huaru said. Then she turned to Xian and asked, "Baby, shall we go see great-grandpa and great-grandma tomorrow?"
"Wow."
Xian happily responded. "Xian is so smart and well-behaved," Tao Huaru said with a big smile. Pei Jianqing thought that if the weather had been better and it wasn't snowing, Tao would probably be showing off Xian outside for a long time. Sure enough, Tao sighed. Why does it have to snow today? Now Xian can't go out to play. Xian seemed to understand and pointed outside with his finger. "Baby, you want to go too? When the weather clears, Grandma will take you out," Tao Huaru said, loving Xian even more. Pei Jianqing regretted coming downstairs so early. He should have stayed upstairs with his wife a little longer. Xiao Anqi smiled happily, watching her son, who was so charming that his grandma was completely smitten and wanted to give her heart to him, this little clever boy. They stayed with Tao Huaru, teasing Xian and chatting happily. "Xian, my good grandson." Just then, they heard footsteps outside, and Pei Yuanshan's loud voice already reached inside. Pei Jianqing looked at his watch. Wow, Commander Pei slipped away early, and it wasn't even quitting time yet. Pei Yuanshan strode into the house, taking off his hat, eyes shining as he went straight to his little grandson. "Dad," Pei Jianqing and Xiao Anqi quickly called out. "Anqi, thank you for your hard work," Pei Yuanshan said kindly to his daughter-in-law, then headed toward his grandson. Go wash your face. I can feel the cold on you. You're freezing our baby, Tao Huaru said, annoyed, stopping him with her hand. Achoo. Commander Pei awkwardly coughed twice and hurried into the bathroom. Xiao Anxi and Pei Jianqing watched and smiled at the lively scene. Soon, Pei Yuanshan hurried out, leaning toward his wife. Wife, you've been holding him for so long. Let me hold him now. Baby, play with Grandpa for a while. Tao Huaru kindly handed Xian Xian over to him. Pei Yuanshan looked very happy as he picked up Xian Xian and asked, Baby, do you remember Grandpa? Grandpa, Xian Xian cheerfully called out. Wow, 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 Pei Yuanshan said excitedly, almost trembling with joy, holding Xian Xian and responding happily. Our son is so clever. Look how he made Grandma and Grandpa so happy they almost don't know where they are. Joa Anxi whispered softly to Pei Jiancheng with a smile. Just a few days ago, he wouldn't say a word no matter how much we teased him. Now he's bouncing around like a little ball. Such a clever kid, Pei Jiancheng also smiled. Pei Yuanshan and Tao Huaru kept their eyes on their grandson, not wanting to leave him for a moment. They completely ignored their son and daughter-in-law nearby. Pei Jiancheng and Joa Anxi happily relaxed on another sofa, enjoying themselves. Is it about time? Mom and Dad should be home from work now, right? Joa Anxi reminded Pei Jiancheng, as they hadn't yet told Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying that they were safe. They were just waiting for them to come home from work. Almost. As soon as it's time, they'll definitely come back to wait. Pei Jiancheng glanced at the time. He turned and picked up the phone from the small table beside the sofa, dialed Zhou Yinghuai's home number, and handed the receiver to Joa Anxi. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Yinghuai's eager voice came through. Daughter, everything is okay, right? Yes, all is well. We finished lunch about an hour ago and are on our way, Joa Anxi replied. And Xian Xian? He's with his grandparents. All right, you guys go ahead and do your thing. Finish up and come over later. In a couple of days, we'll come. Joa Anxi quickly reassured old Zhou. Anxi, say hello to your parents. Pei Yuanshan's voice sounded nearby. Zhou Yinghuai also heard and politely responded. Lian Jingying also said a few words and then spoke with Pei Jiancheng before hanging up. Now that they were in Beijing, Zhou Yinghuai and Lian Jingying weren't in a rush. It didn't matter if they came early or late. After school started, most of their time was spent with them. Now, they wanted Xian Xian to get closer to his grandparents. And they really did get close. Pei Yuanshan and Tao Huaru were so delighted by their adorable grandson that they couldn't stop smiling. Grandma, Grandpa, a little girl's voice came from the door, and two small figures rushed into the house. Fong Fong, Ming Ming, come quickly to Grandma and Grandpa. Tao Huaru looked up when she heard the voices and saw her two grandchildren happily waving at the door. A girl about 6 or 7 years old and a younger boy ran toward Tao Huaru. The little girl ran faster as she grew older, while the small boy wobbled behind her, chasing after her. Soon after, a beautiful woman with a kind face entered the room, looking very much like Tao Huaru. She had a graceful presence, clearly someone who had been spoiled and cherished since childhood. Behind her, a tall, handsome military officer in an Air Force uniform followed. Jiancheng, she said as she approached Pei Jiancheng and the others. Big sister, Pei Jiancheng called out, then said to Xiao Anxi, this is my sister, Pei Jianing. And this is my brother-in-law, Zhuang Jinxin. Pei Jianing walked straight toward Xiao Anxi. So this is Anxi? You're very pretty. I'm Jianqing's sister. My name is Pei Jianing, and this is my husband, Zhuang Jinxin. Big sister, brother-in-law, Xiao Anxi smiled and stood up to greet them. Pei Jianing pulled her to sit down and called out Fong Fong Ming Ming, come over and meet your auntie and uncle. The two children, curious, were playing with Xian Xian nearby. When they heard their mother call, they hurriedly ran over. Auntie, uncle, the little girl politely called out and the boy followed. This is my daughter Fong Fong and my son Ming Ming, Pei Jianing said with a smile. Xiao Anxi happily took out 2 red envelopes from her pocket, giving one to each child. Luckily, there were preparations already made in the space. Thank you, Auntie, Fong Fong said happily, putting the red envelope into her pocket. Thank you, Auntie, Mingming echoed in a childish voice, copying his sister. Then Fong Fong quickly said, We're going to play with my little brother, and pulled Mingming to run off. That naughty girl, Pei Jianing scolded her daughter gently. As soon as she heard her younger sister and her family were coming back today, she immediately brought her whole family over, curious about her sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Pei Jiancheng and Zhuang Jianxin had already started talking. You look better than in the photos, Pei Jianing said, admiring Qiao Anxi's poised and confident demeanor. Earlier upstairs, Qiao Anxi had changed into a comfortable, loose gray turtleneck sweater. Her slightly wavy long hair was no longer braided, but loosely tied at the back. She looked fresh and relaxed, with a hint of laziness. Her face was unadorned but strikingly beautiful. When Tao Huaru returned, she praised Qiao Anxi's extraordinary elegance. At first, she thought Tao Huaru was exaggerating. Honestly, Tao Huaru was a proud and somewhat aloof person, so her praise surprised Pei Jianing. She knew there weren't many people who could catch her mother's eye. She has always been very confident in herself, but now, seeing Zhou Anxi sitting so calmly there, she couldn't hide her elegant demeanor. She felt a little inferior. Honestly, in terms of appearance and temperament, Zhou Anxi matches her handsome younger brother very well. I heard she just got into Beijing University. She's very talented, and she also fits well with her young and successful brother. I have to admire their family head. Even a blind matchmaker's pairing seems so reliable. Thinking back, at first their whole family was about to go crazy with anger. Listening to Pei Jianing's praise, Zhou Anxi smiled generously. Thank you, sister. You're also very beautiful. You look a lot like our mother. Pei Jianing smiled and said, Yes, I look like Mom. Little brother Jian Pain looks like Dad. Jiansheng is the most talented, inheriting all the good qualities of our parents. Pei Jianing appears a bit proud, but her personality is quite nice. She pulled Zhou Anxi to tell her many stories about her younger brother when he was a child. This made Zhou Anxi laugh happily. The brother and sister are very close in age, less than 2 years apart, and they grew up together. Over there, Pei Jiancheng listened to his sister enthusiastically talking about his childhood, and he cast a faint glance at her. However, Zhou Anxi soon noticed that Pei Jianing, as a sister, didn't seem to have much influence over Pei Jiancheng. She didn't seem to have the commanding presence of an older sister. Pei Jiancheng gave her a faint look, and her voice grew quieter. Zhou Anxi couldn't help but feel curious. Pei Jianing didn't mind and confidently admitted that she wouldn't dare to show off her sisterly authority in front of this younger brother.